Chapter 421. The Death of Lu Jin in my mind. An array of memories materialized as if fragmented photographs were being reassembled, revealing vivid scenes. A look of astonishment gradually spread across my face. Were these sudden images truly events I had once experienced? Yet, why could I not recall them before? As my consciousness delved deeper into the recesses of my mind, the figure that was neither monk nor Daoist became increasingly distinct, resembling the person I had encountered in the profound dream of Huang Xue. Was he the dual-faced Buddha? In my recollection, he stood before me, smiling, uttering 7 words, "Dare you wager against heaven?" As the vision faded, doubts surfaced within me. I had previously known the dual-faced Buddha. Moreover, it seemed I had engaged in a form of wager with him. Sitting on the ground, I felt an overwhelming shock. It was not a matter of self-deprecation, objectively speaking. I believe there remained a significant disparity between the dual-faced Buddha and myself, rendering it improbable for someone of my stature to reach his realm. Every event from the past 5 years was clear in my memory, devoid of anomalies. Had my memories been tampered with? This hypothesis was rather absurd. Even I found it hard to convince myself. The 9 locks had opened, and memories resurfaced. If I wished to uncover more, it seemed I would have to unlock additional life locks. With my hands pressed against the ground, I exerted a slight force and surprisingly stood up. My bodily injuries had lessened. The manipulation of the yin energy flowed more smoothly than that of ghostly entities. The kidney orifice, belonging to water, governs closure and is the essence of yin within yin. With the life lock of the kidney orifice unlocked, I not only gained a sliver of yin innate true energy, but my intimidation towards the ghostly entities also significantly heightened. Now, besides the innate true energy, as fine as a strand of hair, cultivated from the Miao Zhan heart method, I also possessed a substantial thickness of yin true energy, akin to that of chopsticks. This energy, although seemingly conjured from thin air, felt as if it had been nurtured within my kidney orifice since birth, resonating with me completely. I no longer needed to fear the exhaustion that followed the use of superior talismans. The benefits I reaped from unlocking this life lock extended beyond mere energy. The 3-eyed ghost infant of the kidney orifice swallowed 10 infant spirits, adorning itself with splendid azure tattoos, and once more succumbed to slumber. Likely on the verge of a remarkable breakthrough, the heart and lungs resided above, associated with the element of fire, signifying warmth and circulation, representing yang within yang. The lungs, belonging to metal, govern descent, thus embodying yin within yang. The liver, spleen, and kidneys, positioned below, are associated with yin, where the liver, representing wood, signifies ascension as yin within yang. The kidneys, representing water, govern closure as yin within yin. The spleen, representing earth, dwells at the center, embodying the utmost yin. With the unlocking of the kidney orifice life lock, the liver and spleen also became invigorated, yielding unimaginable gains. With a joyful expression, I opened my eyes only to find the ghostly mother gazing coldly at me, her eyes seeming to appraise a lifeless body. Clearing my throat, I wiped the blood from my face, my tone shifting to one of sorrow. You have destroyed the foundation of the 3-yin sect. They will undoubtedly seek retribution. Huang Xue's abduction serves as a dire warning, and given your sensitive status, the righteous practitioners will not spare you. Within that experimental building resides a celestial master of the Miao Zhan Dao, who was the first to strike against Huang Xue. Most of what I stated was factual, yet I refrained from disclosing the true reason behind Huang Xue's abduction. The rotation array had been breached, and the yin energy surged uncontrollably, with ominous clouds looming overhead. Lu Jin and Lu Jin, trapped within the experimental building, realized the dire situation. They had intended to escape amidst the chaos, but alas, I had exposed their plan, surrounding them with hundreds of infant spirits at the entrance of the experimental building. Revenge unfulfilled is unworthy of a gentleman. Lu Jin, I have proclaimed that today will be the day of your demise. Gritting my teeth, I muttered under my breath. Unlike him, I did not boast about it to the ghostly matron. Instead, I remained seated, my discerning gaze fixed upon the scene of the experimental building. Ever since the emergence of the wheel array, the malevolence within the building had spiraled out of control. In the grand hall, Lu Jin's legs trembled as he cowered behind Lu Jin, who, in the presence of the ghostly matron, dared not exhibit the slightest arrogance. His eyes sparkled like stars. Fully vigilant, I had yet to fathom Lu Jin's true capabilities. He exuded an aura of profound mystery. At this moment, my body was swiftly recuperating. And I did not expect the ghostly matron to simultaneously eradicate both Lu Jin and Lu Chun. I merely required her assistance in restraining Lu Chun. When the opportunity arises, I shall personally dispatch Lu Jin. I am no longer the timid private investigator I once was. After being hunted throughout the city, I have gleaned many truths and grown immensely. The infant spirits that once obstructed my path had now transformed into Lu Jin, who anxiously hid behind his senior brother, his face devoid of pride, replaced by an overwhelming dread. The sheer number of infant spirits was staggering, and even Lu Chun furrowed his brow. His complexion pale. This was the first time he had displayed such a lapse since arriving in Jiangxing. Like an ocean, the infant spirits parted, and draped in robes woven from black hair, the ghostly matron approached them, embodying the essence of a queen wielding life and death. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Lu Chen's forehead, burdened by the tremendous pressure exerted by the ghostly matron. He recognized that time was of the essence. With both hands plunging into his robes, he scattered a handful of 5 emperor coins from his left hand, while his right hand unleashed 7 small talismans. Multitasking, he chanted incantations, his alabaster hand grasping upwards to form a sword made of interconnected coins. The long sword sliced through the 7 talismans, igniting them, and a surge of righteous energy emanated from him. His Daoist robe billowed with this righteous aura, akin to starlight, yet he was about to confront the boundless darkness. "Follow me." Lu Chun wielded the coined sword, plunging into the throng of infant spirits, striving to vanquish foes while safeguarding Lu Jin. With every few steps, he scattered more talismans. The profound foundation of the Miao Zhen Dao was indeed formidable. Lu Chun, adorned with nearly 100 small talismans, carved a path through the infant spirits. The ghostly matron observed Lu Chen's fervent struggle with indifference, continuing her leisurely advance until Lu Chun was on the brink of escape. At that moment, her hair billowed, and countless infant spirits surged forth from beneath her feet. This scene left me somewhat astonished. I had initially believed that upon breaking the wheel array, the ghostly matron had exhausted her strength, yet she still possessed ample reserves. Before the ghostly matron, the once invincible Lu Chun resembled a stray dog. Her power was almost unfathomable. The evaluation provided by the celestial being regarding the ghostly matron now seemed not merely accurate, but perhaps understated. The infant spirits swiftly encircled Lu Chun and Lu Jin, as if the matron intended to toy with them slowly. Lu Chun, recognizing the growing disadvantage of prolonging the confrontation, contemplated for a moment before extracting a scroll of paintings from his bosom. This inexplicable action left me bewildered. I had anticipated he would employ some superior talisman. "Ghostly matron, wreaking havoc upon disciples, I beseech you, grant me your teachings to prevent the suffering of innocent lives." Amidst the ethereal cries of the infant spirit, I discerned the voice of Lu Chun, who, aware of his impending defeat by the ghostly matron, unveiled his last resort. This scroll resembled a divine summoning talisman, albeit one adapted since his master had not yet departed from this realm. "The essence of my path is profound and transcendent, a seamless continuum from the highest to the lowest." The inscriptions within the painting gradually faded, and as Lu Chen's eyes fluttered open, they gleamed with the sharpness of a treasured sword. He cast a piercing gaze at the ghostly matron before unleashing all his minor talismans to exploit the most vulnerable point of the encircling infant spirits, his sword striking with the force of a meteor, effectively shattering the confinement. Seizing Lu Jin, he fled swiftly towards the periphery of the new Hu High School. But the ghostly matron erupted in a furious scream, her 1,000-foot-long black hair swirling like a frenzied aquatic beast, ensnaring the two. "Vile spectre, cease your arrogance." Lu Chun exerted every ounce of his strength to cleave through the dark tendrils. However, their sheer multitude rendered him only capable of a tenuous defense. As for Lu Jin, he was ensnared and forcibly dragged back into the school grounds. With cold determination glimmering in his eyes, Lu Chun fixed his gaze upon the ghostly matron, vowing, "One day, I shall strike you down with my sword." Like a swift swallow, he vaulted over the wall and made his escape. "Brother, save me, save me." Lu Jin cried out in despair, yet no one answered. The dark strands tightened around his neck, and the infant spirits surged forth. When the infant spirits dissipated, Lu Jin's complexion had turned ashen, his eyes vacant save for the whites, and his breath had ceased. "Is he dead?" Once the spirits had vanished, I rose and approached him, searching his person, but found only a few suppression talismans and a letter, yielding little in the way of significant discovery. This scourge has finally perished, I mused, contemplating Lu Jin's inquiry that would surely follow. He had likely concluded that I had not practiced the mystical true heart method. Thus our grievances with the mystical true way were now settled. Smiling, I suddenly recalled the half-alive Huang Xue within the experimental building, nearly forgetting this elusive survivor. Chapter 422. The 11th live broadcast. The ghostly matron did not pursue Lu Jin, but instead remained quietly by Huang Xue's side. I dared not disturb their maternal bond, and quietly entered the experimental building. The once rampant malevolent energy had dissipated, and with a smile, I approached the corner where Huang Xue, clutching his injured abdomen, regarded me warily. You're still alive? Indeed, good souls have short lives while calamities endure for millennia, I replied, gently caressing the ghostly ring, summoning the lustful ghost. What do you mean? Huang Xue sensed a foreboding shift. My implication is that you are a good person. With a wave of my hand, the lustful ghost, driven by an insatiable thirst for blood, could no longer restrain itself, its fingers elongating like claws, lunging at Huang Xue with the ferocity of multiple dining knives. What of the young master? What of senior brother Lu Jin? Gao Jian, if you dare to kill me, the mystical true way shall pursue you relentlessly, Huang Xue shouted, his voice strained as he coughed up blood. I shook my head, relishing the carnage unfolding before me. I did not kill you. It was the ghostly matron who did. I merely acted in self-defense, and you were inadvertently harmed. Prior to the confrontation, I had already devised an excuse to deflect all blame onto the ghostly matron, confident she would not object. After Huang Xue's demise, I exited the experimental building, only to be astonished by the dissipating malevolence within the campus. The ghostly matron had vanished, whether in pursuit of Lu Jin or seeking refuge from the tumult remained uncertain. I lifted the fallen Huang Xue, whose expression had softened considerably, his eyes wide yet vacant, save for a glimmer of moisture at the corners. No one can approach the depths of his heart. No one knows what thoughts occupy his mind at present. Upon examining his injuries, I found nothing more than superficial wounds, with all negative energy expelled from his body. Having a ghostly mother as a parent, one cannot discern whether it is a stroke of fortune or misfortune. With one last glance at Lu Jin's lifeless body, I turned away, leading Huang Xue out of Xinhu High School without looking back. The campus was abuzz with commotion. Ergo and his companions had not left, instead lurking by the entrance, ready to return and fight with unwavering determination. Their loyalty touched my heart. It was time to return home. Upon arriving at the Jingying Sanatorium, I arranged for Huang Xue to rest, then conducted a thorough examination of Ergo and his group, expelling the majority of the lingering negative energy before allowing them to leave. After a night of rest at the sanatorium, I stepped out early the next morning to find Ergo and his brothers blocking my doorway in a van, their formation startling the security staff at the sanatorium. What are you planning to do? I asked, perplexed by the neatly lined up figures, until Ergo stepped forward. Brother Jian, what happened last night felt like the opening of a gateway to a new world. We now realize how limited our perspectives were. Therefore, we deliberated all night and unanimously decided to learn from you, Ergo stated, unusually serious. Learn? I chuckled softly, observing their freshly shorn hair and uniform attire, reminiscent of newly enlisted soldiers. Even if you wish to learn, I have no means to teach you. The techniques exchanged from the Underworld Showcase are primarily the foundational methods of various contemporary sections. Through my understanding of the mystic true path, I've realized that clandestinely learning such techniques equates to undermining a sect's foundation, an irreconcilable contradiction. I cannot jeopardize Ergo and his companions. However, the art of yin-yang ghost techniques could be taught to them, albeit with significant side effects. Those who cultivate ghostly arts, constantly interacting with negative energy, are seldom granted longevity. Brother Jian, just teach us a move or two. If trouble arises again, we can assist you, can't we? They urged, enthusiasm radiating from their faces. Indeed, Brother Jian. We will follow your guidance unerringly. They chimed in. Thinking back, I was once pressed by a ghost during my childhood. If I had possessed such skills, perhaps the tables would have turned. Their animated chatter filled the air with dreams of future scenarios where they wielded mystical arts. I could only shake my head, slowly grasping why major sects impose such strict requirements on the study of foundational techniques and talismans. Cultivating methods necessitates a corresponding cultivation of the mind. Those who pursue the path solely for the sake of power inevitably stray from their true course. Very well, I will endeavor to find a way for all of you. For now, practice the burst fist. One cannot chew more than one can swallow. Once you have cultivated your inner strength, I shall impart upon you the Daoist internal cultivation techniques. I had spent countless nights and dreams practicing punches to cultivate my inner strength. Achieving this in reality would require months of dedication. Though the group appeared somewhat disappointed, their spirits quickly lifted as they energetically departed in their van, presumably seeking a place to train. Youth is indeed a splendid thing. I returned indoors to find Bai Qi lazily sprawled on the sofa, nonchalantly wagging his tail. Huang Xue, wrapped in bandages, sat at the table, engrossed in her drawing. What could Huang Xue be creating? I approached with a smile, only to have her snatch up her drawing and flee, refusing to let me see. This child. The smile gradually faded. It was when he picked up the drawing paper that I discerned with a discerning eye that it depicted the ghostly mother. Dark clouds loomed overhead as she stood atop a high building, her dark hair dancing wildly as she reached out to touch the sky. The painting was remarkably lifelike. Leaving the tranquil Sakura Sanatorium to return to Ting Tang Road, I found my little shop far more comfortable than the sanatorium. As I approached the entrance, I spotted a Daoist in blue wandering the street. Cold Daoist? Have you come to demand the rice altar and incense burner? I had bought breakfast, clutching steamed buns and fried dough sticks. Would you like to come in and sit for a while? Upon seeing me, Cold Qing Xian wore an expression of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost, and after a moment, he regained his composure. You're not dead? I frowned, taken aback by his words. What nonsense are you talking about so early in the morning? Would you like some buns? No, thank you. Cold Qing Xian waved his sleeve, scrutinizing me. Lu Chun and Lu Jin have not returned all night. I'm somewhat worried. They mentioned they were going to find you. I don't know. Oh, Lu Jin is dead, and Lu Chun is probably not faring much better. I nonchalantly bit into my bun. Yesterday, they had brought me to Nuhu High School for a heart-wrenching inquiry, and as a result, the ghostly mother had appeared. The two esteemed disciples of Miao Zhan Dao had acted gallantly. Lu Jin fought bravely and fell. Lu Chun selflessly led the ghostly mother away. Such self-sacrificing deeds are truly admirable. Cold Qing Xian cast me a doubtful glance. You're not deceiving me, are you? This time, both Mao Shan and Miao Zhan Dao have come to Jiangqing. If something happens to the disciples of Miao Zhan Dao, I will inevitably be questioned by my sect. I hope, at that time, Cold Daoist can speak a few good words on my behalf. Feeling a deep sense of guilt and unrest due to the incident concerning the Miao Zhan Dao, I decided not to keep him any longer. I shall not see you off. After swallowing the last bite of my bun, I opened the shop door and stepped inside, still able to hear Cold Qing Xian's murmurs. You're troubled, yet still eating so greedily? Ah, never mind. I should return to the mountain and report back. Lu Jin was the foremost disciple of the 9th generation of Miao Zhan Dao, and his death would undoubtedly cause a great upheaval in Jiangqing. No one could remain unscathed. I was uncertain whether Cold Qing Xian's words were intended for my ears alone. By the time I emerged with the incense burner, the Mao Shanin master had already departed. After the heart-wrenching inquiry, Miao Zhan Dao should not suspect that I had secretly learned their sacred arts. However, it seemed that their enmity with the ghostly mother would undoubtedly be a relentless struggle. I felt a twinge of concern for the ghostly mother, yet I was fully aware that such worries were entirely unwarranted. The disparity in our levels was far too great. This chasm could not be bridged by a few talismans or external schemes. When the enemy comes, one must fight. When the water rises, one must seek refuge in the earth. Why ponder so much? Wasting no more time, I retreated indoors to cultivate the Miaozhen sacred arts, enhancing my yang pulse in preparation for the 11th live broadcast tonight. A cold wind swept in from the window. Autumn had now arrived, bringing with it earlier nights and longer darkness, which was not good news for me. After a day of cultivation and a hearty dinner, I gathered all my live streaming equipment, holding the large-screen phone for the Underworld showcase, and waited patiently. The clock struck 8. A pale yet resolute reflection of myself stared back from the screen, illuminated by a faint cold light. Hello? Is this Gao Jian? It is I. We have met before. Can you take me out from here? Where are you now? I'm in a well. Chapter 4:23, The Death Train. Have we met? In a well? I began to extract the key points from the other person's words, recalling every individual I had encountered connected to the well. Could it be the elderly couple from the Anshin Inn? No, they were detained at the police station and had not perished. I systematically eliminated potential candidates. my brow furrowing as the voice on the other end grew increasingly familiar. Or had I met him before? Just as I was poised to ask further questions, the tone of the caller abruptly shifted to urgency. You will come, won't you? You must come. The call ended swiftly, leaving me bewildered, scratching my head. This person knew my name, Gao Jian, and the voice resonated with familiarity, yet I could not recall where I had encountered him. Ding! A new message appeared in my mailbox. A task for the Underworld Showcase had arrived. The depths of the city were dark and foreboding, harboring sinister occurrences. The subway of Jiang City traversed the metropolis. Some claimed that the last train was a death express, with its terminus being the underworld. Do you believe in the existence of the underworld? Perhaps you should take a ride on the train that crosses into the past. You may discover that the fears you once faced are trivial when confronted with the repugnant aspects of the past, now cloaked in the guise of the future. Only then will you understand that those who chase shadows are themselves but shadows. The live broadcast task commenced at midnight. Entering the Jiang City North Suburb subway station under the guise of luxing. Successfully alighting from the last train would signify the completion of the task. Optional Task 1. Successfully disguise as luxing without raising suspicion. Reward, 5 points. Optional Task 2. Earn 1 point for each dual-faced Buddha statue destroyed. Optional Task 3. Optional Task 4. Note: the Underworld Showcase has a special assistance hotline, which is free for the first call. Subsequent calls will require 10 points. After reading the task message for the Underworld Showcase, my brow furrowed even deeper. A death express? I was to ride the subway? The subway is not like a bus. In the event of an emergency, one cannot simply jump off. This live broadcast may be set in the underground subway of the city, merely a means of transportation to that place. With such ominous implications, could it truly be a journey to the underworld? To be candid, despite my encounters with various specters, I still do not believe in the existence of an underworld. The Underworld Showcase even required me to masquerade as luxing for the broadcast, with an optional task explicitly stating that successful disguise would yield 5 points. Coupled with the second optional task of earning 1 point for each dual-faced Buddha statue destroyed, it seemed this broadcast would likely involve confronting the dual-faced Buddha. I pondered deeply, contemplating the deception required to assume luxing's identity and the destruction of the Buddha statues. The Underworld Showcase was indeed treacherous. After a prolonged contemplation, a wry smile crept across my face. It was fortunate that a successful disguise was imperative, otherwise, my fate would be dire if discovered. Given that luxing and I bore little resemblance, how could I possibly impersonate him? I reread the message repeatedly, noting that one detail caught my attention. There were 4 optional tasks listed for this broadcast, yet the last 2 were merely question marks, devoid of any task content. Such a situation was unprecedented in my previous broadcasts, leaving me uncertain. Familiar figures, well, train, underground, dual-faced Buddha. I inscribed these keywords on a piece of paper. After finishing half a pack of cigarettes, I remained at a loss. As the clock approached 8:40, I finally opened my computer to hastily search for information regarding the Jiang City subway. Unveiling the haunting incident of Jiangqing Metro, one must never board the final train of souls. The specter reappears as I reminisce about my years of begging in the Jiangqing Metro. The account of 12 workers who perished in the subway has returned, complete with recorded evidence. Perusing a few posts, I found that most were merely fabrications designed to attract attention, riddled with inconsistencies upon closer examination. After a search of several minutes, I finally discovered credible information on the official website of the Jiangqing Metro Line Network Center. Firstly, there were 2 complaint posts. The first was from a Mr. Wu, who, after a night of drinking, found himself disoriented and attempted to take the last train home. According to his account, the lighting was dim, and just as he was about to board, he was pushed aside by someone who appeared to be a staff member. Consequently, the train departed, leaving Mr. Wu to spend the night at the station. When he awoke the next day, he was afflicted with severe chills and bruises, having fallen ill. The second post came from a mother whose daughter had run away from home and subsequently vanished. After reporting her disappearance, the police discovered that the last known location of her daughter was at a specific metro station in Jiangqing. The authorities spent 3 days reviewing surveillance footage but found no trace of the girl, ultimately concluding that she had entered the station and never exited again. These 2 accounts were indeed intriguing. The inebriated man, pushed from the train and suffering from chills, bore symptoms akin to being possessed by malevolent energy, while the missing girl's fate after entering the station warrants deep contemplation. Continuing my search, I was astonished to find the information I sought on the official website. As I scrolled through various posts, it became evident that many peculiar occurrences had taken place at the Jiangxing metro station. Residents living nearby reported sightings of individuals heading to the station late at night, while others claimed to have seen flickering lights and heard cacophonous sounds in stations that had long ceased operations. Among all the eerie tales, the most widely circulated was that even after the station's operations had concluded and all signs were posted, a train would still pass through the underground, this being the legendary ghost train. Intrigued, I gathered my belongings, the Beidou talisman, the Qinghui chanting amulets bestowed by Lu Xiaozi, and several suppression talismans I obtained from Lu Jin. With my brooch affixed and my large-screen phone in hand, ensuring I had not forgotten anything, I departed from the small shop. Upon arriving at the Jiangxing North Suburban Metro Station at 9:30 in the evening, I realized that I seldom traveled by subway, as the limitations posed by public transport were significant for someone in my unique profession. The North Suburban Station was modest in size, incomparable to those in the city center. Descending the stairs, I traversed a corridor of roughly 10 meters, and upon reaching the end, the space opened up to reveal several automated ticket machines prominently displayed. Opposite them, a chaotic array of ATMs, currency exchange machines, and food and beverage vending machines were scattered about. Though small, it was well equipped. "May I assist you?" a staff member inquired as I aimlessly wandered, my unusual behavior standing out in the sparsely populated station. "No, I'm just here to pick up my daughter. It's her first time taking the subway alone, and I'm a bit anxious." I devised a pretext to evade the situation, but unexpectedly, this diligent staff member not only lingered but also pulled me aside. "Sir, you don't appear to be very old. How old is your daughter?" he inquired. "We have a clear regulation that children under 8 cannot ride the subway unaccompanied." "Oh, my daughter is 11, in the 5th grade. I just look younger than I am," I replied casually, crafting a few fabrications. I withdrew my gaze and obediently settled into a chair, allowing time to pass. "Your daughter is already 11? It's hard to tell," the staff member remarked, revealing a bright smile. "I sincerely apologize. We recently experienced some incidents here, which has made everyone rather on edge." As he turned to leave, my eyes darted back. "Wait, what incidents have occurred? Is it unsafe for my daughter to ride the subway alone?" "Rest assured, passenger safety is not an issue," he replied, though his smile gradually faded. "However, during this time, it would be best not to let your daughter travel alone on the subway." "What happened?" I glanced at his name tag, Feng Minglong. In truth, this matter was not directly related to the subway station. With great difficulty, Feng Minglong managed to muster a semblance of a smile. "Just a few days ago, someone committed suicide at the subway station late at night. And it was not just one person. Suicide. My astonishment stemmed from my lack of awareness of any such news online. It seemed the authorities had suppressed the information. Chapter 424. The last train. I turned to Feng Minglong. "Could you elaborate?" He hesitated for a moment, pointing to the surveillance camera above. "I'm afraid we have regulations against disclosing such matters to outsiders. You are staff at the subway station, and we are passengers. If there truly have been suicides here, how can I feel secure letting my daughter ride the subway?" I was not trying to be difficult. I merely sought to extract useful information from this staff member. "All right, but please refrain from spreading this around. It's not a significant matter. We simply wish to avoid misinterpretations of the subway station's image." Feng Minglong glanced around. The evening rush hour had long passed, and the station was nearly deserted. He chose to sit beside me, turning his head to speak softly. "It has been about a week now. That day happened to be my shift. Our subway station, being the last stop in the northern suburbs, typically closes later, around 11 o'clock. Under normal circumstances, we cease operations at 11:15. However, that day was unusual. A man had left his bag behind at the station. He, like you, was waiting to pick someone up. He lingered until the subway ceased operations, only to leave at the last moment. Surprisingly, just as we were about to close, he returned, claiming he had forgotten his bag. And then, I probed, trying to discern the deeper meaning behind Feng Minglong's words, his expression calm. The man then rushed into the tunnel. If it weren't for him, we might never have discovered the bodies hidden deep within the tunnel. Feng Minglong seemed to recall something horrifying, his pupils trembling slightly. He took a breath and continued. "It was tragic. There were possibly 3 bodies. I did not dare to look closely. I was so frightened that my legs went weak. After all, it was my first encounter with a corpse." "Did you report it to the police?" "No. I was the man who went looking for the bag." Feng Minglong, feeling a lingering sense of dread, was subsequently taken away by the police. On that fateful night, 3 or 4 police cars arrived, employing blue protective bags to transport the bodies. The official explanation provided later by the authorities was that these individuals had succumbed to suicide. Do you know the peculiar man's name? Or is there anything distinctive about his appearance? He appeared quite ordinary, lacking any remarkable features. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked that the only oddity was the evident panic in the man's demeanor, as he occasionally muttered phrases such as "I am running out of time" or "the Buddha is calling him." The Buddha? You heard correctly. Nonchalantly, I extracted a cheap cigarette and began to ponder whether these suspected suicides were merely a ruse of the dual-faced Buddha. Phonetically, it certainly seemed plausible. Feng Minglong politely tapped my hand, stating, "Sir, smoking is prohibited here." "My apologies," I replied, retracting the cigarette case. "Aside from this, has anything else occurred?" "Nothing significant. Though reviewing the surveillance footage reveals that recently, after the subway station closes, individuals have been sneaking in. Occasionally, shadows can be seen on the monitors. Yet the station's belongings remain untouched. Would you not agree this is rather strange?" Feng Minglong, somewhat exasperated, mentioned that numerous trivial legends about the subway circulate online, and he suspected them to be the handiwork of internet pranksters. "Indeed, that is a possibility," I nodded, refraining from further inquiry. From our earlier conversation, I had gleaned ample information, and given the constraints of this live broadcast, it seemed prudent to devise a thorough plan. As I gazed into the pitch-black tunnel, I leaned back in my chair and casually grabbed 2 newspapers from the complimentary distribution area to shield my face. The heart of every parent is filled with compassion. Feng Minglong stood up and, after a short distance, called out to me, "Sir, what is your daughter's name? Perhaps I could assist you in locating her when the train arrives." "Thank you, but it is unnecessary," I replied. "Passengers are akin to deities. It is our duty to assist." Feng Minglong appeared to possess an innate kindness. I furrowed my brow and peered from behind the newspapers, stating, "My daughter's name is Lufeng, and I am Luxing." Before long, it was 10:40. I glanced at the subway schedule. In 10 minutes, the final train would depart. Despite the prolonged wait, I did not exhibit any signs of impatience, which seemed to cause Feng Minglong, who had been discreetly observing me from a distance, to feel a twinge of concern. My demeanor did not align with that of a person awaiting their daughter. He hesitated several times, contemplating approaching me, but ultimately decided against it. Instead, sitting at the consultation desk, sipping tea while stealing furtive glances in my direction. I had no desire to feign emotions in front of Feng Minglong. The daughter I mentioned was merely a fabrication, a lie that would inevitably be exposed. Time passed slowly, and at 10:47, the train had yet to arrive when the announcement blared. "The train bound for Jiangxing South Station has departed. Passengers are advised not to enter the station." "Is there not still a final train?" I set down the newspaper. Given the live broadcast task, I could not afford to be careless and approached the consultation desk. "Was not the last train scheduled for 10:50? Why has the announcement declared it out of service?" "That is quite normal," Feng Minglong replied with a smile. "To prevent passengers from purchasing tickets only to miss the last train, we provide advance notice of the service cessation, especially for those transferring from other lines. Many regular subway riders are well aware of the last train's scheduled departure. Of course, from our station's perspective, I must gently advise you not to take the last train." "Why?" Feng Minglong, a staff member at the train station, uttered words that stirred within me a profound sensation. Could the tales circulating online truly hold a semblance of truth? Is the last train indeed a spectral conveyance, ferrying the souls of the wrongfully perished directly to the underworld? "You are overthinking it," Feng Minglong replied, somewhat bemused. "The intervals between trains at night can be quite lengthy, and some lines may have ceased operations. To prevent passengers from being stranded and needing to process refunds, we advise against taking the last train." "Oh, I see," I responded, glancing toward the platform where 4 or 5 individuals remained. "I won't disturb you further." As we conversed, a thunderous sound echoed from the tunnel, announcing the arrival of the last train. The broadcast ceased, and staff began preparing for the train's cessation of service. I sauntered over, employing my innate energy to invoke my discerning sight. Observing each passenger's appearance and subtle actions, I meticulously analyzed their characteristics, only to ascertain that they were all ordinary individuals. Under my discerning gaze, it is challenging for apparitions to masquerade. I scrutinized the scene multiple times, but found nothing amiss. This was merely an ordinary train, inhabited by regular passengers. Could such a train lead to the lair of the dual-faced deity? I examined the train schedule before me, confirming that this was indeed the last train in the conventional sense. Boarding it seemed to promise the completion of my live streaming task. Yet, something felt amiss. It wasn't even 11 o'clock yet, and the broadcast had yet to commence. The train I intended to board could not possibly be this one. Years of accumulated experience from previous broadcasts instilled in me a sense of patience. I retrieved my phone. Through the screen, I could see Feng Minglong intently observing me from the consultation desk. Recent peculiar occurrences at the subway station had certainly caught his attention regarding my odd behavior. Was I to board the train, disembark at the next station, and then return here? Just as I teetered on indecision, my phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed none other than Tai Ningxiang. "Senior, what brings you to contact me at this late hour?" I inquired. "Do you recall the body we discovered in the morgue at Central Hospital?" Her tone was grave, suggesting troubling news. "Yes, I remember. Have they apprehended the murderer?" I felt a rush of urgency, as I was about to commence my live stream and could not afford any disruptions. A new victim has emerged, killed in the same manner as before, their abdomen sliced open, and the perpetrator appears to possess claws akin to those of a beast. "Senior, I have matters to attend to. Can we discuss this at dawn? The victim resides next to your adult shop. The body has been moved. I now suspect the real target of the murderer is you." Chapter 425. The partition. The thought that I might be the intended victim sent my mind racing as I contemplated the plausibility of such a theory. Adjacent to my small shop is a restaurant where I often purchase meals, preferring to avoid the hassle of cooking. The proprietor is a kindly, rotund man in his 40s, who has a daughter studying out of town and a graceful, devoted wife. As I recalled the details of the restaurant owner, I picked up the phone. "Who reported the incident? What was the time of death?" I understood all too well that if the modus operandi mirrored that of the body found in the hospital morgue, the assailant was likely the blood fox. As for the reasons behind its fixation on me, there could be numerous explanations. A delivery person accepted an order and, upon entering the kitchen, discovered the owner had already succumbed to death, likely around 9 o'clock. Upon hearing this from Tai Ningxiang, a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I had left the adult store at 8:50. Nearly coinciding with the timing of the blood fox's ghastly presence. How fortunate I was. The strength of the blood fox far exceeds my own. In a direct confrontation, I would stand little chance, with a 90% likelihood of meeting my demise at its fangs. If you truly cannot spare the time, then so be it. I merely wished to offer a word of caution. From the other end of the phone, Tai Ningxiang expressed her concern, urging me to remain safe. Hoping this was merely a coincidence. After Tai Ningxiang hung up, I realized I had missed the last train, leaving me alone on the platform. The blood fox had ventured out tonight, taking the life of the restaurant owner next door. Was this an act of defiance, or was slaughter merely a commonplace occurrence for it? Executed without the need for justification? There exists a vast chasm between humans and animals, and the blood fox ghoul, in certain respects, is even more savage than beasts. Fortunately, Bai Qi and Wang Yu had been placed in the serene Sakura Sanatorium, narrowly escaping disaster. Otherwise, the situation would be far more unpredictable. Would the ghostly mother seek vengeance for Wang Yu's demise? If the blood fox and the ghostly mother were to clash, what chance would there be? Of course, such thoughts remain confined to my mind. I could never use Wang Yu as bait to provoke a conflict between the ghostly mother and the blood fox. That child has already suffered enough. I cannot bring further harm upon him for my own protection. Would the blood fox ghoul pursue me relentlessly if its hunt were to fail? It seems that the anticipated adversaries this night are multiplying. I gazed at the desolate platform, my expression deep and tranquil, unperturbed by the blood fox's presence. Long ago, I came to understand a fundamental truth. Unrelenting fear and trepidation alter nothing. "Mr. Lu, did your daughter take another mode of transportation?" "Our line has ceased operations." Feng Minglong approached from the consultation desk, his gaze now tinged with a hint of wariness. "Indeed. That was the final train." "Ah, I see," I replied, raising my phone. My wife had just informed me that our daughter had arrived home safely, without having taken the subway. A false alarm. Feng Minglong exhaled in relief. "That is good. I shall not intrude further." With my phone in hand, I decisively departed. Casting a glance around the subway station, aside from Feng Minglong, the only other soul was an elderly homeless man huddled in the corridor outside the fare zone. So few people. After exiting the fare area, I tossed the homeless man 10 yuan, hastening my steps into the restroom outside the fare zone. My pace was swift, so much so that even the dazed and listless homeless man failed to notice my presence. Now, all that remained was to wait. The live streaming task required me to commence by midnight. While the subway ceased operations around 11:10, I would only have the opportunity to broadcast once those staff members departed. I hoped the blood fox would not pursue me. Nonetheless, deep within, I harbored an ominous premonition. According to Master Xianqing, in order for the blood fox ghoul to regain its peak strength, it must consume copious amounts of fresh blood. Recently, it had indeed been on a spree. The corpse at the Central Hospital morgue was only one discovered by the police. How many more bodies had gone unnoticed by the Jiangxing police? Perhaps the blood fox had already restored itself to a considerable extent, which is why it had come to seek me out. My thoughts delved into the ethereal realm, seeking to communicate with the divine essence that had graced my consciousness. Yet after a prolonged silence, I relinquished my endeavor. Life seldom unfolds as desired. It is often fraught with disappointments. Thus, I tread each step with cautious optimism. Upon entering the public restroom, I moved stealthily to the last stall, refraining from uttering a sound until the automatic lights in the corridor extinguished completely. Only then did I retrieve my phone, delving into the messages regarding my live streaming task, pondering the profound implications woven within their words. Enveloped in darkness, I unexpectedly felt a long-lost sense of security. After a considerable interval, footsteps echoed as someone entered the restroom. I held my breath, straining to discern the sounds as they traversed the stalls, tapping on several doors to ascertain their vacancy before departing. The lights dimmed once more, casting the restroom into shadows. The sound of polished shoes suggested the presence of staff, indicating that the subway station would soon lock its doors. I remained patient. Though an unexpected commotion outside piqued my curiosity, someone appeared to be running hastily before tumbling to the ground. Yet, my priority was the live stream, compelling me to suppress my impulse to investigate. Moments later, tranquility returned outside, and I glanced at my watch. It was 11:11 p.m. To avoid any unforeseen mishaps, I resolved to wait until 11:40 p.m. before emerging. Patience is an essential virtue for a hunter, and I have always excelled in this regard. In the enveloping darkness, I regulated my breathing as time slipped away. At last, the clock struck 11:40. I stretched my limbs, straightened my posture, and retrieved my large-screen phone adorned with a brooch, recognizing that a live broadcast was less conducive to communication with my audience. In most circumstances, a first-person perspective would suffice. With a smile, I inserted the mobile encoding stick and activated the camera function, connecting to the barrage of comments, stabilizing the image. Was I ready to commence the live stream? Affirmative. Welcome, Teletubby Murdered, to the live stream. Welcome, Teeling Biaoyi. As the picture stabilized, my figure materialized before the audience. Live life with a smile, I encouraged. As donations flooded in. Super Terror live stream, 999 nether coins. Dear host, I am the one who was abandoned by my girlfriend during the last stream, contemplating suicide. Thanks to the enlightenment of my audience, I have found clarity and resolve to live strong. A true man stands tall. What need have I for a partner? And thus, another viewer had succumbed to the madness of this live stream. Shall we exchange experiences, dear friend? Did you hide your girlfriend in a refrigerator or a cupboard? Your minds are rather dark. To whoever it may concern, I support you. A true man should exude such audacity. Is it so wrong to prefer male companionship now? We understand that heterosexual love is for procreation. True love lies in same-sex relationships. Welcome to our Futanari Association. Live life with a smile, I reiterated. As donations continued to pour in. Super Terror livestream. What does Futa mean? Teletubby Murdered. Please halt. Let us put an end to this line of questioning. Your conversation has taken a rather bizarre turn. Within mere minutes of commencing the stream, viewer engagement surged, reaching over 5,000 before the growth plateaued. The barrage of comments was relentless, overwhelming my ability to keep pace. I could not discern whether this influx was due to my previous streams or if the beautiful host had played a role in my sudden popularity. Contemplating this, a glint of apprehension crossed my mind. Should she dare to divulge my circumstances, the repercussions would be dire. I could only hope she would not act so foolishly. I rubbed my face to invigorate myself and turned my gaze towards the live broadcast room, welcoming everyone to the super thrilling live stream. Before we commence today's session, I must convey to you that beneath every city lies the most malevolent and sordid of secrets. Today, let us embark on a journey aboard the train of death to delve into the darkest recesses of this world, a realm that remains concealed from the light of day. Perhaps you are also curious if the places where sunlight can never penetrate are indeed what we call the underworld. Upon concluding my statement, I glanced at the barrage of comments from viewers, their emotions evidently stirred. I currently find myself in a public restroom at the subway station in the northern suburbs of Jiang City. The entrance to the subway station is securely locked, and I am about to lead you all inside. As I prepared to push open the stall door, I suddenly noticed something unusual on the screen. A faint, cold light illuminated a human head resting on the partition beside me, silently gazing in my direction. Chapter 426. As shadows follow with a resounding thud, my phone fell to the ground, and the instant our eyes met, every hair on my body stood on end. Fear descended upon me without warning, leaving me utterly unprepared. The phone screen lay face down in the pitch blackness of the restroom, yet I could feel that head still watching me. When did it arrive? How long had it been observing me from the shadows? What was its purpose? Damn it, I had been completely oblivious. Goosebumps prickled my neck as I contemplated the unsettling thought. I slowed my movements, not wishing to incite any unnecessary misunderstandings. I picked up my phone, increased the brightness, and aimed it at the other side of the stall. The eyebrows were thin, the face unremarkable, and a warm smile lingered on the lips. I had seen this face numerous times tonight. It belonged to Feng Minglong. Ah, so it is you. What is going on? I thought to myself cautiously, though my expression remained relaxed. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? The subway station is locked. Why haven't you left? What are you plotting by hiding in the restroom? Feng Minglong's voice, compared to before, now carried an unsettling change. Do not misunderstand me. I am not a thief. Did you see this phone? I pointed at the live stream on the screen, not attempting to conceal anything. In truth, I am a paranormal host, here tonight at the subway station as per the requests of online viewers, to investigate the rumored Soul Train. The last train is merely a fabrication of online tales. Do you genuinely believe it? Feng Minglong leaned closer to the partition, finally able to discern the image on my phone screen, a bittersweet smile crossing his face. It is nearly midnight. You should leave at once, or I will have to call the police. He urged me to depart, yet the live stream task required me to board the last train before midnight. No matter what, I must remain here until after 12. As I scrutinized Feng Minglong, an instinct told me that something had changed within him, though I could not pinpoint what it was. The subway station locks its doors at 11:20. It is now 11:50. Why haven't you finished your shift? I'm on the night shift. Feng Minglong spread his hands in resignation. Recently, there have been numerous incidents of individuals committing suicide here late at night. The subway surveillance has repeatedly captured shadowy figures in the dead of night, leaving management with no choice but to assign someone to stay overnight. This is the sorrow of working within the system. Even without compensation, we must comply. In my perspective, Feng Minglong's exclamation seemed more akin to a diversion from the topic at hand. I chose not to pursue his line of questioning and instead continued, inquiring about his arrival and the duration of his vigil. The corridor was illuminated by sound-activated lights, and I had remained concealed in the shadows. Just as I had taken refuge in the restroom, someone had entered and knocked on the door, after which no one else followed. My auditory senses were keen, making it difficult for anyone to deceive me. Yet, the reality was that Feng Minglong had not only outsmarted me, but had also been silently observing me in the darkness until I activated my phone to commence the live broadcast from the Underworld show. Had it not been for the screen inadvertently capturing his presence, I might have remained oblivious to the head appearing from the adjacent stall. Feng Minglong appeared somewhat embarrassed, admitting that upon my earlier entrance, he noticed the last stall was locked, prompting him to crouch beside it to discern the situation. Who is being furtive here? I retorted. You, standing silently beside me, are the one acting suspiciously. Clutching my phone, I conceded a minor fault, promising to depart by midnight, urging him not to involve the authorities. I momentarily placated Feng Minglong and pushed open the restroom door to exit. Why must you wait until midnight? I queried. If you do not leave soon, I shall truly have to call the police. Feng Minglong emerged from the stall, and I cast a discreet glance at him. His attire and demeanor remained unchanged, yet something within him had undoubtedly transformed. Upon reaching the restroom's entrance, I halted abruptly, my nostrils flaring as a faint metallic scent wafted toward me. I advise you against any impulsive actions, I cautioned, as Feng Minglong took a step back, increasing the distance between us. Perplexed, I regarded him, stepping outside, my pupils constricting into pinpricks. The once pristine platform was now marred by pools of fresh blood. How could such a drastic alteration occur in less than an hour of my concealment? Was Feng Minglong the perpetrator? I spun around suddenly, only to find Feng Minglong's complexion ashen, trembling as he pointed a quivering finger at the bloodstains, struggling to articulate a coherent thought. His demeanor did not suggest pretense. This blood was not his doing. When I first sought refuge in the restroom, I had heard a cacophony of noise outside, perhaps the sound of something heavy falling. Yet no anguished cries of the living reached my ears. At that moment, a beggar had also been present in the subway station. Searching the area yielded only scattered bloodstains. But the beggar was nowhere to be found. If this blood was indeed human, then where had the body been concealed? The situation within the subway station was exceedingly strange. Scarcely an hour had elapsed, yet the restroom and its surroundings had transformed into two disparate realms, as if a mass murder had just transpired. Furrowing my brow, I tread cautiously among the bloodied trails, the yellow caution tape now obscured by the crimson stains, leading ominously into the fair collection zone. Did you hear anything unusual just now? I turned to inquire of Feng Minglong. His presence felt particularly unsettling, yet he bore no traces of blood, nor did he resemble a murderer. I did not hear anything. I was merely observing you, he replied. Observing? I paused, finding the term somewhat awkward coming from a staff member. You must call the police immediately. I will investigate the fair collection area. With a swift leap over the fence, I illuminated the ground with my phone, following the trail of blood that led me to the mouth of a tunnel. The inky darkness of the passageway concealed its destination. While a clock affixed to the wall appeared to be broken, its hands frozen at 11:11. Could the murderer have emerged from this tunnel? It was a possibility. I had been speaking to myself when suddenly, Feng Minglong interjected, causing my heart to leap in my chest as I shot him a glare. Did I not instruct you to call the police? Do not come any closer. It is perilous here. I have already alerted them. The exit door remains unlocked. Let us depart together. After overcoming his initial fear, Feng Minglong had gradually regained his composure. You wait outside for me. I shall emerge shortly. I neither outright rejected nor readily acquiesced. The live stream had only a few minutes left before it concluded, and I needed to remain until after midnight to leave without trepidation. Peering into the tunnel, I observed the gruesome bloodstains that veered off at a bend, ultimately halting behind a massive advertisement board. As I cautiously approached, my acute hearing began to pick up the unsettling sound of gnawing, each collision of sharp teeth against bone sending chills down my spine. An ominous premonition gripped me, knitting my brows together. Had it not been for the live stream, I would have fled this place immediately. I hope my fears were unfounded. Step by step, I edged closer to the advertisement, treading on the mottled bloodstains, the sticky soles of my shoes seemingly dragging time to a standstill. It felt like an eternity before I finally reached the rear of the billboard. The vibrant colors of the advertisement's back were smeared with fresh blood, creating a scene reminiscent of a brutal rain of crimson that sent shivers through me, leaving my calves weak. A grotesquely disfigured face was tilted upwards, its clothing stripped away, the body nearly eviscerated, with a gaping hole where the heart should be, as though something vital had been lost. A heart? The moment I laid eyes on the corpse, a roar echoed in my mind, instantly heightening my alertness. At that same moment, a pungent scent of blood surged into my nostrils, prompting me to instinctively lunge forward. A flash of cold light sliced through the air as the colorful advertisement was torn apart by the claws of a creature. The visage of the star depicted on the ad was shredded into fragments. Trembling with trepidation, I glanced around while retreating. Suddenly, I noticed an unexpected addition atop the mangled corpse, a vibrant blood fox, tilting its head at me, its blood-stained eyes brimming with a murderous intent. Chapter 4:27, The Endless Train. The blood fox had indeed pursued me. My earlier foreboding had manifested into reality. The fox's ability to locate me at the adult store indicated a unique talent to track my whereabouts, likely linked to the will I had summoned in my mind. Fox, we bear no ill will towards each other. If anything, it was my actions that freed you from the constraints of the corpse-reviving lineage. It was my interference that had disrupted the ritual of Daoist Qianqing, leading to the blood fox's liberation when Yi Bing was suppressed at the crematorium by Bridge No. 3. Although the fox had transformed into a corpse, it remained astute and intelligent. Clinging to a sliver of hope, I wished to communicate with it. The blood fox, head cocked to the side, regarded me intently for a moment before casually discarding a still beating, dark red heart from its claws, its slender mouth curving into an arc. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that a fox could laugh, and in such a peculiar manner. It seemed to have penetrated the depths of my thoughts, and that smile bore a hint of derision. I understood that deceiving this fox would be an arduous task. Its gaze flitted about, inadvertently revealing the clear, bite marks on the heart. A chill surged up my spine, and I felt an instinctive urge to retreat. This fox possessed an extraordinary power, simultaneously battling both the idle Daoist and the possessed Yi Bing, its strength surpassing comprehension, despite having only recently escaped captivity. Over this period, through hunting the living and feasting upon their essence, its fur had transformed into a striking crimson, blindingly vibrant and intimidating, as though one were gazing into an endless sea of blood. Escape, I resolved in my heart, casting aside thoughts of live streaming. My mind swiftly deduced the most prudent course of action. Engaging it directly, even with all my trump cards, would yield a survival probability exceeding 90%. My only option was to flee. Failing the live streaming task would result in being pursued by the underworld showcase. Yet remaining in this moment, entangled with the blood fox, I risked the very real possibility of having my heart extracted, ending up like the mangled corpse behind the billboard. Sweat beaded on my forehead, my legs turned to lead. The pressure this fox exerted was overwhelming. It appeared to see through the human heart. Aware of my intent to escape, yet it remained unhurried, its claws delicately sifting through flesh with the grace of nobility. This fox was not afraid of my flight. It was toying with me, like a cat with a mouse. I hesitated. The only reason I narrowly evaded the blood fox's attack was due to a warning from the ethereal realm. Had I relied solely on myself, I would likely have met the same fate as the stars of the advertisement, severed from my body. "Mr. Lu, are you all right?" came the voice of Feng Minglong from behind. Initially, I had introduced myself as Lu Xing to him. "Don't come any closer. It's dangerous," I exclaimed, my mind already concocting a rather sinister plan to use Feng Minglong to buy myself some time. Even a second or two would significantly enhance my chances of escape. As for Feng Minglong's fate, I had little concern. Ever since he had silently stared at me in the darkness for an interminable half hour, I had placed him on my list of threats. This fellow was undoubtedly suspicious. To elaborate would take much longer. In reality, these thoughts flitted through my mind in the blink of an eye. After shouting, I did not hesitate, propelling myself backward. Before Feng Minglong could comprehend the situation, I had surpassed him, racing towards the exit. "Run! The fox is killing!" I shouted. "A fox?" Feng Minglong stared blankly at the bloodstains, when suddenly, a flash of red emerged from behind the billboard, and an unforeseen event unfolded before both our eyes. The blood fox, without a glance at Feng Minglong, leapt high, almost brushing against his shoulder, and in an instant, it had darted ahead of me. The sole exit in the charging area was obstructed by the blood fox, which licked the blood from its claws, eyeing me with keen interest. "What is that creature? Why does it not kill you?" Feng Minglong and I spoke in unison, both recognizing a hint of bewilderment on each other's faces. After a brief pause, I was the first to respond. "This fox is a ruthless killer. The blood and corpses in the subway station are its handiwork. You narrowly escaped with me in the restroom just moments ago. Is the fox truly so terrifying? Why are we lingering here? Are there no other exits from the subway station? Perhaps a safety passage? I fear that the blood fox may be provoked." Its voice is eerily subdued. "Our northern suburb is the smallest station, with even the public restroom newly constructed, leaving us with but a singular route." Feng Minglong's words filled me with disappointment. The only path leading to the surface is obstructed by the blood fox, and to return to the upper world, we must confront it head-on. "Feng Minglong, do you have any knowledge of where these tunnels led?" I refuse to overlook any opportunity for escape. To the south lies the route to Jiangqing's southern outskirts, traversing the city. As for the northern tunnel, I am equally in the dark. You are unaware as well. I discern an unusual tone in his voice. Had it not been for the imminent peril, I would have pressed for clarity. According to Jiangqing's original urban planning, the north was to be developed into a commercial district with schools, and the underground was to connect directly with the new Hushi city. However, due to various reasons, those plans were shelved, resulting in the northern transfer station ultimately becoming a terminus. He seemed poised to say more, but upon glancing up, he noticed that the blood fox, stationed outside the fair zone, had suddenly perked its ears, its crimson eyes shifting to focus intently on the southern tunnel's exit. "What is it doing?" The blood fox's peculiar behavior captured both my and Feng Minglong's attention. One cannot underestimate the fox's acute senses. Is there something approaching from the tunnel? The clock on the wall had long since ceased ticking, and I glanced at my phone. It was 11:59. As time continued to pass, The blood fox's reactions grew increasingly strange. Its ears twitched incessantly, and its flame-like tail began to sway. After several more seconds, I sensed a tremor beneath my feet, as if something were emerging from the depths below. An earthquake? I quickly dismissed that notion as a series of cold lights flickered. Soon, the sound of rumbling filled the air, and an old-fashioned train emerged from the southern tunnel. "The final train," Feng Minglong exclaimed, while I remained composed, splitting my attention between the blood fox's corpse and the clock on the wall, which still read 11:11. Something is amiss. Sections of the train sped by. It appeared to be quite aged, resembling the green-hued trains of the 1970s and 80s. Each car seemed akin to a coffin, heavy and oppressive, with an eerie silence enveloping the interior, as if it were a flowing black underground river. With the train's arrival, the blood fox's demeanor shifted. It became agitated, lingering outside the fare zone, hesitating to enter, as if harboring a certain reverence for this unknown train. For a creature unafraid of the heavens or the earth to display hesitation speaks volumes about the train's significance. Once the roar of the engine resonated, my anxious heart finally settled. This indeed was the last train, and at least in terms of the live mission, my gamble had paid off. The sole remaining question was how to evade the blood fox and board the train alive. My gaze flitted between Feng Minglong and the blood fox. Yet no particularly brilliant idea came to mind. The speeding train gradually slowed, coming to a halt precisely at midnight. The darkened doors creaked open, yet no one disembarked. This enigmatic train stood motionless in the subway station. An empty platform, stained with remnants of blood, the open doors, and a train whose destination remained a mystery. Snap! The toll booth's barrier swung open, revealing a disheveled homeless man who ambled past the blood-red fox, entirely oblivious to his presence. Clutching a tattered bowl, the meager earnings of the day were scant. Apart from a few 50-cent and 10-cent coins, a conspicuous 10-yuan bill lay within. "You haven't died?" I observed as the homeless man approached me, stealing a glance at Feng Minglong beside me, my palms slick with perspiration. The vagrant offered no reply, merely passing by while murmuring, "It's time to board." Chapter 428. Inside the carriage, his ragged attire revealed the frayed edges of his trousers, presenting an incongruous appearance. Earlier, when I first entered the subway station, I had taken special note of him. This man appeared to be in his 50s, with an evident intellectual deficiency. Despite it being autumn, he was wrapped in a foul-smelling cotton coat and clad in patched cotton trousers. As he passed by, he spoke, his voice carrying a weight of age and hoarseness that made me realize I might have misjudged him. "Bored? Sir, this train isn't meant for just anyone." The homeless man did not respond, brushing past me and slipping into the carriage. Mr. Lu, Feng Minglong whispered beside me, "That fox seems to be watching you." I diverted my gaze from the homeless man to the blood-red fox, which was clearly wary, fixated on me with intent, hesitating as if it wished to enter. Time seemed to lose its essence at that moment. The clock on the wall remained stubbornly fixed at 11 minutes past 11. I was unsure how long had elapsed until the train behind me began to move, its doors slowly closing. There was no time to delay. I stepped back, but before my foot could touch the ground, the blood-red fox erupted in a furious display, lunging towards me, clearly intent on preventing my entry. "Feng Minglong, you board first." "I will hold it off," I urged him, giving him a shove. He grimaced, stammering, "Are you sure you want to board? We have no idea where this train even came from. Logically, the dispatch should have concluded operations by now. And most of the trains at our station are composed of 4-car C-type light rail trains, entirely different from this one. Stop with the nonsense. Do you plan to stand outside and wait for death? Hurry." I noticed the doors were nearly shut, my tone urgent. "Do you think it will follow us onto the train?" Feng Minglong voiced my greatest concern. If the blood-red fox boarded with me, I would have no escape. Being caught by it meant certain death, whether I leaped from the rapidly moving train or faced it directly. As I hesitated, the train had already begun to move. Feng Minglong shot me a glance, slipping into the carriage like a slippery eel. "Mr. Lu, I will go ahead." The doors gradually closed, the blood-red fox baring its teeth in what seemed a warning against foolish actions. I remained focused, waiting until the doors were nearly shut and the train's speed began to escalate. No more deliberation. I turned, propelled myself off the ground, and leaped into the carriage, executing the entire sequence fluidly. As I entered the train and looked back, I caught sight of the doors sealing shut, the blood-red fox on the platform, howling in frustration, sprinting after the train. Even the most cunning fox cannot outsmart a skilled host. I reveled in the fox's frenzied expression as it resembled a crimson meteor, closely trailing the train. Perhaps sensing my mockery, it abruptly leapt, vanishing from my view just as the train reached its final acceleration. Thud! A thunderous sound resonated from above, as if something had fallen upon the train's roof. I tilted my head upward, my expression darkening. This live broadcast was already fraught with challenges, and now the unpredictable variable of the blood fox complicated matters further. The train had begun its journey, departing from the platform and plunging into the inky darkness of a tunnel. Outside, a shroud of blackness obscured everything, leaving only the howling wind to fill my ears. The task of the ghostly showcase could be divided into two distinct phases. The first was to board the train before midnight, the second, to disembark alive. I had successfully completed the initial step, but the pressing concern now was how to survive aboard this train. What if the final destination truly was the underworld? A shiver coursed through me as I grasped my phone, gently activating the brooch switch before I began to survey my surroundings. This was an antiquated train, its interior remarkably clean, devoid of any clutter, and the air bore no hint of unpleasant odors. I stood at the junction connecting two carriages, my body swaying in rhythm with the train's movement. Where had the beggar and Feng Minglong vanished to? The doors of both carriages stood ajar. The northern door bore the inscription October 27th, while the southern one read October 28th. Dates? Precisely before midnight yesterday was October 28th. My recollection was vivid because this year's Gregorian October 28th coincided with the lunar September 9th, which is known as the Double Ninth Festival. Admittedly, I am not well versed in lunar calendars, but I recalled that during the last broadcast, Hebo had mentioned that day was the 6th of September, with the broadcast commencing 3 days later, hence my remembrance of September 9th. Might the significance of the Double Ninth Festival, a time when yang energy flourishes, be connected to this final train journey? I was determined not to overlook any clues lingering between the two carriages. The lights inside were extinguished, so I employed my keen perception to approach the door labeled October 27th, peering inside. A sense of oppression enveloped me. Rows of seats were occupied by silent figures, their heads bobbing with the train's motion, yet not a single word escaped their lips. I slowed my pace, endeavoring to tread softly as I cautiously entered the carriage. Recollections of Feng Minglong and the beggar flickered in my mind. As I traversed the aisle, a chilling aura emanated from either side, compelling me to resist the impulse to glance around. After walking a few meters, my palm was suddenly grasped by something. The sensation akin to plunging my fingers into icy water, chilling me to the bone. I stifled the urge to turn around and froze in place. The grip on my hand tightened, yet I sensed no malice from the entity, so I allowed it to pull me back, exiting the October 27th carriage. The moment I departed, cold sweat erupted, as if I had just emerged from a frigid plunge, my back drenched. Such an occurrence had never transpired in any previous broadcasts. I found myself devoid of the courage to even glance back. Upon leaving that carriage, warmth returned to my veins, and turning my neck, I hastily glanced at my right hand. There, a small girl held fast to me, clad in a tattered red princess dress, her face barely the size of my palm. She seemed achingly familiar. I crouched before her for a closer look, and suddenly my eyes widened. Suchin, I had seen you at the Chitsuan Maternal and Child Health Hospital. You are the girl spirit haunting Huang Xue. What brings you here? I was momentarily at a loss, utterly unprepared to encounter this little girl in the carriage on October 27th, especially after she seemed to have saved my life just moments ago. Upon hearing my voice, the girl quickly covered my mouth. Her hand felt icy, as if she had placed a block of ice against my lips. Am I not allowed to speak? I crouched down, observing her every movement. She glanced around, and upon confirming the aisle was empty, she sighed in relief, pressing a finger to my lips and gesturing towards the carriage of October 28th before swiftly returning to the October 27th carriage. What a peculiar child. I noticed that her demeanor and expression had significantly changed since our encounter at the Chitsuan Maternal and Child Health Hospital. The malevolent aura that once enveloped her had dissipated, revealing her as an ordinary girl. Previously, she had exuded a fierce, murderous intent, yet now she seemed transformed. I rubbed my lips, to be honest. Her gentle gesture of pressing her finger against my lips was quite surprising. Can a vengeful spirit exhibit such tenderness? I hesitated to enter the carriage again, but the number on the door hinted at a realization. October 27th was precisely the day Huang Xue was abducted by Lu Jin. The girl's spirit must have been tethered to Huang Xue all along. While a vengeful spirit may instill fear in others, it posed little challenge to Lu Jin, a true master of Taoism. During our confrontation on the night of October 27th, I did not perceive the girl's spirit, suggesting that it had likely been vanquished by Lu Jin, with a probability of at least 90%. However, the Taoist tradition offers numerous methods for dealing with spirits: sealing, dispersing, and the most ruthless, shattering the soul. The disparity in realms between Lu Jin and the girl was vast, given his transcendent nature. He might have merely dispersed her vengeful energy, allowing her to reincarnate. This thought sparked a realization within me as I directed my gaze towards the door of the October 20th carriage. Reincarnation on October 27th. The connection was becoming increasingly clear, yet further evidence was required to substantiate my hypothesis. This final train might indeed be destined for the underworld. As I surveyed the darkened aisle, I turned and entered the October 28th carriage. I was uncertain if I should be here, yet I had boarded the train on this very date. Upon stepping into the carriage, the sight before me elicited an involuntary gasp. The seemingly endless carriage was lined with rows of seats, each occupied by a person with their heads bowed. My legs felt numb, and I endeavored to maintain a natural demeanor as I searched the rows for my companions. Finally, I located Feng Minglong and a homeless man sitting side by side. In that row of 3 seats, Feng Minglong occupied the outermost seat while the homeless man sat at the innermost, with a disheveled woman seated between them. There were no vacant seats in the carriage. I lingered for a few seconds until one of the passengers beside me slowly raised their head, prompting me to hastily stride over to Feng Minglong and take a seat between him and the woman. 4 of us were now squeezed into 3 seats. Fortunately, none of us were particularly large, merely a bit cramped. The woman in the middle did not lift her head or speak, while Feng Minglong quietly inquired, "Mr. Lu, do you not have a seat?" I was about to ask him the same. How did he manage to find a seat? I turned my head to look at him, my gaze sharp as if I could see through him entirely. He shifted nervously, his tone shrouded in mystery. Just as we boarded the train, an odd sensation washed over me, as though this seat was intrinsically mine, as if it were fated. 1 seat for each person? A troubling thought crossed my mind, causing my expression to darken gradually. Chapter 429. Lu Xin. In this world, certain elements are predetermined, immutable despite our relentless efforts to alter them. For instance, birth and death. Each seat on the train corresponds to an individual, and I glanced into the dimly lit carriage, observing the shadowy figures with heads bowed in silence, oblivious to the scenery outside. Does bowing one's head signify resignation? I have long harbored a conjecture related to the dual-faced Buddha, touching upon the domain of life-stealers and the underworld showcase. Fate dictates life and death, 1 person, 1 seat, from birth to demise. If this is indeed destiny, then what is the essence of my existence? On this train, I feel superfluous, or perhaps even the heavens did not anticipate my presence here. While fate is inescapable, it is not entirely unalterable. I boarded the train as part of a task from the underworld showcase, which implies that, with its assistance, I have transcended certain confines during this live broadcast. For now, I am not yet worthy to partake in these matters. If we liken the underworld showcase, the dual-faced Buddha, and the karmic forces of the world to chess players, I am but a pawn in the hands of the underworld showcase. Contemplating this, I silently bowed my head and sat quietly. The live broadcast requires my survival until I disembark. Thus, I must first ascertain the train stops. The atmosphere aboard the train is undeniably eerie. Were there any alternatives, I would prefer not to linger here for a second longer. Feng Minglong once mentioned that the tunnel to the south leads to Jiangqing's southern suburbs, while the north leads to an unknown destination. North of Jiangqing lies the endless Hate Mountain, and to the northwest is the new city of Hu. What concerns me most is that the area closest to Jiangqing is the enigmatic Dual Buddha District. Will the train halt at the Dual Buddha District? The live broadcast merely stipulates that I must survive until I disembark. It does not specify how long I must remain aboard, nor does it indicate any tasks to complete during the journey. So be it, once the train stops, I shall promptly exit. As long as I can evade the Blood Fox's broadcast tonight, it will be a successful conclusion. Such thoughts are appealing. Yet I am acutely aware of the challenges involved in execution. Setting aside whether the train will stop again, merely enduring until that moment is no simple feat. With my arrival, several passengers around me exhibited varying degrees of reaction. The previously bowed heads began to rise. "Mr. Lu, perhaps you should find your seat again?" Feng Minglong hesitated, gently nudging me. His complexion was alarmingly pale. Your presence here fills me with an ominous premonition. Do you think I desire this? I replied coolly. Let us just squeeze in a bit longer. Once we reach the station, I will leave immediately. I maintained a low profile, keeping my head bowed, attempting to blend in with the other passengers. This doesn't seem right. At this moment, Feng Minglong evoked in me the image of a studious classmate from school, timidly lending a hand with homework while simultaneously fearing the teacher's wrath, blushing like an innocent maiden. I bore him no ill will. The implications of this overcrowded train were unpredictable, and the consequences could indeed be dire. His expression reflected a profound sense of helplessness, yet he assured me that he would not linger as long as he could escape. I responded with a reassuring glance. His half-leaning body obstructed the aisle, creating an awkward prominence that made him feel insecure. The furrowed brow on his face betrayed hidden panic and fear, and I felt a twinge of embarrassment for my own immobility, prompting me to shift inward. With 3 seats meant for 2, the inevitable contact with a fourth person was unavoidable. As I shifted, I brushed against a woman seated in the middle, her dark hair cascading over her thighs, a palpable chill emanating through her denim. My apologies, I murmured, my eyes downcast. I had no intention of encroaching upon her space. But Feng Minglong's insistence compelled me to inch closer, inadvertently pressing her further into the seat. Perhaps it was the disturbance of our movement, or perhaps our conversation. But the woman suddenly seemed to awaken from a reverie, lifting her head. Her dark tresses swept past her cheek as she turned to face me, and I found myself in an awkward proximity, my body nearly brushing against hers. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance, I said, then added, my name is Lu Xing. If I can endure this night, I promise to make amends. Despite my words, I remained steadfastly in place, pressed against her due to the circumstances. She lifted her gaze, murmuring my name, Lu Xing, as she gathered her hair, her pallid complexion devoid of color. Are you truly named Lu Xing? Have we met before? The coincidence seemed too improbable. Could merely uttering my name lead to encountering an acquaintance? I remained composed, scrutinizing her features. Disregarding her ashen face, she possessed an innocent beauty, with wide eyes that suggested a sheltered existence, likely still a student. As I studied her, a flicker of recognition sparked within me. She was Lu Xing, the daughter of my neighbor, the restaurant owner, who should have been studying elsewhere. How could she possibly be here? I pondered this internally, masking my surprise with a nonchalant response. I have a rather common face. Anyone might find me familiar. Is that so? Lu Xing replied, skepticism lacing her tone. But how is it that you are here? It seemed more appropriate for me to pose that question. I studied her closely, noting every shift in her expression. Our establishments were adjacent, a mere nod away, but due to the nature of my business, her father had strictly forbidden her from associating with me, eventually sending her away to study. I have only crossed paths with Lu Xing a handful of times, so it is entirely understandable that she may not recall me. Upon hearing my inquiry, her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she candidly recounted, I was studying out of town when my counselor unexpectedly contacted me tonight, informing me that my parents had met with an accident. The police urged me to return to Jiangxing immediately, prompting me to take a night bus back. That's it. You traveled by bus? Is this the very vehicle you took? I expressed my disbelief, though there seemed to be no reason for her to deceive me. Her narrative was fraught with inconsistencies. I had also lost track of time, having dozed off during the journey. She blinked, glancing around, puzzled by the absence of light. Is everyone asleep? What time is it? Surely I haven't passed my stop? Do you genuinely remember nothing at all? I scrutinized her. Did anything memorable occur on your way to Jiangxing? Lu Xing shook her head, her focus more attuned to the time. I need to check the time. I mustn't have missed my stop. As she retrieved her phone, its screen shattered, yet barely functional, I discreetly caught a glimpse of the time displayed, 10 past 11. Time had flown. It was already 11 at night, and I surmised we were nearing our destination. She stowed her phone away, oblivious to the peculiarities surrounding us. The time frozen on Lu Xing's phone read 10 past 11, while the clock on the subway station wall indicated 11:11. Why the discrepancy of a minute? Both devices had seemingly ceased to function, yet one indicated a different time. Being particularly attentive to details, I resolved to dig deeper. Think carefully. Do you recall any significant events during this journey? For instance, how did you leave the school? How did you end up on this train? Your method of conversation is rather amusing, Lu Xing remarked, shifting slightly away from me. perhaps to distance herself from my presence. I took a taxi to the long-distance bus station. I had already booked my ticket online. Wait, you were supposed to be on a bus. So why are you now on a train? As soon as I posed this question, Lu Xin fell silent, appearing momentarily caught off guard. It was as though she had been willfully ignoring these details until I brought them to light. Indeed, I booked a bus ticket. How did I end up on a train? Seeing her expression shift to one of confusion, I seized the moment to press further. Reflect on your journey from the moment you left school. What transpired? I hailed a taxi right outside the school gate. The driver was quite talkative, and everything seemed normal. Oh, I remember passing through an intersection where a taxi rear-ended another, resulting in a chain collision. The passenger in that taxi was ejected due to not wearing a seatbelt. How do you know she wasn't wearing her seatbelt? I probed. I saw it, she replied. Did you get a good look at her face? I continued to coax Lu Xin to elaborate. In the car was a female college student, with long black hair and glasses. She was on her phone, anxiously urging the driver to speed up. Lu Xin's gaze began to shift. It appeared that clarity was gradually dawning upon her. Keep going, don't stop. She wore a beige long-sleeved top paired with light blue jeans and had recently donned a new pair of shoes. Tragically, she was subsequently flung from a vehicle, landing harshly on the ground, where she sustained a wound. At that moment, a car passed by, rolling over her chest and fracturing her ribs, which pierced through the flesh, causing blood to pour forth in torrents. Indeed, I witnessed an overwhelming flow of blood. Lu Xin's voice grew increasingly frantic, nearly hysterical. More horrifyingly, as she recounted her tale, copious amounts of blood surged from her body, saturating her clothing. A gash, about 3 to 4 centimeters long, appeared just above her brow, with blood mingling with bone fragments, disfiguring her once innocent and lovely visage. Chapter 430. Ticket inspection. Upon hearing Lu Xin's account and witnessing her transformation, a myriad of thoughts flooded my mind. The female college student she had seen was, in fact, a reflection of herself in her final moments, bearing witness to the harrowing process of her own demise, a profoundly singular experience, one I had never encountered before. The Lu Xin before me had lost her sweet and charming demeanor. Her once peach-like form now appeared grotesque, as if her upper body had been crushed beneath a heavy weight, blood-soaked and clinging to her skin. In the hushed confines of the carriage, Lu Xin caused quite a commotion, causing the passengers in the adjacent rows to gently sway, their heads drooping with an inclination to rise. Lu Xin, please calm down. Frankly, the sudden and dramatic shift in the girl beside me was a considerable strain on my psychological endurance. The once pristine beauty had transformed into a bloodied corpse, and I repeatedly spoke to her in an effort to soothe her, hoping to quell her hysterical cries, though my attempts bore little fruit. Lu Xin resembled an epileptic, profoundly affected by severe shock, her voice piercingly sharp. Observing her in such torment filled me with an unsettling dread. Mr. Lu, you must silence her. If this continues, we risk awakening the entire carriage. Feng Minglong's body dangled precariously outside his seat, creating an obvious disturbance amidst the orderly arrangement. I recognized that I could not permit Lu Xin to continue her ruckus. Resolutely, I covered her mouth with one hand while cradling her against my chest, whispering reassurances that it was all an illusion, nothing but a figment of the imagination. Embracing her felt akin to holding a delicate jade sculpture, an indescribable sensation, icy and slick, as a chill coursed through my veins. Soft sobs emanated from her as I held her tightly, and only when she had fully regained her composure did I slowly release my grip. Upon glancing down again, the woman in my arms had reverted to her former self. The blood had vanished, and her forehead wound had healed, though her glasses sat askew on her nose, lending her an unexpectedly endearing quality. Have you recovered? Both Feng Minglong and I were astonished, yet the girl herself seemed oblivious to any irregularity. She pushed me away, her expression sullen as she turned her face toward the homeless man, her pallor now even more pronounced than before. Fearing that further inquiries might provoke more disturbances, I refrained from pressing her, glancing at my own attire, which bore no traces of blood. The events that had transpired felt as though they were mere phantoms. The time displayed on Lu Xin's phone was frozen at 11:10. She had witnessed her appearance at the brink of death. Thus, it was highly probable that this moment marked the time of her demise. When a person departs this world, time in the realm of the living remains suspended at that very instant. This is merely my conjecture, devoid of any substantiation. At the subway station in the northern suburbs of Jiangcheng, I occasionally glanced at the time, particularly while waiting for the train. The clock on the wall consistently displayed 11:11. Whose time of death does this signify? The homeless man? Feng Minglong? Or perhaps my own? The frozen moment seems to foreshadow the instant of demise. Contemplating this, I retrieved my phone to check the time, which read 0:16. The digits continued to shift. My time still flowed inexorably. It appears that while I sought refuge in the restroom, the others within the subway station fell victim to the blood fox, and I narrowly escaped a grim fate. This led me to another perplexity. At that moment, two individuals occupied the subway station, the homeless man and Feng Minglong. Did 11:11 represent the time of death for one of them? My inclination leans towards the homeless man, for although Feng Minglong appeared utterly composed, he had once committed an act that still sends shivers down my spine when I recall it. He had silently concealed himself above in the partition, observing me. Despite my heightened senses, an ordinary person would still be perceptible to me. Yet, within the enveloping darkness of the restroom, I was utterly oblivious to the presence of another individual standing so near. Perhaps, by then, he was no longer human. I cast a glance at Feng Minglong, who was still murmuring complaints, and another question arose. Why did he have a seat? If my assumptions are correct, this train should be populated solely by the deceased. Lu Xin perished in a car accident. The homeless man was likely slain by the blood fox. Was Feng Minglong also a victim of the blood fox? No. According to his initial account, he entered shortly after I retreated to the restroom to check for lingering passengers. He must have seen me and remained hidden in the adjacent stall, stealthily watching me. This implies he had not exited the restroom. Had he done so, I should have heard his footsteps. The entire scenario is not particularly complex. However, certain elements present logical inconsistencies that confound my understanding. Where exactly lies the flaw? The blood fox did not enter the restroom, and both Feng Minglong and I remained within. So how does he possess a seat on this train? In other words, how did he meet his demise? I glanced at Feng Minglong. He exuded an ordinary aura. Upon our initial meeting, I harbored no suspicions. His demeanor was that of a perfectly normal subway station employee. Lu Xin, upon boarding, was unaware of her own death, witnessing it from the perspective of an onlooker. This suggests that after death, one may act according to memories and obsessions from their life. With this in mind, I felt an inkling of realization. Could it be that Feng Minglong had already perished before I entered the subway station? This notion startled me. After all, I possessed the eye of judgment, and throughout our lengthy conversation, I discerned no anomalies. A chilling thought. Feng Minglong had long since died, wandering the subway station in a spectral form, seeking me out with great fervor, even observing me in the stall for an entire hour. What then? Was his purpose in such actions? The closer the distance, the more one can sense the authenticity of the moment. At this juncture, Feng Minglong was pressed closely beside me, and I could distinctly feel his fear and the unease of being thrust into an entirely unfamiliar environment. His demeanor was entirely consistent with his identity, which left me with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. I was acutely aware that he harbored issues, yet I found myself at a loss as to where to begin my inquiries to uncover a breakthrough. Why do you keep staring at me? Feng Minglong stammered, his discomfort unmistakable. He wished to distance himself from me, but, constrained by the lack of available seats, he was obliged to maintain eye contact with a grimace. Everyone has their own place. Why don't you look for yours? What should I be searching for? I countered. First, answer me this. Do you have a mobile phone or a watch or anything of that sort? Lu Xin's phone had frozen at 11:10, presumably marking the time of her demise. If I could ascertain the time frozen on Feng Minglong's device, it would effortlessly validate my hypothesis. There are no such regulations. My phone is locked away in the cabinet to prevent employees from neglecting their duties during work hours. Nonsense. I've never heard of such a rule at the subway station. As I spoke, I reached to rummage through Feng Minglong's pockets, but he helplessly raised his hand to stop me. Why are you being so unreasonable? I am doing this for your own good. Just as I was about to locate Feng Minglong's phone, an unexpected turn of events unfolded within the swaying train. From the dimly lit carriage ahead, a shadowy figure staggered towards us. The narrow aisle between the rows of seats made it difficult to move. The figure paused intermittently, glancing about as if to assess the number of passengers on board. This is bad. I could not afford to verify Feng Minglong's identity and quickly lowered my head, attempting to steady my breathing and mimic the posture of the other passengers surrounding us. Upon seeing that shadow, Feng Minglong seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. desperately squeezing himself further into his seat, lowering his head and daring not to utter a word. On October 28th, the carriage fell into a profound silence, a deathly stillness enveloping us as the shadow drew nearer. I kept my head bowed, unable to hear the footsteps, stealing glances towards the center of the aisle in the enveloping darkness. The shadow approached slowly, time stretching interminably as beads of sweat trickled down my cheeks. Chapter 431. Does good reap good? It was closer now. I held my breath, cold sweat cascading down my temples, as an innate fear surged from the depths of my being. My peripheral vision remained fixated on the aisle, and I lost track of time until a flash of blue fabric passed through my sight. Had it passed? Did it not notice me? I dared not lift my head, my eyes straining from focusing on a single point, yet I remained motionless. The blue fabric flickered past, and I counted my heartbeats. After several agonizing seconds, I finally exhaled, a wave of relief washing over me. What had that been? Why had it exerted such pressure upon me? Had Su Jin pulled me away on October 27th to evade it? I maintained my position, taking a slight breath, just as I prepared to raise my head. A deep blue shadow materialized in my line of sight once more. It was back. Trembling with trepidation, I found myself at an impasse. The very air around us seemed to thicken. What is your name? The voice that emerged was chilling, each word elongated, dripping with an unsettling coldness. I did not raise my head, attempting to evade detection, but before long, that voice resounded above me once more. What is your name? It was a woman's voice. Closer than before. I remained silent, an inexplicable dread clouding my thoughts. Moreover, the scant clues I possessed left me utterly unprepared for the next step. What is your name? The voice echoed for the third time, and to my horror, it seemed to whisper directly into my ear, penetrating my mind. I glanced sideways. Aside from Lu Xin and the trembling Feng Minglong, there was no one else. The voice pierced my consciousness, and I realized I could no longer maintain my facade. Raising my head, I endeavored to appear calm. I am Lu Xing. Our eyes met, and only then did I behold the owner of the voice. Her attire was reminiscent of what I envisioned for a stewardess, a deep blue uniform, long trousers, and long sleeves that enveloped her figure, revealing only an unremarkable face. Was this the source of my terror? I had encountered far more grotesque and menacing beings, yet I had never felt such fear. My nerves, tempered by my experiences in the underworld, had become as resilient as steel. Logically, I had no reason to be afraid. Objectively, her appearance was unremarkable and should not frighten me. So what was I truly afraid of? The human body has evolved to experience pain, fear, and trepidation as mechanisms to avoid danger. The sensation I felt now was likely an instinctual response. This woman was perilous. She could easily end my life. In a moment of mental collision, I reached this conclusion and managed to force a smile, striving to maintain my composure. Hello, I am Lu Xing. The underworld stage does not assign tasks that guarantee death, nor does it engage in futile endeavors. It required me to impersonate Lu Xing for a reason. Lu Xing? The stewardess's tone was cold and harsh as her eyes scanned the four of us seated. She recited the names of the vagrants, Lu Xin and Feng Minglong, as if their places had long been predetermined. This is not your seat. Where is your seat? I was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to respond to the stewardess's inquiry, with no room left to argue. Each seat on the train corresponded to a single individual, and as time flowed, how could there possibly be a seat for me on this sole train? Everyone has their designated place. If you cannot find yours, I can assist you. The stewardess's words were rigid and frigid, and I sensed a hint of murderous intent within them. She wished to help me find a seat? How could a living person have a seat? Unless, I dared not continue that thought. My hand gently pressed against my pocket, where I kept some talismans given by Lu Jin. With no escape on the train, if things turned hostile, I would be undoubtedly doomed. Resignation was not my style, but the situation had not yet deteriorated to that extent. I restrained the impulse to use the talismans and raised my head. Where are you going to help me find a seat? The stewardess's complexion gradually paled, and I seemed to glimpse a terrifying smile on her face. You will know if you follow me. Neither Feng Minglong nor Lu Xin dared to move. I sighed, preparing to rise when the vagrant, who had been huddled in the corner, suddenly turned his head. He rattled his broken bowl, the sound ringing clearly in the quiet train. What are you going to do? I gazed at him in astonishment, for to my surprise, the homeless man extended his grimy hand and extracted a 10-yuan note from beneath a pile of coins. He then handed the bill to the attendant and, pointing at me, softly uttered the word benevolent. This unexpected gesture left me momentarily bewildered. My initial intent in tossing 10 yuan into the beggar's bowl was far from altruistic. I sought refuge in the restroom to evade detection as the subway doors locked. At that moment, the homeless man happened to sit nearby, and fearing he might expose me, I instinctively decided to bestow a small act of kindness upon him, only to find myself misinterpreted. The attendant accepted the 10 yuan note in silence, her gaze fixed upon the homeless man. To my utter disbelief, he began to retrieve more banknotes from his tattered bowl, presenting over 10 bills to the attendant before she finally averted her gaze, satisfied. Lu Xing, let me check your name and seat. I will arrange it for you, she said before moving towards the carriage of October 27th. While the homeless man returned to his position, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. Yama is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are troublesome, I remarked, bowing in gratitude to the elderly gentleman. Even a fool could grasp the situation now. This homeless man had come to my aid, albeit likely to repay the 10 yuan I had given him. Nonetheless, in this peculiar train, he had shielded me from a misfortune. The beggar remained silent, his head bowed, lost in his own thoughts. Once the attendant had moved away, I stretched my neck and gradually relaxed, nudging Feng Minglong. Did you see that attendant who just passed by? Do you know her? How could I possibly know her? Feng Minglong replied with a grimace. For heaven's sake, just let it be and stop summoning more trouble. That is not quite fair, I countered. I am merely probing for weaknesses. Are you so willing to be subjugated by them? Without waiting for Feng Minglong's response, I continued. Let me ask you another question. Are you familiar with the old gentleman who just helped me? Old Ge? Of course I know him. The subway station is his home. I see him every day. And what of his character? I pressed on. Old Ge was once a teacher who supported impoverished students. His background was relatively decent. However, he married a wretched woman who betrayed him. In his kindness, he forgave her, but shortly after his retirement, he was diagnosed with cancer. That woman insisted on divorcing him and, in his time of need, took away his home. Childless and without a place to stay. He could not afford medical care and was left to wander, awaiting death. Feng Minglong's tone was heavy with sorrow. He lives in the subway station. We often feel pity for him and sometimes share a leftover meal during lunch. Yet, this is not a sustainable solution. Our superiors are pressuring us to remove him, fearing he might perish in our station. So he's a genuinely good person? What good does it do to be good? Feng Minglong pondered. Is there a guarantee that good people will be rewarded? Have you ever heard that saying, law-abiding citizens are burdened with worries each day, while the unscrupulous revel at night? Those who harm others for personal gain lead a life of ease, while the honest and fair go hungry. Repairing bridges and roads can blind one to the murders and arson that occur. When I reach the Western paradise, I will ask the Buddha, but he will have no solution for me either. I shook my head, gazing at the beggar's tattered bowl. You do have a point. Yet the true nature of cause and effect remains elusive. No one can definitively discern right from wrong. In this world, one simply seeks to live without guilt. I had no desire to engage in a debate with Feng Minglong. Strictly speaking, I could hardly claim to be a virtuous person. Casting a glance at the beggar, I was about to speak again when the attendant approached me once more from down the aisle. Chapter 432. Next stop, Luxing? The attendant stood beside my seat, confirming my name repeatedly before producing a yellow-covered notebook. She scribbled in it for what felt like an eternity before furrowing her brow and looking at me. I did indeed find your name on the list, but her sentence hung in the air. I felt a jolt of alarm. If the attendant had found Luxing's name on the passenger list, did that not imply that Luxing was already deceased? But what? I strained to catch every word, as this matter pertained to life and death. Luxing was supposed to board on October 29th. Why then did you appear in the carriage on October 28th? The attendant raised an eyebrow, clutching her yellow notebook. Are you truly named Luxing? Is there any doubt? I had borne this name for 2 or 3 decades. You must be certain before you answer. A name is woven into one's very essence, etched upon fate. Even if there were others with the same name, their destinies could not coincide. Should you lie, I possess numerous means to verify the truth, and at that juncture, it would be too late for regrets. The attendant emanated an aura of palpable danger. Beneath my facade, a flicker of concern lingered, yet I did not yield. A man of honor does not change his name nor alter his lineage. I am indeed Luxing. If you are truly Luxing, the one meant to board on the 29th, how could you have boarded early? Has there been some oversight? The attendant mused aloud, lost in thought. Seizing the opportunity, I interjected, after all, I boarded in the final seconds of the 28th, and prior to boarding, I was pursued by a blood-red fox. That creature seemed far from ordinary. It had likely transcended the cycle of reincarnation and may possess the ability to disrupt the order of things. A blood-red fox? As the attendant repeatedly muttered the term, I surmised that perhaps I had unwittingly stumbled upon a stroke of fortune. This bizarre train's crew must have witnessed the blood fox at the previous stop. You boarded in the last second of October 28th. Thus, it is indeed plausible that the appearance of the blood fox altered everything, the attendant remarked. Her expression becoming grotesque as her features slightly contorted, combined with her pallid visage, it rendered her quite unsettling. This is why I detest those who escape their fates and dare to defy the heavens. After what felt like an eternity, she resumed her original appearance, her features settling back into place as she seized me from my seat. Your seat is in the carriage for October 29th. Come with me, for we shall soon arrive at our destination. Upon hearing the attendant's final words, my heart raced. Nearly at the station? Did this imply I had an opportunity to disembark? If I could escape the train, my mission would be accomplished. This live broadcast was exceptionally unique. Given the choice, I would immediately flee to save my life. Remaining composed, I stood and glanced at the three remaining individuals in my seat. The beggar, Old Go, and Lu Xen, all with heads bowed in silence. While Feng Minglong stretched his back, a look of relief washing over his face. There was something distinctly unusual about Feng Minglong. Such irregularities often herald the presence of something sinister. However, I was preoccupied with my own peril, as long as he posed no threat to me. I had no intention of investigating him. Leaving my seat and following the attendant, I halted just a few steps away, my eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. Behind Lu Xin's seat sat her parents, the proprietors of a small restaurant, their heads bowed in slumber, separated from their daughter by a mere chair back. Though the distance appeared scant to the naked eye, it felt insurmountable, as neither party seemed aware of the other. No amount of commotion could capture their attention. I recalled Lu Xin's earlier narration about the anxious university student in a taxi, fervently urging the driver to accelerate, clutching a phone with a shattered screen until her last breath. Surely, her call had never connected? I yearned to alert Lu Xin, but the attendant's watchful gaze prevented me from doing so. As I followed the attendant to the end of the carriage, the journey felt protracted. This compartment was far longer than I had anticipated. I would only need to wait a moment. The station would soon arrive. The attendant released her grip on my arm, intensifying my urge to flee. The door loomed before me. Once it opened, I would dash out, deeming today's live broadcast a resounding success. The attendant and I stood at the junction between two carriages, oblivious to my unease as she meticulously marked names in her yellow notebook. I discreetly glanced at her. Lu Wenchong, Lu Ming, Fei Xiao, Chong Feifei, Lu Xing. She worked swiftly, and as the last name was crossed out, the train began to decelerate. Through the window, the once impenetrable darkness yielded to indistinct outlines of buildings. We had arrived. There was no announcement. The train came to a halt, and the doors slowly opened. My throat tightened instinctively, and I shifted toward the door, but after merely a step, I felt as if my back were pinned by a sharp object, rendering me utterly immobile. What do you intend to do? The attendant's ominous voice whispered at my ear. I forced a nervous chuckle, retreating hastily, merely curious about our destination. I will arrange a seat for you. But remember this, once on board, do not think of leaving. There are many carriages, each serving a distinct purpose. If it weren't for the favor of that benevolent soul, you would have already been escorted to another compartment. I was perplexed by the attendant's mention of other carriages, and at that moment, I had no desire to inquire further. A shiver ran down my spine as I nodded repeatedly, deterred from any erratic movements. As the doors swung open, shadows long awaited entered the carriage, guided by the attendant into the October 29th compartment. The figures moved swiftly. My discerning eye could barely make out their forms. How could there be so many disabled individuals among the new passengers? Paraplegics, one-armed individuals, and dwarfs assisted one another into the carriage. Had their speed not been hampered by their conditions, I would have struggled to discern their actions even with my keen perception. Strangely, was there some significant event occurring in Jiangcheng on October 29th? My thoughts raced, and I quickly realized I had fallen into a misconception. The train was traversing a tunnel heading north, and by now, we should have long departed Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng lay further north, so this must be Xinhou? Peering cautiously outward, the aged facilities of the platform appeared to have languished in neglect for an extended period. My gaze sharpened to its utmost as I discerned the words Shuangfo Station inscribed at the entrance of the subway. This was indeed the Shuangfo district of Nuhu. A sudden epiphany struck me. If this was Shuangfo district, it could elucidate the notably high proportion of disabled individuals among the passengers. I had previously visited Shuangfo district and often encountered persons with disabilities on the streets. At the time, I found it rather curious. But now it seemed increasingly peculiar in retrospect. Shuangfo district is the stronghold of the dual-faced Buddha and also the secluded abode of the affluent Li Changwei from Nuhu. The presence of so many disabled individuals in his jurisdiction caused me to squint my eyes, or perhaps consider another perspective. These individuals may not have been disabled at all, but rather transformed by the influence of the dual-faced Buddha. The more I pondered, the more apprehensive I became, and my gaze towards these passengers began to shift. The answer lay within them. This was an extraordinary opportunity. The urge to disembark faded considerably. The underworld showcase would not assign me meaningless tasks. The crucial clue to unraveling this mystery should reside among these disabled individuals. Silently, I observed as they entered the carriage of the October 29th train, the figures outside gradually diminishing and the long queue becoming ever shorter. Just as the train began to sway and prepare for departure, my eyes widened in astonishment as I spotted a remarkably familiar face at the tail end of the line. It was Lu Jin. My heart jolted. I lowered my head, half concealing my body behind the attendant, carefully scrutinizing Lu Jin's every movement. He wore a baseball cap, its brim obscuring half of his ugly yet handsome visage. His expression was grim, and he seemed oblivious to my presence on the train, gripping tightly onto a fragment of the life-stealing talisman, his veins prominent in his arms, revealing his evident anxiety. A fragment of the talisman? Could this be the key? Chapter 433. The Buddha Speaks. The Underworld Showcase compelled me to impersonate Lu Jin. Yet my appearance, voice, and age bore significant differences from his. Before the live broadcast commenced, I had not exchanged for any form of disguise or illusion. Nor did the Underworld Showcase provide any pertinent hints, leaving me in a state of perplexity. In what aspects did I resemble Lu Jin? Or what commonalities did we share? Upon seeing the half of the life-stealing talisman in Lu Jin's hand, clarity dawned upon me. The only remaining fragment of the talisman in the entire Jiang city, possessing the 8-character divine spirits, was divided between Lu Jin and me. We each held one half. He possessed the powers of Robbery Star, Death Spirit, 10 Evils, an Original Star, while I held Red Star, Constellation Star, Heavenly Doctor, and Noble Benefactor. As the train was on the verge of motion, I could distinctly see through his fingers that the inscriptions of the 8-character divine spirits on the talisman melted into the front, forming half of the character for death. Stealthily, I raised my hand to delve into a pocket close to my body where my own half of the talisman lay concealed, kept close at hand for emergencies. As my fingers brushed against it, I withdrew my fragment and looked down, only to find that the inscriptions of the 8-character divine spirits had also vanished, leaving behind merely half of the character for death, just like Lu Jin's. The connection between the two halves of the talisman was evident. Even if fractured, they should still exert mutual influence. I had previously obtained definitive audio evidence confirming Lu Jin's presence in Shuangfo district. He may have even encountered the dual-faced Buddha himself. The transformation of the life-stealing talisman was likely the handiwork of the dual-faced Buddha. I have come to understand that this train is not accessible to just anyone. It is quite challenging for the living to board. The token of the fate manipulator has undergone a transformation, potentially serving a function akin to that of a ticket. The dual-faced Buddha, by handing over the token to Lu Jin, seemingly intended for him to take this train to accomplish certain tasks. This information reached the Underworld show, which consequently assigned me a live-streaming task, compelling me to impersonate Lu Jin and board the train in his stead, thereby thwarting the dual-faced Buddha's scheme. While it appears to be my live broadcast, it is, in essence, a confrontation between the Underworld show and the dual-faced Buddha. Yet, why is Lu Jin's name on the passenger list? Could this also be part of the dual-faced Buddha's premeditated plan? No matter, given the current crisis. My primary concern should not be these speculations, but rather how to respond when Lu Jin boards the train. Concealed behind the attendant, I ponder a different issue. Unlike the Underworld show and the dual-faced Buddha, my desires are quite simple. I merely wish to survive. The simultaneous appearance of two Lu Jins would undoubtedly raise suspicions. The attendant had mentioned possessing a detection method, and should I be exposed, there would be no room for retreat. I observed the dwindling line and the stern-faced Luxing at the back. To prevent the worst from occurring, I must intervene at the source. A smile crosses my lips as a plan forms in my mind. While they are aware of my existence, I remain shrouded in secrecy, which is my greatest advantage. Luxing, no matter how hard he thinks, could never anticipate that I would usurp his name and board the train before him. As the train commenced its journey and the doors began to close, Luxing appeared to sense the train's peculiarities, lingering at the end of the line, intent on boarding at the last possible moment. Once everyone but him had boarded, the attendant closed the yellow ledger, ensuring each name was matched to a corresponding individual. She called for me to follow her into the carriage for October 29th. I nodded in agreement, deliberately slowing my pace to create some distance, ensuring most attention remained at the entrance. The doors closed slowly. Luxing, timing his entry, stepped onto the train, but as his back foot dangled in the air, still unsteady. I seized the opportunity. Without a second thought, I dashed from around the corner and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. The sudden force propelled the still unstable Luxing out of the train, exacerbating his already grievous wound as blood seeped from the gaping injury. Yet, this was not the most critical aspect. Stunned, Luxing collapsed to the ground, watching helplessly as the train doors closed before his eyes, his lips twitching in disbelief until the train departed, leaving him bewildered. Regrettably, he had gripped the half-token of the fate manipulator too tightly. Had he released it? I was lost in thought when an icy chill crept up my spine. Turning my head, I caught sight of the attendant's pale face. "Are you truly named Luxing?" The attendant's chilling tone rendered my breaths labored, yet I knew I must remain composed. "If you do not believe me, you may inquire with the two individuals who boarded with me." The attendant scrutinized me for a prolonged moment before gesturing. "Proceed. That vacant seat is yours." Following Herger, I hastened to the indicated spot, seated myself obediently, lowering my head to mimic the demeanor of those in the carriage for October 28th. A blue shadow glided past me, and the attendant did not trouble me further as she moved away. At last, I have secured my position, and the situation appears to be stable for the time being. My next plan is to extract information about the dual-faced Buddha from these individuals with disabilities and subsequently find a way to leave the train. I have already devised a detailed strategy in my mind. If all goes well, I shall navigate tonight's broadcast without incident. With my head bowed, I surveyed the passengers around me. Most had just boarded and exhibited a sense of bewilderment, as if they had lost their memories, not even knowing how they had come to be here. However, a small minority stood out, including a few individuals seated near me. They exhibited a demeanor markedly different from both the surrounding passengers and others in the adjacent carriages. How shall I put it? These individuals struck me as more akin to sentient beings possessing emotions. To my left sat a young boy, perhaps 7 or 8 years old, with a round face resembling an apple and large, expressive eyes that rendered him quite endearing. The only discordant aspect about him was his arm. He possessed only a left hand, his right arm having been amputated at the elbow. "Why do you keep staring at me, little one? Do I bear a resemblance to your father?" I jested, yet the boy, seemingly oblivious to my playful tone, blinked and replied earnestly, "No." His serious demeanor intrigued me, prompting me to consider saying more. However, before I could, a man seated across from me interjected, reprimanding the boy, "Lu Ming, what have I told you before?" The boy lowered his head, looking somewhat dejected. I raised my gaze to the man who had spoken. "Are you the child's father?" "My name is Lu Wenchang. This little rascal can be quite mischievous. Please bear with him on this journey," the man replied courteously, his eyes filled with affection for the child, while a woman nestled beside him. "And this must be the child's mother?" I inquired, attempting to extract information with feigned enthusiasm. The woman beside the man remained silent, and it was he who continued speaking. "My wife, Chang Feifei, has a throat condition that prevents her from speaking. That's quite all right. I merely found the little one charming and wished to tease him." "Where are you three heading at this late hour?" I feigned ignorance, aware they likely shared a state akin to Lu Xin, having yet to recall those horrific scenes. I preferred not to provoke them, but rather to guide the conversation gently. "There is a Buddhist gathering in the dual-faced district tonight. It is said that the Buddhist children will also attend. We, as a family of 3, are going to express our gratitude." "A Buddhist gathering? The Buddhist children?" The man's words unveiled crucial information. They likely perished on October 29th, possibly orchestrated by the dual-faced Buddha, a mere cog in the grand design of the Buddha. I cast a glance at the multitude of individuals with disabilities within the carriage, feeling a pang of compassion. Do you all practice Buddhism? Buddhism encompasses many forms. The Buddha we revere may differ from the one you envision. The man and woman leaned into each other, their voices imbued with sincerity as they spoke of their faith. I was well aware of the nature of the Buddha they worshipped, yet I chose not to reveal my understanding. I glanced at the young boy and then at the mute woman. If the Buddha you believe in is benevolent and truly efficacious, why then have your wife and child met such a dire fate? It is precisely because of my wife and child's plight that I am compelled to embrace the Buddha, to atone for my sins, the man replied. Failing to grasp the true essence of the dual-faced Buddha, he spoke of the disabilities caused by past transgressions of his wife and child, asserting that their lack of repentance had led to their fated circumstances. Now, the cause and effect have matured, and the consequences are manifest. To effect change, one must embrace the teachings of Buddha, adhering to goodness while shunning evil. Chapter 434, The Beauty of Imperfection. Frankly, I am not in a position to comment on another's faith. Lu Wenchang's devotion to the dual-faced Buddha undoubtedly stems from the assistance he received from this deity, whether through physical salvation or spiritual solace. I did not hastily dismiss his beliefs. Rather, I followed his lead, asking if he meant to imply that the disabilities of his wife and child were predetermined consequences of their past lives. The tribulations faced in this life are merely the accumulation of misdeeds from the previous one, and liberation can only be attained through devotion to Buddha, cleansing one's karmic burdens. The man's gaze was tranquil, while his wife, Ten Feifei, exhibited a demeanor of reverence. Only Lu Ming, still young, appeared perplexed, bowing his head in distress. Can devotion to the Buddha truly cleanse one's karmic burdens? Observing the couple before me, I perceived a microcosm of the entire dual-faced Buddha community. When I ventured into the estate of Li Changgui, the newly affluent magnate of Shanghai, I noted the presence of a dual-faced Buddha statue, suggesting that such devotion is indeed widespread in this region. The exquisite applications of Buddhist teachings extend beyond mere cleansing of sins. They elevate both body and spirit. Furthermore, as it harmonizes wisdom and benevolence, acting with the intent to benefit all ultimately brings benefit to oneself. Such selflessness begets profound rewards. While the man's words contained a modicum of truth, my understanding of the roots of the dual-faced Buddha's teachings informed me that their belief was not without flaw. The Buddha embodies duality. One aspect exudes compassion, while the other instills fearsome dread. This Buddha is not the same as that Buddha. I smiled gently at the man, inquiring about the sins that may have led to his family's misfortunes. He hesitated before responding, ultimately using his own experiences as an example. In his youth, he had a mischievous temperament, capturing fish and leaving them to perish on the shore, or catching bamboo rats, severing their tails, and allowing his cat to play with them until they died, all while he stood by, clapping with delight. Reflecting on these actions, he recognized them as malevolent. Throughout his life, he unwittingly committed countless wrongs, and these dark thoughts plagued him. However, since embracing the teachings of Buddha, he has experienced a significant transformation. He no longer feels oppressed, and his soul has been purified, as he now harbors a heart inclined towards goodness. Your words strike me as absurd. The Buddha you revere must have spoken of the equality of all sentient beings. In a certain sense, you, along with the bamboo rat and the carp you tormented, are all living creatures. Yet, you employed the most cruel methods to bring about their demise. They lost their lives, while you merely chant a few phrases of Amitabha to absolve your karmic debts. Is this equitable? Is this what the Buddha means by the equality of all beings? I smiled faintly, recognizing that your ability to seek solace in the Buddha's teachings ultimately lies in your superiority over the bamboo rat and the carp. You did not slay those who bullied you because humanity possesses a structured system of justice. You refrained from killing tigers and sharks not out of moral restraint, but because you lack the strength to do so. The principle of survival of the fittest is a simple one. Why must it be entangled with Buddhist doctrine in a bid to rationalize your actions? Does this not render you the very murderer of the bamboo rat and the carp? Anger flickered across the man's face, but I did not afford him the opportunity to respond, continuing instead. You suggest that the flaws of your wife and child result from the accumulation of past transgressions, but can you truly ascertain the existence of past lives? What you perceive is merely a fabricated illusion conjured by your faith in the Buddha, designed to cater to an intrinsic need within you. I do not deny the existence of a true Buddha in this world, yet the one you revere is but a counterfeit. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenchang clenched his fists and rose sharply from his seat, pointing a finger at me. Had it not been for Chang Feifei's desperate intervention, he might have struck me. You have never truly embraced my Buddha. How dare you utter such slander? Though I had not encountered the deity you worship, I understand that a belief system that exploits the vulnerabilities of the disabled for solace is utterly despicable. It may seem to provide a rationale for your shortcomings. Yet in truth, it merely reduces you to a tool of manipulation. The Buddha you venerate is not exalted. He cannot genuinely assist you, for only you are the master of your inner life. Each individual's existence is firmly within their own grasp. The disabilities one bears are not the true terrors. The real fears lie in the betrayal and compromise of the soul. I earnestly sought to rouse them to awareness. For I am acutely aware that the proportion of disabled individuals in the dual Buddha district far exceeds that of other urban areas, tenfold, perhaps 20-fold. This is exceedingly abnormal. Their presence may not be coincidental, but rather an integral part of the dual Buddha scheme. Ignorant fool, speak no more blasphemies against my Buddha, lest I lose my temper. Lu Wenchang's hand was gripped tightly by Chang Feifei, his pallid visage appearing somewhat menacing. Has your Buddha never imparted the wisdom of kindness and the virtue of not being reckless in conflict? Sit down. We are merely engaging in discussion, and I do not wholly dismiss your perspective. Fearing that Lu Wenchang might attract the attention of the attendants, I spoke soothingly, and once he settled back into his seat, I exhaled in relief. I shall not hold your slander against me. Regardless of your disparagement, my heart remains steadfast in its devotion to the Buddha. Lu Wenchang spoke with conviction, yet I perceived him as pitiable. I suspected that the true perpetrator behind the disabilities of his wife and child might very well be the dual Buddha, the very entity he devoutly worships, the architect of their calamity. Noticing the signs of a potential quarrel between me and the man, Chang Feifei hastily grasped her husband and began communicating through sign language. I was at a loss, unable to comprehend the gestures. Yet I observed Lu Wenchang and Lu Ming's expressions soften as they witnessed this exchange. What did these gestures signify? Realizing my confusion, Lu Wenchang seemed disinclined to converse with me. He huffed softly and embraced Chang Feifei, communicating with her in the same manner. So resentful? I had underestimated the profound influence faith can wield over an individual. With Lu Wenchang unwilling to engage, I turned to his child, gently patting Lu Ming's shoulder. What did your mother just say? The little boy shrank back, casting a timid glance at his father before quietly responding, Mommy is apologizing on behalf of Daddy. She hopes you won't be upset. He raised his round little face, adding, Actually, my dad is really nice. He has never lost his temper over the little problems Mommy and I have. He always takes care of us. From the child's words, I gleaned the essence of this family story. Chang Feifei had suffered a loss of speech due to nerve compression, while Lu Ming's right arm had been amputated following a severe injury sustained at the age of 5 when he fell while playing on a rooftop. His forearm pierced by rebar, causing a grievous laceration. Treatment delays due to financial constraints ultimately led to the necessity of amputation. The circumstances surrounding Lu Ming have long been a source of profound anguish for his father. It was precisely due to Lu Ming's unfortunate incident that Lu Wenchang began to embrace the duality of the Buddha, seeking to absolve himself of guilt through the ethereal and elusive teachings of Buddhism. Through Lu Ming's narrative, the life of this family of 3 unfolds before me, imbued with a tapestry of emotions, sorrow, joy, bitterness, and sweetness. Only the protagonists truly comprehend. Yet, there are aspects that evoke a deep sense of empathy within me. For instance, after Lu Ming's right arm was amputated, he trained himself to write with his left hand, to support their young son and shield him from emotional harm. Lu Wenchang and Chang Feifei, his parents, began to exercise their left hands as well. Each meal became a shared effort, with the family using their left hands to wield their chopsticks. Such poignant details of their lives coalesce into a warm mosaic that defines their existence. They are an optimistic and resilient family, and I had no desire to inflict further pain upon them. Yet my conscience compelled me to acknowledge that they deserved a better life, one not spent aboard this train destined for the underworld. With a sigh, I cleared my thoughts, striving to attain a state of calm as I meticulously analyzed this family situation. Lu Wenchang and Chang Feifei are devoted adherents of the duality of Buddha, and their faith pivoted upon the tragedy that befell Lu Ming. Had Lu Ming's accident not occurred, their circumstances would undoubtedly have been far more favorable. The incident, where a 5-year-old child playing atop a flat roof fell and was impaled by a rebar, reeked of conspiracy upon reflection. Chapter 435. I once rode this train. I had never encountered the duality of Buddha directly, yet the intricate arrangements left behind regarding the 8 characters reveal a formidable adversary, skilled in manipulation and strategy. His disciple, Lu Jin, has inherited this chilling prowess, cold-blooded, cunning, and unscrupulous. Such individuals are indifferent to societal constraints, morality, law. Would a being that disregards a celestial authority truly alter its course for mere mortals? They would sacrifice everything for their ambitions, prompting me to fathom the worst depths of their intentions. In the duality district, the proportion of disabled individuals is alarmingly high, and those harboring inner vulnerabilities are more susceptible to unfamiliar beliefs. The duality of Buddha offers them substantial advantages. Thus, one might ponder whether these tragedies are orchestrated by the duality of Buddha himself. I inquired further about Lu Ming. He was only 5 years old at the time of the incident and had little recollection. Through persistent questioning, he began to recall vague scenes. Lu Ming's family faced significant hardships. At that time, the duality district was undergoing the construction of a new building, and his father, Lu Wenchong, worked with the construction crew, temporarily relocating his family there. During the day, Lu Wenchong would leave for work, while his mother, Chang Feifei, worked as a cleaner in a hotel, leaving young Lu Ming alone at home. According to him, the weather was sweltering, and he had no intention of venturing outside. However, he noticed a child standing beside his windowsill, the little one barely tall enough for his head to peek over. When Lu Ming recounted this, Lu Wenchong reprimanded him harshly, suggesting that he refrain from fabricating stories. The young boy felt wronged, and under my persistent inquiries, he continued, describing how that afternoon, with the adults at work, the child outside the window kept waving at him with a playful grin. By the afternoon, around 2 or 3 o'clock, Lu Ming could no longer suppress his curiosity and stepped out of his room to follow the child outside to play. Subsequently, a tragic event unfolded that would alter the course of his family forever. The 2 children climbed onto a house designated for demolition, and ultimately, Lu Ming was pushed off the roof by the other child. In the aftermath, Lu Wenchong attempted to report the incident to the police in hopes of apprehending the child responsible for pushing Lu Ming, but upon reviewing the surveillance footage, it was revealed that Lu Ming had been alone the entire time. No other child was present. Whether Lu Ming was fabricating his account or whether a supernatural occurrence had transpired remains shrouded in uncertainty, as too much time has elapsed for clarity. Personally, I lean toward believing this is a scheme of a duplicitous being, yet I possess no evidence to present to Lu Ming's parents. After expressing these thoughts, Lu Ming lowered his head, seemingly fatigued, unable to meet his parents' gaze, as a profound sense of guilt and unease weighed heavily on his small heart. Before I could utter a word after hearing the child's tale, a lady seated beside Lu Ming's parents spoke up. "Your fate mirrors that of my great-grandson. Had he not encountered misfortune, he would likely be of a similar age as you now. May I hold you?" The elderly woman was elegantly attired, exuding a demeanor cultivated only by those of high standing. However, it was regrettable that she was blind, her eyes wide open yet devoid of sight. Lu Ming remained silent, and his parents did not interject, plunging the vehicle into an immediate stillness. The lady waited a moment, realizing no one would respond, and shook her head. "I have not heard my great-grandson's voice in so long. I may have come across as abrupt." She appeared to be a pitiful figure herself. Chang Feifei, with a kind heart, gestured for Lu Ming to approach. The little boy obediently walked towards her, albeit reluctantly, mumbling, "I am not your great-grandson." The thin, frail hand gently caressed Lu Ming's head. The lady widened her eyes, but alas, her sightless orbs could perceive nothing, and tears streamed down her cheeks, leaving faint trails. To find ourselves seated together on this last train is indeed a fateful encounter. Even on the road to the afterlife, it is good to have someone to rely upon. Dear elder, please refrain from uttering such ominous words. We are on our way to attend a Buddhist gathering to witness the light of Buddha. You should not speak so recklessly, Lu Wenchong replied, though he retained a sense of decorum due to their age difference despite his discontent with her words. Is there truly such a multitude of Buddhas in this world? The lady retorted, I am 99 years old. Though blind, my heart is not. I perceive things more clearly than you might think. She reached out to touch Lu Ming's features, lamenting the child's youth. I found myself deeply intrigued by the elder's words. She seemed to possess a profound understanding, having sensed the peculiar nature of this train. Lowering my tone, I inquired, Elder, You mentioned this is the last train and spoke of the road to the afterlife. Do you know the ultimate destination of this train? My memories before boarding are hazy, and I hope you might offer some insight. The lady turned her gaze toward me, her sightless eyes fixating on me for a prolonged moment. Ah, at last. I encounter a discerning soul. But what good is understanding if it brings no solace? It might be better to remain in ignorance, she replied, retracting her hands and leaning back against the seat. As for where this train leads, I cannot say. I have boarded once before, only to be disembarked later. Is that so? I felt a surge of alertness. The first time I boarded this train was on my 90th birthday, a moment now blurred in the depths of my memory. It felt as though I had just been nestled in the comfort of my own bedroom, only to awaken amidst a throng of people at the subway station who jostled me onto the train. Groggy and disoriented, I managed to find my seat, surrounded by an eerie silence. The train whisked me from one station to the next, and I lost track of time until the scenery outside began to morph, revealing sights I had never encountered before. At this point, the elderly lady gestured towards her eyes, remarking that she was not blind by nature. Perhaps it was merely the consequence of witnessing things one ought not to see. Her demeanor was calm, suggesting that her blindness was not a burden. What I share next may be taken as mere fiction or an intriguing tale, but I urge you to listen without taking it to heart. The train made numerous stops. Yet most often, passengers were permitted to board but not to disembark, save for 6 notable stations. The first stop was the land god temple. Where the soil nurtures its people, a soul's birth and death must pass through the local temple. I witnessed my first fellow passenger disembark beside a dilapidated shrine. The second stop was the road to the underworld, a place traditionally deemed perilous, devoid of the young and old. Here, one could look up and see neither sun nor stars, down to find no earthly dust, forward to a path unlit by sunshine, and backward to find no kin or neighbor. I could not ascertain how long I had sat before I observed individuals being pushed off the train into the vastness of the underworld. The third stop was the viewing home platform, where it is said that upon reaching this point, one gazes longingly at their homeland, never to return. As the doors opened, many chose to step out willingly. The fourth and fifth stops were the treacherous Dog Ridge and Golden Rooster Mountain, where numerous souls disembarked, only to vanish without a trace. The sixth stop, known as Ghost Village, was the last I would traverse. The origins of this village were shrouded in mystery. As the number of passengers dwindled, I felt an urge to disembark, and as I approached the door, a spectral figure emerged from the foreboding village, a man in his 50s, who unleashed a torrent of curses upon me before shoving me back onto the train. His voice was hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of my late husband, who had passed at the age of 59. I longed to gaze upon him once more, but the train began to move again. In that solitary carriage, I found myself entirely alone. Eventually, it seemed that someone spoke to me, and in my foggy state, I drifted into slumber. When I awoke again, I discovered myself in a hospital, my youngest daughter clutching my hand at my bedside. Upon seeing me stir, she hurried off to summon a doctor. After some inquiries, I learned that I had experienced a brief episode of shock, and had it not been for the timely intervention, I would not have survived. The elderly lady adjusted her clothing, as if preparing for a familial visit, and revealed a radiant smile. It was a curious twist of fate that while I lay unconscious, none would have noticed my plight had it not been for my husband's portrait, which was blown from its perch by the wind and shattered on the altar. My daughter, hearing the commotion, emerged from her room and thus saved my life. Consider this merely a story, yet I have resolved to disembark at Ghost Village. Chapter 436. Before death the blind old woman had shared much, yet Lu Wenchang and his wife perceived it merely as a tale, while I regarded it as a piece of profoundly significant insider information. The 6 stations, Land Temple, Yellow Springs Road, Nostalgia Platform, Evil Dog Ridge, Golden Rooster Mountain, and Wild Ghost Village, marked the key to my escape as passengers boarded and disembarked. Merely hearing their names evokes an eerie sense of the netherworld, and the words of the old woman earlier sent a chill down my spine. Could the final destination of this vehicle be the realm of the dead? I harbored no curiosity for the truth nor the courage to delve into its mysteries. My sole desire was to survive. The first station allowing passengers to disembark was Land Temple, a name that felt somewhat more palatable. I pondered silently, aware that delay could spell danger the longer I lingered. The slimmer my chances of survival became. Thus, this first stop at Land Temple was of paramount importance to me. "Excuse me, how many stops remain until the Land Temple?" I inquired of the blind, old woman, her eyes, devoid of sight, turned in my direction as she gauged my tone. After a brief moment, a faint smile appeared on her face. "Ah, young man, you are quite perceptive, but I must advise you, life and death are fated. One must not defy them." The old woman, wise with age, seemed to discern my thoughts from my tone and questions. Realizing I was reluctant to accept my demise and sought to escape this train via the land temple. She was correct. My inquiry was merely a casual one. I chuckled awkwardly, mustering the courage to say, "Our encounter is indeed serendipitous. The journey is long and quite dull. Might you have any other stories to share, dear lady? I am quite curious." With the stories now exhausted, only regret lingered in my heart. If someone were to assist me in fulfilling these desires, I would not hesitate to offer guidance. The old woman's words hinted at deeper meaning, and I understood immediately, urging her, "If you have any unfulfilled wishes, please share them. I will do my utmost to help you." Our conversation was straightforward. We both comprehended the perilous situation we found ourselves in. The old woman acknowledged my wish to escape the train, neither obstructing nor overtly revealing her intentions, but subtly indicating she had her own unfulfilled desires. It was clear, if I agreed to help her fulfill her wish, she would assist me in my escape. "My surname is Wan, and my given name is Xuan. After today, I will have lived 99 years, she began. "To speak truthfully, I have had my share of life, yet the world's myriad delights still hold some allure. Looking back, I am often confronted by the regrets of what remains unfinished." The blind old woman rested her hands on her knees, her eyes seemingly devoid of sight, yet exuding a wisdom that transcended the superficiality of life. In the end, we all returned to dust. My eldest son departed before me, driven away by family disputes over inheritance. It has been a long time since I last saw my grandchildren. If you are willing to help, I hope you can deliver this to my grandson." She retrieved an ancient embroidered pouch from her pocket, adorned with a chrysanthemum. "Rest assured, if I can disembark safely, I will ensure this reaches him," I vowed, though my promise hinged on the condition of successfully exiting the vehicle. "You're quite astute for your age. Take this. When we reach the land temple, I will notify you in advance," she said, handing me the pouch. "I merely wish to assist you due to your youth. So do your best." Overwhelmed with gratitude, I accepted the pouch with alacrity. The conversation I had with the blind old lady left several onlookers bewildered, yet I found a certain delight in feigning ignorance and discreetly disembarking. The fewer individuals privy to this matter, the more convenient it would be to maneuver. The invaluable experience of traveling possessed by the venerable Ms. Huang Xue, who was willing to assist me, was indeed a fortuitous piece of news. With a newfound sense of assurance, I turned my gaze toward the disabled individuals around me. They hailed from the Shuangfo district, most of whom were devotees of the dual-faced Buddha. Should I manage to ascertain the reasons behind their boarding the train, it would greatly aid me in unraveling the schemes of the dual-faced Buddha. For a long time, the dual-faced Buddha has cloaked himself in an enigmatic veil, his presence evident everywhere, yet I have never laid eyes upon his true visage. The moniker dual-faced Buddha is a title I unilaterally assigned. His true name remains a mystery to me. Luxing is merely a pawn in the hands of the Buddha, their relationship akin to that which I share with the spectral performances of the underworld. By assuming Luxing's place and mingling with these disabled individuals, I could draw closer to the plans of the dual-faced Buddha, a rare opportunity indeed. On that very day, at that very location, the simultaneous boarding of so many disabled individuals felt profoundly peculiar. I could hardly believe in the coincidence of such an occurrence, making it imperative to uncover the causes of their demise. On October 28th, I had awakened Lu Xian's memories of death, which led her to exhibit a hysterical reaction, causing quite a commotion. Her body seemed to suffer significant harm, indicating that recalling the memories from mere seconds before death posed a considerable danger to these passengers, potentially attracting the attention of the attendants once more. The attendant, whose identity I found unsettlingly enigmatic, was a source of great peril. My desire to survive the journey necessitated that I avoid provoking her at all costs. Surveying my surroundings, I noted that there were 6 individuals seated across from one another. Besides the Lu family of 3, the elderly Ms. Wan, and myself, there was another woman whose head drooped as if she had succumbed to slumber. At first glance, her body appeared intact, yet the left side of her face bore the scars of a severe burn. Upon my initial encounter with her, I surprisingly discerned a hint of Luxing's shadow within her. Simultaneously waking their memories of death proved to be overwhelmingly influential, beyond my control, Thus I resolved to begin with the youngest, Lu Ming. Even if he were to lose control, I felt confident in my ability to manage him easily. Turning my head, I found Lu Ming sitting idly in his seat, lost in thought. With a smile, I spoke to him. "Little one, can you recall what you had for dinner last night?" Lu Ming gazed up at me, his adorable face displaying a flicker of confusion as he furrowed his delicate brows. After a moment, he replied, "Dumplings." "Dumplings for dinner? Are you certain?" I inquired casually. My demeanor relaxed. Lu Ming's parents did not interject. They remained oblivious to any impropriety. "Yes, dumplings, vegetarian filling. My father said that the Buddha and his disciples would manifest tonight. It is a grand occasion, so we must eat dumplings." Naturally curious, Lu Ming discovered that his father did not reprimand him, and he began to speak more freely, which I found quite agreeable. "Since it's a gathering of the Buddha, it must be a spectacular event. What interesting things have you seen?" I adopted a teasing tone, yet I was fully focused, contemplating every word Lu Ming uttered. "I haven't seen anything interesting." Lu Ming pursed his lips. The night was exceptionally dark, and without lights, many souls, akin to us, congregated, heading toward the same destination. "Upon reaching this place, did you encounter anything extraordinary? Did your father not mention that you were to meet the Buddha's son? Did you come across him?" At the mention of the Buddha's son, Lu Ming seemed to recall something, the bewilderment in his eyes slowly giving way to a deepening dread. The little fellow lowered his head, his breathing becoming increasingly labored, as if he were gasping for air, and his body began to tremble. "Lu Ming, what is the matter?" His unusual behavior was noticed by Lu Wenchang and Chang Feifei, who swiftly left their seats to inspect Lu Ming's condition more closely. Yet, at that moment, Lu Ming executed an unexpected action. He shoved Lu Wenchang aside, leaped from his seat, and dashed into the aisle. His eyes were wide with terror, fear seemingly infiltrating every inch of his gaze. Stumbling, Lu Ming summoned his last ounce of strength to point at Lu Wenchang and Chang Feifei, shouting, "You are not my parents. Get away, get away." This sudden turn of events caught me off guard, but I quickly deduced the critical point. My earlier prompting had successfully triggered Lu Ming's recollection of the events leading up to his imminent demise. Chapter 437, October 26th. The carriage. "Lu Ming, return to your seat." Lu Wenchang, unaware of the drastic change in his child, spoke sternly. However, the usually obedient Lu Ming did not heed his father's command this time. He vigorously shook his head, gazing at the other passengers, whose faces contorted with despair and fear like a startled bird. What had this child witnessed before his death? The more abnormal his behavior, the more curious I became. It was evident that Lu Ming had experienced a severe shock before his passing. "Come back quickly, Lu Ming." Lu Wenchang rose and approached him, reaching out to grasp Lu Ming. At that moment, Lu Ming perceived his father differently from his memories. He cried out their names in panic and turned to flee down the aisle. "This is bad. The boy is heading to another carriage." I had let my guard down, and the situation spiraled out of control. Lu Wenchang shot me a fierce glare. "What kind of potion have you fed my child? If you cannot explain yourself today, I will not let this go." Now was not the time for arguments. This train was extraordinarily eerie, and the other compartments were particularly perilous. Lu Ming's reckless wandering could lead to dire consequences. The sudden turn of events left me reluctant to engage in a quarrel with Lu Wenchang. I had only just secured this position, yet the little one was losing control due to my actions. "Very well, you stay here. I will head to the October 28th carriage to find him." I steeled myself as I gazed into the dark aisle, where shadows of figures swayed along both sides. "Thinking of running?" Lu Wenchang gripped my shoulder. "I have always treated you with respect, yet you first assailed my beliefs and then incited my child. If you do not provide an explanation, I will, and what will you do? Your child is nearly lost, and you still have time to bicker with me? First, we must retrieve Lu Ming, then we can discuss it further." As I watched Lu Ming dash into the carriage of October 28th in a state of panic, I found myself more anxious than Lu Wenchang. He likely remained oblivious to the dire consequences of unwarrantedly entering other compartments. I had previously experienced the perils of straying into forbidden carriages, where one could very well meet a fatal end. I forcefully swatted Lu Wenchang's hand aside, scanning the surroundings for any sign of the attendant, and decisively quickened my pace towards the compartment of October 28th. "Wait. I'll accompany you," Lu Wenchang called out, his concern for his child compelling him to follow closely behind me. Under different circumstances, I would have preferred to refrain from recklessness. Having reached an understanding with the blind old woman, I had assisted her in fulfilling her wish. and she had informed me of the station where it would be safe for me to disembark. Our plans were now in jeopardy due to Lu Ming's predicament. As I dashed through the passage connecting the two carriages, moving from October 29th to October 28th, I felt no sense of unease, as I was familiar with this route. However, upon entering, Lu Wenchang's face paled further, and a faint stench began to emanate from him. What is happening? I feel as though my body is betraying me. Lu Wenchang exclaimed in alarm. Lower your voice. Return to your seat. The other carriages are not for you, I urged him. I must go find your child, Lu Ming. No. What if you bring harm to my son? Lu Wenchang, usually a responsible father, was now visibly worried about Lu Ming's safety. A testament to his selflessness in sacrificing his beliefs for the sake of his wife and child. Then if you wish to follow, do so, but proceed with caution, I advised. As I hastened my search, the dimly lit passage obscured any sign of Lu Ming. This carriage seems interminably long. After nearly a minute of running, the end remained elusive. Lu Wenchang's legs buckled beneath him, and the stench surrounding him grew increasingly unbearable, eliciting subtle reactions from the passengers seated nearby. I was at a loss regarding the situation, and unable to persuade him otherwise, I allowed him to trail behind me. Mr. Lu, why have you returned? The voice belonged to Feng Minglong, who had nearly succumbed to slumber until a pungent odor jolted him awake, just in time to see Lu Wenchang and me hurriedly pass by. Have you seen a child run past? I inquired, my gaze fixed on him. I think someone went by, but I wasn't paying much attention. Feng Minglong replied with a resigned smile. What trouble have you stirred up this time? Go back to sleep. I pressed onward, reaching the junction between the carriages of October 27th and October 28th, recalling vividly that this was where I had boarded. Oh no, that boy may have ventured into the carriage of October 27th. The memory of my first encounter in that compartment remained fresh. Had it not been for Su Qin's timely intervention, I would likely have met a grim fate. Glancing back at Lu Wenchang, my brow furrowed deeper. The odor emanating from him had intensified. Why did passengers emit a foul stench upon leaving their designated compartments? There seemed to be an elusive connection between October 29th and October 28th that I had overlooked. Yet, retrieving Lu Ming remained my utmost priority. I scarcely had a moment to collect my thoughts. Lu Wenchang, if you wish to see your child return safely, cease your interference and return at once. Are you threatening me? Lu Wenchang's anxiety, stemming from his lost child, compelled him to insist on personally locating Lu Ming. Communication with him proved futile. I could only allow him to follow me, hoping we would not encounter any attendants. Ever since I had forcefully ejected Luxing from the train, that terrifying woman had begun to harbor suspicions about me. Each compartment served a distinct purpose, and the path ahead could be perilous. If necessary, he should retreat. I imparted a quiet instruction to Lu Wenchang before stepping into the carriage designated October 27th. A chilling presence, akin to a vengeful spirit, assailed me from all directions. Tugging at every nerve, struggling to keep my eyes open, I beheld the dark silhouettes of heads swaying with the train's motion, evoking a uniquely terrifying sensation. Time was of the essence. No sooner had I ventured a short distance than I was assaulted by a pungent stench. Upon entering the October 27th carriage, the odor emanating from Lu Wenchang intensified, an indescribable foulness reminiscent of decaying flesh, imbued with the essence of death. What was happening? Retreat. Do not move recklessly, or you will endanger us all, I hissed, urging Lu Wenchang to silence. The noxious aroma from him had already roused some passengers, and I sensed eyes in the thick darkness watching us intently. Time was limited. To avoid alarming the attendants, I disregarded the cold and hurried forward. Where had that foul boy run off to? As I neared the end of the October 27th carriage, still no sign of Lu Ming appeared, and doubt began to creep into my heart. At that moment, the stench wafted back to me. Turning, I saw Lu Wenchang had indeed followed. Where's my child? His anxious countenance betrayed him as he prepared to call out Lu Ming's name. I swiftly covered his mouth, dragging him to the junction between the October 27th and October 26th carriages. Be quiet. Do you not yet grasp the strangeness of this train? Stay calm. The odor emanating from Lu Wenchang was overwhelming even to me. Without waiting for him to cease his struggles, I released my grip and maintained my distance. What in the world is that smell? Unlike myself, who had remained unchanged upon leaving my own compartment, Lu Wenchang's body seemed to be undergoing some ominous transformation. I was uncertain, but I dismissed those thoughts. Had Lu Ming perhaps ventured into the next carriage? As a father, his foremost concern was still Lu Ming's safety. Observing Lu Wenchang's distress, the words I had prepared remained unspoken. I turned my gaze toward the October 26th carriage, my expression darkening. The arrangement within the October 26th carriage was distinctly different from the others. It resembled a sleeping compartment with 3 tiers of beds, all draped in white cloth. The outlines beneath the fabric suggested the presence of individuals lying beneath. Should I enter? Just as I hesitated, my peripheral vision caught sight of a trembling child hiding beneath a bed not far from the exit. Found you. Chapter 438. A helper. The internal structure of the October 26th carriage diverged from that of the others, and I was momentarily at a loss as to what this arrangement foretold. Time was pressing, and I was unaware when the attendants might arrive. Gazing at Lu Ming, who was concealed beneath the bed, I ultimately resolved to take action. I see your child. Do not move. I will bring him back. Utilizing my gaze to survey the surroundings, I found the efficacy of my scrutiny severely diminished within the confines of this train. My vision struggled to penetrate the dense darkness, rendering the distorted faces indistinguishable. As I stepped into the carriage designated for October 26th, it felt as though I had crossed into an entirely different realm. This carriage was enveloped in an eerie silence, allowing me to distinctly hear the rhythmic beating of my own heart, resonating with alarming clarity. Beside me lay rows of bunks, stacked in 3 tiers, resembling a mortuary, with each partition bearing a lifeless form. Clean white cloths shrouded their bodies, revealing only vague outlines that instilled an unsettling sense of terror within me. I could not afford to linger for long. Hastening towards the bunk where Lu Ming was hiding, I found the little fellow petrified, retreating desperately into the corner upon seeing me. My patience waned rapidly. I crouched beside the bed and grasped his small leg. It's perilous here. Come out quickly. Lu Ming remained ensnared in a state of sheer panic. I could scarcely fathom what he must have witnessed to evoke such fear. My reassurances bore no fruit. Lu Ming kicked his legs, his pale little face devoid of any color. Just as I prepared to resort to force to extricate him, a shadowy figure materialized in the dim corridor, approaching with an unsettling mix of speed and slowness. This was unfortunate. At that moment, I encountered a train attendant. I quickly released my grip on Lu Ming, my mind racing as I scanned the carriage for a place to conceal myself. The space beneath the bed was too cramped. I might not fit. Above, my pupils dilated as I suddenly noticed a corner of the white cloth on the adjacent bunk being lifted, revealing a hand that beckoned me with its fingers. What could this mean? There was no time for contemplation. I threw back the cloth and lay down. The narrow bed felt exceedingly cramped for 2, but fortunately, the loose white fabric concealed both my body and that of the other person entirely. Was this not a case of hiding in plain sight? Anyone could discern that 2 individuals were concealed beneath the cloth. I managed a wry smile, peering through the seam of the fabric towards the corridor. To my astonishment, the attendant hurried past my bunk without a second glance, heading straight for the connecting point of the 2 carriages where Lu Wenchang awaited. This was dire. Before long, a pungent stench wafted through the tranquil carriage as the attendant dragged a grotesquely disfigured corpse down the aisle. From its attire, it was evident that this was Lu Wenchang. His body bore multiple fractures, a gaping wound on his head, and the blackened blood had long since congealed. Strangely, his expression appeared vacant, as if both body and spirit had suffered a simultaneous trauma, leaving his last vestige of mental fortitude in ruins. What transpired with Lu Wenchang? He had not entered the October 26th carriage, but had instead remained at the junction between the 2 carriages, which meant I had not witnessed any actions taken by the attendant towards him. Was he now restored to the visage he bore in his final moments? If that were the case, then the manner of his demise seemed rather peculiar. I lay beneath the white cloth, holding my breath in silence until the attendant had dragged Lu Wenchang out of sight, at which point I cautiously lifted the cloth. Just as I was about to rise, a hand gripped my arm, and upon turning my head, my expression darkened instantly. It's you. Lying beside me was an acquaintance, a participant in the deadly game. The mystery novelist Huang Xue, who perished on the morning of October 26th. Why are you shouting so loudly? Do you wish to summon that woman back? The woman Huang referred to was, of course, the attendant. This cunning individual, as I had previously speculated, must have boarded the train long before the fateful date, possessing knowledge of many things unknown to me. However, before engaging in conversation with him, I needed to clarify one pressing question. Why did you save me? In a moment of dire urgency, when I was at a loss, Huang had grabbed my arm, indicating that I should seek refuge with him. Given his character, which thrived on self-interest, Such an action struck me as exceedingly suspicious. Save you? I was merely saving myself. Huang released my hand and lifted the white cloth covering him. His appearance had drastically changed since participating in the deadly game. He was now swollen, as if he had been submerged in water for an extended period. His deep-set eyes scrutinized me, and after a few moments, he spoke. Am I already dead? I was taken aback. It was unexpected that after such a long wait, he would pose such a question. Indeed, based on the information I had gathered, it appeared that 99% of the passengers on this train were deceased. And you were no exception. But you are an exception. He grinned, instilling in me a profoundly unsettling premonition. I was uncertain how long I had been on this train. My consciousness had shifted from a haze to clarity, and I replayed all the events of the past few days in my mind. I arrived at the most logical conclusion. I had died. Everything I was currently experiencing was not a dream. I was in the realm beyond death. I remained silent. Huang had never inspired confidence in me. His intellect surpassed the terror he exhibited, and he was a master of concealment. You are correct. This train may very well lead directly to the underworld. You are dead. Yes, I am dead, but you are still alive, are you not? Huang's sinister laughter made me furrow my brow. How did you discern that? I did not counter. To feign ignorance before an astute individual would only reveal my own folly. It's quite simple. During my period of awakening, I uncovered all the white cloths and found no trace of your corpse. Moreover, the carriage numbers correspond to dates. Boldly hypothesizing, those who perished on October 26th should all be in this carriage, yet you are not among them. Is that all you have? To be frank, today is October 29th. Might I not have perished on another date? I had long suspected that you were the organizer of the death game on the 12th. But do you know why I refrained from exposing you? Huang abruptly shifted the topic, causing my thoughts to lag, and I instinctively asked, why? Because you are dangerous. I was not confident in my ability to kill you, so I sought to collaborate with you. Yet you are formidable, exuding an air of complete control, seemingly needing no partner. Thus, from that moment, I deduced that you were unlike us. You were not a participant in the game, but quite possibly the architect of its rules. Huang's swollen visage appeared somewhat menacing. Though his assertions were not entirely correct, they did evoke a sense of dread within me. At least some of his observations were strikingly accurate. What exactly do you wish to convey? Speak plainly. Time is of the essence. I do not wish to beat around the bush with him. I have been in this carriage for an indeterminate duration, and you are the second person, aside from the attendant, who has dared to venture into another compartment. You must possess information that I am unaware of. Do you wish to exchange intelligence with me? I raised an eyebrow and cast a glance at Huang. No, I seek to collaborate with you to escape this train. Your identity is shrouded in mystery, and while I cannot fathom it, I am certain you are no ordinary individual. Thus, I wish to place my hope in you. Huang's tone was somewhat grim. His eyes bulged grotesquely, distorted by the water, rendering him quite terrifying. Upon hearing his words, my expression shifted to one of unease. Do you realize that you are already dead? Even if you were to disembark, you might not be able to return to your former life. What constitutes life? What constitutes death? As long as consciousness remains, I am still myself. Huang gazed into the dark abyss at the end of the corridor, a fleeting glimmer of trepidation and fear crossing his eyes. I boarded this train earlier than you, so I have a clearer understanding of its peculiarities. Every so often, the attendant takes some passengers away, and when those passengers return, they have transformed entirely into another being. No, they are no longer even human. They have become something altogether different. Chapter 439. The death of my faith. Huang's words had piqued my interest. Something? How could a person metamorphose into something else? The distinction between humans and animals lies in the richness of emotions, while the difference between humans and objects is the possession of self-will. If both of these are eradicated, what does a human become? Huang fixed his gaze upon me and gestured towards the adjacent bunk. Lift the white cloth and observe that fellow. He boarded the train alongside me, but his luck was rather unfortunate. With a hint of skepticism, I lifted the white cloth covering the bunk, revealing a half-alive individual. I describe him as such because his eyes were still moving, his face maintaining a constant expression, yet there was no emotion in his gaze. As if he had lost his soul, leaving behind merely a husk. If you happen to have a knife, you might consider stabbing him a couple of times to test the waters, Huang said with malicious intent. Stab him? Why? Have they lost their sense of pain? Have you tried this before? I stared at Huang suspiciously, uncertain of what he aimed to prove. Although I lacked a knife, I possessed teeth, in the spirit of experimentation. I bit down on his arm, nearly tearing away a piece of flesh, yet he showed no reaction whatsoever. Is he akin to a vegetative state? I glanced at Huang, this madman, who had resorted to biting fellow passengers to validate his hypothesis. Unlike a vegetative state, vegetative individuals do not cry or laugh. They have lost all sensory perception. Yet, observe him. His eyes are wide open, his pupils still able to move, yet his gaze betrays not a shred of human emotion. This condition is peculiar. He resembles a creature that can barely breathe, swallow, and digest food. From another perspective, he is merely a human-shaped shell, devoid of the most critical element, his soul. At this moment, Huang remained remarkably composed, leaning against the bunk while his gaze flitted between the various beds. Every human action is driven by a certain purpose. Even a deranged killer who commits random acts of violence does so to fulfill some psychological need. From this standpoint, one could infer that the master of this train is in the business of collecting the souls of the living. After speaking, he shook his head, recognizing that it was merely conjecture. After all, the notion of souls was rather absurd. I had once been a staunch atheist. From Huang Xue, I learned a crucial detail. The attendants on this train would randomly take certain passengers, erasing their will and reducing them to mere empty vessels. I had to return to my seat immediately. Any delay could lead to dire consequences. If the attendants discovered her, she might very well become a target. The last time, a homeless man had intervened to shield me from disaster, but I might not be so fortunate again. Resolutely, I dragged Lu Ming from beneath the bunk, covered his mouth, held him tightly in my arms, and stood up. Wait a moment, I said. After all this information, you're not planning to leave alone, are you? Huang Xue intercepted me. Our alliance was merely a fragile agreement based on mutual benefit. What else do you want? I demanded. At the very least, share what you know so I can prepare myself. Huang Xue's intention was clear. Cooperation required reciprocity. Absolutely do not leave your compartment, and ideally, do not stray from your seat. Otherwise, you will draw the attendant's scrutiny. I spoke quickly, adding that certain stops on the train permitted passengers to disembark. Remember, the first stop where you can get off is called the Land Temple. Be prepared. If circumstances change, I will inform you. I wished to leave, but Huang Xue was relentless. Let us not speak of trust between us. I doubt you would risk coming to warn me. He proposed a deal. We would use the child as a bargaining chip, keeping him with me until he could notify us both to disembark together. In return, he would divulge another critical clue. What clue? I inquired, surprised that this cunning old fox had a trick up his sleeve. The attendant has a weakness. If exploited well, it could buy us at least 10 seconds. The notion of the attendant's weakness was indeed tempting, yet I was more eager for information regarding the dual-faced Buddha. The chaos stemmed from Lu Ming. His memories in the final moments of life were immensely alluring. Huang Xue, you know what I might be aware of. But you are mistaken if you think you can leverage this to negotiate with me. I will take the child. After scanning the area and finding no sign of the attendants, I hastily left, clutching Lu Ming. Although he exuded a foul odor, it diminished the closer we got to the October 29th carriage. I sprinted, and upon entering the October 29th compartment, the stench completely dissipated. What was the nature of this odor? If the deceased had perished on October 29th, why did it manifest as a foul smell in other carriages? The further I moved from my compartment, the stronger the odor became. What could be the explanation? I placed Lu Ming in a seat, took a deep breath, and tried to calm myself. Opposite me, Chang Feifei was gesturing with sign language. I could surmise her inquiry was about why Lu Wenchang had not returned. But how could I explain this? I had no choice but to casually say, Lu Wenchang was taken by the attendants. Do not worry, he should be back shortly. Chang Feifei was filled with doubt. She longed to venture out in search of answers, but felt it unsafe to leave Lu Ming alone. Thus she reluctantly decided against it. The situation had momentarily stabilized. I glanced at the little fellow beside me, noting that the fear in Lu Ming's eyes had yet to dissipate. I had no desire to provoke him further, yet the secret surrounding the dual-faced Buddha brooked no sentimentality on my part. Leaning closer, I lowered my voice to a whisper, ensuring only Lu Ming could hear. Tell me, what did you see in the end? As long as you speak the truth, I shall take you away. Lu Ming, seemingly deaf to my words, sat there looking pitiful, eliciting sympathy from Chang Feifei. Ignoring me? Was my allure insufficient? I furrowed my brow. To a child, parents are the ultimate source of security. Previously, Lu Ming had called out to Lu Wenchang. Chang Feifei was not his mother, so where were his true parents? With this thought in mind, I altered my approach. If you recount the events from the last segment of your memory, I shall help you find your real parents." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming reacted, shaking his head and widening his eyes. "Really?" I nodded, and he began to speak in disjointed fragments. Everything broke apart. My mom and dad were separated. People were shoving. It was chaotic. My mom was holding me, but many stepped on us. There was a vast expanse of blood. Red everywhere. "Take your time. Speak slowly from the beginning. This will assist me in helping you," I reassured him, patting Lu Ming's shoulder to quell his panic. After a minute or two, he regained his composure and his words began to form a basic narrative. At 9:30 in the evening, my dad took the whole family to a Buddhist gathering. I fell asleep, and when I woke up, I was unsure of the time. I saw many others like me, all disabled, moving in a single direction. At the front of the line was a strange figure wearing a cap. A strange figure? I inquired. Yes, he had two faces. The left side was scarred like crocodile skin, while the right side was smooth, reminiscent of a freshly peeled lychee. Upon hearing Lu Ming's description, a name flashed across my mind. Lu Xing. My father had mentioned that this person was the Buddha's disciple, leading everyone to witness the Buddha's manifestation. Subsequently, he guided us into the basement of a large building, and we descended deeper and deeper. The terror in Lu Ming's eyes resurfaced as he recounted how the first group to enter the underground began to scream about ghosts, desperately trying to flee upwards. Those above sought to descend, while those below clamored to ascend, creating a chaotic crush where many fell. Was there really a ghost down there? I asked. I don't know. I saw nothing but my mom holding me when we fell. People were climbing over us, their faces filled with terror, more frightening than ghosts. Chapter 440. A life hanging by a thread. Lu Ming's tale came to a swift conclusion, and I understood why so many disabled individuals boarded the vehicle on October 29th. This was a premeditated massacre orchestrated by the dual-faced Buddha under the guise of a Buddhist gathering. Through our conversation, I could infer that the naturally dual-faced disciple, Lu Xing, was indeed the dual-faced Buddha himself. A significant part of his motive for such actions was likely to secure the soul train, ensuring Lu Xing's safe passage aboard. This objective could not be achieved solely with the command of the Life-Taker's token. The disabled, marked by fate, were perhaps being utilized to create a space for a living soul? Were they forcibly sending Lu Xing onto the train? There is a reason behind my speculation. Although both Luxing and I possess the token of the fate alterer that allows us to board the vehicle, a fundamental distinction exists between us. Luxing's name appears in the attendance ledger, while mine does not. At the station in the Twin Buddha district, I forcefully ejected Luxing from the train. He undeniably felt alive, indicating that he had not perished. However, his name inexplicably appeared on the passenger list of the death train. This manipulation of fate is something I can only attribute to the twin-faced Buddha. I cannot conceive of anyone else possessing such capability. To defy destiny inevitably incurs a tremendous cost, and these tragically deceased innocents must be the sacrificial victims. It is pitiable that they believed they had found a faith to shelter them, unaware that the very belief they held dear sought their demise. I observed the gradually quieting Lumeng, unsure of how to comfort him. Opposite him, Chang Feifei wished to approach, but Lumeng persistently evaded her, evoking a sense of compassion. If my conjecture holds truth, what could be the twin-faced Buddha's purpose in such actions? Why would he go to such lengths to ensure Luxing's boarding? Gripping the handrail of the train, my gaze swept across the passengers. None of them appeared to possess anything of value. The train itself merely serves as a means of transportation, devoid of any extraordinary elements. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Transportation. While I am unaware of the train's ultimate destination, it does not imply that the twin-faced Buddha is equally ignorant. If this train indeed leads to the underworld, it would represent the sole mode of transport I have encountered capable of bridging the realms of the living and the dead. Continuing along this line of thought, it becomes evident that the twin-faced Buddha's insistence on Luxing boarding at the expense of so many disabled lives must be for something of paramount significance, something unattainable in the realm of the living, only to be found in the underworld. This remains merely my hypothesis, yet the more I ponder, the more plausible it seems. Such grand designs. Only a fate alterer could orchestrate such madness. While I marvel at the twin-faced Buddha's audacity, I am equally wary of the underworld showcase. The depths of its intricacies are profound, especially since such a covert scheme of the twin-faced Buddha has reached their ears. If the underworld showcase intervenes to sabotage his plans, it suggests that my role as a pawn in this game has concluded. All that remains is to disembark safely. To be frank, I am indifferent to the twin-faced Buddha's schemes. Let him pursue whatever he desires. My only wish is to preserve my own life amidst the collision of various forces. The twin-faced Buddha's plans, now disrupted by the Underworld showcase, will undoubtedly not be abandoned easily. Once this live broadcast concludes, I must exercise utmost caution against retribution from Xinhu. Perhaps I can leverage the goodwill signals that Mao Shan, Lin Kingswan, has extended toward me. To calculate every step in advance is one of the reasons I have survived thus far. I have grasped the general situation. The next crucial step is to escape the train tonight. A glance at the elderly lady when revealed her in a state of tranquil repose, seemingly disinterested in the unfolding events. Luming remained engulfed in fear, while Chang Feifei, concerned, attempted to communicate through gestures, yet no one paid her any mind. Aside from myself, the only individual exhibiting calmness was the woman seated at the far end. From the very beginning, I had taken note of this woman. Her resemblance to Lu Xing was striking. One half of her face bore scars, while the other was undeniably beautiful. Her eyes sparkling with a vitality that created a stark contrast to the surrounding passengers. This woman boarded the train in Shuangfo district on the 29th of October. Could she possibly be another pawn orchestrated by the two-faced Buddha? I maintained a degree of vigilance towards her, yet I did not pierce through her facade. After 10 live broadcasts, I was no longer the naive, third-rate detective I once was. I had delved into the realms of Buddhism, the supernatural, and Taoism, adorned with numerous talismans. Even when compared to Lu Xing at the height of his power, I was not to be underestimated. Thus, even if she harbored ulterior motives, I felt no fear. Furthermore, if this woman were merely a secondary means of the two-faced Buddha, her success in executing his plan would pose no direct threat to me. The true headache lay with the Underworld showcase. It is essential to recognize that, in my view, the Underworld showcase and the two-faced Buddha were both malevolent entities. Both lurked in the shadows of the city, engaged in unspeakable schemes. Should they find themselves in a stalemate, it would be a scenario I would welcome. You may scheme as you please. I merely wish to survive this live broadcast. Compared to the assessment live streams, the difficulty of the official broadcasts had evidently escalated, and the scope was no longer confined to Jiangxing. What troubled me most was the increased peril of the live broadcasts, yet the intervals between them remained unchanged. I had but 3 days to recuperate. As I pondered, a change transpired within the train. A chill wafted through the air, causing me to shiver involuntarily. I lifted my gaze to see a staff member assisting Lu Wenchang back, though they claimed to be supporting him. The majority of Lu Wenchang's body leaned heavily against the staff member, resembling a puppet devoid of thought, moving mechanically. I slowly narrowed my eyes, dimming the light within them. Lu Wenchang's current state aligned perfectly with what Huang Xue had described. He had likely been stripped of his self-awareness. Seeing her husband in such a condition, Chang Feifei wept softly, her words lost amidst her tears, her hands flailing helplessly. Return to your seats. This is not a shelter. All passengers must present their tickets, the staff member declared, unceremoniously tossing Lu Wenchang onto a seat. She did not leave immediately but instead stood beside me in silence. Even with my exceptional mental fortitude, I felt an overwhelming pressure, my thoughts racing anxiously. Lu Xing, you are quite lively. The staff member's chilling voice seemed intent on freezing my very blood. Come with me to another carriage. Her latter statement felt akin to a death sentence. Should I follow her, I could end up like Lu Wenchang. Devoid of self-awareness, what difference would there be between living and dying? I shall remain here. It's quite unnecessary to bother. I managed to force a smile, fully aware that the staff member must have gleaned something from Lu Wenchang. My right hand delved deep into my pocket, fingertips brushing against the talismans I had long prepared. It seems placing you here is the greatest inconvenience. Rise. The staff member grasped my shoulder. The last time she had done so, on the 28th of October, I had barely registered the sensation. This time, I was inclined to resist, yet my body, strengthened by the Miao Zhen heart method, found itself utterly powerless before her. She was indeed a marvel. Though she stood shorter than I, the hidden strength within her slender frame was astonishing. I was dragged from my seat by the attendant, while the surrounding passengers, seemingly indifferent, kept their heads bowed and wore blank expressions. This carriage is not suited for you. Come with me. Her voice was chilling, as if forced through clenched teeth. Her grip on my shoulder brought me uncomfortably close to her, allowing me to scrutinize her features. Beneath her blue uniform, her form appeared somewhat distorted and disjointed. Most unsettling was her face. Its features seemed to possess a life of their own, shifting unnaturally in the dimly lit carriage. It felt as if this attendant was not merely a single person, but rather a grotesque amalgamation of many. My predicament was dire. I clenched the talisman in my pocket. Yet I hesitated to confront the attendant fully. Very well, I shall follow you. Which carriage are we headed to? Why ask so many questions? What difference does it make if you know? The attendant's tone carried a hint of mockery. Some little pests have infiltrated this train, but worry not. I shall remove them one by one. My heart raced, fearing that even Lady Wan and Master Wang had been noticed by her. How had she discovered our secret? I pondered, realizing that my actions might have been too discreet to betray me, or perhaps she was simply toying with me, urging me to maintain my composure until the last moment. Regaining my demeanor, I smiled. Wherever you wish to take me is fine. I was merely inquiring. The attendant regarded my calmness with a crooked gaze for some time. Lu Xing, you are quite amusing. I shall remember your name. She led me away from the carriage marked October 29th, and as we reached the junction between two carriages, the train suddenly lurched violently before gradually slowing down. Are we approaching a stop? The attendant pulled out her yellow notebook and glanced at it. Consider yourself fortunate. You may return to your seat for now. I will find you shortly. A sense of relief washed over me as I promptly turned back to my original position. Upon my return, the reactions of my fellow passengers varied. Xiao Feifei gestured in sign language, inquiring about her husband and child, while the woman with a dual nature cast a curious glance in my direction. Most unexpectedly, Lady Wan, her eyes wide with scare, scanned my vicinity and coughed softly, murmuring, "After this stop, the next will be the Earth God Temple." Her words ignited a flicker of hope within me. If I could endure just one more stop, I might escape. Yet, I was uncertain if the attendant would grant me that opportunity. Peering down the aisle, it seemed almost deliberate that the attendant stood at the threshold between the two carriages, perusing her yellow notebook. Her back turned to me as if she had no fear of my escape. After Lu Wenchang followed her away, his mind appeared lost. Master Wang's warning seemed all too real. This train was steeped in mystery, and I could not allow her to dictate my fate. Yet, merely contemplating rebellion did not equate to possessing the means to act upon it. At that moment, the most potent talisman I possessed was the Great Dipper spell, but alas, the train traversed a tunnel, devoid of starlight, rendering the talisman's power limited. As for the Yin-Yang ghost art and the three wild spirits within the ghost ring, I had no intention of releasing them. If my suspicions were correct, and all aboard this train were indeed deceased, the attendant would likely possess specialized methods to counteract ghosts and the dead. Releasing those spirits would likely result in immediate suppression. What do I possess that could pose a threat to the attendants? A talisman? A Buddhist scripture? I contemplated several schemes, each one dismissed. Wang had mentioned that he was aware of a vulnerability in the attendants that could delay them for a while. It seems that to disembark smoothly, collaboration with him is essential. Given Wang's character, he would likely not deceive me on such a crucial matter. After all, he boarded the train long before I did and possesses far more knowledge than I do. That cunning fellow surely harbors secrets he has yet to divulge. However, our goals align, and cooperation promises mutual benefit. Just as I reached my decision, the scenery outside the train underwent a dramatic transformation. The view expanded, revealing distant black mountains. What is happening? Hasn't this train been underground all along? How did we emerge from the tunnel? The changing landscape was obscured by the distance from my seat to the window, leaving me uncertain whether I was underground or above ground. Jiangsheng and Zhenhu are adjacent, with the endless Hen Mountain resembling the black giants before me. I had never heard of a railway leading into the heart of Hen Mountain. If this is indeed underground, it defies belief. Unable to quell my curiosity, I stood and approached the woman seated beside me. "May I borrow your position to see outside?" She silently nodded, shifting her legs to create space for me. "Thank you." I leaned against the window, straining my eyes to see through the darkness, where mountain peaks loomed, and nothing else was discernible. Frustrated, I looked up at the sky, which was equally shrouded in darkness, as if it had been dipped in ink. No stars or moon were visible. It seemed unlikely to be clouds, for the layers would shift with the wind. The sky here resembled a slab of inkstone. Could it be that I am truly underground? What I see above me may not be the sky, but rather towering rock walls. I quickly dismissed this notion, not due to evidence, but because it was too absurd to accept. I never imagined a day would come when I could not discern whether I stood on solid ground or beneath it. Yet, on the flip side, I find it necessary to explore the depths of Jiangsheng. The millennia-old Huang Xue formations, countless urban legends, and tales of a dragon suppressed beneath the city all suggest that a vast secret lies hidden underground. Have you finished? The voice came from the woman seated at the far end, who appeared to despise strangers encroaching upon her space. I apologize for the intrusion. To my surprise, her voice was melodious, akin to the sound of a spring, though her scarred visage evoked trepidation. I retreated to my seat, as the train had come to a halt. New passengers entered the carriage, and the vacancies in the October 29th compartment dwindled. I began to feel increasingly anxious. Once the train resumed its journey, the attendants would likely escort me away, leaving me with dwindling time. This is the moment of utmost chaos. Perhaps I could blend in with the passengers and escape unnoticed. I glanced up at the point where the train cars connect, observing passengers boarding in an orderly fashion, while an attendant stood at the entrance, diligently focused on the newcomers. This is an opportunity. I lowered my head, considering the situation. The train compartments are numbered by date, and the attendant is stationed between the October 28th and October 29th cars. Passing through that area would surely result in my discovery. I turned my head towards the end of the carriage designated for October 29th, pondering whether there existed a carriage for October 30th. If one were to categorize by the date of demise, it would be logical to conclude that a carriage for October 30th could not possibly exist, as that day has yet to arrive. Nonetheless, I found myself bereft of options and resolved to give it a try. Seizing the moment while the attendant was momentarily distracted, I rose quietly and hastily made my way toward the rear of the October 29th carriage. The seats on either side were largely unoccupied, and the occasional flicker of a figure only served to heighten the eerie atmosphere. At last, I arrived. I sprinted with all my might to the back of the October 29th carriage, where no passengers were present. The only distinguishing feature compared to the previous carriages was the tightly shut door at the junction. I pushed against the door several times, noting the lock was somewhat loose. Grasping the handle, I exerted all my strength to press down and then hurled myself against the iron door. Bang! The door swung open, revealing a scattering of rust on the hinges. With no time to spare for a closer inspection, I squeezed through the narrow passage connecting the two carriages. Was anyone there? I frantically kicked and pounded on the train door, employing even my fists in a futile attempt, but to no avail. After a few agonizing seconds, I finally conceded defeat. The other side would not leave such a conspicuous vulnerability. A wave of despondency washed over me as I leaned against the carriage, my gaze falling upon the carriage for October 30th. The day had not yet arrived. What would transpire if I were to enter that carriage? As this thought blossomed in my mind like wild grass, I carefully contemplated the earlier incident where I had forced the door open, causing considerable rust to flake off the hinges. This suggested that the passage from the October 29th carriage to the October 30th carriage had seldom been traversed. If I could conceal myself within the October 30th carriage, perhaps I could evade the attendant's scrutiny. It was a reckless notion. Straightening my posture, I grasped the handle of the October 30th carriage and jiggled it a few times. It was locked, yet not completely secured. There might be other means to gain entry. As I rummaged through my belongings in search of something to unlock the door, I glanced up through the small window in the middle of the iron door into the October 30th carriage. The day had not yet arrived, so it was likely devoid of passengers. My gaze penetrated through the window, revealing the empty rows of seats within the October 30th carriage, save for one solitary occupant seated alone. Why did that figure seem so familiar? As I stared, a shiver coursed through me, chilling me to the core. The solitary passenger in the death train's October 30th carriage was none other than myself. Chapter 442. October 30th. Why was I present in the October 30th carriage? That figure was indeed my doppelganger, a perfect reflection of myself. But if he is Gao Jian, then who am I? This conundrum ascended to a philosophical realm, and for the first time, I felt a profound sense of horror. Calming myself and piecing together the clues I had gathered, I realized that this train was populated solely by the deceased, with carriage numbers corresponding to the dates of their demise. Suppressing the dread swelling within me, I regarded the version of myself within the October 30th carriage. Thus, did my presence in the October 30th carriage signify that I was destined to perish on that very day? This was both disheartening and, in a twisted sense, a glimmer of hope. The downside lies in the fact that I have witnessed my own demise. However, the silver lining is that this live broadcast occurs on the 29th of October, and I see myself in the carriage on the 30th. Does this foreshadow that I will safely navigate through the 11th live broadcast? I will not perish on the 29th. Rather, My end awaits me on the 30th. This resembles a baseless prophecy, founded solely on my personal conjecture. Intriguingly, this train grows increasingly fascinating. My gaze penetrates through the small window at the center of the iron door, observing myself in the carriage on the 30th of October. This sensation is peculiar. When one gazes into a mirror for an extended period, they may find their reflection gradually becoming unfamiliar. This phenomenon arises from the brain's focus on a familiar whole, leading to an intensified scrutiny of the details, which in turn engenders a sense of estrangement. Yet, I do not experience this sensation. A faint voice deep within my mind incessantly informs me that the individual seated in the carriage is indeed myself. This stands in stark contrast to observing one's reflection in a mirror. The more intently I look, the more familiar I feel. There exists a subtle divergence between the version of me in the carriage on the 30th and my present self. That version of me bows his head, seemingly bereft of self-awareness, with a pallid complexion and lips that appear to have been soaked in water, grotesquely swollen and decayed. My cause of death seems to be water-related. I yearn to examine this further, yet the passengers in the carriage on the 29th are mostly seated, leaving me with little time. Wait, something feels amiss. Furrowing my brow, I observe numerous anomalies. For instance, the attire of my 30th self starkly contrasts with my current garb, a black suit, with a white cloth wrapped around my arm. Due to my disposition, I harbor a strong aversion to formal wear. Under what circumstances would I be compelled to don such attire? What events shall unfold on the 30th? This ensemble appears to be prepared for attending someone's funeral. At this moment, I have surpassed the initial shock, incessantly pounding on the iron door in a bid to capture the attention of the version of myself in the carriage on the 30th. I know myself better than anyone. If that individual is indeed me, regardless of the perilous situation he finds himself in, as long as there remains a glimmer of hope, he would not surrender. There must exist a possibility for communication between us. Bang, bang. The iron door resounds with a great clamor. Yet the version of me in the carriage on the 30th remains in that posture, silent. Despair engulfs the heart like ashes. This wretched train. I attempt to unlock the door, my impatience mounting. After a prolonged struggle, I find no success and must revert to my previous state, retreating to the carriage of the 29th. Resuming my seat, I notice that all the passengers between the 29th and 20th carriages have boarded, and the attendant, holding a yellow ledger, happens to glance up at me. I lower my head, feeling somewhat guilty. I am uncertain whether the attendant is aware of the events in the 30th carriage, based on the information I previously gathered. It seems the attendant has never entered the 30th carriage, as, logically, that day has yet to arrive, and no one would anticipate the presence of anyone inside. My appearance in the 30th carriage is likely due to the fact that I am currently aboard the train. As the living me perished in the carriage on October 29th, the lifeless me was reborn in the carriage on October 30th. Between life and death lies merely an iron door. I can perceive death, yet I am powerless to alter its course. This train grows increasingly intriguing. My understanding of it is scant, relying solely on conjecture and inference. I yearn to inquire of the viewers in the live stream. Yet the attendant stands nearby, and I fear that my futile gestures may attract her attention. If she were to confiscate my phone, which serves as my connection to the Underworld-esque showcase, it would spell disaster. The attendant meticulously scribbles names in her yellow ledger as the train begins to move. I sit on pins and needles, awaiting her approach. At this juncture, I find no solace in reliance on others. Facing the impending dread, I gradually find calmness. If I am to meet my demise on October 30th, then regardless of what transpires today, my life should be spared. What is meant to come will inevitably arrive, whether early or late. Evasion is futile. Once the attendant completes her tally, she closes the ledger and strides toward me, her tone authoritative, not solicitous but commanding. Reluctant to resort to force until absolutely necessary, I rise and obediently follow her. Exiting the carriage of October 29th and traversing through the 28th and 27th carriages until we reach the doorway of the carriage for October 26th. Suddenly, the attendant halts, turning to me with a look of surprise. Why do you not emanate the stench of death? I pause momentarily, instantly comprehending that the stench of death she refers to is the intense odor that emanates from Lu Jin. Each passenger boards the train on a designated date, consistent with their assigned seats. Should a passenger rashly depart their carriage, their body becomes unprotected, releasing the odor of death. The attendant blocks the entrance to the October 26th carriage, retrieving her yellow ledger to search for something. Body. I note her choice of words, which only deepens my confusion. According to my previous deductions, this train is solely occupied by the deceased, or more accurately, the souls of the departed. How, then, could a soul possess a body? Contemplating this, I express profound skepticism about the purpose of this train. Initially, I believed the train to be a manifestation of cosmic order, appearing in the subterranean city during the early days of September when the yang energy is at its peak, allowing wandering spirits to avoid detection. However, as I continue to engage with this phenomenon, I realize that the train is far more complex than I had imagined, concealing deeper secrets. The interplay of the dead, the living, self-awareness, bodies, and souls has led me to believe I had stabilized the situation and deciphered the content of this livestream task. Yet, since encountering the numb and silent version of myself in the October 30th carriage, my heart has been thrown into disarray, and the situation has once again become enigmatic. Is the destination of this train truly the underworld? Beyond the attendant, might there be even more terrifying entities aboard? As I ponder these questions, the attendant continues to smirk, observing my increasingly grave expression. She grips my shoulder, dragging me into the October 26th carriage. This marks my second entry into this carriage. And with the attendant's formidable strength rendering me incapable of resistance, my only hope of escape lies in relying on another's power. As I turn my gaze, I beheld the bed where Huang Xue was located, and a dangerously adventurous thought began to form in my mind. I grasped the arm of the attendant. Her slender, icy limb belied the immense strength it concealed. Wait a moment. May I inquire where you intend to take me? Will I end up like that person from earlier? I deliberately raised my voice, hoping to catch Huang Xue's attention. Follow me, and you shall find out, the attendant replied, somewhat impatiently. However, I did not acquiesce to her wishes. I leaned against a nearby bed, gripping the armrests tightly, and raised my voice once more. If you do not reveal the truth now, and I lose consciousness later, you will surely regret it. The attendant, perplexed by my words, was unaware that my threat was aimed at Huang Xue. That cunning old fox had boarded the train 2 days earlier. He was privy to a weakness of the attendant. By shouting beside his bed, I intended to compel him to divulge that weakness, lest he also find himself trapped when I lost consciousness. Chapter 443. The burden of karma. As my calf was nudged, I recognized it as a signal from Huang Xue. An unspoken understanding had formed between two killers. I could not betray Huang Xue before the attendant spoke, so I released my grip and feigned compliance. The attendant, her face darkened, was about to unleash her fury. But upon seeing my demeanor, it was as if she had struck cotton. Her frustration dissipated without further words. Merely a cold huff escaped her lips as she tightened her grip on my shoulder. Could you be gentler? I want to run away, I remarked as we proceeded step by step toward the next carriage. Truth be told, I regretted not acquiring more information from Madame Wen. I should have at least inquired about the duration until our next stop to prepare myself mentally. Alas, it was too late. I cast a slow glance back at Huang Xue's bed. That old fox was remarkably composed, remaining utterly still, his disguise flawless. Had I not known he was concealed beneath that white cloth, I might have doubted his presence altogether. The carriage on October 26th was significantly longer than the others, likely due to it being entirely composed of sleeper compartments. However, it could also be attributed to the fact that this day coincided with the Chongyang festival in the human realm, when countless spirits vied to board. May I pose a question? Why is this carriage outfitted with sleeping arrangements while the others merely offer seats? Is there a difference in our ticket prices? After making contact with Huang Xue, I found myself in no rush. One must act with careful consideration, for fate ultimately governs our endeavors. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, I would have to accept my fate. Why do you have so many questions? The attendant's demeanor was exceedingly unfriendly. I maintained that my inquiries were entirely reasonable. Why should their space be so expansive while the rest of us are crammed together? Is our fare not the same? My intention in raising these points was largely to buy time, granting Huang Xue an opportunity to act. As for the disparity in treatment, who could be concerned about such trivialities when one's life was at stake? You are indeed correct. The cost you paid to board this train differs significantly. Perhaps it was due to the absence of any perceived threat I posed that the attendant lowered her guard and casually remarked, "Those seated merely travel, while those lying down have already pawned all their belongings to board. They will become cargo on this train, destined for a place that requires them." And where might that be? The underworld? I blurted out, but the attendant merely responded with a cold smile. offering no direct reply. If you are so eager to go, I can arrange for your passage as well. Her serious gaze sent a chill through me, and I suddenly realized her tone was devoid of jest. No, thank you. I prefer to remain seated, I stammered, waving my hands in refusal. Before long, the attendant and I departed from the carriage of October 26th, entering the carriage of October 25th. During our transit, I discreetly glanced back at Wang, who had sat up from his bunk, clearly sensing the impending danger. Wang understood a weakness of the attendant. I knew when to disembark. The two of us joining forces was not without possibility. If the station where we could alight was still far off, I doubted our success, yet fortuitously, the next stop was the Earth Temple. As long as I could delay until the train halted, I could escape. The carriage of October 25th was similarly a sleeper, yet it was permeated by a faint, unpleasant odor. According to the attendant, this carriage was suffused with a sense of death. I cast my eyes upon the bedding, which was no longer pristine. Many pieces of fabric bore yellow-brown stains, reminiscent of blood left after washing. Have we arrived? I inquired, but the attendant remained silent. Gripping my shoulder tightly as we traversed through carriages 25 and 24, entering the carriage of October 23rd. Counting from carriage 29, this marked exactly 7 days. A complete week's time. As I pushed open the door to the carriage of October 23rd, a potent stench assaulted my senses, causing my stomach to churn violently. Even at the Henshan Psychiatric Hospital, confronted with numerous dismembered corpses, I had never experienced such a visceral reaction. Where exactly are you taking me? The acrid scent constantly challenged my sensory limits. Silence. The attendant snapped, her expression unusually tense. It was the first time I had witnessed such a look on her face. Was she also afraid? But what could she possibly fear? Her change in demeanor piqued my curiosity, prompting me to scan the surroundings for anything unusual. This glance proved revealing. The environment within carriage 23 was the most dismal of all 7, thick with a suffocating atmosphere, the stench overwhelming. The white sheets were marred by clumps of brownish blood stains, and the floor and beds were littered with unidentifiable refuse emitting grotesque odors. To my horror, I noticed something resembling ground meat wedged in the crevices of the bed slats, a sight that sent shivers down my spine. The number of passengers in this carriage was sparse. Most bunks lay empty, with only a few occupied by figures that had lost all semblance of humanity, appearing as though they had endured unspeakable torment. In contrast, my own loss of consciousness paled in significance. As I reached the middle of carriage 23, a white sheet slipped from a bunk, revealing a figure lying beneath. I hesitated to refer to it as a person, though I had to exert considerable effort to identify it as such. This is a body of extreme mutilation, having lost all its vital organs. The areas where the nose and eyes once were are now mere cavities, while the abdomen sinks inward, and the thin layers of desiccated skin cling to the skeletal frame, seemingly devoid of any internal organs. I halted, a twinge of compassion flickering in my gaze. This person resembled a fish, alive yet cast upon a searing iron, gasping for something in the air. This state, suspended between life and death, sent shivers down my spine. Would I become like it if I failed to escape the train? Was it beautiful? The attendant's mouth split into a grin, reveling in my terror. Few are those who can endure 7 days on this train. With a malicious glance, she yanked me away from the wretched figure. Having witnessed the plight of the passengers in car 23 on October 23rd, my confusion regarding this enigmatic train deepened. The train would stop at various stations, most of which allowed entry, but only a select few permitted exit. As I traversed from car 29 onwards, the passengers' mental states grew increasingly erratic, and numerous vacant seats began to appear. According to contemporary Buddhist philosophy, the wicked descend into hell, while the virtuous ascend to paradise. Thus, some individuals disembarked early, while others, despite having drained their corporeal essence, could not leave. If the stations where each person would disembark were preordained, then each additional day spent aboard must exact a toll. Their struggle to endure until the moment of disembarkation would likely prove arduous. A vague realization dawned upon me. Death is inescapable. On this final train, each person boards, yet each is destined to alight at a certain station. The timing of their release, the shedding of their shackles, depends on the weight of their burdens and karmic debts. Some, like Lady One, boarded and departed with little ado. Others, such as the unfortunate soul I had just witnessed in car 23, had shed their organs and features, leaving behind only a skeletal frame and thin layers of skin, yet remained unable to leave, for their karmic debts were not yet settled. Life constrains the living, and death may not guarantee ease. Reflecting upon this, I wore a bitter smile, though I had not committed heinous acts. I had been ensnared by the underworld's machinations and unleashed the vengeful spirit of a ghostly mother. Now, with my brow darkened and clouds looming overhead, my karmic burdens entwine me. If I were to remain on this train, it would certainly be for more than a mere 7 days. I must escape this place. I finally comprehended why Lu Xing hesitated until the last moment to board the train. Given the bloodshed he had caused, should his identity be revealed, he would likely suffer 1,000 tortures before he could depart. I followed the attendant through car 23, yet she showed no intention of pausing. Chapter 444. The water of forgetfulness. Stepping out of car 23, the oppressive stench in the air diminished, and a chilling breeze swept through the crevices of the train. I inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, and observed my disheveled appearance, which only deepened the attendant's look of perplexity. I felt a sense of unease under her gaze. On this train, I might be the only living soul. My demeanor could not deviate too greatly from that of the other passengers. The deceased do not experience discomfort. Silently, I reminded myself that I would soon regain my composure, maintaining a stoic expression devoid of any superfluous emotion. "Come in," said the conductor. Before me lay an unfamiliar carriage, unnumbered, as if this train possessed merely 7 compartments for its passengers. I wished to refuse, but under the roof of another, one must bow their head. Clenching a talisman tightly in my hand, I followed the conductor into this unmarked carriage. The air was somewhat murky, perfumed with an indescribable scent, reminiscent of some unknown chemical compound, yet not overwhelmingly pungent. Prolonged exposure rendered my mind sluggish and a touch dizzy. What purpose does this carriage serve? I opened my eyes to find no seats or beds within. The space was vast, adorned with photographs affixed to the walls, each accompanied by a name. "You may consider this your home." The conductor spoke with a tone that lacked levity. "Most individuals leave behind a mark after death. The photographs on this wall encapsulate their memories." At that moment, I could not discern the deeper implications of the conductor's words and curiously gazed at the wall. The photographs, no larger than a palm, were not typical images from life, but rather thin sheets of paper. Yet, due to the vividness of the depictions, I mistakenly believed them to be photographs in the darkness. "Are these your collection? Are they posthumous portraits of the deceased?" I murmured, feeling dazed by the peculiar scent in the air. I reached out to touch the thin paper, and to my astonishment, it bore a texture akin to human skin. Although I was merely caressing the painted images, it felt as though I were cradling a person's face. So lifelike, I nearly believed that the figures within the artwork were gazing back at me. "These are not mere collectibles, but rather tickets. In other words, this is the price you must pay to board." The conductor spoke slowly, instilling within me an ominous premonition. I began to recollect the conductor's earlier words upon entering this peculiar carriage. Her initial statement seemed to imply that the photographs on the wall were marks left by the passengers, remnants of their memories. My gaze swept across to a pristine blank sheet of paper, beside which sat a middle-aged man with a furrowed brow, Lu Wenchang, the very individual whom the conductor had escorted away moments prior. As if a sudden clarity had struck me, I withdrew my outstretched finger, contemplating the seemingly endless carriage. Was the price of boarding the relinquishment of one's memories? A person's life is akin to a journey. The vistas encountered along the way constitute memories. These memories do not inherently belong to you. Only by surrendering them can one revert to their authentic self. The conductor guided me deeper into the carriage, where the walls were densely populated with portraits, too numerous to count, each one a reflection of a life lived. For instance, Lu Wenchang appeared outwardly courteous, attentive to his wife and children, yet his true self remained shrouded in sorrow. The duality of his faith in a two-faced deity had not fundamentally altered his existence. It merely endowed him with an additional means of self-deception. His life remained burdensome, the weight of societal discrimination etched upon his face. His memories are steeped in bitterness. He yearns for his children to be spared from such injustices. He trains them to eat and write with their left hands, motivating the entire family to adopt the same practice with chopsticks and pencils. This is the quiet resolve of an ordinary man who, despite possessing a semblance of happiness, finds that the bitterness within Lu Wenchang remains unrelenting. The pressures of his children's education, the medical expenses for his wife's treatment, and the toll his relentless labor takes on his own health weigh heavily upon him, leaving him breathless. His sorrow is a burden known only to himself. In an imprecise sense, as my fingertips brushed against his portrait, I gleaned the essence of his experiences. It is a profound realization that memories possess flavors of their own. In this unnumbered carriage, I walked a considerable distance, observing the multitude of faces on either side, until the attendant finally halted her steps. This carriage had reached its end. I, too, came to a stop, yet even now, the nature of the attendant's peculiar demeanor eludes my understanding. "You must be curious as to why I brought you here," the attendant remarked, her gaze fixed upon the portraits adorning the walls, before she opened the door leading to the next carriage. I could not decipher her intentions and turned to glance through the opening. The passageway led to another carriage, identical in layout to this one, barren yet adorned with portraits. Under an inexplicable glimmer of light, I discerned that beyond the threshold lay an endless succession of carriages. Each one mirrored this carriage, with walls embellished with images brimming with the full spectrum of human emotions. The length of this train remains a mystery. It traverses the chasm between life and death, oscillating between reality and illusion. One might interpret its terminus as the realm commonly referred to as the afterlife, or perhaps consider the train itself as a manifestation of that very realm. The attendant gestured toward the repetitious carriages, her features subtly shifting. Yet I had grown accustomed to the subtle horror she exuded. To me, she resembled a creature escaped from a nightmare, absurdly terrifying and overwhelmingly powerful, invulnerable to any form of resistance. Perhaps this train itself is a nightmare, a vessel encompassing all departed souls. Dream, you might suggest. Employing such a beautiful term to describe this train seems decidedly misplaced. The attendant guided me to the narrow corridor between two carriages, where a table stood, obstructing the passage. Upon it rested a porcelain bowl filled with water, intriguingly undisturbed by the train's tumultuous motion. Beyond the realm of dreams, I could conjure no other explanation. I became a broadcaster in the afterlife showcase, witnessing countless wonders that ordinary individuals could scarcely encounter in a lifetime. Yet, this does not signify a profound understanding of this realm. On the contrary, the more I learn, the more my heart fills with questions and reverence. There are myriad enigmas in this world, and what I have seen and experienced constitutes but a minuscule fragment of it. Many passengers have sought answers regarding this train. However, the true revelation lies within the porcelain bowl. The attendant lifted it, remarking, "Drink from this bowl of water, and you shall come to understand much." The tone of the attendant suddenly softened, and as I accepted the porcelain bowl, I felt no urge to resist. Just as my lips were about to touch the rim, an intense burning sensation surged from my chest, jolting me into awareness. Oh no! Instinctively, I discarded the porcelain bowl. It shattered upon hitting the ground, yet astonishingly, not a single drop of water spilled from it. "What are you trying to make me drink?" Had it not been for the sudden agony in my chest that revived my senses, I would likely have fallen into the attendant's trap and consumed the liquid within the bowl. "It is for your own good. This water will alleviate your worries and help you forget all your troubles. Once you drink it, you shall be reborn," the attendant said calmly, once again lifting the porcelain bowl, seemingly unafraid of my potential rejection. My eyes darted, desperately trying to maintain my composure while a tempest brewed within me. The bowl contained not a remedy for distress, but rather the fabled Mengpa soup. Drinking it would likely result in my memories fading, leaving me a mere solitary image upon the train's wall, like Lu Wenchang. "Drink it," the attendant urged, her voice resonating within my mind, shaking my thoughts and distracting me as I instinctively reached out with both hands. "By consuming it, you will embrace a new beginning and embark on a fresh journey." She smiled at me, declaring that life itself is a cycle, from nothing to something and back again. Chapter 445. You are a fate usurper. Her words seemed to carry a hidden meaning. I had no time to ponder as she brought the porcelain bowl to my lips. The pristine white bowl, its origins indiscernible, held water that rippled yet remained steadfast, unaffected by the train's jolting motion. "Drink," she commanded, her voice imbued with an enchanting power that I found hard to resist, though the sharp pain in my chest brought me back to reality. At that moment, my lips grazed the rim, and the liquid dampened them. With a decisive swing of my arm, I knocked the bowl away once more, though this time it took longer for my senses to return. I realized that I could no longer remain passive. I had to fight back. "It is for your own good. Do you not yearn for the answers? Drink it, and all will be revealed," she tempted, her words laced with seduction. Yet, I had seen through her ruse. Lu Wenshang likely transformed into that state after consuming this very water. I could not allow myself to touch it, not even a single drop. Drink it, or you shall never escape. Think of the passengers you saw in carriage 23. Do you wish to end up like them? The attendant had somehow lifted the porcelain bowl again, presenting it before me with both hands. She did not force me, yet the weight of her presence was immense. I took a step back, calculating the time. Much had elapsed since the last stop. I could afford to delay, as long as I waited until we halted. I had Huang Xue as my ally. He was aware of the attendant's vulnerabilities. If I turned against her now, my chances of escape could be around 30%. To me, this probability felt substantial, for I was in an entirely unfamiliar environment, where all arrangements were temporary. I had grasped every possible advantage tightly in my hands. Just a little longer, the closer we drew to the next stop, the greater my chances of escape would become. In my heart, I pondered the fleeting moments. Unable to gaze upon the objects that had roused me from slumber, as I accepted the porcelain bowl from the attendant's palm. Drink, drink, forget your troubles and rediscover yourself. Only then will you comprehend everything and behold a renewed version of yourself. The attendant incessantly urged me, while I endeavored to prolong the moment. Lifting the bowl to my nose, the liquid within was colorless and tasteless, akin to ordinary boiled water. Hurry, drink. Time slipped away in seconds, and the attendant's expression shifted. She discerned my deliberate hesitation. You are indeed unlike the others, consistently evading control. Who are you? I am but an ordinary person. If you truly wish to engage with me, remember my name. Lu Xing, realizing I could no longer delay, I decisively unleashed the suppression talisman obtained from Lu Jin. 5 divine generals, lend me your power, as swift as a decree. Forming a single-handed seal, I cast the talisman, only to be astounded that this exquisite talisman, drawn by the master of the true way, had failed. It emitted no divine light nor rhythm, remaining inert, akin to a mere sheet of paper that drifted and fell to the ground, failing to even brush against the attendant. What is happening? The talisman was my trump card, yet my suppression talisman bore no effect. So, you are merely a rogue Daoist who managed to board the train. I had suspected you all along. The attendant's lips curled into a terrifying smile. To wield Daoist arts, one must commune with the 5 divine beings, alas. This train traverses the realm between life and death, severing all connections. Your arts are rendered futile. She stepped forward, her features contorting ominously, hinting at a monstrous transformation. Drink the forgetting water, or else. 1 absolution for 1,000 years of sin, 2 for 10,000 years of sorrow, 3 for the maladies of time. 4 for disasters of water and fire, 5 for thieves and plunderers, 6 for the woes of progeny, 7 for debts of past lives, 8 for slander and disputes, 9 for home and punishment, 10 for the sanctity of the household. By the decree of 100 absolutions, shield yourself. As the offensive talismans proved ineffective, I attempted to invoke the sole protective chant I possessed, the 100 absolution command. The talisman adhered to me, yet produced no result. The traces of the way were lifeless. All matters of Tao were rendered powerless within this train. My complexion paled. This was a dire predicament. Initially, I had planned to use the Great North Star incantation as my final card, but it now appeared to be mere wishful thinking. Drink. Life and death are fated. You cannot escape your destiny. The attendant had now fully transformed into a monstrous entity, her voice raspy and unpleasant, her face grotesquely distorted, features resembling those of disparate individuals haphazardly assembled, creating a disconcerting visage. Get away. The terror within me surged forth. The facade of calmness was but self-deception. I cast several more talismans, yet none bore fruit, a sense of helplessness gradually enveloping my spirit. You are but a small fish leaping from the river of fate. Even if you glimpse sights unseen by others, you are destined to plunge back into the waters. Everything is immutable. Behind the attendant, something seemed poised to emerge. She gestured towards the walls, and the faces from the portraits began to awaken, as if alive, some terrified, others sorrowful or filled with wrath. An array of voices flooded my ears. An overwhelming cacophony of thoughts assailed my mind. Had it not been for my resolve, forged through countless live broadcasts with a will as unyielding as steel, my consciousness would have surely extinguished by now, rendered insignificant against the ceaseless tide of distractions that besiege the mind. Little Daoist, I wonder how long you can endure. There are many fish that surface from the turbulent river of fate, yet only a few can escape the grip of destiny. At this moment, the attendant has transformed into a monstrous entity. Her voice, an ambiguous blend of male and female, and her body has undergone a tremendous metamorphosis. The most evident change is her stature, which continues to rise until her long, dark hair grazes the ceiling of the carriage, reaching a height of 8 feet. What manner of beast is this? The art of Tao proves futile. My will is strained to its limits, yet thankfully, these distractions are not singular in purpose. They merely wash over me aimlessly. If the teachings of Tao are ineffective, then I shall turn to the teachings of Buddha. This train journeys toward the netherworld, and the heart of heaven has transmitted to me the Kitagarbha Sutra, perfectly suited for this moment. I anchor my heart and contemplate the Bodhisattva Kitagarbha, daring not to let my focus waver. The supreme, profound, and subtle Dharma is difficult to encounter over countless eons. Today, I have the fortune to hear and uphold it, hoping to comprehend the true essence of the Tathagata. In the sound of wisdom, amidst auspicious clouds, I serve as a testament to the suffering beings of Jambudvipa. Great compassion, great vows, great sage, great mercy, revered Bodhisattva Kitagarbha Mahasattva. With an aura of unyielding authority, my will shines like a golden Buddha, seated steadfastly amidst the chaotic thoughts of sentient beings, polished by the myriad worldly distractions until it radiates a brilliance akin to diamonds. My mind remains clear. In this moment of resistance against the onslaught of distractions, I unexpectedly gain immense benefits, my will sharpened like a newly honed blade. Buddhism and Taoism in harmonious cultivation? It seems your ambitions are grand indeed. The attendant, with a scowl upon her face, reaches out to grasp me, her enlarged form stretching forth, fingers aiming for my chest. Yet, no one can escape their fate. Drinking the water of forgetfulness and abandoning all this would be your wisest choice. Her slender fingertips, sharp as daggers, lunge toward my heart. Under the assault of distracting thoughts, I can barely muster the strength to defend myself, my spirit akin to dying embers. Just as I am prepared to surrender, the attendant suddenly screams, her fingers melting away like ice crystals. Simultaneously, a searing warmth envelopes me, banishing all distractions from my mind in an instant. A crack-riddled black token tumbles from my grasp. The character for death has vanished, and the corners of the token are inscribed with noble person, heavenly doctor, general star, and red one. The 8 characters of destiny? Fate. You are a fate usurper. The attendant shrieks, her voice piercing, causing all images on the walls to clutch their ears in agony. Internally, I am even more stunned than the attendant. The unfolding events have spiraled beyond my control. I glance at my body, which has returned to normal, and hastily retrieve the half-token of the fate usurper and the porcelain bowl that would never spill water, making my escape. Those who flee from destiny deserve death. The attendant's roar echoes behind me as I dare not look back, sprinting with all my might, now hoping that Huang can provide me with a surprise. Chapter 446. Departing the train, the Daoist talismans are of no use, and the efficacy of the Buddhist scriptures is limited. They can only aid in dispelling the distractions within my mind. What can truly harm the attendant is the token of the fate usurper. This artifact, derived from the dual-faced Buddha, contains a hint of the essence of fate. I am yet unclear about its other capabilities, only knowing it serves as a proof of the fate usurper's identity. At this moment, the attendant's physique has transformed. Her height has soared to 8 feet, her limbs elongated, as she braces herself against the wall, moving with astonishing speed. As I sprinted desperately, the howling wind and the hoarse roars echoed in my ears until I finally burst forth from the peculiar carriage. Grabbing the door in passing, I took a moment to breathe, and casting a glance behind, I beheld the attendant, a grotesque, 4-legged mutant spider. Her arms skimming the walls as fragments of thin paper fluttered through the air, mingling with the cries and wails of the tormented souls. Had this creature lost her mind? Not daring to linger, I secured the half of the token of the Soul Reaver and stole a glance at the porcelain bowl in my hand, which remained untouched. Not a single drop spilled. If this truly were the legendary Mangpa soup, it could be deemed a treasure indeed. The power to erase memories without leaving a trace is a lethal weapon, potentially becoming a significant card in my hand should I manage to escape the train. Yet now was not the time for such considerations. The iron door would not hold the attendant for long, and I clutched the porcelain bowl tightly as I continued my flight. The stench assaulted my nostrils as I entered the carriage of October 23rd, the attendant relentlessly pursuing me. However, I noticed a peculiar detail. Her movements had noticeably slowed within this carriage, unlike her previous frantic pace. Though her visage remained fearsome, she emitted little sound, as if wary of awakening something slumbering. She was evidently apprehensive of some unseen force. After countless live broadcasts, my keen observation skills had sharpened, and I quickly recognized this as an opportunity. The more she feared creating a disturbance, the more I resolved to act contrary to her expectations. I chanted Buddhist scriptures loudly as I passed the beds, lifting the white cloths whenever I spotted someone lying beneath. Beneath the fabric lay disfigured forms that sent chills through me. I could not discern whether my actions were right or wrong. But there was no time to ponder the consequences. I was solely focused on survival. As more and more white cloths were torn away, I gained a new understanding of the carriage of October 23rd. Despite their ghastly appearances, these mutilated figures retained a semblance of self-awareness, and I sensed a heavy aura of resentment emanating from them. According to the attendant, only by purging their karmic burdens could the souls aboard the train disembark and begin anew. What of those who had endured 7 days and nights? Their very innards and flesh collateralized? The weight of their sins must be unfathomable. It could be said that all who remained in this carriage were the most heinous of villains, those who had wrought havoc in their previous lives. They were exceedingly dangerous. Had they not been suppressed by some force within the train, or had they not drunk the forgetfulness water beforehand, they would have undoubtedly transformed into formidable malevolent spirits. Vengeful souls. As the white cloths were lifted and the disfigured beings began to stir, some even sitting up slowly, I heard the attendant's furious shouts behind me. Her rage served as the best affirmation that my actions were indeed effective. I tore the cloths with renewed vigor, and the attendant's speed significantly diminished. Glancing back, I saw that some of the disfigured passengers no longer regarded her with any semblance of fear. They even attempted to intercept her. Yet, these distorted figures were in an extremely weakened state, their life essences long since drained, leaving behind mere tattered shells. I had found salvation. The obstructive presence of the incomplete humanoids proved to be utterly ineffective against the attendants. However, overwhelmed by sheer numbers, the attendants managed to send these figurative passengers flying. Yet, it was not long before the disfigured forms crawled back, slowly yet persistently climbing towards the attendants. Lu Xing, come back. The attendant's furious shout sent a chill down my spine, prompting me to quicken my pace as I navigated through the 23rd, 24th, and 25th carriages, successfully entering the October 26th carriage. My focus was razor sharp, but upon reaching the bunk where Huang Xue was supposed to be, I found the space eerily vacant. Huang Xue, I called out loudly, indifferent to the possibility of disturbing other passengers. Here, Huang Xue's head emerged from the junction between the 26th and 27th carriages, waving me over. Hastily, I approached, and to my astonishment, I found not only Huang Xue, but also 5 or 6 other individuals present. Who are they? I inquired. They are fortunate souls like you and me, who awakened early without losing their self-awareness, Huang Xue explained. He revealed that the treatment of passengers on this train varied greatly. Those with the least karmic burdens, or who had accumulated good deeds in life, would disembark on the first day. Those with moderate burdens, balancing good and evil thoughts, would leave on the second day. Those with heavier burdens, who had committed acts of violence or harbored malicious intent, would depart on the 3rd or 4th days, and those burdened with severe misdeeds would be taken away prematurely, administered a forgetfulness potion, and confined to the sleeper car until the 5th or 6th day. As for the final carriage, its passengers were often irredeemable, having committed numerous heinous acts. They might disembark on the 7th day, or perhaps never leave at all. During his days aboard the train, Huang Xue, appearing honest and unassuming, managed to evade the attendants' inspections repeatedly. However, as time passed, and one by one, the passengers around him were taken away, becoming dazed and losing their self-awareness. He could no longer remain passive. This crafty novelist, more prudent than I, attempted to communicate with the remaining self-aware individuals, uniting them to amass sufficient strength and numerical advantage. Yet, he refrained from immediate action, instead setting his sights on other carriages. Due to various circumstances, those who left their designated carriages for others emitted a pungent odor, limiting his interactions to only a few passengers from the October 27th and 25th carriages. Nevertheless, these brief encounters provided Huang Xue with crucial insights. He discovered a weakness in the attendants, specifically, a habitual reliance on a yellow-covered ledger. Before each stop, the attendants would pull out this ledger to take notes. only allowing passengers to board once they confirmed their names. This yellow ledger was of utmost importance to the attendants. Once the train halted, only the door corresponding to that day's number would open, and the attendants would block the entrance, making it impossible to slip away unnoticed. Thus, there was but one solution: to seize the attendant's yellow ledger and divert her attention. According to Huang Xue and the other passengers, the primary tool for the attendant's identification of passengers was this yellow ledger. Without it, the attendants would be as blind as bats. The attendant possessed a peculiar habit. After utilizing the yellow notebook, she would fold it and tuck it into the left pocket of her uniform. This seemingly trivial routine unveiled an opportunity for Huang Xue. Thus, he clandestinely allied with several passengers from 3 carriages to devise a meticulous plan to steal the yellow notebook just as the train was about to halt, inciting chaos and making a swift exit. Upon hearing his scheme, my expression turned peculiar. While the plan had a semblance of feasibility, it was contingent upon circumstances that had shifted. I had just provoked the attendant, who had transformed into a formidable entity. Even if we succeeded in purloining the notebook, her focus might not waver. Naturally, I refrained from divulging this to Huang Xue. His desperation to escape the train drove him to rally the majority of passengers, and I, too, was willing to resort to any means for survival. I had laid out my entire strategy. Now it was time for him to demonstrate his sincerity. Huang Xue and the remaining passengers encircled me, having coordinated their voices to inquire at which station we could safely disembark. I hesitated, about to respond, when the train jolted violently and began to decelerate. We had arrived at our destination. Chapter 447, Escape. My heart soared with elation, but before I could express my joy, the door of carriage 25 was forcefully flung open. The attendant, now grotesquely transformed, stormed in like a creature of nightmare. Her eyes ablaze with fury and remnants of dismembered limbs clinging to her. This was dire. She had discovered us. Without affording Huang Xue a moment to react, I shouted, effectively ensnaring them in our predicament. They were oblivious to the prior events between the attendant and me, their immediate concern being the exposure of their plan. Do not panic. I have ascertained that this station is the land temple. Once the train halts, we can disembark safely. Amidst the rising panic, I hastily sought to stabilize the situation. Upon hearing my words, including Huang Xue, the expressions of the group softened considerably. It was a matter of life or death. Our escape hinged on this confrontation. If we could obstruct her, we would succeed. I glanced at my companions, realizing how feeble we appeared compared to the attendant, who towered at 8 feet, resembling a legendary specter, far beyond what I and these bewildered passengers could contend with. Yet, they were my only allies. We resolved to adhere to the original plan. In a pivotal moment, Huang Xue stepped forward. After a brief exchange with the other passengers, he shut the iron door between the 2 carriages and swiftly entered carriage 27. The commotion roused those passengers who had been slumped in their seats, their heads drooping. The train was reducing speed. Yet it would take an estimated 3 or 4 minutes to come to a complete stop. It would be nearly impossible for just us to endure this duration. My brow furrowed as I silently regarded my companions. She is coming. That monster is charging toward us. What is that thing? A creature of insects? Hold the door. Buy us time. Huang Xue retreated into carriage 27. Leaving us at the junction between carriages 26 and 27. The surrounding passengers, despite their fear, chose to trust him. Having been somewhat enchanted by his earlier assurances, they resolutely held the door between the 2 carriages. As the train had yet to come to a complete halt, I found myself with no better recourse than to grit my teeth and brace myself against the iron door. Bang! The attendant charged forward with such force that it felt as though a fully powered jeep was colliding with us, causing the door to shudder ominously. The initial impact nearly shattered it. This infernal creature possessed immense strength. Among us, the sole female passenger wobbled, her legs trembling as the tremor from the collision left her arms numb. My wrist throbbed painfully, and I too found it necessary to switch my support to my shoulder against the door. Huang, hurry, I urged. All right, I'm almost done. Huang moved swiftly through the middle of the carriage, loudly addressing each passenger he passed. Each utterance was distinct, yet remarkably, every passenger who heard his voice exhibited intense reactions. Their eyelids fluttered, gradually opening to reveal expressions of anguish, despair, and rage. Their once intact bodies now bore the marks of suffering. I observed Huang's actions with a sense of dread, but soon comprehended the crux of the matter. Huang was awakening the memories of these passengers from before their demise. He intended to incite a riot throughout the carriage. I regarded Huang with newfound respect. This individual, capable of devising a meticulous plan for murder while evading law enforcement, truly possessed a certain skill. He had likely attempted to awaken these individuals long before I boarded, having acquired a substantial portion of their memories, thus enabling him to rouse them with but a simple phrase. Bang! The events of October 27th were clearly visible to the attendant through the window of the iron door, her shouts growing increasingly frantic. "You little insects who dare to escape fate, I shall crush you." The attendant's physique transformed once more, her delicate, pale arms tightened around the edges of the door, dark, bluish veins gradually surfacing. Her features contorted as she relentlessly battered her head against the glass pane of the door. This was dire. I sought to intervene, but it was too late. The door's window shattered, and the attendant's head thrust through. "None of you shall escape." Glass shards peppered her face, twisting her countenance into a grotesque visage that none dared to meet with their gaze. The female passenger, originally positioned in the center of the door for protection, now found herself directly confronted by the attendant's horrifying visage, mere inches from her own. In her panic, she was rendered helpless, unable to push the door away. "Let it begin with you," the attendant hissed, her mouth splitting wide as a sharp tongue pierced the female passenger's neck, dragging her towards the window. Help me," she cried, struggling in vain. Yet the attendant appeared to possess a peculiar method for subduing passengers. Her tongue had pierced the neck, and the female passenger's eyes quickly dulled, her body exhibiting large splotches of decay, as though she had been deceased for some time. "Next is you." The iron door trembled as the attendant's head lunged forward, her tongue aiming for my eye socket. Without hesitation, I released my grip and retreated. Simultaneously, Huang's voice echoed from the carriage of October 27th. "Withdraw. Retreat to the carriage of October 28th. Several individuals hurriedly fled from this place, racing through the carriage of October 27th, only to cover a quarter of the distance before the iron door was violently breached. The attendant, with a head bristling with shards of glass, pursued me with a fervor. "You cannot escape." The train's speed diminished, and the hope of salvation loomed nearer, yet the gap between the attendant and myself narrowed ominously. The situation was dire. Soon, the last passenger was caught by the attendant, meeting a fate akin to that of the previous female passenger, his tongue pierced through his skull, resulting in a grotesque corpse speckled with signs of decay. More and more were being seized. But the only glimmer of hope was that those passengers awakened to their memories of death by Huang Xue were regaining consciousness, their reactions mirroring Lu Ming's, filled with terror and panic, their memories frozen in the moments preceding death. This primal fear ignited chaos in carriage 27. Let there be chaos. The more disarray, the greater my chances of escape. Huang Xue led the charge, having been the first to enter carriage 27. That cunning fellow. I followed closely behind him, acting decisively in the face of sudden peril. I sprinted to the rear of carriage 27, only to suddenly spot a little girl in a red dress. Su Qin, free from the resentment that Lu Chun had cast away, now appeared just like any ordinary little girl, charming and innocent, her eyes sparkling with life. Should I take her with me? I reached out to the girl, but she recoiled, retreating into her seat, seemingly afraid. Is this your choice? Very well. This life is filled with suffering. I hope you forget, and may tomorrow bring a new beginning. Each person possesses the autonomy to determine their future. And despite my and Huang Xue's desperate attempts to hold on, perhaps for Su Qin, forgetting was the only way forward. Withdrawing my arm, I could not even utter a farewell as I dashed past her. After this fleeting encounter, we would be separated by the realms of life and death, never to meet again. Close the door. Close the door. Huang Xue's demeanor changed entirely once I entered carriage 28, showing no concern for those passengers still trapped behind. I hesitated briefly, but Huang Xue, with ruthless determination, kicked the iron door and engaged the safety lock. Hurry. The train's speed further diminished, the hope of escape tantalizingly close. "Mr. Lu, why have you returned from that direction?" Feng Minglong, astonished, queried as he spotted me. "Aren't you tired from running around?" I had no time to respond. Racing towards the junction between the carriages of October 29th and October 28th, where the door awaited to be opened. Boom. A loud crash erupted behind me as the attendant smashed through the iron door, scrambling on all fours with frenzied speed. What is happening? Feng Minglong, horrified by the transformed attendant, instinctively leapt from his seat and pursued me closely. What are you running for? I felt a rush of wind beside me, thinking it was the attendant, but upon turning, I saw Feng Minglong's pale face. However, there was no time to dwell on such matters. When Huang Xue and I finally reached the door, it was already occupied by a woman. One half of her face was marred by scars, while the other remained smooth and pale. How is it you? Chapter 448. Where to go? A woman, strikingly similar in appearance to Luxing, obstructed the car door. And the situation grew dire. Her demeanor was crucial for both Huang and me. She recognized me, her brow furrowing slightly, one hand concealed within her sleeve as if she were poised to unleash a lethal strike. Do you know her? Huang, with his keen eyes, discerned the subtle connection between the woman and me. Who is this number 12? I shook my head, uncertain of her true identity. She was merely another passenger in the carriage from October 29th. Since we are all passengers, we must unite in our efforts, Huang said, offering a benevolent smile, which belied the fact that he had just moments ago closed the iron door, severing the escape route for his own companion. This door was our last hope. At that moment, the train had yet to come to a halt, and the door remained shut. The attendant from October 28th was racing toward us, drawing ever nearer. In a frenzy, we braced against the iron door in the middle of the carriage, while the strange woman hesitated, only to retreat further away rather than assisting us. Her actions stirred discontent in both Huang and me, yet it was not the time to dwell on such matters. Bang! The attendant, transformed into a monstrous entity, collided forcefully with the iron door between the two carriages. The glass shattered, the thunderous noise causing Feng Minglong to stagger back and tumble to the ground. Useless. Get over here. Huang cursed under his breath. In this life-and-death moment, every ounce of strength was invaluable. You cannot escape. I shall frame you within a portrait, to be eternally hung on this train. The attendant continued her relentless assault, the chaos behind her escalating uncontrollably. Passengers from the October 27th carriage were awakened to their memories of death, running and screaming, their cacophony rousing those in the October 28th carriage as well. In a nightmarish spectacle, disfigured and bloodied figures arose from their seats, the view through the small window resembling hell itself. Memories surged back, and the passengers reverted to their appearances at the time of death, some having perished in hospitals, their bodies marred by the tiny punctures of frequent injections, while others bore the grotesque scars of fatal accidents, their misshapen forms darting within the carriage. The sheer number of them caused pandemonium to erupt throughout the carriages as passengers scrambled down the aisles in a state of panic, most unaware of their own demise. Witnessing some leave their original carriages to flee toward the deepest recesses of the train, drawn to the endless compartments steeped in the memories of countless souls, was a harrowing sight. Bang! Bang! The sound of the attendants' assaults echoed unceasingly, the iron door trembling under pressure. My body felt numb, much like Huang's, as we found ourselves in a perilous predicament. Hold on. Has she lost her mind? The entire train has descended into chaos, yet she clings to us? Huang fumed, his original plan having gone awry. At this point, the attendant should have been overwhelmed with chaos, leaving her no time to pursue him, though transformed into a monster. The attendant's eyes burned with fury, her sanity intact as she fixated on Huang and me, determined to seize us once more. Damn it, I can't hold on any longer. With a resounding shout, Huang's body appeared marred by countless black fissures, reminiscent of shattered porcelain. His previously swollen head had grown even more grotesque. Whether from congestion or sheer terror, I could not ascertain. Gritting my teeth, I realized that I had no choice but to endure this precarious situation. The thought of surrendering was far too dreadful to contemplate. If I were to fall into the hands of the attendant, I could only imagine the torment that awaited me. Death would likely elude me for an agonizingly long time. Bang! Just as Huang and I strained against the iron door, the train finally came to a halt, and at that moment, the doors swung open. Without a moment's hesitation, we instinctively released our grip and leapt from the train. As my feet touched the solid ground, a sense of unfamiliarity washed over me, compelling me to retreat cautiously from the train, driven by a profound sense of dread. After sprinting a few dozen meters, I dared to glance back. The attendant stood at the doorway, her aberrant form propping the door open, seemingly unable to disembark. As she continued to roar and scream for Lu Xing. Shout all you wish, I thought, when you seek revenge. Let it be on Lu Xing. I am but a mere impostor. As I muttered under my breath, the train jolted back to life, and I finally felt a wave of relief wash over me. This live-streaming task had, at long last, reached its conclusion. Ding. As I disembarked, my phone received a message from the Underworld show, announcing that I had completed the live streaming task to enter the subway station in the northern suburbs of Jiangcheng at midnight. Assuming the identity of Lu Xing and catch the last train for a reward of 1 point. With the successful completion of the task, a heavy weight lifted from my heart. Escaping the death train had been a harrowing experience, bolstered significantly by luck. On October 12th, in carriage 7, Su Qin had rescued me. On October 28th, a homeless man had shielded me from peril, and on October 26th, Wang had come to my aid once more. The karma I had sown in life had borne fruit in my time aboard the train. Without their assistance, my chances of survival would have been non-existent. Conversely, it was because of my existence that their fates had diverged from the ordinary. Retrieving my thoughts, I rummaged through my pockets and found the silk pouch the elderly lady had given me. It was still there. Upon careful inspection, I sensed something within it. The old woman had provided me with immense aid. I was determined to deliver this pouch to her descendants. Resisting the temptation to pry it open, I brushed the dust from my clothes and stood up, my hand inadvertently brushing against an object, a porcelain bowl filled with forgetfulness water that I had somehow managed to keep tucked in my embrace. Strangely, not a single drop had spilled. How had I managed to bring this with me? Reflecting on the attendant's relentless pursuit, I wondered if it was due to my taking this bowl. Yet, the answer seemed inconsequential now. I carefully stowed the peculiar item away, unwilling to reveal it easily. Mr. Lu, where are we? A familiar male voice called from behind. Turning, I saw Feng Minglong standing beside me, an expression of resignation etched on his face. How did you end up here too? I asked. That creature looked as if it would devour a person. I had no choice but to act, he replied, glancing around at the inky sky devoid of stars or moon, not even a hint of cloud in sight. The only source of light was the large-screen phone in my hand. Feng Minglong's words elicited both laughter and tears from me, yet deep within, I still harbored a sliver of doubt regarding him, my trust not yet fully bestowed. Is this the land temple you spoke of? Where do we go from here? At this moment, Huang Xue found himself at a loss. Since you are aware of the name of this station, you must also have an inkling of how to return to Jiangcheng, correct? Return to Jiangcheng? How naive of you to think that. I spread my hands, revealing my ignorance of this station called Land Temple. While someone once disembarked here, I am utterly oblivious to its exact location or its direction relative to Jiangcheng. The train traversed underground. Yet upon alighting, we found ourselves above ground, a most peculiar circumstance. Huang Xue, a writer of mystery novels, adept at plotting and logical analysis, struggled to comprehend the situation. The crux of the matter lay in the complete disarray of time and space for him. Any analytical reasoning requires a fundamental reference point. Time and location serve as coordinates. Yet both remained unclear to Huang Xue. Do not become overly entangled in this dilemma. The key to unraveling it lies with that woman, I declared, gesturing towards the enigmatic woman walking away alone. By the time we reached the entrance of car 29, she was already waiting there, indicating her intention to disembark at this station, undoubtedly privy to significant secrets. So, shall we three men seize control of her? Feng Minglong inquired, his gaze fixed on the woman's alluring silhouette, which sparked his imagination. He had not beheld her visage during the train ride. Let us not underestimate anyone in this entirely unfamiliar territory. We should proceed with caution. I harbored my own reservations, suspecting that Huang Xue and Feng Minglong might merely be lost souls, while the identity of the enigmatic woman remained shrouded in mystery. Best to avoid provoking her. That makes sense. Let us follow her and assess the situation, Huang Xue suggested. The three of us quickly reached a consensus, utilizing the light from our phones to trail the mysterious woman from a distance. In a place devoid of light and with a chilling breeze, it was impossible to discern whether we were above ground or below. Chapter 449. The desolate village beneath our feet lay a rugged mountain path, winding and desolate, with scarcely a soul in sight. The edges of the road were overgrown with wild grass, and the trees took on grotesque shapes, giving the impression of malicious figures lurking in the shadows. Feng Minglong, Huang Xue, and I had been following the woman for over half an hour. This cannot go on, Feng Minglong remarked, rubbing his knee as he leaned on a branch, bringing up the rear of our group. Mr. Lu, perhaps we should seek an alternate route? If you wish to leave, I won't stop you, I replied, my large phone in hand, keeping an eye on the barrage of comments from my online friends while closely trailing the woman. Do not speak so harshly. After all, We boarded the train together. And I am looking out for everyone's well-being, Feng Minglong responded, his amiable disposition shining through, despite the oddity of our situation. In this remote wilderness, without a knowledgeable guide to navigate the unfamiliar terrain, seeking an escape would be akin to courting disaster. I advised him to conserve his energy and refrain from unnecessary chatter. Huang Xue, cautious by nature, ensured he would not place himself in peril. Feng Minglong chuckled softly, conceding, All right, I'll defer to you both." The two ceased their conversation, their focus on the woman sharpened by the light from my phone, ensuring we did not lose her in the shadows. The woman was well aware of our pursuit, but showed no inclination to shake us off, continuing her solitary trek through the mountainous expanse. "When shall we escape this cursed place?" I mused, my expression calm, though my inner turmoil exceeded even that of Feng Minglong. As the live-streaming task came to completion, one would expect a sigh of relief. However, as time progressed, a peculiar sense of unease began to envelop me. It felt as though I had overlooked something significant. After revisiting the messages regarding the tasks from the Underworld showcase multiple times, I finally discerned the source of my disquiet. Among the 4 optional tasks, aside from the one concerning disguised Lu Jin remaining undetected, another involved the destruction of the dual-faced Buddha statue. Given that I had been aboard the train, it was implausible for me to have any interaction with the statue. Thus, the Underworld showcase must have anticipated this and assigned me a subsequent task, undoubtedly linked to the dual-faced Buddha, which posed a considerable danger. Moreover, beyond the aforementioned 2 optional tasks, there were 2 additional ones shrouded in mystery, marked solely by question marks. I had pondered their implications for some time until a reasonable hypothesis occurred to me. These question marks were not mere oversights on the part of the Underworld showcase. They were deliberately crafted. The content of the 3rd and 4th tasks was likely classified, designed to prevent any potential failure or unforeseen circumstances that could lead to the leakage of sensitive information. These subsequent tasks would only be triggered once I reached a specific location or encountered particular individuals. The meticulous nature of the Underworld showcase heightened my suspicion that this live broadcast harbored deeper issues. Escaping the train might merely be the first act, with the latter part being the true centerpiece. To what destination was the dual-faced woman heading? Was it conceivable that the dual-faced Buddha sacrificed so many disabled lives, altering the heavenly secrets with their remnants, merely to place Lu Jin on the train to this very place? After much contemplation, I found myself at a loss, realizing that compared to the dual-faced Buddha and the Underworld showcase, I was but a pawn, yet to escape the confines of the chessboard. Nonetheless, this live stream was not without its merits. At the very least, I gleaned a crucial insight from the Underworld showcase's intricate design. The triggering of optional tasks necessitated certain conditions, yet how could the showcase ascertain these conditions? They were not physically present, so how could they monitor my every move? The issue likely lay within the live broadcast itself. There was an insider among the Underworld showcase in my streaming room. Familiar IDs flitted through my mind as I glanced at the showcase's mobile device. Messages flooded the screen, a cacophony of banter and jokes, occasionally punctuated by seasoned viewers sharing their experiences. To me, everything appeared rather ordinary. Identifying the mole within the live stream would prove exceedingly difficult. While I was labeled as the host of the Underworld showcase, my authority was rather limited. I turned off the switch on my brooch and reverted to the first-person perspective for the live stream, facilitating communication with my viewers. At this juncture, it seemed that neither heaven nor earth would respond to my calls. Relying solely on the dual-faced woman might lead me to unforeseen places. I had to brace myself for the worst. Dear viewers, you have witnessed the trials I faced along this journey. Is there a sage among you who could offer guidance to elucidate my current whereabouts? Teletubbies were murdered. Donate for a super thrilling live stream. Host, you finally deign to speak with us? If you ignore me any longer, I shall unleash my tiny fists upon you. I've seen countless streams, but this is the first time I've encountered a host who has lost control. What a spectacle. In the eerie atmosphere of Teeling, a remarkable figure, known as Biao Yi, gifted 9 treasures to a chilling live broadcast, prompting an inexplicable series of misfortunes. Each time I offered a token of appreciation, the next day I found myself embroiled in conflict with a particularly troublesome individual whose fate seemed undeniably cursed. Who can elucidate the rationale behind this phenomenon? Are you perhaps employing hired hands to manipulate the situation? I have only bestowed my generosity once, yet I have endured 3 consecutive days of misfortune. Enough of this rambling. I am still trapped in the elevator, yet to emerge. Herein lies a piece of advice for my fellow viewers. When descending to retrieve your parcels, do refrain from donning merely your shorts, as it could lead to an exceedingly awkward situation. Beneath the mystic Qingcheng mountain, I found myself in a disconcerting state, unable to see the sky above or the path behind, with no sign of life around me. It is highly probable that I have unwittingly wandered into the realm of yin and yang. Amidst the myriad of comments, I discerned Lu Banxian's message. Upon encountering this username, my furrowed brow relaxed. It had been ages since I had seen the sage. I scarcely had time to absorb the content of Lu Banxian's comment. Yet his presence invigorated my spirit. Was there hope for salvation? What salvation, you ask? Had my phone regained signal? Huang Xue hastened to my side, and upon glimpsing the live stream, his expression morphed into one of peculiar bewilderment as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. This remains my greatest secret. I implore you not to divulge it. I had previously instructed Huang Xue and Feng Minglong to attentively monitor the comments and began to inquire of Lu Banxian regarding the nature of the yin and yang realm. Is it synonymous with the underworld we often reference? The living are but transient visitors, while the deceased are the ones returning home. The realm of yin and yang is neither the underworld nor the world of the living. Its existence is a matter I am not at liberty to disclose. Perhaps one day, should the circumstances align, I may reveal it to you in person. I grasped the deeper implications of Lu Banxian's comment, recognizing that in the bustling live stream, certain matters are best left unspoken. I nodded subtly, mentally cataloging the term yin and yang realm. Lu Banxian then inquired, "May I ask, dear friend, what brings you to this place? It is my understanding that mortals entering the realm of yin and yang must pay a substantial price. I had no desire to be here, yet the specifics of my predicament would likely be met with disbelief." I struggled to articulate my plight. I could hardly reveal the duality of my existence and the spectral showcase of the underworld. Is there any way for you to assist me in departing this ghastly location? After a prolonged silence, I finally encountered Lu Banxian's response. To untie the bell, one must have tied it in the first place. The most prudent course of action is to retrace your steps. His words felt rather unhelpful. Lu Banxian seemed equally at a loss, and a wave of disappointment washed over me. I shifted my gaze from the screen, only to suddenly notice that the enigmatic woman had halted her advance. What was she up to? I hastened toward her, and upon cresting the hill, I was met with a chilling sight. A desolate village lay nestled in a shadowy hollow. How could such a settlement exist in this forsaken place? Should we venture inside? Feng Minglong glanced at me. His uncertainty mirrored my own as we chose to observe the woman's actions further. It's quite dark. Perhaps we should seek refuge inside. Even if we encounter no one, at least we will have a place to rest, Feng Minglong suggested, his interest piqued. Huang Xue, however, cast him a knowing look. Do you understand the origins of these abandoned villages in the mountains? The youth have left for work, leaving only the elderly behind. What else could it be? Feng Minglong remained blissfully unaware of the inherent dangers lurking within this forsaken hamlet. What else could there be? Huang Xue let out a cold laugh. Natural disasters, famine, bandits, and epidemics had led to the demise of the entire village, leaving it desolate. Chapter 450. Before the grave, like a cattle trough, sons cut off, and offspring severed. Could it really be so severe? Feng Minglong did not concur with Huang Xue's words. What era was it, after all? Who still feared plagues? This village had been abandoned for an unknown duration. Caution was prudent. Huang Xue hesitated for a moment before continuing, stating that in his early years, he had ventured to explore desolate villages for his writing. However, before entering the mountains, he was dissuaded by local elders, who warned that such forsaken places, devoid of human presence for long, harbored not only wild beasts and plagues, but also many sinister phenomena. As Huang Xue and Feng Minglong conversed, I closely followed the dual-faced woman, employing my discerning gaze to observe the village nestled in the valley. Surrounded by mountains with no escape, the ominous atmosphere seemed to accumulate, indicating it was a place of filth and decay. A glimmer? Straining my eyes from the mountaintop, I faintly discerned something flickering within the village. Whether it was candlelight or will-o'-the-wisps remained uncertain. Enough of your bickering. Prepare to enter the village. I checked the talismans on me. Having left the train, the Miaojin talismans should function properly. Are you not reconsidering? Huang Xue pointed at the dual-faced woman. I suggested that we refrain from hasty actions and observe her next move. The woman had not communicated with us throughout the journey. Her halt at the outskirts of the desolate village spoke volumes. She had led us here, and if her intentions were malicious, she might be plotting to ensnare us. A flicker of intent shone in Huang Xue's eyes as he whispered, "Perhaps we should take preemptive measures to subdue her, forcing her to accompany us into the village. If danger arises, we could leave her behind to buy ourselves some time." Huang Xue's plan was selfish and ruthless, yet in such dire circumstances, I had to concede that it was a viable strategy. If she had intentionally lured us here, what could her ulterior motives be? Until we clarified these uncertainties, I advised against alarming her. Feng Minglong interjected, glancing at the dual-faced woman's silhouette in the darkness. "Perhaps we have misunderstood her. We all escaped from the train together and should stand united in adversity." Feng Minglong and Huang Xue seemed to be at odds, their opinions never aligning. And the decision-making authority fell to me. Let us wait a moment longer. After 2 or 3 minutes, the dual-faced woman proceeded alone towards the valley, never uttering a word to us. "Follow her," I beckoned. Huang Xue and Feng Minglong understood my intent as we formed a triangle behind the woman. With the sky devoid of stars and the moon, we treaded through the underbrush and withered trees, unaware of what in the darkness scraped against our skin, causing an itch and pain akin to insect bites. As the saying goes, looking at the mountain, one runs to death. Although I had spotted the desolate village early on, it took me a good 20 to 30 minutes to descend from the mountaintop. Standing on a protruding rock, the complete visage of the forsaken village unfolded before me. It was of moderate size, comprising over 100 houses, the majority constructed of earthen walls and wooden beams, with only a few small buildings made of stone bricks. The layout of the village was peculiar, elevated on the outside, yet sunken within. All structures were nestled in the lowest part of the valley, resembling a collapsed grave from a distance. Even I, an amateur in geomancy, sensed something amiss. Was this village truly abandoned? As they drew nearer, Huang Xue and Feng Minglong also caught sight of the faint, yet undeniably present twinkling of stars. A sense of foreboding crept into my mind as we approached the desolate village. I picked up my phone to glance at the live stream and inquired of the fortune teller. "The feng shui here seems peculiar. Could this village, resembling a graveyard, be hiding many corpses? Will we encounter misfortune by entering directly?" My anxious demeanor puzzled Huang Xue and Feng Minglong, yet I remained indifferent to their sentiments. Upon entering the village at the foot of Qingqing Mountain, Lu Banzian could discern the familial lineage merely by stepping onto the graves. "Young friend, you have indeed consulted the right person. The layout of this village is intriguing, with its feng shui arranged as if the Yang residents were treated like a yin one. Could you be more concise? The situation is urgent," I implored, as the dual-faced woman was on the verge of entering the village. The principles of feng shui for a Yang residence emphasize the flow of vital energy, the presence of mountains, and the configuration of water and pathways. A stable mountain provides protection, while the external environment encompasses 6 elements: mountains, buildings, rivers, roads, temples, and wells. Conversely, the feng shui for yin residences is concealed, focusing on the internal layout and how to mitigate negative energies. This village, though modest in size, harbors profound mysteries. From the periphery, I was cautious in my speculations, yet I could assert that the uneven houses with their peculiar eaves would subject any inhabitants to mischief from malevolent spirits, while hidden ailments lurked within. The overall circular construction of the houses resembled a large grave, entrapping negative energy, suggesting that the essence of this place was akin to that of a tomb. The sunken graves, devoid of mourners, and the barren land behind them revealed sparse signs of life. It was not hard to comprehend why this village lay in desolation. Following Lu Banqian's remarks, my thoughts wandered. He indicated that the village's layout mirrored a grave, and I recalled Lu Xiezi's claim that Jiangxing itself was a great tomb. Could there be a connection between the two? As I attempted to extricate myself from the immediate scene and explore broader implications, I sensed I was grasping something elusive, though it remained shrouded in ambiguity. While I kept an eye on the livestream comments, I observed the dual-faced woman. Her movements were driven by a distinct purpose, suggesting that this was not her first visit. The closer we approached the village, the more uncomfortable I felt. My exposed skin bore faint red spots that itched and stung, while Huang Xue and Feng Minglong appeared unaffected. Could it be my status as a living person that rendered me vulnerable? After a series of stops and starts, we finally reached the village entrance, where a towering locust tree loomed amidst the overgrowth. Its trunk was so robust that it would take both of us to encircle it, and it was likely over 3 centuries old. The tree's lush foliage starkly contrasted the surrounding desolation, with thick roots emerging from the ground, some even penetrating a nearby dwelling. I had never encountered such a formidable tree before. Feng Minglong stood beneath it, dwarfed by its grandeur, and, perhaps overcome by awe, reached out to touch its trunk. "Do not move." It was neither I nor Huang Xue who spoke, but rather the previously reticent, dual-faced woman. Hearing her voice caused Feng Minglong to freeze, his hand suspended in midair, unsure whether to lower it or not. The dual-faced woman offered no explanation, prompting my curiosity to lead me closer to the locust tree. As I illuminated it with my phone's flashlight, I soon realized this tree was far from ordinary. Amidst the lush foliage, delicate white threads are concealed, while unfamiliar insects descend from the treetops, crawling down the trunks. When illuminated by the light, these creatures scurry in all directions, their silken strands entwining like a woman's hair. Observing from a distance, one might mistakenly believe they are apparitions of hanged souls. A flicker of terror lurks in Feng Minglong's eyes. Had it not been for the reminder from the two-faced woman, he would likely have found those insects crawling upon him by now. How fortunate! He expressed his gratitude towards her, yet she offered no response, continuing her path into the village. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up," Huang Xue urged, and the incident beside the locust tree revealed to him the village's latent dangers and the immense value of the two-faced woman. As we departed from the locust tree, I lingered at the back of the group, casually capturing a few photographs with my phone. A glance around revealed a deep well situated just several meters away from the tree. The well? I recalled the familiar voice from a phone call before the live streaming task began, urging me to rescue him from the well. This must be a hint, alas. I still could not recall the identity of that individual. Surely, it could not be mere coincidence. I was tempted to approach the well, but Huang Xue and the others had already ventured far ahead. Watching their figures fade into the distance, I hastened to catch up. From an exterior perspective, the village appeared peculiar, and upon entering, I sensed something amiss. The doors were aligned without thresholds. Some houses had their doors tightly shut, while others were deliberately ajar, allowing the light from my phone to illuminate the courtyards, revealing coffins of various sizes. Chapter 451, The Threshold. Is it customary here to display coffins indoors? Feng Minglong slowed his pace, eager to converse with the two-faced woman, who showed no inclination to acknowledge him. In desolate villages, the display of coffins is not an uncommon sight. In some remote areas, only the elderly remain, having no descendants to prepare for their own funerals, thus resulting in coffins resting in courtyards. The true horror, however, lies not in the presence of coffins, but in the uncertainty of whether they contain bodies or other entities. I lifted my phone to illuminate the path and reached for the half-open door, intending to enter and investigate. This action was thwarted by the other three. "Mr. Lu, what are you doing?" Number 12, do not act recklessly. Haven't you learned your lesson from what happened by the locust tree? I glanced at Huang Xue and Feng Minglong. If the coffins were empty, it would be one thing, but what if something else lay within? While we were still close to the village entrance and hadn't ventured deep inside, it would be prudent to investigate first. If danger arose, we could make our escape. The half-open door is clearly not an invitation for you, since you have chosen to accompany me into the village. You must adhere to local customs and refrain from provoking trouble. Should you encounter peril and jeopardize your lives, do not blame me for not forewarning you." The two-faced woman remarked, casting a glance in my direction, her scarred visage twisting into a cold smile. At that moment, I was struck by how similar she was to Lu Xing in certain respects. "Very well, I shall heed your advice." As we were all part of the same team, there was no need to create discord over such trivial matters. Shifting my gaze from the coffins, the three of us followed the two-faced woman deeper into the heart of the village. The narrow dirt road of the desolate village is devoid of any weeds in its center, suggesting that it is frequently traversed. I have come to understand the layout of the village, which is primarily divided into two layers, bisected by a north-south oriented dirt path. As I raised my phone to capture the scenes within the abandoned village, my audience could also witness the unfolding sights. Is the half-immortal present? I have now ventured into the heart of the village, which evokes a peculiar sensation within me. Though it is clearly a deserted village, it feels as if it has been continuously inhabited. There is no electricity, no fire, no farmland, and it seems implausible that anyone could be sustained by the old well at the village's entrance. I suspect this may be a ghost village. The deeper I tread, the more discomfort I feel, the reason for which eludes me. "Oh, dear host, Are you now streaming in the wilderness out of fear of being censored for ghost hunting? Do not lose sight of your original intentions. The first season of Night Raid on the Widow's Village. I am eager to unearth my long-lost ex-boyfriend. It is quite commendable that you, in this remote wilderness, have found such an elegant young lady to co-host the stream. I can hardly contain my primal excitement. Dear Lu, beneath Qingqing Mountain, do not underestimate the strangeness of this place. It is not a matter that can be expressed in mere words. For instance, have you noticed that all the houses here lack thresholds? Thresholds? I had observed this before, but did not find it particularly concerning. Lu, beneath Qingqing Mountain. In our traditional Chinese architecture, thresholds are an indispensable component. Wherever there is a door, there must be a threshold, and every individual must step over it upon entering or exiting, serving as a buffer and a barrier against snakes and insects. Moreover, the threshold carries deeper significance. In terms of feng shui, it is crucial to the integrity of the entire structure, akin to the backbone of the foundation. The gap between the door and the ground can affect the entire home's energy flow, allowing it to dissipate through this opening. Installing a threshold can prevent this energy from leaking out, safeguarding wealth and fortune while keeping malevolent winds at bay. Additionally, traditional feng shui emphasizes not only the necessity of thresholds, but also the inclusion of three-tiered steps to deter wandering spirits from entering. As you may know from folklore, zombies are said to move by hopping on both feet. If the steps or thresholds are too low, they could easily bounce right into one's home. Having perused Lu's comments, I nodded silently, recognizing his expertise. Although I do not fully comprehend, there seems to be a profound logic to his words. Lu, this dilapidated village, secluded deep in the mountains, may simply be a case of residents forgetting to repair their thresholds or facing material shortages. Lu seemed to anticipate my thoughts. Before I could articulate them, he sent forth another comment, emphasizing that the more remote the location, the stronger the belief in such matters. Moreover, constructing a threshold requires minimal materials. The fact that every household here has neglected to maintain their thresholds strikes me as peculiar. I have a hypothesis, but am uncertain whether to share it. Nevertheless, I shall speak freely. I fixated on the screen of my phone, fearful of missing Lu's commentary. Lu, beneath Qingqing Mountain, there is a main road in the village that stretches straight ahead, its surface impeccably clean and devoid of weeds, clearly indicating that something frequently traverses it. Moreover, the door to the coffin room is ajar, suggesting it awaits the return of the deceased. If the house regularly receives the dead, then the absence of thresholds becomes entirely logical. Your words strike me as rather unsettling. I gazed at the partially ajar doors, recalling Lu Banshan's remarks. My palms clammy with sweat. So, according to your words, this village harbors not only its inhabitants, but quite a considerable number? This, in fact, is rather fortuitous. For in life and death, if the deceased can return, it surely signifies the presence of the living to guide them. My young friend, you must seize this opportunity. Encountering the living in the realm between life and death is indeed a rare occurrence, and they may very well be your hope for escape. I expressed my gratitude for Banshan's guidance, silently committing his words to memory as I devised my plans. Teeling Biao Yi rewarded the super thrilling livestream with 999 ghost coins. Each time I witnessed the host interacting with viewers, their cryptic exchanges and the air of knowing seemed profoundly impressive. The King of Bad Films rewarded the super thrilling livestream with 99 ghost coins. I had first seen Lu Banzian make a cameo during his initial stream. Collaborating with the host and engaging the viewers with gifts, I was astonished to see him return for the 11th time. The Teletubby Murdered rewarded the super thrilling livestream with 1 yuan, declaring, "On account of Lu Banzian, I bestow upon you a fortune." Comments flooded in, and the first-person livestream viewership soared, stabilizing around 9,000. Popularity and donations are indeed the keystones of a show's rating. With this thought, a smile crept onto my face as I withdrew my gaze from the mobile screen, closely following the dual-faced woman. After walking for another 10 minutes or so, we arrived at the village's center, where several stone buildings stood, 2 or 3 stories high, interconnected without any gaps. The dual-faced woman hastened through the central buildings, arriving at a small 2-story structure at the far corner. "You all wait outside. There are rules in this village, and outsiders must not approach carelessly." With that, she turned and entered the stone building, leaving us men standing outside, each with varied expressions. Did you notice her tone? The mention of rules and outsiders suggests that this place undoubtedly harbors residents, and likely a significant number, Huang Xue remarked, feeling the stone wall of the building, which bore the marks of age. It's only natural for there to be people. What's concerning is the potential presence of other entities. I smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate, but instead offering a preemptive warning. We three outsiders are now tied together. Regardless of any peculiar occurrences we encounter, do not panic. I will follow your lead, came the response from the three of us, with Feng Minglong appearing rather ordinary, leaving me uncertain if he was deliberately concealing his capabilities. Before long, the wooden door of the stone building swung open, and the dual-faced woman emerged, her expression noticeably softened. You may enter. Abba wishes to see you. Abba. I lowered my head and was the first to follow the dual-faced woman into the stone building. The interior was modest and cramped, where a middle-aged man clad in colorful robes sat in the hall, silent, with an overwhelming amount of white in his eyes. Is this your Abba? Taken aback by my question, the dual-faced woman paused before responding. Abba, in our dialect, means clan grandmother. Please wait here. She will arrive shortly. Huang Xue, Feng Minglong. And I stood idly in the room, when shortly after, a woman in her 40s, dressed in vibrant robes, descended from the second floor, bearing a small, shriveled corpse. Chapter 452. Lu Shan. The body appeared diminutive and withered, yet it seemed to have undergone some extraordinary preservation method, for it bore no signs of decay. Not even a hint of an odor. She donned a dark robe, adorned with handcrafted ornaments, characteristic of their unique ethnic attire, which I had never encountered elsewhere. A middle-aged woman descended the stairs, carrying a corpse on her back. Her appearance was unremarkable, had it not been for the bizarre sight of the body. She could easily be mistaken for a peasant from the countryside. As she reached the bottom of the stairs, she approached us without uttering a word, her head bowed, circling around us while bearing the corpse. The scene was exceedingly strange. Except for myself, the others dared not meet the gaze of the lifeless body, casting furtive glances downward. I held my phone, adjusting its angle to capture this eerie tableau, broadcasting it live. The chatroom was already ablaze with excitement. Is that a dummy? A prop? I'm still locked in the elevator, don't scare me. The production team was commendably diligent. Where did they find such dedicated actors? As a medical student, I noted that the elderly woman appeared to have been deceased for quite some time, yet her body showed no signs of decay. This was entirely at odds with the definitive symptoms of death. Is that truly a corpse? Don't move. I'm a police officer. The barrage of comments in the chatroom passed by as I, like my companions, stole glances at the body on the woman's back. The elderly woman, at least 80 years of age, was rather short. Her form sprawled across the middle-aged woman's back, resembling the slumped head of an unconscious elder, face askew, eyes tightly shut, and mouth slightly ajar, remaining utterly still throughout. The middle-aged woman circled us thrice before specifically walking around me once, then slowly ascended the stairs. Shortly thereafter, she returned. This time alone. Abba instructed you not to wander. After the deity procession has passed, I will escort you away. Her voice sounded entirely ordinary, as if she were merely relaying someone else's words, devoid of personal emotion. Is this true? Did that old woman tell you? Feng Minglong scratched his head, baffled by the notion of a corpse speaking. The middle-aged woman cast a penetrating glance at Feng Minglong, offering no further explanation, as she tore 3 ropes from her clothing and handed them to the 3 men among us. Abba is kind-hearted and wishes to spare your lives. Do not speak unnecessarily. Tie these ropes around your wrists and do not untie them. The knots were a deep green, slick to the touch, and I detected a faint, metallic odor. Have these ropes been soaked in corpse oil? After a moment of hesitation, I secured the rope around my left wrist. When the deity procession arrives, you must follow the young lady closely, do not stray. The middle-aged woman instructed the dual-faced girl, adding, they were let in by you, so you must take responsibility for their care. Today is the day of the deity's arrival. There must be no mishaps. The dual-faced girl nodded. Since Abba has not dismissed them, I shall keep an eye on them for now. However, they are not from the village. Will their presence affect the procession? I cannot say. Arriving at this time, whether it be fortune or misfortune, is beyond our control, the middle-aged woman replied, her gaze lingering on me for a prolonged moment, as if she wished to convey something, yet ultimately refrained, stepping away and pushing the door open. The stone building fell into a profound silence, with a middle-aged man seated in the hall, voiceless and still. After the middle-aged woman departed, he simply closed his eyes, seemingly indifferent to the presence of the others in the room. Are you called Yao Mei? I have a few inquiries to make. As I approached the woman with two faces, I noticed her pallor, a sudden change that seemed to arise upon hearing the term Yi. Yao Mei is a local colloquialism referring to the youngest daughter in a family. You needn't shout that out recklessly. The two-faced woman stepped back, clearly averse to the proximity of strangers. Oh, how should I address you then? I am Lu Shan. You also bear the surname Lu? I replied, my tone filled with surprise, further affirming the connection between her and Lu Xing. Is that so strange? Lu Shan distanced herself from me. I presumed she viewed me as a rather troublesome individual. Touching the tip of my nose, I spoke. What a coincidence. I too share the surname Lu. I am Lu Xing. Have you heard my name before? No. What is so peculiar about the surname Lu? Everyone in this village, young and old, bears the name Lu. Whether they marry in from outside or wander here lost, anyone wishing to settle must adopt the Lu surname. My curiosity piqued at her words. I asked, why must one change their surname? Is that a custom of yours? Lu signifies fortune and luck, a name of great blessing. Only by adopting this surname can one suppress the calamities destined in their fate and continue the lineage here. Lu Shan appeared quite disinclined to converse with outsiders. Before I could speak further, she waved her hand dismissively. You three stay put in this house until this period passes. Once the welcoming of the deities concludes, I will escort you away. With that, she ascended to the second floor, and I felt a twinge of regret, for I still had a multitude of questions about the train, the origins of the village, and more. Best to remain here. I sensed no malice from this family, Huang Xue remarked, though his eyes remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings with heightened anxiety. Let us hope so, I thought, unease gnawing at me as I paced within the room. After approximately 10 minutes, the middle-aged woman returned, calling for Lu Shan and the middle-aged man, leaving only the three of us outsiders in the stone building. Mr. Lu, do you truly believe they will allow us to leave? This village, secluded and shrouded in mystery, could they resort to silencing us? Feng Minglong sat back in the chair previously occupied by the middle-aged man, stretching his limbs. At that moment, I stood at the wooden staircase leading to the second floor, uncertain how to respond to Feng Minglong's words. I knew some ethnic minorities held peculiar customs, but entering a place while carrying a corpse, then offering a rope soaked in corpse oil, exceeded my understanding of tradition. Silencing us is unlikely. I doubt they would resort to murder, though they might compel us to remain and join their ranks. Huang Xue approached me, gesturing towards the second floor, lowering his voice. I have always disliked having my fate in the hands of others. Are you not curious to explore up there? That may not be wise. They instructed us to stay here. It would be quite rude to intrude and could disturb the deceased. Feng Minglong stood up in opposition. Yet Huang Xue paid him no mind, his dark eyes fixed on me. That old woman has clearly been dead for some time. Yet her body remains in a state as if she had just passed. This village harbors grave secrets. We must be cautious. Huang Xue made a valid point. I nodded slightly. Feng Minglong, keep watch down here. Huang Xue and I will investigate upstairs. I have long felt an urge to ascend the stairs to investigate. The decor on the first floor is exceedingly plain, with the furnishings being rudimentary handcrafted pieces which reveal no anomalies. The answers I seek are likely located on the second floor. Treading softly, Wang and I ascended the wooden staircase, arriving swiftly at the second level. This space appears to be where the Lu family rests. Aside from 3 wooden beds, there is a gondola. The bedding is somewhat damp, exuding a faint musty odor. As I scanned the surroundings, my gaze suddenly widened upon discovering something peculiar. On the gondola, 2 white candles flickered, and between them stood a dual-faced Buddha statue, one visage benevolent, the other fierce. Do the inhabitants here also venerate a dual-faced Buddha? I found myself irresistibly drawn to the gondola, my mind recalling the second optional task from the Underworld showcase. 1 point awarded for every dual-faced Buddha statue destroyed. The earthen statue seemed easily obliterated with a mere toss. A seemingly effortless task. However, prudence urged me to refrain for the moment. Previously, optional tasks that involved eliminating a person yielded a point. In comparison, destroying a statue felt excessively simple. The Underworld showcase surely wouldn't present such an uncomplicated task. I stifled my impulse and cautiously surveyed the area. When my gaze shifted to the bed directly opposite the gondola, I suddenly noticed that the frail elderly woman appeared to shift slightly. Wang, did you observe that elderly woman? Was she in that position just now? I squinted, my expression fluctuating between uncertainty and trepidation. Did you see her move? Wang's reaction was even more intense than mine, his voice tinged with a quiver. Let us hope it is merely an illusion. I approached the elderly woman. She was clearly a corpse. Yet beneath the bed lay a pair of cloth shoes. Curiously, the shoes were positioned with one facing upright and the other inverted. Is this also a custom of their village? Puzzled, I turned to the live stream, where this detail had only captured the attention of a few viewers. Under Qingqing Mountain. Lu Banzian, my young friend, I have gleaned some secrets of this village. Please enlighten me further. After a thorough inspection, having found nothing else unusual, I descended the stairs with Wang, feeling quite unnerved by the presence of that eerie, elderly woman's corpse. The ancestors of this village must have been passing souls. Passing souls. Under Qingqing Mountain, Lu Banzian, passing souls, also known as descending spirits or walking the shadows, refers to the transition from the realm of the living to that of the dead. It is said that those capable of passing souls do not cry upon birth, and according to common reasoning, a child that does not cry cannot survive. Yet, not only do they live, but they are also remarkably astute. From a young age, they possess the knowledge of their own mortality. The first experience of passing souls often occurs unconsciously during slumber, akin to a natural response of the body at a certain developmental stage, though the precise age remains uncertain. They retain vivid memories of their dreams and gradually become aware of their soul passing. The arrangement of shoes signifies the life or death status of a passing soul. When passing, one shoe must be inverted. If both are upright, the passing soul awakens, and if both are turned over, they can never return to the realm of the living. Is your implication that this village was established by passing souls? I stood alone against the wall, my phone in hand. I had merely observed the pair of shoes, one upright and the other inverted, which seemed suspicious. Only passing souls would maintain such a custom. Beneath the verdant Qingqing Mountain, Lu Banjian emitted a series of messages, weaving a tale between the realms of the living and the dead. The initial travelers of the netherworld may have lost their way for various reasons, ultimately forming a village over time, preserving their lineage. Among their descendants, the majority have likely lost the ability to traverse the realms. Yet it cannot be dismissed that some possess extraordinary gifts. For instance, the girl whose beauty was marred. She could very well be the last of the travelers capable of freely moving between the two worlds. Lu Banjian's analysis holds merit. If this village was established by the descendants of those who traversed the netherworld, it elucidates the peculiar occurrences of living souls and the customs of the deceased residing in a vacant building with coffins. Here, the boundaries between life and death are exceedingly blurred. This is the most bizarre village I have ever encountered. I shall remain here in peace. As for optional tasks, I shall not dwell on them. Preserving my life is paramount. A glance at Huang Xue and Feng Minglong revealed that the three of us lacked the capability to confront the entire village. Peering through the stone building's door, I observed the dark village suddenly illuminated by scattered lights. Some stone structures and earthen houses were adorned with white candles. What could this signify? The dirt road traversing the village was aglow with these candle flames, their flickering shadows elongating against the houses in the chilling wind. Before long, the mournful sound of a swana echoed from the village entrance, merely the precursor to a cacophony of gongs and drums. This, as Lu Shan and others had described, was the welcoming of spirits. I positioned myself within the room to avoid detection, utilizing my discerning gaze to observe the figures at the village entrance. The swana, accompanied by jubilant yet eerie music, heralded a procession of individuals adorned in vibrant, flowing garments. They marched at the forefront, all donning masks resembling paper dolls, their exaggerated movements akin to a dance. The vividness of their attire resembled that of a wedding celebration, yet the haunting melodies were unsettling, reminiscent of a funeral, truly perplexing. Huang Xue, have you discerned anything? I inquired, as he concealed himself behind the door frame. Why do you concern yourself with such matters? Perhaps this is merely a local custom. Can't you two simply remain indoors? If discovered, it would betray Lu Shan's family's kindness towards us. Feng Minglong stood behind me, frequently peeking out, torn between curiosity about the unfolding events and the fear of exposure. Silence, and observe, I urged. The procession at the village entrance began to move. Gongs and drums heralded the way, flanked by four middle-aged men carrying a specially crafted palanquin. Among them was the man who had previously occupied the hall, though masked. His unique handmade attire was unmistakable. The palanquin, though modest, was unoccupied, draped in vibrant red embroidered fabric depicting the 8 immortals, its top adorned with 2 embroidered dragons, and a long white ribbon cascading from its center. A red and white palanquin? I had never encountered such an unusual sight. Typically, rural weddings feature grand red palanquins for auspiciousness, but this red and white creation appeared decidedly ominous. I cautiously extended my phone out of the room, lowering my gaze to the live stream. Lu Jin, this palanquin is empty, yet draped in a white ribbon. Who do you suppose they intend for it? Beneath Qingqing Mountain, Lu Jin, cloaked in red and white, referred to this as a soul palanquin. Customs vary across regions, and I dare not speculate recklessly. One thing, however, is certain: this palanquin is not intended for the living. I silently nodded, recalling the term welcoming the deity that Lu Jin had previously mentioned. Within the stone building, a dual-faced Buddha statue was enshrined. If every household possessed a similar idol, could it be that the deity they welcomed was indeed the dual-faced Buddha? My own conjecture startled me, in my memory. The dual-faced Buddha existed on the same level as the sinister forces orchestrating the underworld showcases, far beyond my current capabilities to confront. This poses a significant dilemma. If the villagers are all devotees of the dual-faced Buddha, my appearance would not only reveal my identity, but could also incite a collective assault from the entire village. This enigmatic village, where I was a stranger, would undoubtedly put me at a disadvantage in any potential conflict. It seems I must remain inconspicuous. My identity must remain concealed. I felt a sense of relief for not having shattered the dual-faced Buddha statue earlier for the sake of points, as I stepped back and concealed myself in the shadows, relying solely on the glow of my mobile screen to observe the procession outside. The villagers were set to welcome the deity, and coincidentally, Lu Jin was to embark on his journey that very day. Was he originally from this village? Or had he come at the behest of the dual-faced Buddha to assist the villagers in performing the ritual? At this level of the dual-faced Buddha, perspectives diverge from the mundane. Even the simplest arrangements carry profound significance, not to mention the sacrifices made for Lu Jin's arrival, including the numerous disabled devotees. The procession of villagers, adorned with gongs and drums, approached slowly, creating a lively atmosphere. However, each participant wore a mask, rendering their expressions invisible. This group was truly terrifying. Feng Minglong muttered under his breath, and his reaction was understandable. The unlit dirt road was shrouded in darkness, flanked by half-open doors, with flickering white candle flames illuminating the faces of paper dolls that wore expressions of both laughter and sorrow, reminiscent of a procession of spirits. The procession soon passed in front of the stone building, and the three of us, outsiders, dared not make a sound as we hid within. Once the sound of the Swana faded into the distance, we cautiously revealed ourselves to observe. Has it gone far? Huang Xue was the first to peek out, but his body froze halfway. What's wrong? Feng Minglong and I also turned to look, only to see a child who had fallen behind in the middle of the dirt road, staring directly at the three of us. We had been discovered. The child was no taller than my knee, his small face completely obscured by a paper mask, rendering his expression unreadable except for the bizarre patterns drawn upon it. Was he smiling? None of us knew how to respond. This straggling child was entirely unexpected. As the procession continued to drift away, the masked child gazed at us for quite some time without shouting or causing a ruckus, then began to waddle off in pursuit of the advancing line. What a false alarm! Feng Minglong exhaled in relief, leaning against the wall as he retreated into the house, while Huang Xue and I exchanged glances, both filled with an ominous premonition. Chapter 454. The Coffin Bearers. Should we leave early? Huang Xue's experiences over the past few years had instilled in him an exceedingly cautious nature. At this moment, the three of us had already been exposed. Although we had only been seen by a stray child, we found ourselves in peril and needed to prepare for the worst. Let us wait a bit longer. Without a local to guide us, even if we leave the village, we would merely become lost in the wilderness. Having learned the reasons behind the village's formation, I felt no urgency to depart. As Huang Xue observed that neither Feng Minglong nor I had any intention of leaving, he spoke again, stating that departing from the village was merely a temporary measure. We would remain in the vicinity of the village as a precaution, waiting for the sun to rise, which would allow us to discern our direction and subsequently escape the mountains. Your approach is indeed prudent, yet you have committed a fundamental error. I felt a sense of helplessness. How could you be certain that the sun would rise in this place? What if it were to remain shrouded in perpetual darkness? Huang Xue had evidently not contemplated such a scenario, as his reasoning was predicated on the assumption that this was the realm of the living. So, shall we simply hide here and await our fate, entrusting our lives to the whims of others? Huang Xue retorted with reluctance. One cannot say it so bluntly. In truth, even if we wish to leave, it might not be safe to exit the village. The procession that welcomed the deity was likely comprised of the living from the village. Yet, apart from them, the deceased constituted a substantial portion of the population. Consider the coffins within those houses, not to mention the elderly woman in the stone building. With so many corpses surrounding us, how could we hope to escape unscathed? My concerns were numerous, and I expressed them all at once. The welcoming of the deity was of utmost significance to the village. Should we act recklessly and disrupt the ceremony, the consequences could be dire. Thus, I reiterated my stance. We must observe the developments and respond accordingly, sword against sword, water against water. While I conversed with Huang Xue and the others, a new development unfolded in the village. Just as the welcoming procession was about to exit the village, it suddenly halted, the sounds of gongs and drums gradually fading, leaving only the haunting notes of a swona echoing throughout the village. Unexpectedly, an oddly dressed Lu Jin was expelled from the procession, her return being facilitated by 4 or 5 robust women. What is happening? They quickly approached the entrance of the stone building, shouting in a local dialect. Can you understand what they mean? Feng Minglong turned to Huang Xue and me, speculating that their tone suggested we were not welcome. I frowned, employing my discerning eye to spot the lagging child, who was now hiding behind several women, evidently having informed them of our presence. I could not comprehend their words, but it was peculiar that only a few farm women had come over, while the men of the village had not. The situation had not yet escalated to its worst state. My suspicions were soon confirmed as the 2 women guided the unmasked Lu Jin into the building. She was the only one in the welcoming procession without a mask. The men in the village are scarce, and the elders wish for you to accompany the procession to the temple to carry the coffin. Lu Shan's words were evasive, seemingly concealing something. Carry the coffin? Were you not here to welcome the deity? How does this involve a coffin? Regardless of my inquiries, Lu Jin would not speak, while the farm women occasionally uttered a few phrases in an entirely incomprehensible dialect. From the tone of their speech, it was clear that it did not bode well. After a few minutes of stalemate, the 3 of us outsiders chose to yield. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. The farm women draped us in colorful outer garments and led us to rejoin the welcoming procession. Once we melded into the throng, the raucous ensemble ahead resumed their gongs and drums, the eerie sounds mingling with the undulating red and white palanquin, creating an unsettling atmosphere. What is the meaning of this? Forcing us to carry a coffin brings nothing but misfortune. The 3 of us outsiders, alongside Lu Jin, felt conspicuously out of place among the silent dancers surrounding us. The lengthy procession dedicated to welcoming the deity swiftly departed from the village, ascending the rugged mountain path until it reached a temple nestled halfway up the slope, finally halting before its entrance. The low, dilapidated structure, shrouded in an eerie dampness, was adorned with patches of moss on its weathered walls, while its roof was covered with ancient green tiles that exuded a sense of antiquity. This temple likely predates the village at its foot by a significant margin. Overgrown with weeds, the temple's state of disrepair clearly indicated a lack of maintenance. Nonetheless, the local populace seemed to hold this crumbling edifice in high regard, which raised a perplexing question. Why do they revere the temple, yet allow it to fall into such decay? The villagers' attitudes towards the temple left me bewildered, casting a shadow of doubt over their true sentiments. Before long, an elderly man approached Lu Jin, exchanging a few words. Lu Jin nodded in understanding and then guided us 3 outsiders to the temple's entrance, where the village elder instructed us to proceed with caution while raising the coffin, cautioning us not to disturb the spirits. Just the 3 of us? I stood frozen in place as the welcoming procession formed a circle around the temple, their vibrant attire and paper masks lending them an air of solemnity as they silently observed us. Very well, we shall enter. The temple, though modest in size, featured a notably high threshold, with 7 steep stone steps leading up to its entrance. It struck me as peculiar that, while none of the village homes possessed thresholds, this dilapidated temple did. I began to understand why the temple had fallen into such disrepair. It seemed to be a place not easily accessible to the common villagers. Ascending the steps and entering the temple, we found ourselves in a small courtyard of merely a few square meters, its ground paved with blue bricks, flanked by overgrown weeds. Continuing inward, we traversed the courtyard and entered the main hall, which appeared even more decrepit than the exterior. The roof was riddled with missing tiles, creating large openings, while the walls bore alarming cracks that marred their surfaces. At the far end of the main hall stood a dual-faced Buddha statue, before which was an offering table inscribed with the ancient characters for good and evil Buddha. Is this the true name of the dual-faced Buddha? I pondered, raising my phone to document this moment. After such a lengthy exchange, I had only just learned the entity's genuine name. What significance does the name good and evil hold? Or is it merely a figment of the villager's imagination? Lu Jin warned that taking photographs inside the temple was a grave disrespect that could invite misfortune. Hurry, help me, I urged, feeling increasingly uneasy in the crumbling temple, as though unseen eyes were upon me. Wang and Feng Minglong discovered the coffin behind the Buddha statue, which tapered from a wide front to a narrow rear, resembling a half-round log. How do we lift it? I had heard that there were rituals associated with carrying a coffin. The coffin rested askew behind the statue, covered in a thick layer of dust. Its duration of abandonment unknown. You two lift the front. I will handle the back, I declared, confident in my physical prowess due to my training in the Miao Zhan heart method and bump fist, which far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Just lift it. Wang and Feng Minglong hesitated, visibly reluctant to touch the coffin, which they regarded as ominously inauspicious. Moreover, the notion of leaving a coffin in such a forsaken temple seemed utterly bizarre. The walls of the temple are low. Why not simply scale the wall and escape? We are well beyond the village limits, and this opportunity is rare, Wang suggested, his tone one of deliberation. I felt a flicker of temptation to discuss the feasibility of such a plan when my phone, a device from the underworld, emitted a soft chime. Ding! A text message arrived in my inbox at that moment. I paused, opened the inbox, and perused the contents. There was only a brief line. Optional Task 3. Steal the good and evil relics. Task successful. Reward, 10 points. Gain 1 exemption from live broadcast. Good and evil relics? The rewards for this optional task were exceedingly generous, nearly comparable to the task of killing Lu Jin during the 8th live broadcast. I found myself staring at the phone screen, lost in contemplation. Why did this message arrive just as we entered the temple? Could the good and evil relics be hidden within its walls? Was Lu Jin's arduous journey to catch a train merely to retrieve these relics? The plaque of the dual-faced Buddha inscribed with Buddha of good and evil certainly suggested a connection. Mr. Lu, will you stay or depart? Speak your mind. Feng Minglong and Huang Xue gazed at me anxiously. Their concern grew with each passing moment, fearing that our delay might arouse the suspicions of the villagers outside. There was no rush. I needed to search for something here first. Chapter 455, Lock Dragon Village. Are you jesting? At such a time, you're still hesitating about whether to stay or go. Huang Xue and Feng Minglong stood before the coffin, staring at me, bewildered by my sudden whim to search for something in this unfamiliar, decrepit temple. We could hardly escape, as outsiders in this strange land, even if we momentarily fled. It wouldn't be long before the villagers captured us again. Why invite unnecessary trouble? I wandered through the temple, utilizing my spectral vision to scrutinize every inch of the ground. While they were correct in their reasoning, I couldn't shake off my reluctance. We had just arrived, and were already compelled to carry a coffin. Who knew how they would treat us next? It was all that little brat's fault for being so quick with his tongue. Complaining was futile. Yet stalling for a bit longer might prove advantageous. If we could uncover the village's secrets, perhaps those outside would hesitate to act against us too aggressively. Huang Xue seemed to grasp my intentions, mirroring my movements as he roamed the temple. Time was of the essence, and to prevent the villagers from entering, I hastened my search. I scoured every nook and cranny, even examining the Buddha statue and the corners of the rafters, but unfortunately found nothing. The message from the spectral showcase had only arrived after I entered the temple. Assuming that those monitoring the live broadcast were keen observers, they surely would not have erred in their location. The relics had to be within the temple. My brow furrowed in contemplation as my gaze settled on the only unexamined area, the coffin behind the statue. Come over and assist me. I am going to open the coffin. Upon hearing my words, both Feng Minglong and Huang Xue's expressions shifted dramatically. This place is quite ominous. Who knows what might be hidden within? If you release something, we may all meet our doom, they protested. Indeed, it is clearly not a proper burial site. Disturbing the dead would surely invoke the wrath of both gods and men. Their objections were valid, yet I could not afford to act solely on my own whims. Just as I prepared to persuade them, the village elder entered. He was an elderly man, hunched with age, his pallid face obscured by a paper mask. Yet it could not conceal the tangled, gray beard beneath. I sighed inwardly. With the elder present, I dared not open the coffin in his presence. I gestured to Huang Xue and Feng Minglong, urging them, "Don't just stand there. Let us lift it out first." The three of us exerted considerable effort to lift the coffin, and despite our struggles, we merely managed to carry it out of the main hall. "What kind of wood is this? How can it be so heavy?" Huang Xue and Feng Minglong fared better, sharing the burden, while I alone bore the weight at the tail end, my arm muscles straining under the effort. The hunchbacked elder followed closely behind, his gaze fixed upon us. Wearing a mask, his expression remained hidden, leaving me to grit my teeth and laboriously transport the coffin outside the temple. As we crossed the threshold of the temple, the coffin finally touched the ground, drawing the villagers to us in a spontaneous gathering. They remained silent, their gazes intent upon us as they danced in a bizarre, exaggerated manner, their colorful garments swirling around them. "Please, make way." Lu Shan, standing beside the elder, acted as our translator. The three of us outsiders stepped aside as four robust men emerged from the procession. With their bare torsos, two of them hoisted a dragon pole, securing the corners of the coffin with ropes. They squatted down and effortlessly lifted the coffin. Their technique was professional. Were they the coffin bearers of the village? I discreetly concealed my phone behind me, attempting to avoid drawing the attention of the villagers, for capturing this moment would be a profound disrespect to them. As the coffin ascended, the four men led the procession, followed by a lively band playing music, and then by four individuals carrying a sole palanquin. At the rear trailed us three outsiders along with some village women and children. This welcoming ceremony was quite intriguing, a blend of joy and mourning as it involved both coffin carrying and sole palanquins. My gaze remained fixed on the coffin at the forefront of the procession. The objective of my task in this realm of the underworld likely lay within. I resolved to seize the opportunity as it arose. Fortune favored the bold, yet I understood that I could not force the outcome. The procession had faced no hindrances on our ascent, but the adage "easier to go up than to come down" rang true, for as we descended, the pace slowed considerably. Perhaps it was the coffin's ominous nature or the sole palanquin causing a disturbance, or perhaps some other reason entirely. "Be cautious and watch your surroundings," I cautioned. My senses heightened as a chill crept down my spine, an unsettling feeling that something unnatural had infiltrated the procession. Just as we neared the village, an unexpected incident occurred. One of the coffin bearers, while supporting the dragon pole, slipped and fell. With the coffin's weight distributed among four men, his sudden release of the rope caused one corner of the coffin to crash down onto the ground. The elder, furious, stormed over and kicked the burly man several times before carefully retrieving a piece of white cloth to collect the dirt that had touched the coffin. The injured man limped away, evidently having twisted his ankle, feeling quite innocent, as if some unseen force had tripped him. It was well known that these coffin bearers were skilled, adept at maintaining balance whether on mountainous paths or muddy terrain. After scolding the man for a while, the elder summoned Lu Shan and pointed towards me through the crowd, instilling in me a sense of foreboding. Soon, Lu Shan approached, conveying the elder's message. One of the coffin bearers was injured and required my replacement. With few men in the village, I glanced at Huang Xue and Feng Minglong, both appearing indifferent, which only fueled my irritation. The coffin's placement at the village entrance was ominous, yet under Lu Shan's persuasion, I donned the broad garments of a coffin bearer, accepted the paper mask from the elder, and took up the dragon pole to assume the position of the injured man. The dragon pole, robust and ingeniously designed with a short stick and ropes, allowed us four to evenly distribute the weight of the coffin, alleviating the burden considerably. At first, I felt indifferent, but as I continued, an unsettling sensation began to creep in. I could not discern if it was merely a figment of my imagination, yet the closer I approached the village, the heavier the coffin became. By the time I reached the village entrance, the weight had left red imprints on my shoulders. Strangely, the other three individuals accompanying me appeared entirely at ease, their movements fluid and devoid of any sign of strain. Was this coffin somehow targeting me? Was it truly filled with a corpse? I bore the pain in my shoulders, trudging forward until I finally reached my destination. A long procession halted before a stone building at the heart of the village. This structure, the largest in the vicinity, bore an aged wooden plaque above its entrance, inscribed with three ancient characters, the middle one depicting a dragon, while the other two were somewhat obscured, and I did not scrutinize them closely. During the welcoming ritual, the coffin was not permitted to touch the ground, under the guidance of the clan elder. Only the four of us carrying the coffin and Lu Shan were allowed to enter the stone building. Candles flickered with a gentle flame, illuminating a row of lacquered wooden tablets upon the altar. A cursory glance revealed that all the names inscribed were of the Lu lineage. Was this a shrine dedicated to the Lu family? Following the elder's directive, we placed the coffin upon the bluestone floor, and he personally pushed open the lid. I rose onto my toes to sneak a glance inside, discovering not a corpse, but a dual-faced Buddha statue carved from white jade. This statue held an extraordinary aura, particularly because a heart of contrasting black and white hues was enshrined within its chest. Was this the relic of good and evil? The statue, exquisitely crafted, featured two faces so vividly rendered that they appeared almost alive, evoking a sense of trepidation in those who dared to meet their gaze. It became clear that the deity the village sought to honor was indeed the dual-faced Buddha. Now that I had located the relic of good and evil, my next objective was to ascertain an escape route. I concealed my astonishment behind a facade of calm. The elder instructed others to retrieve the statue from the coffin and place it upon the altar. The moment the white jade statue rested upon the altar, all the tablets trembled slightly, as if resonating with some unseen force, and soon the ground beneath the entire village quivered, while the flames atop the candles remained unwavering. Once the tremors subsided, the elder emerged with several men, leaving only Lu Shan behind in the shrine. The door to the shrine closed, and I returned to Huang Xue and Feng Minglong, silently observing the stone building, my gaze gradually fixating on the plaque at the top of the doorframe. Studying the profound classics, I had some familiarity with ancient Chinese characters, and the three characters on the plaque grew increasingly familiar, prompting fragmented memories to resurface. I uttered the words, Lock Dragon Village? Chapter 456. The hidden escape route. I had seen these three characters in Li Changgui's will. On that fateful night when I infiltrated the dual Buddha area, I had disguised myself to coerce his secretary into revealing the true will. In that document, Li Changgue had instructed his descendants to accomplish 3 tasks before his burial, the third of which entailed venturing deep into the heart of the hateful mountains to Lock Dragon Village to retrieve the clay effigy from the shrine for his burial. If this truly was Lock Dragon Village, many things would suddenly make sense. Lock Dragon Village, also known as Qianlong Village, was a desolate hamlet deep within the hateful mountains. During the initial pursuit of Lu Xing, Tai Ningxiang had led a team here. At that time, thick fog had enveloped the mountains, and a police officer had become trapped in a well, with no one knowing the horrors he had faced. Although he was later rescued, he emerged with his sanity lost, spiraling into madness. In my recollection of that fateful expedition, there was a police officer who went missing. His name was Lao Wei. At that time, Zhao Bin Lao Wei, and I entered from the south side of the mountain, where we encountered the likes of the Ghost Hider and Wolf Shoulder. By the time we reunited with Tai Ningxiang, Lao Wei had vanished without a trace. I close my eyes and reluctantly confront the haunting scenes of that day, which I had wished to forget. As I reflect on Lao Wei's visage and voice, a peculiar hue gradually surfaces in my mind's eye. To my astonishment, Lao Wei's voice is identical to that of the individual who initially contacted me during the live broadcast. The familiar figure of Lao Wei is evidently trapped in the netherworld. A chill runs down my spine. The situation in this ghostly showcase surpasses my expectations. It appears that the most crucial hint was provided to me from the very beginning. Had I known, I would not have been so flustered. With a bitter smile, I quickly regained my composure. At the start of the broadcast, Lao Wei had called me, emphasizing that he was imprisoned in a well. In this village, the only deep well is located near the old locust tree at the village's entrance. It seems I must devise a plan to rescue him. As I delve deeper into my thoughts, a new idea emerges. The difficulty of this live broadcast exceeds all expectations, having led me to such a bizarre locale. According to Lu Banxian, to untie a knot, one must be the one who tied it. The only way to return is to board the train of death. However, I have already quarreled with the attendant. Even if I were to board again, the likelihood of survival is minimal. The ghostly showcase would not impose a fatal mission upon me, as my demise in the netherworld would not align with their interests. After all, they still desire for me to procure the dual-natured Buddha's good and evil relics. I have never underestimated my significance. For such a colossal entity as the ghostly showcase, profit is their utmost priority. They have tasked me with replacing Luxing to intercept the dual-natured Buddha's painstaking achievements, which cannot merely be a ploy to vex the Buddha. The deeper reason lies in the critical importance of the good and evil relics, which must not be allowed to circulate freely. Given this rationale, the showcase should provide me with an escape route, likely concealed within the mission's hints. Although Lu Banxian did not explicitly clarify the nature of the netherworld, I sense that this place is situated in a lawless zone between the realms of the living and the dead, akin to shadows beneath the sunlight. Escaping solely through my own strength seems nearly impossible. Gradually, the clues in my mind connect, and my thoughts coalesce. Why would a living person like Lao Wei be ensnared in a desolate well within the netherworld? Furthermore, what could have driven a police officer, trapped in that well for merely 2 or 3 hours, to madness upon his rescue? What did they witness within that well? Is it conceivable that the well serves as a conduit between the realms of the living and the dead? Entering the well might be akin to stepping into another world, encountering bizarre and uncanny visions. A smile graces my face as I finally unravel the answer to my escape. It had been revealed to me from the outset, though the ghostly showcase remains shrouded in secrecy. What are you grinning about? Have you lost your mind? Feng Minglong gently nudged me. I waved my hand dismissively. My worries have dissipated. My sole objective is to obtain the good and evil relics. Passively awaiting my fate is not my style. Understanding the true value of the good and evil relics is crucial for me, as perhaps it will yield greater benefits. I discreetly retrieve my large-screen mobile phone. Tiankong, are you there? Does anyone know the significance of the Buddha's relics to the Buddha? Huang Xue, sensing my unusual demeanor, approached me and inquired. What are you doing with your phone at this hour on the 12th? Avoid engaging in futile actions, lest you provoke the villagers' disdain. Indeed, my current state felt rather peculiar. Was I perhaps dazed from the task of carrying a coffin? Feng Minglong interjected, and I glanced at the two of them. Choosing not to defend myself, a smirk graced my lips. I merely found the unfolding events of the night increasingly intriguing. In the eerie ambience of the live-streaming room, the seasoned host received a generous donation of 99 spirit coins from a viewer, exclaiming, "This unexpected display of bravado has left me breathless." Another user, under the moniker of Teletubby, contributed a single coin, declaring, "Tonight, I shall spend the night at the abode of the master. May fortune favor you, dear patron." Under Qingqing Mountain, Lu Banxian spoke of relics, sacred artifacts of the Buddhist lineage. He recounted a previous encounter with a wandering monk before my own initiation into Qingqing, where we engaged in discussions about relics. On that day, we touched upon the subject of sarira. Generally, the remnants left by monks upon their passing, such as hair, bones, and ashes, are referred to as sarira. Bone sarira is white, hair sarira is black, and flesh sarira is red. However, this is merely my interpretation as a practitioner of Feng Shui. To the practitioners of Buddhism, encountering the relics of the Tathagata is akin to beholding the Buddha himself. Sarira embodies the profound wisdom and compassion left by eminent monks, infused with a trace of Buddhahood. Thus, honoring these relics is tantamount to venerating the Buddha and witnessing the Dharma body. Lu Banxian noted that the nature of sarira varies among different Buddhas, as the essence contained within these relics differs accordingly. As for the nature of Buddhahood, I admit I have yet to grasp its full significance. One might consider it a philosophical concept related to spiritual cultivation or perhaps the very soul of the Buddha. Lu Banxian, despite being a feng shui master with extensive literary knowledge, could not fully comprehend the esoteric depths of Buddhist relics. Nevertheless, his insights proved invaluable to me, illuminating the duality of good and evil that sarira encapsulates, and its profound significance to him. If we were to liken sarira to the wisdom bequeathed by the Buddha, could the inheritance of a particular Buddha's relic signify the resurrection of a specific aspect of Buddhahood? I ceased my meandering thoughts, stowing away my phone and standing quietly among the crowd. Clad in the attire of a coffin bearer and adorned with a paper mask, I appeared rather inconspicuous compared to Feng Minglong and Huang Xue. Approximately half an hour later, a series of 3 dull knocks reverberated from within the Lu clan's ancestral hall, reminiscent of a head striking the door. The villagers around me seemed to comprehend the significance of this sound. For men, bearing a red and white palanquin, placed it at the entrance of the stone tower, their backs turned towards it. The men in the procession lifted a child, standing at the forefront, while the vividly dressed village women performed exaggerated dances, encircling the entrance to form a barrier against prying eyes. Soon, the sounds of gongs and drums echoed once more as the door of the stone tower slowly creaked open, We three outsiders found ourselves pushed to the periphery of the crowd, as the villagers clearly wished to shield us from the scene within. What on earth is happening? To prevent any unforeseen incidents, I discreetly employed my discerning gaze, fixating on the stone tower. The door swung open, drawn by a woman, and the scene that unfolded before me was utterly unexpected. A fair figure stood out against the night, her evenly proportioned form adorned with intricate patterns, resembling a finely crafted work of art. Lu Jin emerged from the ancestral hall, cradling a jade statue of the Buddha. Her bare feet touched the ground, and the scars on her face had transformed into dark, serpentine patterns, as if they were alive, weaving across her smooth skin. I had witnessed similar markings on Lu Xing. At the last moment by the river dam, Lu Xing's scars had morphed into analogous designs. Like a madman, he stood alone upstream of the city, defying fate, intent on fishing out the dragon that had been suppressed beneath Jiangxing for a millennium. Lu Jin, the dragon-locking village? The joy of recently discovering an escape route was soon diluted by the emergence of new doubts in my mind. I sensed I had stumbled upon something pivotal. The Lu clan in this realm of yin and yang likely bore a unique connection to Jiangxing. Chapter 457. Close at hand amidst the throng. Lu Jin nestled the dual-faced jade Buddha in her arms as she settled into the soul palanquin. The curtains hung down, concealing the interior from prying eyes. The sound of the suona once again filled the air as the celebratory troupe paraded ahead, their rhythmic clattering echoing through the streets. The palanquin, adorned in half red and half white, was lifted by 4 male villagers, progressing along the village's earthen path. The welcoming procession commenced, with villagers donning paper masks, performing exaggerated dances that surrounded the soul palanquin. Clad in red and green, they waved their sleeves, casting decorative trinkets haphazardly towards the old houses lining the way. The three of us outsiders found ourselves amidst the crowd, the throng so dense that escape seemed impossible as we pressed toward our next destination. I pondered the number of stages involved in their welcoming ceremony. We had already spent the better part of the night in this endeavor. How many more steps does this welcoming ceremony entail? Feng Minglong murmured in frustration. Now we can only wait. Didn't the villagers say they would take us away once the ceremony concluded? Let us remain calm and patient, I replied. The chance for a timely escape had slipped away, and in terms of numbers, we were at a significant disadvantage. Huang Xue had already ceased his resistance. Among the three of us, I remained silent, my eyes scanning the villagers, meticulously noting their physical characteristics. Although everyone wore paper masks that obscured their faces, their physical states offered clues. I compared my mental image of Officer Lao Wei, a soon-to-retire policeman who was lean and of modest height. Few matched his description. Lao Wei had gone missing, and I speculated he had ventured into this realm of yin and yang. He was likely blending in among the villagers. I pondered silently, recalling his voice on the phone before the broadcast, where he had merely urged me to save him, indicating his precarious predicament. He must have been imprisoned somewhere. If he were indeed a villager, it would contradict his role as a seeker of help. This was crucial. Lao Wei had emphasized his presence in the well. I felt compelled to investigate the desolate well outside the village. If he truly was confined within the village, my attempts to rescue him would be futile, for the villagers held an overwhelming numerical advantage in this ghostly place. The welcoming procession traversed the village, slowly advancing along the north-south dirt road. As we walked, a sudden chill skittered down my spine, prompting me to glance behind. An elderly man, wearing a paper mask, had appeared behind me. Had he been trailing me all along? My observations of the surroundings were meticulous. In such a perilous environment, I remained ever vigilant. The three of us outsiders found ourselves squeezed towards the rear of the procession, where it had originally comprised solely women and children. How could it be that an elderly man had suddenly appeared? I distinctly recalled that there had been no elderly individuals among the crowd. My curiosity piqued. I stole a few glances at the old man. He, too, wore a paper mask, though his was tattered and yellowed with age, its creases rendering the doll-like face upon it to appear particularly sinister. A sense of unease enveloped me. I discreetly alerted Huang Xue and Feng Minglong, urging them to exercise caution and quicken their pace to maintain a distance from this seemingly out-of-place elder. The welcoming ceremony continued amidst the din, with the musical ensemble and 4 bearers of the soul palanquin advancing to the village's entrance before circling around. Then, a bizarre occurrence unfolded. The unpaved roads of the village, initially flanked by flickering rows of white wax lights, now extinguished as the procession passed. as if manipulated by an unseen hand. With the candles snuffed out, it felt as though something sinister was emerging from the houses. Huang Xue whispered to me, and I shook my head in silence. Meanwhile, at the back, Feng Minglong's voice trembled as he grasped the sleeves of both Huang Xue and me. Do you sense that the welcoming procession seems to have lengthened? Were there really that many people behind us? His observation prompted Huang Xue and me to turn around, realizing that our positions as the three outsiders had shifted from the rear to the forefront of the procession. The pace of the welcoming team remained unchanged, and we had not accelerated. Such an anomaly was inexplicable. Feng Minglong gazed back at the procession, shrouded in mystery beneath their paper masks, concealing their true identities. The length of the forefront remained constant, indicating that numerous others had joined the ceremony along the way. Huang Xue discreetly turned to observe the wavering figures trailing behind us, their numbers inexplicably increasing. The extinguishing candles cast darkness, impairing their vision, hence they remained oblivious to the truth. However, with my discerning vision, I was drenched in cold sweat, as I clearly discerned that these additional figures had emerged from the houses lining the sides, dilapidated abodes housing coffins, devoid of thresholds and only sparsely furnished. Many of these houses I had examined upon entering the village. Their interiors were small, and aside from the coffins, I had found no traces of the living. Yet now, one by one, individuals donned in paper masks were emerging from within, their previous hiding places obvious. They were likely the deceased members of the Lu clan, lying in their coffins. This revelation crystallized when the welcoming procession passed once more by the stone building where Lu Shan resided. I took particular note of a stooped old woman, trembling as she emerged from the doorway. She was diminutive in stature, wearing a tattered paper mask, as though it had been pressed at the bottom of a box for years. Although I could not see her face, I was 90% certain she was the ancestral matriarch referred to by Lu Shan. Although I had mentally prepared myself for the notion of the deceased returning to life, I could not suppress a profound sense of dread at that moment. The welcoming procession had indeed lengthened several folds, and it became evident that the number of the dead in this village far surpassed that of the living. In the ancestral hall of the Lu family, I witnessed a moment where the exquisite white jade Buddha statue pressed against the offering table caused all the memorial tablets to tremble to varying degrees, granting the deceased a fleeting moment of freedom. Could this be the effect of the benevolent and malevolent relics? I began to comprehend why the Lu clan reveres the dual-faced Buddha. Such celestial powers are truly astonishing. However, upon reflection, it dawned on me that this realm was not the living world, but rather the eerie space between life and death, which inherently belonged to the shadowy aspects of the living realm and was thus rife with supernatural phenomena invisible to the ordinary eye. Ahead of us, a procession filled with the sounds of gongs and drums, accompanied by singing and dancing, saw the spirit palanquin jostling amidst the throng, its bright red canopy adorned with long white silk fluttering in the air. The crowd, however, appeared sparse. Only a few village women and children occasionally swayed to the festive melodies. Beyond them lay a profound silence, the white wax candles along the roadside extinguished, and countless indistinct shadows shifted furtively in the darkness. The atmosphere felt overwhelmingly oppressive, and as three outsiders, we scarcely dared utter a word. Our fates were spiraling toward an unpredictable destiny beyond our control. When the welcoming procession re-emerged at the village entrance for the second time, the dilapidated settlement was devoid of any light. Just as the procession was about to depart the village, the sound of the swona abruptly ceased, followed by a gradual dimming of the gongs and drums. The once boisterous crowd fell silent, as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats. Was the welcoming ceremony coming to an end? From my position, a distance away from the front of the procession, I could see nothing. An unexpected incident must have occurred. Before long, I heard cries of despair and curses from the forefront of the welcoming procession. The palanquin that had been held high was lowered, its top obscured, revealing only a fluttering white silk. What was happening? Just as I was troubled by my inability to extricate myself, chaos erupted within the procession, filling me with joy as I discerned the location of the well. I quietly maneuvered through the throng. "Mr. Lu, where are you going? Be quiet, do not speak." No villagers noticed my unusual movements as I drew closer to the deep well, my excitement mounting with each step. Suddenly, a bloodied local stumbled backward and collapsed right in front of me. Chapter 458. The clam and the heron struggle. Crimson flowed from his abdomen, where the soft skin had split open, revealing a narrow but deep wound. as though torn by some beast's claws. His traditional attire, richly emblematic of the locale, was stained red, and a paper mask slipped from his face, revealing his waxen, yellow countenance, eyes wide with a profound, concealed terror. He lay there before me, blood splattering onto my shoes, and the abrupt turn of events left my mind momentarily paralyzed, taking a second or two to register. Instinctively, I glanced toward the front of the procession, where several individuals were already injured, shouting in a dialect I could not comprehend, brandishing various makeshift weapons as they cautiously defended the spirit palanquin. In stark contrast to the highly charged atmosphere of the welcoming procession, their adversaries appeared significantly less imposing. A blood-red figure loomed before them, its fur resembling a blazing inferno, exuding an aura of extreme flamboyance and dominance, regardless of how many times I beheld it. It was a blood fox. My voice was parched, and my throat quivered as I recalled the moment I boarded the death train, when an ominous sound echoed from the roof. At that instant, I suspected that the blood fox's corpse had followed me. However, the harrowing journey led me to subconsciously dismiss its threat, believing it would not harm me. Yet now, the truth lay before me. Not only had it boarded the train, but it had also accompanied me to the realm of the dead. The restless spirit lingered. Feigning to assist the unfortunate villager, I utilized his body as a shield. Leaving the procession of deities was tantamount to seeking death, so I endeavored to appear inconspicuous, supporting the villager as we retreated. Perhaps due to my earlier guise as a coffin bearer, adorned in the local paper mask, the blood fox had not immediately recognized me, allowing me to blend back into the crowd unscathed. How did this little fox appear? I had not seen it board the train. Feng Minglong had encountered the blood fox at the subway station, and those who had lingered there were likely claimed by its malevolent grasp. This fox appeared extraordinary. Had any of you encountered it before? Huang Xue had remained in carriage 26 on October 26th and was unaware of the events involving Feng Minglong and me. Of course, Mr. Lu and I had been compelled to board the train because of it. Despite its adorable appearance, this fox had a sinister appetite for the hearts of the living. Feng Minglong recounted the events at the northern suburb subway station to Huang Xue, who silently regarded me after hearing the tale. Huang Xue was far more astute than Feng Minglong. After a moment of contemplation, he ventured a hypothesis. Is this fox drawn by you? What is your connection? The nature of our relationship was insignificant. What mattered was that this fox represented a rare opportunity for us. While formidable, it could not contend with the entire village. I would not be foolish enough to divulge my grievances with the blood fox to Huang Xue. To be candid, I possessed a method to escape this cursed place entirely, albeit with significant limitations. In a moment, I instructed the two of them to follow my lead. We three outsiders were like grasshoppers on the same rope, and only through unified effort could we hope to escape. Feng Minglong nodded obediently, while Huang Xue remained skeptical yet refrained from further comment. Blending in with the procession, we three outsiders did not attract undue attention. The blood fox was indeed a formidable adversary, yet the current predicament was dire, with the heavens collapsing. The villagers' ceremonial rites were in disarray, and the original inhabitants of the village were undoubtedly the most anxious. For over 10 seconds, the procession and the blood fox faced off at the village entrance before the fox launched its assault. Even with my discerning vision, I could only barely perceive a crimson shadow, let alone the villagers. Though this village may harbor great secrets, the villagers themselves were no different from ordinary people. They, too, would bleed and perish from grievous wounds. As the blood fox began its slaughter, the air was filled with the villagers' anguished cries. It moved with such swiftness that by the time their screams pierced the air, it had already pounced upon its next victim. One by one, the villagers surrounding the Seoul sedan fell, leaving the clan elder in a state of helpless anxiety. Was the blood fox targeting those near the Seoul sedan because something within it drew its attention? My curiosity was soon satisfied as the villagers surrounding the sedan proved no match for the blood fox. After injuring several, it seized an opportunity and slipped inside. Lu Shan was in grave danger. My impression of the dual-faced woman is rather favorable. However, I find myself eager to assist her, yet my strength is insufficient. Lu Shan is likely the last remaining practitioner of the shadow arts in the village, making her crucial for the welcoming ceremony of the deities. Should any misfortune befall her, the ceremony would inevitably come to an end, leaving me to ponder the fate of the myriad of deceased trailing behind. I gestured to Huang Xue and Feng Minglong, urging them to distance themselves from the blood fox and the ominous corpses adorned with paper masks, as we retreated to a corner. The deep well appears to serve as a conduit between the mortal realm and the netherworld, yet plunging directly into its depths poses substantial risk. An unforeseen mishap could spell certain doom. I must tread cautiously, or perhaps I might allow Huang Xue and Feng Minglong to venture forth first. While I mulled over these thoughts, a new development unfolded at the Soul Palanquin. An eerie wind swept through, parting the curtains, and a blood-red figure was violently expelled, crashing heavily to the ground. The blood fox had failed in its endeavor? As long as Lu Jin remains unscathed, the welcoming ceremony for the deities cannot be concluded. Now is not the opportune moment to flee. The blood fox's brutal nature is evident from the actions of the blood-soaked ancestor, who has never understood the virtues of restraint or retreat, preferring to confront with sheer force. The blood fox lay on the ground, emanating a dense malevolence, its eyes transforming entirely into a crimson hue. With sharpened fangs, it charged back with greater speed, instantly tearing apart the palanquin's curtains, revealing a startling scene within. Lu Jin sat serenely within, cradling a white jade Buddha, which radiated a soft, ethereal glow. At the heart of the statue, the duality of good and evil manifested as two interlocking koi, one black and the other white, moving in accordance with an enigmatic rhythm. The jade Buddha seemed to bestow a unique aura, exuding majesty and solemnity. It felt as though what lay before me was not merely a statue, but a living embodiment of true enlightenment. Is this aura what one might call the essence of Buddhism? The white jade Buddha evokes a complex sentiment for benevolent souls. Its goodness shines forth, while those harboring malevolence, like Huang Xue beside me, fixate on its darker aspect. Since the moment the Buddha appeared, Huang Xue has been transfixed by its fierce visage, his body trembling as if confronted by his own transgressions. The blood fox lunged toward the Soul Palanquin, seemingly targeting not Lu Jin, but the Buddha she embraced. It relentlessly clawed and bit at the statue, which, though shrouded in a protective glow, began to wane under the relentless pressure of the blood fox's malevolence, revealing shallow cracks upon its surface. Does the blood fox covet the essence of good and evil? As a fox spirit transformed into a corpse, what use would it have for a relic of the Buddhist faith? Its assaults could only be described as frenzied. Time and again it was repelled, only to charge back without respite, like a relentless machine. As the luminescence of the jade Buddha dimmed, the elder of the clan and the injured villagers suddenly retreated, collapsing to the ground in reverence. What were they attempting? Offering their faith? The sight of living beings kneeling while we three outsiders stood out conspicuously felt rather disconcerting. Just as I voiced this thought, I was unexpectedly shoved aside, and turning to behold the scene behind me sent a chill down my spine. As the corpses, each adorned with paper masks, emerged slowly from the stone house, they drifted towards the spirit sedan like a black river surging forth, colliding with the blood fox. My face turned pale as I hastily cleared a path, witnessing their relentless advance encircling the blood fox, sacrificing their own bodies to deplete its strength. The blood fox itself was a transformed corpse of a fox spirit. Thus, the body surrounding it must also belong to the ancestral Lu family of the village. This led me to ponder. Could the relics of good and evil offer immense benefits to the deceased? After much contemplation, I found myself at an impasse and decided to stealthily make my way along the corner of the wall. At that moment, the villagers were entangled with the blood fox, providing me with the perfect opportunity to investigate the deep well. Chapter 459. Dreamwing Gu, where are you headed? Huang Xue was ever vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on me, the cunning mystery writer who could never truly place his trust in others, knowing full well that I could even bring harm to my own wife. Just taking a look, I refrained from divulging the truth to Huang Xue and Feng Minglong. The deep well might be our only escape route and warranted cautious consideration. Huang Xue scrutinized me, seemingly attempting to glean something from my expression. I'll accompany you. Suit yourself. Quietly, Huang Xue and I slipped away from the spirit procession. The blood fox and the Lu ancestors were locked in a fierce struggle, creating the perfect opportunity for us three outsiders to navigate the murky waters. Climbing over the low fence at the village entrance, I quickened my pace, arriving beside the deep well at the village head. What brings you here? Huang Xue, expecting me to have departed the village, was taken aback when I halted at the village's edge. This well is problematic. I smiled mysteriously, offering no further explanation as I peered into the well. The well had a diameter of approximately 1 meter, constructed from blue bricks, its exterior square and interior circular, reminiscent of the bagua, symbolizing the harmony of metal and water. This ancient well, with its rustic design, appeared to be the sole source of drinking water for the village, as evidenced by the neatly arranged ropes and wooden buckets, all kept in pristine condition, with not a single weed in sight. I leaned over the edge, gazing into the depths. This was not a dry well. At a depth of 1 or 2 meters, I could discern the dark surface of the water, undisturbed by even the slightest ripple. The ancient well, calm and still, resembled a mirror transcending time, reflecting my face. Could I return to the living world simply by jumping in? Upon truly observing the well, I realized how absurd my conjecture was. It seemed merely an ordinary well, shrouded in the dim light, concealing whatever lay beneath the surface. Number 12. Did you leave the spirit procession just to come and inspect the well? If I told you this is our hope for escape, would you believe me? I gazed earnestly at Huang Xue. His lips twitched slightly, indicating he understood I was not jesting. However, it was precisely because he recognized the seriousness of my words that he found himself at a loss for a response. The well's edge was slippery. Once one leaped in, ascending again would prove difficult. Should we not send Feng Minglong down first for a trial? In Huang Xue's view, Feng Minglong was the weakest among us 3 outsiders, and he happened to be absent at this moment. His thought, while dark, was not without merit. There's no rush. I may have overlooked something crucial. According to the hints from the Underworld showcase, the deep well is merely one clue. To utilize this well for escape, we likely need to locate Old Wei. In this vast village, if he wishes to evade me, where might I find him? The thread concerning Old Wei remains tangled for now. While I pondered, my phone from the Underworld showcase emitted a soft chime. Ding! I retrieved my mobile phone to discover a brand new message in my inbox. The optional task, unlocking the ancient Sephora in Long Village, reveals the existence of a remarkable insect known as the Dream Wing, which grants a reward of 5 points upon acquisition. Should I choose to bestow this insect upon the Underworld showcase, I would receive an additional 30 points, along with a live broadcast exemption, a complimentary emergency call opportunity, and a chance to randomly substitute a live task. The 4th optional task has now been unlocked. As I gazed at the message in my inbox, I found myself unable to quell my excitement. The rewards for this task were the most generous I had ever encountered. Capturing this insect would yield 5 points, while presenting it to the Underworld showcase would deliver a staggering reward of 30 points. The prospect of the subsequent live broadcast exemption and task substitution rights stirred my ambition even further. If utilized wisely, these 2 privileges could pave the way for immense benefits. The Dream Wing, sought after even by the Underworld showcase, is undoubtedly extraordinary. The greed and parsimony of the Underworld showcase, willing to offer such lucrative terms for the Dream Wing, indicate that its value far surpasses the cost they are prepared to pay. The ulterior motives behind the latter 2 optional tasks reveal the true purpose of my presence in this eerie place for a live broadcast. Whether it be the benevolent or malevolent relics, or the Dream Wing insect, both are exceedingly rare treasures, which explains the cautious manner in which the showcase has unveiled them at the last moment. Such a phenomenon should only exist between realms. Once past this village, such a sanctuary would be lost. Taking a chance seems worthwhile. My circumstances are rather humble, whether I retain the Dream Wing or surrender it to the Underworld showcase. I stand to gain regardless. I soon made up my mind and turned to my live stream audience. Dear friends, has anyone among you ever heard of the Dream Wing? What might its effects be? I was acutely aware that the Underworld showcase had likely planted spies within the chat, yet I had no choice but to consult my viewers, as I found myself in perilous circumstances. Greetings, young friend from beneath Qingqing Mountain. I have indeed heard of the Dream Wing insect, replied Lu Banzian. According to legend, this insect embodies the essence of heaven and earth, freely traversing the boundaries between reality and illusion, often dwelling within the dreams of ordinary mortals, feeding off their emotions and desires. Its greatest power lies in its ability to guide individuals through dreams, wandering through the river of time, and it is said to offer glimpses of fragmented visions of the future. To enter dreams and foresee the future, such a wondrous ability? My understanding of insects was limited to the realm of the Gu Master, where I believed that a Gu was merely a venomous creature that survived through the brutal conflicts of its kind, the most toxic and ferocious emerging as the Gu. Such extraordinary beings are birthed by nature and cannot be cultivated by human hands. Moreover, as they traverse dreams and reality, they are incredibly elusive, Lu Banzian continued. I had only previously considered this to be mere folklore, But now, I find myself enlightened, having encountered the true essence of the dream wing. Though the dream wing is known to inhabit dreams, we are currently in the realm of yin and yang. Could there be a misunderstanding? Or is it possible that I am dreaming? The emergence of the dream wing caused me to question my own reality. Fear not, young friend. My discernment is never in error. You are undoubtedly in the realm of yin and yang, and the appearance of the dream wing here is indeed plausible. The dream wing's ability to traverse between the virtual and the real, the yin and yang, is not a boundary it cannot cross. Perhaps this dream wing was drawn here through the dreams of a soul who traverses the shadowy paths. Indeed, if you possess the dream wing goo, perhaps you may consider an alternative method of departure. What method, you ask? The vast expanse of the mortal realm undoubtedly harbors certain connections between the two worlds, with these passages being exceedingly clandestine, accessible only to the dream wing goo. I observed Lu Banshan's comments and nodded appreciatively, grateful for his enlightenment during this live stream. Had he not been present, I would have been utterly lost, likely endangering my very life. Young friend, the heavens favor the fortunate, Lu Banshan remarked, somewhat sheepishly. I must confess that during my first viewing of your live stream, I prophesied your inevitable demise. Who could have anticipated that after so many broadcasts, you remain as vibrant as ever? It indeed leaves me feeling quite humbled. Lu Banshan, seldom seen, had sent several sweat drop emojis, indicating that he had learned quite a bit during my stream. The chaotic clash between the blood fox and the villagers raged on, with faint glimmers of Buddhist light emerging amidst the fray. The battle was exceptionally fierce, and I discreetly lifted my phone as I approached the old locust tree, now perilously close to the soul sedan. Master, I have received word that the dream wing goo is concealed within this ancient locust tree. However, upon entering the village, I examined the tree and found nothing amiss. Must I cleave the branches to uncover it? Standing before the venerable locust, I felt akin to a groundhog just emerging from its burrow, forced to gaze up at its flourishing canopy. At the foot of Qingqing Mountain, dear Lu Banshan, if you wish to obtain the dream wing goo, you must not harm this locust tree. As the saying goes, it takes 10 years to grow a tree, but 100 years to nurture a person. Trees that exceed a century often harbor wandering spirits, known as tree deities. Should the dream wing goo truly reside within this tree, it may have transformed into its guardian spirit. To harm the tree is to harm the dream wing goo. Moreover, the ancient tree embodies the essence of Huang Xue. The village's continuous prosperity in the realm of yin and yang is intrinsically linked to this tree. Felling it would sever the village's spiritual lineage. Is it truly that grave? I inquired. The Buddhist precept forbids the cutting of trees because lesser spirits often take refuge in them. Out of compassion, we do not destroy their abodes, lest we incite their wrath. To recklessly damage this tree would not only thwart your quest for the dream wing goo, but might also invite the wrath of the goo insects. Chapter 460. Carnage. I held Lu Banshan's warning close to my heart and summoned Huang Xue and Feng Minglong to join me beside the old locust tree. The ancestors of the Lu clan were embroiled in a fierce struggle with the blood fox's remains, while peculiar villagers lay prostrate, too fearful to rise, oblivious to our presence as outsiders. The blood fox and the Lu villagers vied for the merits of good and evil, and even if I were to intervene, my chances of securing the relic were slim. It was far wiser to devote my energy to locating the dream wing goo, whose value to me far surpassed that of the merits. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. I swiftly made my decision. The three of us stood beneath the old locust tree, gazing up at its dense canopy, resembling a verdant castle suspended in midair. It was truly immense. Mr. Lu, why have you summoned us here at this moment? Feng Minglong scratched his head, a trace of trepidation lingering in his gaze upon the tree. Upon entering the village, he had intended to strike the tree's trunk, but thanks to Lu Shan's warning, he noticed countless tiny insects residing on its surface and wisely refrained from doing so, narrowly escaping peril. I need to extract something from this tree. As I scrutinized the gnarled surface of the locust tree, I occasionally glimpsed tiny black shadows flitting swiftly through the densely layered branches. Countless strands of white silk cascaded down between the limbs, reminiscent of a celestial river or an enormous spider's web. At the end of each delicate filament rested a small white insect. Some were deceased while others thrived with vigor, fiercely engaging in skirmishes with their counterparts. The mere thought of becoming ensnared in such a scene sent shivers down my spine, leaving me to ponder whether these creatures would take an interest in the living. I picked up a wooden stick from a short distance away and cautiously reached into the treetop. As I approached the branches, the fine white threads ensnared the stick, prompting me to recoil in alarm as I watched it being drawn into the inky depths of the canopy. What on earth was this entity? The treetop towered over 10 meters, far exceeding the height of the adjacent earthen building. In such a vast tree, searching for a minuscule pest felt an insurmountable task. Indeed, the mission within the realm of the underworld was far from simple, compared to the destruction of the Buddha statue and the acquisition of the good and evil relic. This endeavor proved even more formidable. Should I venture inside? The opportunity lay before me, for entering the realm of yin and yang was itself a daunting challenge. I would undoubtedly regret missing this chance. While I hesitated, the clash between the ancestral Lu family and the blood fox at the village's edge had reached its climax. Under the blood fox's reckless assault, the radiant aura of the white jade Buddha finally fractured, fissures expanding with a soft crack, and the statue shattered from its chest. The good and evil relic, shimmering faintly in black and white like a yin-yang symbol, tumbled from the jade Buddha into Lu Shan's palm. This unforeseen scene left Lu Shan momentarily startled, her grip on the relic betraying a hint of panic. To make matters worse, as the statue fragmented, the Lu ancestors seemed to lose their spirits, collapsing one by one onto the ground, utterly incapacitated. The blood fox, despite being merely a transformed fox spirit, had managed to shatter the jade Buddha amidst the onslaught of numerous corpses. If the residents of Lock Dragon Village could not contend with the blood fox, what hope did we three outsiders possess? The plan had unraveled. It was best to retreat immediately. Yet, gazing at the towering locust tree, I felt a sense of reluctance. With the blood fox having destroyed the jade Buddha and the Lu ancestors falling, Lu Shan found herself in grave peril. A few remaining male villagers stepped forward, unafraid of death. The village women retrieved farming tools from the stone building, passing them to their husbands, while the eldest patriarch stood at the forefront, wielding a hatchet as he charged at the blood fox. To my eyes, it was akin to throwing an egg against a stone, and my suspicions were soon confirmed. In a mere encounter, the patriarch's chest was left gaping as the blood fox licked its claws, ridding them of the crimson stains. What were these villagers still struggling for? Why not simply surrender the relic to the blood fox? If this continued, the entire village could be obliterated. I was struck with horror at the thought of such an annihilation occurring before my very eyes. Though my ties to the Lu family were tenuous, I could not help but feel a measure of sympathy in that moment. One by one, the villagers fell, and as the men could no longer withstand the onslaught, the women surged forward, positioning themselves between the blood fox and Lu Shan, sacrificing their own bodies to deplete the fox's strength. The ability of these villagers to maintain their lineage in such a bizarre realm between life and death was indeed remarkable, whether driven by the desire for the continuation of their bloodline or by a profound faith. My heart stirred with a complex mix of emotions as I witnessed their relentless charge, the azure stones of the village square becoming soaked with blood. Initially indifferent to this village, I now felt a twinge of sympathy. The dirt path, stained crimson, revealed that the mortal bodies could not halt the blood fox. It danced gracefully through the river of blood, its sharp fangs glimmering with a bone-white sheen, showcasing a cruel smile. No one now stood between Lu Shan and the blood fox, which seemed in no rush, reveling in the thrill of the hunt. Eventually cornered, Lu Shan placed the good and evil relic in the soul palanquin and, barefoot and stumbling, fled. The blood fox finally achieved its desire, leaping into the soul palanquin to seize the black and white relic, lifting its neck in triumph and surveying the scene, its scarlet eyes landing on the three of us outsiders. This is bad. It has noticed us. Feng Minglong hid behind the locust tree, but it was merely an act of self-deception. Huang Xue's expression darkened. He had clearly seen the blood fox's formidable power and realized he was no match for it. He glanced at the deep well and whispered to me, "What now? Should we stand still or flee?" There was no escape. Jumping into the well could lead to unforeseen consequences, sealing our fate. I picked up a nearby machete, once wielded by the clan elder, but the blood fox was too swift for me to strike effectively, with its teeth clenched around the good and evil relic. The blood fox's nostrils flared as it seemed to discover something intriguing, fixing its gaze upon me. "What grievance do we share? Why do you relentlessly pursue me?" I forced a bitter smile, knowing that confronting the blood fox directly offered a bleak chance of survival, especially given that it had already exhausted much of its strength battling Lu Shan. This live broadcast had taken a perilous turn. The blood foxes might have disrupted the balance of the event. My greatest obstacle was supposed to be the Lu Jin clan, but now it had transformed into the blood fox. What sort of monstrosity would emerge from a 1,000-year-old fox spirit's transformation combined with the dual-natured good and evil relic? The Qi Village Maternal and Child Health Hospital had unleashed the ghost mother, and now another blood fox had appeared. The future of Jiangxing was bound to become increasingly turbulent. The blood fox had pursued me relentlessly throughout the night, and would not relent, launching a fierce attack while clutching the good and evil relic. Swift and ferocious, I barely managed to discern its movements with my judgmental eye, swinging the machete in defense, but my reactions paled in comparison to the fox's speed. I desperately blocked to protect my vital areas, yet mere moments later, my body bore numerous claw marks. As the wounds multiplied, blood drenched my body. At this rate, I feared I would perish here. The pain coursing through me sharpened my awareness. The blood fox's assault was relentless and swift, leaving me no time to retrieve talismans, let alone chant spells. Meanwhile, Huang Xue and Feng Minglong cowered in a corner, offering no assistance. My vision began to blur. I could not afford to delay any longer. I had to devise a way to break the stalemate. As I frantically contemplated every hidden card at my disposal, I found no assurance of halting the blood fox's relentless pursuit. What to do? The blood fox, with its razor-sharp teeth clutching the essence of good and evil, could not be confronted directly. Its claws could effortlessly pierce my skin, and most critically, its speed was astonishing. To escape, I had to confine it. With each hesitant step backward, a wild idea suddenly flickered in my mind. I glanced at the towering locust tree beside me and dashed towards it without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 461. Dreamlike illusion. This locust tree, standing at the village's head for nearly a millennium, boasted a canopy resembling a deep green sea of clouds, teeming with countless venomous insects and even harboring wandering spirits. Driven to a dead end by the blood fox, which could outpace me no matter where I fled, I understood that if I were entangled in a fight, my demise would be certain. Confrontation was futile. My only recourse lay in the locust tree behind me, where I could harness the venomous insects and branches to impede the blood fox's speed. The locust tree was perilous. Lu Jin had issued a clear warning regarding its dangers. Yet, with no alternative, I had to take this gamble. Clenching my fists until blood seeped through my fingers, I threw myself into the embrace of the locust tree. White threads ensnared me, but astonishingly, the venomous insects at the ends of those threads instinctively avoided me, retreating into the distance. I had won the gamble. My blood contained the plum blossom goo poison, which would surely instill fear in ordinary insects. Initially uncertain and fearful that these insects from the realm of yin and yang differed from those of the mundane world, I was compelled to take the risk when cornered by the blood fox. The outcome confirmed that the plum blossom goo was indeed effective. After my brief skirmish with the blood fox, I was battered and blood-soaked, my appearance disheveled. Yet, this bloodied attire had transformed into my finest armor. The essence of the plum blossom goo, perceptible only to the insects and goo creatures, radiated from me, causing the previously resident venomous insects of the locust tree to scatter, granting me a narrow escape route. The blood fox, now possessed of intelligence, recognized my intent. It could not tolerate the thought of its prey slipping away after expending so much energy in pursuit. Its crimson eyes glowed with a murderous intent almost tangible, and as its blood-red fur bristled with fury, the blood fox surged forward with renewed speed, climbing up the locust tree after me. Why this relentless chase? What enmity existed between us? I sought my path while it stubbornly pursued mine. Surely, it should not press its advantage so brazenly. While I spoke fiercely, I could only suppress the blood fox verbally. Despite its modest size, it radiated a profound lethality. Although it had developed a basic level of intelligence, it resorted to brute force, embodying a simplistic and violent approach: slay the divine and obliterate the sacred. The locust tree's expansive crown offered no hindrance to my ascent along the trunk, whereas the blood fox was not so fortunate. The overwhelming bloodlust stirred the entire colony of venomous insects residing in the tree, and beneath the lush foliage, the white threads writhed, heralding a terrifying tide of insects. Witnessing this scene sent shivers down my spine, and I grasped the wisdom in Lu Jin's warnings. Had I not been shielded by the plum blossom goo poison, I would likely have been engulfed by the tide of insects, leaving no remnants of my existence. Run. Neither the tide of insects nor the blood fox was an adversary an ordinary person, could withstand. I quickened my pace, intending to circle around and seize the opportunity presented by the insect tide to escape. What I did not anticipate was the ominous wave of insects, amidst which a flicker of black and white light emerged. The blood fox deftly broke through the encirclement of the swarm, and a multitude of poisonous insect corpses fell like raindrops, leaving me utterly horrified. The blood fox dashed towards me, prompting me to scramble up the branches of the locust tree with all my might. The branches grew increasingly slender, unable to support my weight. I treaded with utmost caution. The plight of the blood fox was no better than mine, as the relentless tide of insects continued to besiege it, restricting its speed advantage. However, as events unfolded, the situation grew increasingly dire for me. The blood fox, with its exceptional combat prowess, swiftly mastered the art of battling the swarm, maneuvering between the branches with agility and evading their attempts to encircle it. As I watched the blood fox draw nearer, I found myself devoid of viable solutions and could only ascend deeper into the tree's crown. Time seemed to stretch, perhaps only a minute or two passed, or maybe just a few seconds. In this heightened state of focus, the flow of time appeared to decelerate. As I parted the obstructing branches and reached the pinnacle of the tree, my gaze pierced through the layers of leaves to catch sight of a faint blue hue. In the otherwise dark green canopy, that flash of blue astonished me. Was it moving? A thought flickered in my mind, yet I could not ascertain it just yet. I quickened my pace, evading the blood fox's advances while delving deeper into the canopy in pursuit of that shimmering blue light. Don't run. I see you. The blue light danced amidst the lush foliage, situated at the very center of the locust tree's crown, shielded by branches and vines. Upon noticing my approach, the delicate blue light appeared startled, akin to a shy little girl fluttering within a confined space. It seemed even more frightened than I was. I instinctively slowed my pace, despite the blood fox closing in behind me. Grasping the branches with my hands, one foot dangled in the air while the other precariously rested upon a slender twig, my body barely maintaining balance within the crown. Dreamwing goo? A glimmer of astonishment filled my eyes. I had never encountered such a beautiful goo before. It was roughly the size of a palm, resembling a peacock-tail butterfly, entirely azure, its wings unfurling with naturally exquisite patterns, emanating an enigmatic charm that captivated me utterly. So beautiful. Could this be the color of dreams? In that fleeting moment, I seemed to forget the peril I was in. Even my thoughts were momentarily disrupted as I involuntarily reached out towards it. My outstretched palm bore traces of blood, possibly due to the presence of the plum blossom goo. The dreamwing goo flitted anxiously among the branches, appearing exceedingly fearful. What a timid creature. A smile crept upon my lips. Encountering the dreamwing goo was the greatest reward of this live broadcast. Typically, goo insects would flee at the scent of the plum blossom goo, yet this dreamwing goo, though agitated, did not flee outright. This indirectly affirmed its extraordinary nature. It was likely a goo of the same caliber as the plum blossom goo. The plum blossom goo is the most domineering of goo insects and serves as the primary means of control for hosts in the underworld showcase. As long as I can dispel the goo poison, I would at least avoid being overly passive. The sensation of my life hanging by the thread of another's actions is far from pleasant. The Meihua goo is a legendary creature of the goo poison, and to dispel its venom, one must seek out a goo insect even more terrifying or gather several of the same caliber to unite their forces, which may offer a slim chance of expelling its toxins. The live broadcasts come at a rapid pace, and I have never ventured to the Miao region. Initially, I had surrendered to despair, but the emergence of the dreamwing goo rekindled my hope. Little one, you are mine. Long ago, during conversations with the goo master, I gleaned insights about these enigmatic creatures. Most goo insects are artificially bred, with only a scant few being wild. How these wild goo come to exist and reproduce remains an enigma. Goo masters are only aware that these wild varieties often possess miraculous properties, which is why they are frequently referred to as wondrous goo. Although their combat prowess and toxicity may not rival the artificially cultivated varieties, they can unleash unimaginable power when wielded skillfully. As I reached for the dreamwing goo, the blood fox extricated itself from the swarm and ascended to the treetop, quickly detecting the elusive dreamwing goo. A glimmer of greed flickered in the cunning fox's eyes as it altered its objective without hesitation, akin to a crimson cannonball hurtling towards the dreamwing goo. The dreamwing goo fluttered with its ethereal wings, terrified by the sudden intrusion of the two uninvited guests, desperately flitting and struggling among the vines. Unlike my approach, the blood fox launched itself viciously, and I watched with trepidation. Surely, this feral creature did not intend to devour the dream-wing goo, did it? Perhaps cornered with no escape, the dream-wing goo suddenly exhibited an unusual behavior, unfurling its wings as intricate patterns began to glow, releasing barely perceptible blue star-like particles into the air. Both the blood fox and I fell victim to these enchanting sparks. A wave of drowsiness washed over me, as if the particles were tenderly drawing my consciousness into the depths of a dream. A hint of confusion clouded the blood fox's once crimson gaze. Had its true self been present, it would have evaded the dream's pull, but alas, it was merely a remnant of consciousness birthed from its transformation. Chapter 462. Escape from death. The blue star particles released by the dreamwing goo possess the ability to lure one into slumber, and one may unwittingly succumb to their effects. The duration of one's dream state ultimately hinges upon the strength of individual will. Having endured 11 live broadcasts from the underworld, my resolve had been tempered to a steel-like tenacity. Coupled with my prior experience of entering dreams using the Tonglin talisman, I swiftly regained consciousness as soon as I felt the sensation of falling after closing my eyes. My hand gripped the tree trunk tightly, and I sighed in relief. Grateful for my fortune, had I awoken even a moment later, I would have plummeted from the treetop. While the height would not be fatal, once I vacated my position, capturing the dreamwing goo again would prove exceedingly difficult, as this timid creature would undoubtedly retreat to a more secure location. Within the blood fox resided only a fragmented consciousness. Its once vibrant crimson eyes had dulled, revealing a hint of confusion. It struggled earnestly, and slowly, I could see strands of crimson emerge from the depths of its eyes. This deadly fox sought to break through the dreamscape with its murderous intent. How domineering! Yet regrettably, you were a step too slow. How could I possibly miss such an opportunity? The blood fox lay before me, almost defenseless. Unfortunately, during my escape, I had lost my axe, and now I possessed only one item that might pose a threat to the blood fox. Seizing the moment while it remained partially unconscious, I reached into my bosom and retrieved the porcelain bowl I had brought back from the train of death. This bowl contained water that, under no circumstances, could spill, likely the fabled Mengpa soup, which could erase one's memories of past lives. With a spirit of experimentation, I inverted the bowl atop the blood fox's head, causing water to splash everywhere. Remarkably, every droplet returned to the bowl without a single drop escaping. The blood fox, still entangled in dreams, but now with a hint of clarity in its eyes, was momentarily bewildered by the sudden appearance of the porcelain bowl. Its petite head, trapped beneath the inverted bowl, grew limp, resembling a noodle gradually succumbing to softness, and it collapsed in the crook of the tree. Had I succeeded? I struggled to contain my excitement as I lifted the bowl to reveal that the once cunning and ferocious blood fox had vanished, replaced by an ordinary red fox with a dazed expression, its jaws moving in confusion. Something was amiss. A sense of foreboding crept over me as I inspected the fox's mouth and the porcelain bowl, only to discover that the dual-faced Buddha's good and evil relic was missing. The blood fox must have been clenching it in its mouth, and in my haste to administer the forgetfulness water, I cursed myself. Surely, that little creature hadn't swallowed the relic. I attempted to pry open the blood fox's jaws for a clearer view, but it had fully emerged from its dream state, snapping its jaws and leaving a long gash on my hand. I quickly withdrew, wary of further danger. However, the blood fox did not retaliate. It seemed to have forgotten who I was, forgotten its purpose for being there, and perhaps even forgotten its own identity. I dared not move, for the blood fox's condition was peculiar. It had consumed the forgetfulness water from the train of death, and had also ingested the dual-faced Buddha's relic. Its eyes flickered between blood red and inky black, and then, as if driven mad, it began to attack everything around it indiscriminately before darting away into the treetops. It seemed I had inadvertently escalated the situation. I gazed at the porcelain bowl, its water level receding, and found myself in a bittersweet predicament. Ideally, the blood fox would be frightened away, allowing me to complete the optional task of acquiring the relic. Yet, I could not have anticipated that this twist of fate would lead to the fox swallowing the relic. Ah well, it was merely an optional task. Besides, even if the good and evil relic task failed, I had another, potentially more rewarding mission ahead of me. I turned my attention to the dreamwing goo, which, after dispersing its blue sparkles, appeared somewhat languid, now resting innocently on a leaf while gently fluttering its wings. "I shall not harm you. Come with me," I beckoned, extending my palm. An influx of insects swarmed around us, but, deterred by the ferocity of the plum blossom goo, they refrained from attacking. After a few moments, recognizing its inability to escape, the dreamwing goo obediently landed in my hand. At last, this broadcast was drawing to a close. I exhaled in relief as I began my descent. Compared to my ascent, it was far easier, as branches and leaves no longer obstructed my path. However, when I finally reached the ground, I was taken aback to find that a quarter of the lush locust tree's branches had begun to wither, followed by an even more unexpected turn of events. A tender branch sprouted at a visibly rapid pace, only to wither swiftly, leaving behind a small cluster of white locust flowers that drifted away. The dreamwing goo seemed to comprehend the significance of these flowers. It flew from my palm, grasping the locust blossoms and circling the tree 3 times in a bittersweet farewell before returning to my hand to produce this single flower. The old locust tree had sacrificed a quarter of its branches and leaves. 10 years for a tree, 100 years for a person. Was this their farewell? Gazing up at the towering crown before me, I felt minuscule, akin to a child. On the other side of the village of Swalong, the ritual to welcome the gods had ultimately gone unfinished, as the injured villagers stumbled, some carrying or cradling the lifeless ancestors of the Lu family back to the village. The crimson soul sedan lay tilted on the ground, white silk fluttering in the night breeze. Lu Shan stood vacantly beside the sedan, the dragon patterns on her body having vanished at the moment the Buddha statue shattered. Her visage reverted to its original state, half beautiful and cold, half marred by scars. Truth be told, my heart was still laden with many uncertainties regarding Swalong village and the dual-faced Buddha's arrangement. Yet I knew that at this moment, approaching Lu Shan would yield no answers and could embroil me in unnecessary troubles. Thus, I refrained from disturbing the villagers and gestured to Huang Xue and Feng Minglong. We should depart. They remained oblivious to the events that had transpired in the treetops and the perils involved, both still momentarily dazed. Where to? Leaving the village? Huang Xue glanced apprehensively at the distant mountains. Logically, this night should have passed by now. It was entirely possible that this cursed place was devoid of sunlight. I suggest we stay. At least there are more people in the village, and we stand a fighting chance against that fox if it reappears. Feng Minglong and Huang Xue stood side by side, nodding gravely in agreement. "You two have misunderstood," I said, approaching the deep well and gazing into its inky waters. "When I say leave, I mean to leave this world." The dreamwing guided my path, leading us back to the place where the sun rises. I opened my palm, and the dreamwing circled around me a few times, seemingly grasping my intent, before wobbling toward the well, scattering blue dream dust along the way to illuminate the dark waters. "Stay close to me." Without hesitation, I leaped into the well, my body being compressed by the obsidian water as I chased after a flicker of blue light, moving ever downward. Suffocation, dizziness, numbness. No pain could shake my resolve. I must return. The blue light drew nearer, and just as I believed I was on the brink of death, my body devoid of sensation, the heavens and earth turned, and a brilliant beam of light broke through. The pressure diminished abruptly, and with my final strength, I broke the water's surface. I inhaled the fresh air deeply, allowing the light to bathe my face. I had never felt so vividly alive and real as I did in that moment. Exhausted, I laughed heartily, gazing at the sky above, which had begun to turn blue. Finally, it was over. After a long while, I regained my composure. This live broadcast had been a harrowing experience, fraught with danger beyond any previous endeavors. I recuperated some strength in the well, my senses returning, when suddenly, a foul stench assaulted my nose. Looking down, I saw a body clad in a police uniform floating beside me. "Old Wei, I will take you away now." I wrapped the well rope around Old Wei's body, then climbed out of the well myself before dragging him out. After everything was completed, I reclined on the earth beside the well, gasping for breath. As I surveyed my surroundings, I found that the dilapidated structures of this desolate village bore an uncanny resemblance to the Lock Dragon village in the realm of Yin and Yang, albeit in a more dilapidated state. What untold secrets lay behind a village of the living being entirely transported to the realm of the deceased? Thoughts began to stir in my mind, yet I was not inclined to investigate further for fear of what lay beneath. Since my emergence, the well had been shrouded in an eerie silence. What had become of Huang Xue and Feng Minglong? Chapter 463, Daoist Artifacts. I lingered by the well for what felt like an eternity, yet still no sign of Feng Minglong and Huang Xue. Could they have met with misfortune? Crossing the barrier between realms is excruciatingly difficult. I myself had endured suffocation, pain, and numbness, only narrowly escaping the clutches of death at the last moment. Given the choice, I would never again venture into such perilous endeavors. To endure is to embrace boundless horizons. To falter is to perish, with one's soul scattered. This live broadcast was fraught with danger, yet it had fostered a sense of camaraderie towards Feng Minglong and Huang Xue. As we were bound by the threads of life and death, I sat cross-legged by the well, acutely aware of my deteriorating physical condition. Should I fail to replenish my strength and seek treatment, I risked succumbing to exhaustion and fainting. If I waited another half hour and they still did not emerge, it would likely be forever. As I practiced the Miao Zhen XINFA and turned my thoughts inward, I was astonished to discover that my internal yin channels had become interconnected, with several previously blocked pathways now open. Unbeknownst to me, my yin-yang ghostly arts were on the brink of breaking through to the 4th level. With the ability to summon spirits, command ghosts, and pursue souls, I had begun to take on the semblance of a legitimate ghost practitioner. Furthermore, I made a delightful discovery. Within my liver channel lay a dreamlike, ethereal blue butterfly, its wings folded tightly, clutching a bouquet of white locust flowers as if to protect it from theft. The dreamwing goo. The bouquet exuded a faint floral fragrance, infused with the essence of wood spirits, constantly nourishing my body. The liver, associated with wood, embodies the qualities of wind and thunder, representing the rising force of yin within yang, capable of regulating the body's qi and blood. A vibrant liver energy invigorates one's spirit, fostering growth and vitality. This bouquet of locust flowers contained a quarter of the essence from a millennia-old locust tree, although it was a gift to the dreamwing goo. Its presence within my body indirectly bestowed upon me great fortune. In such a short time, I felt my liver channel loosening, igniting hope for the reopening of the 9 locks. Previously, with the assistance of the ghost mother, I had to consume 10 ghost infants to break through the kidney channel. Yet with this ancient locust tree aiding me, the opening of my liver channel was now within reach. Despite the dangers of this live broadcast, my gains were substantial. Setting aside the broadcast points, the mere existence of the dreamwing goo was worth all my efforts. The Underworld Showcase featured a special optional task with substantial rewards and points and 3 broadcasting privileges, indirectly attesting to the rarity of the dreamwing goo. It was likely that the Underworld Showcase itself lacked the dreamwing goo, hence the lavish rewards offered. I gazed at the dreamwing goo, clutching the locust flowers within my liver channel, and felt a sense of ease. This goo might prove invaluable in the future, possibly serving as the key to unraveling the plum blossom goo poison. Thus I resolved to keep it for myself rather than surrender it to the Underworld Showcase. The distant sky gradually turned azure, as the chill within the mountains was dispelled by a warm ray of sunlight. The sun slowly ascended from the valley. Ding! The live broadcast mission commenced at midnight, entering the northern suburbs of Jiang City's subway station under the guise of Lu Xing, with the task of boarding the last train to earn 1 point. If the viewership surpassed 9,000, an additional 9 points would be awarded. During the live broadcast, a task from the underworld offered an extra point upon completion, alongside a reward of 10 yuan. Optional Task 1. Successfully disguise oneself as Lu Xing without raising suspicion, yielding a reward of 5 points. Optional Task 2. Earn 1 point for each dual-faced Buddha statue destroyed, yet to be completed. Optional Task 3. Steal the relic of good and evil, yet to be completed. Optional Task 4. Acquire the dreamwing goo, with a reward of 5 points upon completion. It is essential to bring this goo to the unlit path and present it at the Underworld Showcase for an additional reward of 30 points. Along with a live broadcast exemption, 1 free call for assistance, and 1 random task replacement right. The special feature of the Underworld Showcase allows for the first free call for assistance to be carried over to the next live broadcast, if not used. Upon completion, a total of 31 points were earned in this broadcast, bringing the total points to 100. However, the merit statistics indicated a deduction of 300 merits for disrupting the celestial order and a further deduction of 20 merits for saving a condemned soul. The 11th live broadcast concluded, unlocking a new catalog of goods. 1. Dreamling grass, a food item associated with the dreamwing goo. Prolonged consumption may allow the goo insect to grow again, 10 points. 2. Map of certain areas between the realms, marked with 3 connecting passages, 30 points. 3. Damaged good and evil Shura mask, slightly obscures the changes of heavenly secrets, 20 points. 4. Noble person charm, also known as the benefactor's guidance, provides assistance from influential or professional individuals in matters of work or other challenges, 3 points. 5. 5 dragon charm, summons the deities of the 5 directions and the land. Effective for appeasing malevolent spirits, 5 points. 6. Cloud pattern wooden fish, a percussion instrument used in chanting. Enhances the power of spells when each syllable strikes the wooden fish, 10 points. 7. 3 clear bell, a divine bell that resonates with spirits. Aids in summoning deities and expelling demons, 10 points. 8. Heavenly staff, historically used to dispel misfortune, adorned with celestial patterns, effective against malevolent entities, 20 points. 9. Pure whip, crafted with a handle resembling a serpent's head, effective in warding off evil spirits, 20 points. 10. 5 directions flag, a Daoist artifact used to summon deities and drive away evil, 10 points. 11. Altar wood, inscribed with the words "All Gods Here," with symbols of the universe at both ends. As the Daoist performed his incantations, he struck the table to intimidate malevolent spirits. The Yellow Spring Order, a treasured relic among ghostly practitioners, granted its bearer the ability to open the gates of the underworld once a year, allowing passage across the Yellow Spring. Following the conclusion of the 11th live broadcast, the merchandise catalog was updated with a plethora of items. Unlike previous editions, the new offerings did not include the secret scriptures but introduced a myriad of talismans, encompassing Taoism, Buddhism, and the practices of ghostly cultivators. It seemed that the Underworld Showcase was undergoing a deliberate transformation. With the accumulation of 100 points from this broadcast, it appeared substantial. However, utilizing all of these points for talisman exchanges proved utterly insufficient, failing to even assemble a complete set of offerings required for a full ritual altar. It was no wonder that Lung Qingxian, as a direct disciple of the Maoshan lineage, could only present a single Tianpeng ruler. These talismans were far more precious than I had previously imagined. Stowing away my mobile device from the Underworld Showcase, I cast one last glance into the murky depths of the well, unable to discern its bottom. Huang Xue and Feng Minglong seemed not to have emerged. The events that transpired on the train, as I sprinted from the north suburbs of Jiang City to the depths of Henzhan, felt surreal, akin to a dream. As I reached into my pocket, my fingers unexpectedly brushed against something. Pulling it out revealed a white porcelain bowl. Was this not the vessel that contained the forgetfulness water? The liquid had vanished, leaving behind only the skeletal remains of the bowl. Acquiring this bowl was an unexpected boon, justifying the hundreds of merits I had forfeited. Reflecting on the merits deducted brought a pang of regret. After all, who among practitioners does not engage in virtuous deeds? Even the most notorious of malevolent beings must cloak their actions to mitigate the loss of merits. Yet for me, the consumption of merits flowed like water, and it would not be long before misfortune plagued me, ensnaring me in karmic debts. What could be done? Despair enveloped me. Once my strength had somewhat returned, I ventured into the depths of Long Lock Village to investigate. Li Changwei had specifically mentioned this place in his will, and I sensed that the mortal realm's Long Lock Village concealed some unspeakable secrets. Following the familiar dirt path, I entered the desolate village alone. Chapter 464, Bad News in His Will. Li Changwei had instructed his descendants to summon a clay effigy from the ancestral hall of Long Lock Village to accompany him in burial. Regrettably, his eldest son had disregarded this request. Recalling every detail regarding the will, I soon arrived at the village center, where crumbling stone structures came into view. The placement of these buildings mirrored those in the realm of the living, yet their neglect rendered them far more dilapidated. The wooden plaque above the ancestral hall had rotted away, obscuring any inscriptions. As I pushed open the decayed door, a cloud of dust rose, suggesting it had been ages since anyone had entered. The interior of the hall was arranged similarly to those in the underworld. However, the offering table lacked ancestral tablets, presumably taken by the soul guides into the realm of the dead. What was this? Approaching the offering table, I noticed large clumps of earth remaining, which must have once formed a singular entity, but had fractured for some reason. Could this possibly be the clay effigy? I attempted to piece the fragments together and barely discerned a dual-sided Buddha statue, though it was missing a crucial piece at the heart. The absence of this segment likely held the key to the effigy's disintegration. In the realm of yin and yang, the deity invoked is represented by a delicate white jade statue, embodying both virtue and vice within its core. Meanwhile, the earthly counterpart of this effigy is merely a common figure sculpted from yellow clay. Has the shattering of the statue in the netherworld led to the simultaneous fracturing of its terrestrial twin? Both statues seem to lack significant portions of their hearts, suggesting a connection that eludes my understanding as a mere show host. I casually snapped a couple of photographs and wandered around the village without discovering anything of note. It was time to return. Approaching the well, I gathered a few slender twigs to secure Old Wei's lifeless body, bearing him as I trudged through the treacherous terrain of Hate Mountain, hoping to avoid any further encounters with malevolent spirits or lurking wolves. My strength waned and my energy drained. I pressed on, stopping intermittently until noon, when I finally encountered my first living soul, the elderly herbalist. Startled by my swaying figure carrying the decaying corpse, nearly fainted. It took him a moment to regain his composure before he called his son and daughter-in-law to escort me out of the mountains. Shortly after 1 p.m, both a police car and an ambulance arrived simultaneously to transport me and Old Wei's remains away. Lying on the stretcher in the ambulance, the tension in my body finally released, and I succumbed to a deep slumber. I do not know how long I slept, but I awoke feeling someone gently cleaning my body. Blinking through the haze, I beheld a tall, graceful policewoman with an alluring presence. A faint fragrance wafted past my nose, and I squinted my eyes, choosing to feign sleep and savor the rare tranquility. All my wounds had been bandaged, and my clothes replaced. These hospital garments were becoming my new uniform. "It's time to wake up," said Tai Ningxiang, wringing out a towel to dry on a hanger before resuming her position beside my bed. Upon hearing her, I realized I had been discovered, feeling a touch of embarrassment as I scratched my head. "You've worked hard, Senior. I must say, the dedication of the police is commendable. The two professions I admire most in this life are the doctors who save lives and you, the police. Such high aspirations. Weren't you once vocal about your disdain for both doctors and police?" Tai Ningxiang remarked, her concern for me evident despite her lack of irritation. "I have encountered you before, Senior." With glucose flowing through my veins, I had not had a sip of water all night. My throat parched as I reached for the cup on the table. "Lie back. Allow me," she said, as we both extended our hands. She grasped the cup while I held her hand. The coolness of her touch felt like the smooth surface of the finest jade, and I withdrew my fingers as if electrified, ready to offer an explanation, only to realize that Tai Ningxiang bore no resentment toward me. "Drink some water." Yes, this ordinary dialogue and simple action stirred within me a long-forgotten feeling, a sense of comfort that almost felt surreal. "Senior, Old Wei initially entered the mountains with me when pursuing Lu Xing, and now I have brought him back." The primary reason for Tai Ningxiang's demotion was her mismanagement that led to one officer experiencing mental distress and another going missing. The fate of the missing officer remained a mystery, becoming a lingering burden for Tai Ningxiang over time. "I wanted to ask you, how did you find Old Go?" After the incident, the Bureau mobilized local residents and police from neighboring counties to conduct a joint search, yet despite the efforts of hundreds, you were nowhere to be found. "How could you possibly locate him alone in the vast expanse of Hen Mountain?" Tai Ningxiang's expression was somewhat peculiar, although I am reluctant to say it. "Your actions are rather suspicious. Ordinarily, only the person who disposed of a body would know its location, hence you must answer me honestly. I ventured to Sualong village on an assignment and found Old Wei in that dry well. You are aware of the circumstances on that fog-laden day when the vengeful spirits concealed the living. In truth, Old Wei was taken by a passing phantom. As for why he was found in the well, I am uncertain. It could be the doing of Luxing. Saying this is tantamount to saying nothing." Tai Ningxiang pursed her lips, gently propping up her chin with one hand, her beautiful eyes fixed on my face, her moist lips tightly pressed together as if she had something to reveal. "Senior, please do not look at me like that. It is quite unnerving." I placed a pillow behind me, sitting upright to glance out the window, noting that night had fallen. "Now that you have recovered, there are two matters I'm unsure whether to disclose." Tai Ningxiang hesitated, an unusual behavior for her. I sensed something was amiss. "Go on. I can handle it." "The first matter concerns the Taoist priest from King Tuguan." "Xianqing Daoist?" I was taken aback, not expecting Tai Ningxiang to mention him, and an ominous premonition welled up within me. "Yes, the elderly priest is likely gravely ill. He has long harbored a hidden ailment, and after suffering a serious blow, coupled with his advanced age. He has been pretending to be strong in front of his disciples until last night, when he fell seriously ill and was rushed to the emergency room, from which he is yet to emerge. Tai Ningxiang spoke slowly, seemingly deliberating how to convey the information more gently. Upon hearing her words, I found myself momentarily at a loss for words, a sudden panic enveloping me. Is Xianqing Daoist also in this hospital? Tai Ningxiang nodded, explaining that his disciple had been waiting outside the emergency room all day without food, causing concern among the doctors and other patients in the same ward. Take me there. I promptly removed the 4 from my wrist, leaning against the bedside table to stand. Tai Ningxiang sighed, using a cotton swab to press against the wound on my wrist. Follow me. The emergency room was on the 3rd floor. As Tai Ningxiang and I exited the elevator, we encountered a solitary figure in a linen robe sitting on a bench, appearing lost and dazed. Yin Chuan. I approached him and gently tapped his shoulder. After a long moment, he finally came to his senses. I have seen the fated one, he rasped, his voice dry, as if he hadn't had a sip of water in ages. His lips were cracked, and his pallor was alarming. I will remain here, and should there be any news, I will inform you. Please, go eat something and drink some water. I could empathize with him, for the Xianqing Daoist was his only kin, both mentor and father to him. Thank you, but no need, Yun Chuan replied with a strained smile. My master has always said that one should not trouble others for tasks one can manage oneself. In that case, I shall wait with you. As I settled beside Yun Chuan, I noticed his body trembled slightly, though his loose robe concealed it all. Have you been sitting here all day? Yun Chuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the emergency room door, lost in thought. I instructed Tai Ningxiang to procure a meal and some water, placing them in Xianqing's hands, urging him to eat a little. The sight of him in such a state would surely not sit well with his master. Shaking his head, Yun Chuan held the meal, his gaze still fixed upon the closed door of the emergency room. Chapter 465. Ice is water in slumber. The lights at the end of the corridor flickered out, time slipping by as the flow of patients and nurses dwindled. Many cast sympathetic glances towards Yun Chuan, who stubbornly remained seated on the bench, his posture barely shifting. I ceased my attempts at consolation, choosing instead to silently accompany him. Xianqing Daoist had bestowed a favor upon me. During the live broadcast of the spirit vehicle on Route 14, we met for the first time. Despite our unfamiliarity, he handed me a yellow paper, warning me of the impending dangers aboard the vehicle. When I was being hunted down throughout the city, Xianqing Daoist employed secret arts to summon the ancestral master to shield me from the possessed Yi Bing, thus granting me a chance to escape. A small favor deserves a grand repayment. Hence, when Xianqing Daoist entrusted me with the care of Yun Chuan, I unhesitatingly agreed. Yet, I had not contemplated the implications at that moment. Reflecting upon Xianqing Daoist's words now, it seems he may have already been aware of his own condition. It was likely he was preparing for his final arrangements. His injuries were far more severe than we had imagined. As midnight slipped away, the chime of the clock echoed through the city, seemingly a farewell to him. The night sky was particularly dark, devoid of any light. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, the door of the emergency room swung open, and the attending physician along with nurses emerged. We're sorry, we did our utmost. The gurney was wheeled out, upon which lay an elderly man, his features serene as if he were merely asleep. Yet all present understood that he had lost all vitality and would never awaken again. The meal I held slipped from my grasp, the sauce splattering onto my faded Daoist robe. Yun Chuan's eyes remained fixed on the old man as he stood in silence, following the gurney without uttering a word. In a daze, he seemed intent on accompanying that vehicle indefinitely. As his vision dimmed, Yun Chuan was ultimately halted by the attendants outside the morgue, separated by a door leading to 2 worlds forever out of reach. I wished to say something more, but Tai Ningxiang pulled me away. Observing Yun Chuan's despondent demeanor, I understood that at this moment, no words could suffice. That profound sorrow was bone deep. Only through experience could one comprehend it. Let him have a moment of solitude. Tai Ningxiang led me away down the corridor, and only from a distance did I hear the muffled sound of weeping. A man may not shed tears lightly, yet he does so when grief strikes deeply. I had not anticipated things would unfold in this manner. My spirits too sank, and I inhaled deeply, rubbing my eyes to regain composure. Life compels one to look forward. There are no thresholds one cannot cross. Senior sister, you mentioned there were 2 matters you wished to discuss with me. The first pertains to Xianqing Daoist. What is the second? Tai Ning hesitated for a few seconds before responding. In Yi Bing's hospital room, there is someone who wishes to see you. Yibing. She was possessed by an unparalleled malevolent entity during the 8th live broadcast at the No. 3 Bridge Crematorium and has remained in a deep coma ever since. You ought to go see her. She is rather pitiable now, Tai Ning said earnestly, grasping my hand. Come, I shall accompany you. 8th floor, VIP ward. Though Yibing and Jiang Chun have had a falling out, she remains, in name, the daughter-in-law of the Jiang family. Even for the sake of appearances to the media, they would not treat Yibing poorly. Is it appropriate to intrude at such a late hour? I paused outside the hospital room. That person insisted on meeting you no matter how late it was. He would wait. Tai Ningxiang pushed open the door and pulled me inside. The VIP room was spacious. Apart from Yibing, who lay in a coma on the hospital bed, there were 2 others present. One was Zhang Fei, who was reclining on the sofa, wrapped in a coat, taking a brief nap. She stirred at the sound of the door opening and, upon seeing me and Tai Ningxiang enter, appeared quite astonished. The other individual appeared to be around 65 years old, with hair interspersed with black and white, and a robust physique. He sat by the window, gazing at the nightscape of Jiang City, holding a collection of essays. Walden. Mr. Chun is here, Tai Ningxiang said softly, and I could sense a deep respect in her tone. The elder, noticing me, slowly rose from his chair, setting down the book with a smile. I have heard Yibing mention you several times. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Yibing spoke of me. What was their relationship? At 25. She was far too young for him to be her father or grandfather. Please be polite. This is Mr. Chun, the director of the largest private orphanage in South China. He has supported hundreds of underprivileged children and has personally funded several rehabilitation schools for disabled children. He is a renowned philanthropist, Tai Ningxiang gently reminded me, urging me to be mindful of my manners. Do not worry. I am merely here to have a conversation with this young man, the elder said amiably, displaying no airs. He naturally invited me and Tai Ningxiang to sit beside him on the sofa. Zhang Fei, who had been lying there, had already risen and was looking at the others in the room with curiosity. Forgive my boldness, but I am no longer connected to Yibing, and I fear I may not be of any assistance to you, I replied. Ever since learning of the incident involving Xianxing Daoist, my mind has been in turmoil. I have a multitude of matters to attend to, and with a new live stream approaching, I find myself indifferent to superficial fame and societal status. Tai Ningxiang had been quietly reminding me of my demeanor, yet I remained unmoved. Your assistance may not be crucial, but there are matters I must share with you regarding her. Mr. Chun turned his gaze towards the comatose Yibing, a look of compassion and regret crossing his face. I am not her father, nor do we share any blood relation, yet I raised her. His eyes wandered, lost in thought. 20 years ago, I resigned from my position as a professor at a certain academy to establish Tiantangkou, and Yibing was among the first group of orphans I adopted. Tiantangkou. Ah, merely a name. Mr. Chin adjusted his clothing, his face illuminated by a warm, kind smile. Given that you have been with Yibing for so long, she likely never shared these details with you. Indeed, she did not. When I was in a relationship with Yibing 5 years ago, she never mentioned her family. It was only today that I learned she had grown up in an orphanage. Yet, upon reflection, it became clear to me. Yibing was born during a time of mourning, her fate fraught with peril, and her childhood surely marred by misfortune. Teacher Chin seems to be reminiscing about something. If I were to speak of her name, it was I who bestowed it upon her. When I first encountered her, she was merely 4 or 5 years old. While the other children had their companions, she sat alone in a corner, her attire soiled and her countenance reflecting an inexplicable past, her eyes dim and filled with trepidation. I instructed the female teacher to take her for a bath and subsequently dressed her in fresh garments. She possessed a beauty that far surpassed her peers, yet internally, she was plagued by a lack of self-confidence, retreating once more into solitude after her transformation. Later, the administrator brought several nameless children into my office, seeking my assistance in naming them, and among them was her. I vividly recall our initial conversation. I inquired about her favorite thing. She replied that she adored water, for it was pure and transparent, capable of washing away all impurities, of carrying off the filth. Intrigued by this little girl, I shared with her that there exists something even more pristine than water, ice. Water left to sit too long becomes foul, but once frozen, it retains its purity and sweetness eternally. As Teacher Chun emerged from her reverie and gazed towards the sickbed, she murmured, "Ice is merely water in slumber." Old sir, what is the purpose of your revelations? Speak plainly, without circumlocution. In another era, I might have employed a more diplomatic tone, but the circumstances have shifted. The recent incident involving the esteemed Daoist Qing has ignited a fervor within me. I consulted the child's attending physician, who informed me that to awaken her, one must find the person deeply imprinted in her memory, someone capable of stirring her heart. Clearly, that individual is not I, and thus, I implore you to save her. Teacher Chen's voice bore a note of entreaty, a rarity for her after many years of refraining from such lowly tones. Chapter 466, died on October 30th. I am aware that Yi Bing has committed some foolish acts, yet among them lie misunderstandings. She is not as dreadful as you might presume. I have watched her grow, and I know her well. Teacher Chen did not press me relentlessly. She understood the art of conversation, allowing me ample time for contemplation. The room was enveloped in silence, with Jiang Fei, Tai Ningxiang, and Teacher Chen all gazing at me, awaiting my response. I sat on the sofa, glancing towards the sickbed, pondering that the true cause of Yi Bing's coma likely related to the malevolent entity suppressed at bridge number 3, making the likelihood of awakening her through a close connection rather slim. However, alternatives do exist. Armed with the Tonglin talisman and the newly acquired Dreamwing Gu, I could enter her dreams and bring her forth. Yet, such an endeavor is fraught with peril. Deep comas often lead to entrapment in profound dreamscapes, where I risk losing myself and confronting nightmarish horrors. There are methods to save her, yet the price for such actions is steep, the danger comparable to a live broadcast. After much contemplation, I slowly articulated, the path is one I have chosen. Life and death are fated. I am but a mortal, powerless to alter the course. What you deem as fate is merely a capitulation in the face of despair. The situation has not yet reached that juncture. Perhaps she can hear our discourse, even if she cannot articulate her thoughts. Teacher Chen's countenance remained gentle, unfazed by my polite refusal. This child possesses an exceptionally strong character, never yielding easily. With a tough exterior yet a tender heart, even those who have been closest to her might find that she harbors secrets. The elderly man retrieved a collection of essays, handing me several bills and remittance records tucked within. These receipts spanned a considerable duration, ranging over 5 or 6 years. Why are you showing me these? I furrowed my brow and looked towards Teacher Chen. These are all the donations Yi Bing made to the orphanage. Since 6 years ago, when she first entered police academy, she has been working part-time to support herself, sending money each month, albeit a modest amount, to the orphanage. Even after she went abroad, she continued her frugal ways, consistently remitting funds back home. I share this with you simply to convey that she is by no means a materialistic woman, nor someone who would forsake everything for wealth. Teacher Chen stated, closing the book and gazing at me. Time dictates whom you will encounter in life. Your heart determines who you wish to have present, and your actions ultimately decide who remains. I will not compel you to make a choice. I merely wish to avert a series of regrets. He carefully stored the receipts back within the book and refrained from urging me to awaken Yi Bing for treatment. Instead, he removed a string of prayer beads from his wrist and placed them in my palm. These beads, crafted not from precious wood but imbued with the essence of time due to their prolonged wear, carried a certain resonance of the years. Yi Bing is akin to a daughter to me. I shall apologize on her behalf for the harsh words she spoke and the discomfort she caused you. Regardless of whether you choose to save her, I hope this gesture alleviates some of her guilt towards you. The prayer beads were not valuable, yet I had worn them for 20 years, believing that their presence would bring me good fortune. Now, I bestow them upon you, hoping for your own luck. Teacher Chen maintained a warm smile throughout our conversation, the traces of time evident in his demeanor, radiating a warmth reminiscent of spring. In the future, should I find the means, I will attempt to awaken her, though I cannot promise anything, I said, holding the beads in my palm. With a nod of understanding, Teacher Chen handed me a business card bearing my contact information. I may need to trouble you in the future. The most conspicuous words on the card were not his name, but rather Heaven's Gate Orphanage. I carefully tucked the card away and departed with Tai Ningxiang. Jiang Fei attempted to speak a few times, but seeing me with Tai Ningxiang, she ultimately remained silent, standing by the bedside draped in her outerwear. As we closed the ward door and left, upon reaching the morgue, we learned that Yun Chuan had already departed. The on-duty nurses were unaware of his whereabouts. Do not concern yourself with others. Focus on your own well-being. You've just awakened from a coma. Hurry back to your ward, Tai Ningxiang insisted, following closely behind me. Wary of my actions. My health is fine. I won't return to the ward. Thank you for your assistance this time, senior. It's getting late. You should return home as well. Work awaits you tomorrow. I retrieved my outerwear, talismans, and phone from Tai Ningxiang, hailed a cab, and returned to Tingtang Road, where only in my small shop could my heart find complete tranquility. The recent encounters with Xianxing Daoist and Yi Bing have abruptly tightened the relaxed heart I had just settled into after my live broadcast. The root cause of the troubles surrounding Yi Bing and Xianxing Daoist ultimately lies with the dual-faced Buddha. Had it not been for his schemes, Yi Bing would not have fallen into a coma, and Xianxing Daoist would not have departed. Is it worth sacrificing countless lives to escape fate and alter destiny? The dual-faced Buddha has been orchestrating his plans for the past 2 decades, during which numerous individuals have perished directly or indirectly due to his actions. Yet, he shows no remorse. Instead, he secretly plots even greater conspiracies. His ambition is evident in his intent to murder the disabled and obscure celestial secrets with their lingering souls, propelling Lu Xing onto the death train to the realm of yin and yang. For the sake of his own path, is such obstinacy justified? A fleeting thought crossed my mind as I recalled the moment when the kidney orifice opened, revealing fragmented images of a wager against the heavens. Can a mortal truly triumph over fate? As I cultivated my true heart technique, I felt the vital energy surge from both my kidney orifice and lower dantian, propelling my cultivation progress at an astonishing rate. Yet, I remain too weak. Time is of the essence if I am to carve out a sliver of hope for the future. The yin and yang veins operated in harmony, with the dark energy and true energy circulating without interference. The locust flower within my liver orifice emitted a gentle green glow, infusing my body with abundant vitality and mending my wounds. However, the dream-winged goo within me churned restlessly, protesting the shameless theft of its possessions. The night passed in silence, and shortly after 8 in the morning, I received a call from Yun Chuan, using Xianxing Daoist's phone. He requested my presence to bid farewell to Xianxing Daoist, mentioning that there were certain belongings he wished to leave to me. I readily agreed, having spent many years at Qingde Temple. Xianxing Daoist was not well regarded by ordinary folk and had no friends or family in Jiangcheng to see him off. Only I remained. As I prepared to meet Xianxing Daoist for the last time, I could not simply don my usual casual attire. Instead, I retrieved a black suit from the depths of my wardrobe, placing a white cloth in my pocket. Standing before the mirror, I stretched my limbs and suddenly paused, struck by a sense of familiarity. This scene felt eerily reminiscent of something that had transpired before. Gazing into the mirror, I scrutinized every detail, only to be engulfed by an inexplicable dread. How could this be? My appearance mirrored that of the self I had witnessed in the death train's carriage on October 30th. Trembling, I tied the white cloth around my arm, realizing that I now resembled the person I had seen in the carriage on that fateful day. Today, coincidentally, is also October 30th. My lips felt parched. Back then on the train, I thought it unlikely I would wear a suit, believing that figure could not possibly be me. Now, however, everything seemed to align as if fate had decreed it. Does this mean I am destined to die on October 30th? The foreknowledge of death is a heavy burden, and I stared at my reflection in silence for a long while. Shortly thereafter, the phone rang again. Yun Chuan was calling to provide me with the location. I was to first go to Qingde Temple and then proceed to the crematorium at Bridge No. 3. After finishing my phone call with him, I felt an urge to change my attire, yet deep down, I understood that even a change of clothing would not allow me to escape this impending calamity. The clock was nearing 9, with a mere 15 hours remaining until the day's end. Chapter 467. The Order of the Underworld. I lit a cigarette, settling into a chair at a small cafe, watching the curling smoke rise while listening to the clock's rhythmic ticking. I would meet my demise on October 30th, with only 15 hours left. What events might transpire in that brief span? In what manner would I conclude my life? A car accident? Premeditated murder? Or perhaps a flower pot falling from a height, striking my head? Or a careless stumble resulting in my neck being pierced by a branch? Contemplating the potential circumstances of my death was indeed a dismal experience, compounded by the knowledge that misfortune loomed, yet I remained powerless to prepare against it. Danger lurked from all directions. It could be a meticulously orchestrated assassination, or perhaps a trivial object would ultimately prove fatal. Should I decline Yun Chuan's invitation and have Tai Ningxiang arrange for me to be confined in a sealed cell for serious offenders, enduring today before considering my next steps? Numerous strategies to evade risk flooded my mind, yet their feasibility was questionable. Regrettably, I had only glimpsed myself in the carriage on October 30th. failing to notice any visible wounds upon my body. I meticulously recalled everything I had seen aboard the death train, sitting alone in the October 30th compartment, my head bowed, my expression somewhat rigid. With such scant information, I could hardly deduce the manner of my demise. Furrowing my brow, I lit one cigarette after another. This sensation was peculiar, facing an inescapable reality with no means of resistance. Had I not endured numerous live broadcasts with unwavering resolve, I might have succumbed to madness by now. Not everyone can maintain composure in the face of life and death. Those who have wrestled with mortality often harbor a deeper unwillingness to accept their fate. I had not encountered misfortune during the live broadcasts in the underworld. Would I instead fall victim in my everyday life, helpless to fight back, utterly unaware of my adversary? I could only anticipate a conclusion marked by my own demise. Is this what fate entails? In that moment, I felt a flicker of understanding towards those who defy destiny. Witnessing death and misfortune without the power to alter them is a profound torment for any individual. The dual-faced Buddha, willing to sacrifice countless lives and implicate the innocent, even seeking to bury the entire city of Jiang, must have paid such a steep price for defying fate because he glimpsed the future. What vision of destiny did he behold? Lost in thought, I recalled a statement made by a crew member aboard the death train. She remarked that I was a small fish leaping from the river of fate, momentarily glimpsing the downstream scenery, an expanse beyond the appreciation of fish dwelling within the river. If we liken each person to a fish navigating the river of destiny, swimming towards the sea along a predetermined course, most would never breach the surface, merely moving passively under the current's influence. However, some, due to unique circumstances, occasionally leap above the water, experiencing a broader horizon. I belong to this latter category. As for the dual-faced Buddha and the underworld stage, they likely have extricated themselves from the river of fate's grasp, becoming anglers seated by the riverbank. Heaven and earth serve as a chessboard, while all beings are mere pieces within it. To remain ensnared in worldly matters without transcending is no different from existing as an ant. With clarity in my heart, the will forged amidst the turbulence of life has become ever more resplendent. In the words of Buddhism, I have now attained a mind as exquisite as a delicate jade, possessing profound awareness and true insight. Is this a case of fortune arising from misfortune? The pressure of death has not shattered my spirit. Rather, it has fortified my resolve. Simply evading fate cannot alter destiny. Natural disasters and human calamities are unpredictable. It is far better to act in accordance with one's true nature. I glanced at the clock and resolved to attend the funeral of Daoist Xianqing. However, before that, I needed to visit the bank to exchange some items to carry with me. If I were to succumb today, then no amount of accumulated points would hold value. It would be wiser to indulge extravagantly. Perhaps some item could fortuitously alter my fate. Armed with all my talismans, I approached this endeavor with greater solemnity than a live broadcast. 14.5 hours remained until the day's end. Having locked the shop, I took a taxi to the central bank, perusing the catalog of goods from the underworld along the way. After 11 broadcasts, the catalog had expanded to over 100 items. I paid special attention to the newly added goods, the dream-whispering herb, which, if administered to the dream-wing goo, could spur its growth again, though at 10 points, it seemed rather unworthy. The maps of certain areas in the realm of yin and yang were of no use to me, and the broken mask of good and evil appeared appealing, capable of slightly obscuring the changes of fate to evade calculations by others. Yet, with my 9 locks binding me, I was oblivious to my own destiny. Why fear others deciphering it? After much contemplation, I settled on my first item to exchange, the Noble Person Talisman. This talisman could summon help from benefactors in times of trouble or peril. Though it is a one-time use, it only requires 3 points, which is acceptable. The 3 pure bells, the 5 directions flag, and the Zhuntan wood are all Taoist artifacts, powerful in subduing demons and vanquishing evil. Yet they offer no direct aid in my current predicament. The death tribulation I face may not necessarily relate to spirits. After much deliberation, my gaze finally rested upon the Yellow Springs Order. This treasure, a prized possession among ghostly cultivators, possesses the ability to open the gates of the underworld once. Holding this order would allow one to traverse the Yellow Springs. The description was enticing, yet the restrictions were considerable. This gate could only be opened once a year, and it required a steep price of 44 points to redeem. After 11 broadcasts, I had amassed 100 points. Acquiring this token would consume nearly half of my accumulated total. I had intended to save points to exchange for the dragon capturing technique for Lu Jin, grateful for his repeated assistance, but I now realized I had been overly naive. Accumulating points would provide a more secure means to face the next broadcast. The notion of amassing 10,000 points to return to square one had never crossed my mind, as it seemed an insurmountable challenge. 44 points for a token that could truly enable passage through the Yellow Springs. Despite its annual limit, it did not seem a poor bargain. The specter of my own mortality loomed heavily, and ultimately, I made my decision. I sent a message to the Underworld Showcase, opting to exchange for the Noble Person Talisman and the Yellow Springs Order. The total was 47 points. Was I certain of the exchange? Affirmative. The exchange was successful, leaving me with a remaining total of 53 points. Upon receiving the receipt message from the Underworld Showcase, I felt my hands tremble. 44 points had been spent on something so exorbitantly priced that I had never redeemed before. I could only hope it would serve some purpose. Arriving at the central bank, everything proceeded without incident, and under the guidance of the newly appointed mail manager, I soon exited with a black package in hand. Once again, I boarded a taxi, instructing the driver to head towards the Qingtu View. Seated in the back, I unwrapped the black cloth covering the package. The first thing that caught my eye was a talisman made of yellow paper, inscribed with the phrase, "No need for your words, the Noble One will guide you." The talisman bore no instructions for use, so I reluctantly tucked it into my pocket and turned my attention to the second item within the package. It was a pure white box, cool to the touch, crafted from a peculiar material that resembled bone rather than white jade. Without much thought, I lifted the lid, only to be met with a sharp pain in my palm, and blood began to flow almost instantly. Yet, more astonishing events were to follow. A chilling wind, defying the bright daylight, erupted from the ground, and within the cab, a wooden amulet, meant to ensure safety, exploded. The driver, startled, jerked the steering wheel and narrowly avoided colliding with the truck ahead. The sudden turn of events left me aghast. I hastily closed the box, too fearful to look again. The wooden amulet had detonated. The driver, still shaken, slowed the vehicle, repeatedly apologizing for the harrowing experience. I took a deep breath, choosing not to elaborate further. Indeed, such an item, redeemed for over 40 points, was nothing short of astonishing. The near accident had instilled a sense of dread within me. I opted to walk the remainder of the way to Qingtu View, my heart racing at the prospect of further misfortune. By the time I arrived at Qingtu View, it was already 11 in the morning. Calculating the time, I realized there were still 13 hours left in the day. Chapter 468, The Last Corpse Courier. The Qingtu View, nestled deep within desolate land, remained unchanged, unaffected by the recent events concerning Daoist Xianqing. As I pushed open the temple door, I noticed Yinchuan diligently sweeping the courtyard, meticulously clearing away fallen leaves. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" I inquired as I entered. Yinchuan offered a brief greeting. "Please proceed to the eastern guest room to rest." The temple was divided into eastern and western wings, the east for guests and residents, and the west for corpse nurturing and Daoist cultivation. I nodded and stepped into the eastern room, taking a seat on a handcrafted, rustic wooden chair. My gaze fell upon scattered advertisements for health training and Tai Chi, stirring memories of my last visit. Life is frail and unpredictable. In the blink of an eye, one can miss their final farewell. I gathered the disarrayed advertisements and tucked them away in a drawer. Before long, Yinchuan entered, having completed his cleaning, holding a letter in his hand. Before he began the task of guiding the fox spirit's corpse, the master had a premonition and left this letter for you. He sensed something amiss at that time. I took the envelope, sealed with red wax, which had never been opened. As I broke the seal and unfolded the letter, I found the characters penned in a vigorous hand, unmistakably the handwriting of Daoist Xianqing. "Having cultivated for over 40 years, I now address you, my young friend. Yesterday, your presence in the temple resonated with the fox spirit's corpse. This is no mere coincidence, and you must exercise caution. This fox, though deceased, is neither stiff nor foul, and it is destined to evolve into calamity. With your connection to it, there is an 80 to 90% chance it will attach itself to you. If I successfully transport the corpse to the northeast, then all will be well. However, I dread the calamities that may arise along the way, potentially bringing devastation to Jiangqing. In recent days, a sense of unease has plagued my mind, foretelling inevitable disaster. I should not have consented to this task of transporting the corpse. It seems that a grave outcome is inescapable. Should misfortune befall me during the journey, Yunchuan will surely deliver this letter to you, my dear friend. I urge you to pay special attention to two matters. First, the fox spirit's body will undoubtedly seek you out, so be prepared. Second, the Daoist who commissioned me to transport the corpse is surnamed Lu and styles himself as the drunken sage. Perhaps fate will allow you both to meet one day. This is my warning to you, dear friend. Additionally, I have a few requests that I hope you can assist with. My apprentice, Yunchuan, has followed me in the pursuit of Dao but is unfamiliar with worldly affairs, and I fear he may encounter hardships in the future. Therefore, I wish for him to accompany you for a time to learn some practical skills for survival. As for the transmission of the art of corpse transportation, if it must be severed, then so be it. I no longer insist upon it. Yunchuan is a kind-hearted child, albeit plain in appearance, and I implore you to help him return to a normal life. You may freely choose from the items within the temple. My only request is for you to facilitate Yunchuan's reintegration into society. Please do not let him see this letter. The poor child has already endured enough suffering, and it would be unkind to add to his burdens. Lastly, I must inform you about a wooden plaque within the Sanqing Hall, which bears the title of our ancestral master of corpse transportation. This object is linked to the malevolent entity suppressed beneath the crematorium at No. 3 Bridge. Be vigilant to ensure it is neither lost nor disclosed to outsiders. Daoist Xianqing has imparted many matters, most of which pertain to Yunchuan. Upon reading his letter, I felt a pang of sorrow. Although I was already aware of the deep bond between them, stronger than that of blood relations, this moment still weighed heavily on my heart. After finishing the letter, I chose not to follow his instructions, but instead handed it to Yunchuan. For he is the closest to Daoist Xianqing and deserves to know the entirety of this situation. After reading the letter, Yunchuan's eyes narrowed, seemingly attempting to conceal the redness within. You have read the letter. It is now up to you to make a decision. If you wish to return to a normal life, I can arrange for you to learn a trade to sustain yourself. And even the prospect of marriage and children would not be out of reach. I speak with confidence, as I can secure Yunchuan a decent position, whether it be with Huang Xue Qianding Pharmaceutical or within the largest Li family enterprise in Nuhu City. Setting down the letter, Yunchuan shook his head, resolute in his desire to remain at the temple and continue his studies in corpse transportation. You must consider this carefully. The art of corpse transportation has significantly declined, and modern society has little need for it. Your lives are difficult, and this arcane skill lacks a place in the world, rendering it less valuable than those charlatans offering health workshops. I speak the truth. Those truly skilled practitioners who uphold their principles often live in poverty, just as Daoist Xianqing and Lu the Blind do. Thank you for your kindness, but Yunchuan understands his master's will. I shall pass it on, and the art of corpse transportation shall not perish. Rising, Yunchuan returned the letter to me with unwavering determination. As I prepared to offer further persuasion, my phone rang. It was Tai Ningxiang calling. I will speak with you shortly, I said, stepping outside to answer the call. Senior, I'm at the Qingta Temple. Do you need me for something? Gao Jian, I know you are busy, but you must come to the city bureau immediately. Tai Ningxiang's tone was grave, which filled me with a sense of foreboding. What has happened? In the northern suburbs of Jiangqing, several corpses were discovered at the subway station. Preliminary investigations suggest that the modus operandi mirrors that of previous homicides. While scrutinizing surveillance footage, we unexpectedly found that you were present at the crime scene during the time of the incident. As I listened to Tiexin Xiang on the other end of the line, a realization dawned upon me. I had been at the subway station when the Blood Fox unleashed its massacre, and I was captured on camera. Surely, you cannot be suspecting me? This case is significant. The municipal bureau cannot suppress it, and the higher-ups have mandated your immediate cooperation with the investigation, or else they will dispatch officers. The matter involves multiple fatalities, Tiexin Xiang stated with an air of official duty. Very well, I shall come over now. After hanging up, I felt a sense of resignation as I sought out Yunchuan, who expressed understanding and advised me to attend to my affairs, instructing me to arrive at the crematorium by Bridge 3 for the farewell ceremony at 3 o'clock. I nodded, and after a moment's thought, brought Yunchuan to the main hall of the Qingta Temple, where a wooden memorial tablet was placed beside the three pure ones. Yunchuan, this tablet is of utmost importance. Ensure its safekeeping. After conveying my instructions, I departed for the municipal bureau, proceeding with caution to avoid any unforeseen complications. I arrived at 12:30 and completed the standard record-keeping process. Subsequently, Tiexin Xiang revealed a shocking piece of news. There is a survivor. though his mental state is quite unstable, seemingly due to severe trauma. In the criminal investigation office, including Wu Ming and Zhao Bin, they regarded me with peculiar expressions until I felt unnerved by their scrutiny. Only then did they present me with a pencil sketch, an artist's depiction of the perpetrator based on the survivor's account. Upon glancing at the drawing, I was taken aback. The likeness was strikingly close to my own. Are you truly suspecting me? The assailant behind the subway station homicides is the Blood Fox. But it had followed me into the realm of the dead and imbibed the forgetting water. Its current whereabouts remain unknown. The wounds on the deceased were predominantly lacerations, with bite marks and claw prints. According to our comparative analysis of the injuries, the true culprit is likely a fox. Tiexin Xiang elaborated, gesturing with her hands to indicate its size. It should be no larger than this. Observing her gestures, the expressions of not just myself, but the entire criminal investigation team turned peculiar. The notion that a creature scarcely larger than a badminton racket could be the butcher of the subway station was simply untenable. They struggled to convince themselves, let alone report to the Public Security Department to close the case. The investigation had reached an impasse, and your coincidental presence during the time of the crime, coupled with your extensive experience in criminal activities, robust physical condition, and adeptness at scene manipulation and misdirection, led the higher-ups to designate you as a key suspect. Wu Ming retrieved a document from his drawer, indicating that we could resort to coercive measures if necessary. Coerce me? Do you truly believe I possess such extensive criminal experience? This is clearly an instance of animal predation. The victims bore signs of having been bitten. You could extract my blood and dental impressions for comparison. I was at a loss for words. I never anticipated that after being pursued by the Blood Fox all night, I would end up bearing the blame. You are all elite members of the police force. Please exercise some rationality. By the way, what of the survivor? I must meet him. Chapter 469. The state of the survivor is quite unstable, and considering he is a crucial witness, your presence may not be appropriate. Wu Ming directly refused to present the official document issued above before me. Gao Jian, we are all aware of your capabilities. Mishandling this matter could have dire consequences. You might as well come clean. Why did you go to the Beijiao subway station last night? What was your purpose? What did you witness there? Surrounded by a room full of detectives, claiming there was no pressure would be a blatant lie. I spread my hands on the table, wearing a bitter smile. The current economic climate is dismal, and my small shop is on the brink of failure. I was contemplating delving into something trendy. I heard that live streaming is quite lucrative nowadays. Hence, I wish to conduct a supernatural live stream, primarily to explore the hidden legends within the city. Tai Ningxiang and her colleagues had frequently observed me entering various crime scenes with a black leather case containing live streaming equipment, so they could easily surmise my side job. Is that truly the reason for your late-night excursion to the subway station? Several detectives appeared skeptical. Indeed, there are legends circulating about that subway station, and it has recently been the site of numerous suicides. I aim to contribute to the harmonious development of our Jiangcheng, even at the risk of my own safety. By investigating the Beijiao subway station, my expression was grave and my tone unwavering. When did you become so enlightened? Tai Ningxiang shook her head. Gao Jian, we have no intention of harming you. We hope you will cooperate with our investigation. Human lives are at stake, and you must bear legal responsibility for every word you utter. She gestured to Zhao Bin, who produced a law enforcement recording device, pointing it at me. I will ask the questions, you will provide the answers. Do not attempt to be clever. Tai Ningxiang organized the evidence, stating, the subway station's surveillance footage captured your presence at 10 o'clock on the night of October 28th. After you entered the subway station, you did not emerge. Aside from the survivor, you are the only one who knows what transpired that night. As I prepared to present my fabricated excuse, Tai Ningxiang raised her hand, seeming to understand my character. She continued, do not rush to respond. I have a second question. The surveillance did not capture you leaving the subway station, yet you reappeared several kilometers away in Henshan. Based on your description, yesterday afternoon, under Wu Ming's leadership, we retrieved the remains of Old Wei and fragments of your clothing from a well in Suolong village. This proves you were not lying yesterday, but it creates a paradox. How did you travel from the Beijiao subway station to the depths of Henshan overnight? All eyes were fixed upon me, their curiosity palpable. Recognizing that evasion was futile, I decided to speak the truth. In fact, there was a final train at midnight, and I boarded it, traveling deep into Henshan. The moment those words left my lips, silence enveloped the room. After a prolonged pause, Wu Ming remarked, Have you lost your mind? Beijiao is the terminus. Beyond it, the tracks are incomplete. Even if there was a last train, how could it operate beyond that point? I shrugged. Didn't you apprehend a survivor? You could have us both record statements simultaneously and compare them to determine if I'm insane. The detectives were at a loss, and ultimately, after my persistent requests, they consented to take me to meet the survivor. After a lunch at the municipal bureau, I was escorted by Tai Ningxiang and Zhao Bin to the First People's Hospital. Be mindful of your tone. The patient has just emerged from a life-threatening situation, so do not provoke him. Tai Ningxiang pushed open the door to the hospital room. A strong scent of disinfectant wafting through the air. Come in, she beckoned. Alongside Zhao Bin, they positioned themselves on either side of me, effectively cornering me 2 meters away from the hospital bed. Is there really a need for such tension? I mused, effortlessly discerning the patient's face, which bore a hint of familiarity. Indeed, it was him. You two have met before? Tai Ningxiang cast a knowing glance at Zhao Bin, who promptly began recording every word I uttered. It was both unexpected and yet, somehow, to be anticipated. I had assumed he had perished, yet here he was, alive against all odds. My voice grew louder. In truth, I am his savior. The individual in the bed stirred, awakening from his slumber. His eyes widened as he stammered. Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu? Tai Ningxiang and Zhao Bin exchanged puzzled glances. The survivor on the bed raised his only functioning arm, pointing at me. He is the one I mentioned before, Lu Xing. Your name is Lu Xing? Tai Ningxiang regarded me with a peculiar expression, yet I remained unfazed. Feng Minglong, I saved you. You express no gratitude and instead expose me? Is this how you repay kindness? Boss, with the police present, I certainly wouldn't dare to lie, Feng Minglong replied. As if he had found a glimmer of hope, he gestured towards Tai Ningxiang. Officer, this Mr. Lu endured the same harrowing experiences as I did that night. The ghostly train and the attendant transformed into a towering spider. He witnessed it all. Later, in that remote village, the villagers compelled us to carry a coffin, and there was a naked woman seated in a red and white palanquin. My heavens! In the end, the entire village of the dead formed a procession, battling with a blood-red fox. Calm yourself and control your emotions, Zhao Bin advised, gently rubbing his forehead. What exactly traumatized you that night? Every word I speak is the truth. Why do you not believe me? Feng Minglong protested, wrapped tightly in bandages. He grew anxious and attempted to sit up, inadvertently tearing at his wounds, blood seeping forth. This is bad. Quick, summon a doctor. Before long, the 3 of us were ushered out and took a seat on a bench outside the hospital. I wore a contemplative expression, pondering why he alone had survived. Could it be that his body remained in the mortal realm while his soul traversed between worlds, re-entering his corporeal form? Standing at the door, Zhao Bin appeared exasperated as the doctor denied his request to re-enter, citing the severity of the patient's injuries. This fellow has remarkable resilience. 2 penetrating wounds to the abdomen, internal organs displaced and bleeding, yet he survived the night. Most others would have succumbed long ago. Zhao Bin's offhand remark struck me. A man who should have perished had instead emerged alive. During the task assessment, I had received a notification from the underworld, indicating that I had saved a soul destined for death, for which I was penalized 20 points of merit. This individual must be Feng Minglong, emerging from the abyss. Feng Minglong had indeed found rebirth. Among the 3 of us, only Huang Xue was missing. Feng Minglong's body in the mortal realm had not fully expired, allowing his consciousness to seamlessly re-enter his physical form. Huang Xue had perished on October 26th, and his remains must have long since decayed. Even if he returned to the mortal realm, he would likely become a restless spirit. Instinctively, I glanced at my wrist, and to my astonishment, I made a significant discovery. The 4th jade bead within the ghostly ring emitted a soft, luminous glow, as if harboring something within. Is it possible that Huang Xue is hiding within the ghostly orb? Initially, I possessed only 3 spectral entities, yet the 4th bead emanating a faint glow leaves me at a loss for any better explanation. In the presence of Tai Ningxiang, I dared not employ the ghostly ring. I waited outside the hospital room for half an hour, but the doctor did not emerge. I subtly reminded Tai Ningxiang that I needed to escort Daoist Xianqing at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Given the limited information I had, I could not definitively declare myself a suspect, so Tai Ningxiang said nothing further, merely advising me not to leave Jiangqing in the coming days and to await summons. Before allowing me to depart, upon leaving the hospital room, I ventured directly into the restroom. the area with the heaviest aura of negativity. It was daytime, and the sunlight was abundant. Summoning spirits in other locations might inflict harm upon them. It appeared that some electrical work was underway. A toolbox lay at the entrance, accompanied by a warning sign indicating that the circuit was aging and temporarily out of use, though I paid it little heed. With a command of yin and yang, I infused a wisp of negative energy into the fourth jade bead, and soon a mature, composed middle-aged man materialized before me. Huang Xue instinctively shielded his eyes and retreated into the shadows, speaking fervently, though I could not comprehend a single word. Realizing our inability to communicate, he turned on the tap and began to write on the mirror with the water. Number 12, save me. I am willing to offer everything in return. In the dimly lit restroom of the hospital, the faucet suddenly gushed water, and indistinct characters emerged on the mirror's surface. The entire scene was eerily surreal. Were I an ordinary person, I might have screamed in terror. You wish for me to save you? I utilized my discerning gaze to scrutinize Huang Xue. His condition was indeed dire. He appeared exceedingly frail, his solidity less than that of the seductive ghost, Huang Xue. I had just released him, and already signs of dissipation were evident in his form. I could not linger in the sunlight for long. I sensed that I could dissolve into nothingness at any moment. Considering our previous pleasant collaboration, please assist me. Having barely escaped the train, I cannot bear the thought of returning. Hastily scrawled Chinese characters appeared in the mirror, revealing Huang Xue's urgency. My earthly possessions, my house, my savings, even my cherished pen name, are all yours. The entirety of a best-selling author's savings was indeed tempting. However, I was acutely aware that such wealth was not easily acquired. What do you wish for me to do? My body is exceedingly fragile, even more so than ordinary spirits. Exposure to sunlight for mere minutes will lead to my complete dissolution. Only within the confines of your jade bead can I find safety. That is easily arranged. You may remain as long as you desire. I shall release you at night to roam freely. As I spoke, I found the comparison to caring for a pet rather peculiar. Thank you, but this is ultimately a temporary solution. I dare to request your assistance. Huang Xue, now in an undeniably precarious position, spoke with an air of humility, for his life and death rested entirely in my hands. Speak plainly, do not beat around the bush. I will bequeath all my earthly possessions to you, if you help me find items that can solidify my spirit or take me to places dense with negative energy at night. Such locations would be immensely beneficial for me. The mirror was now filled with Huang Xue's writing, and he resumed inscribing upon the white walls of the restroom. The treasures capable of solidifying the spirit are exceedingly rare, not something that can be acquired merely with wealth. As for venturing into places heavy with yin energy at night, I am not particularly concerned, though I cannot do so every evening, as I must maintain a semblance of normalcy in my life. As I spoke, I discreetly observed Huang Xue, discovering that his expression had not altered significantly. I do not wish to intrude upon your life. The current state I find myself in is hardly presentable, and it fills me with anxiety. Your anxiety likely stems from fearing I might act against you, does it not? I channeled the yin-yang ghostly arts, extracting a wisp of yin energy from the yin vein and injecting it into Huang Xue's body, causing his complexion to brighten considerably. Huang Xue, we have shared life and death, knowing each other well, so I shall be straightforward. Upon receiving the yin energy, Huang Xue's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming again. His current predicament is indeed awkward, and he wishes to know more. The wealth of the mortal realm holds no value for you, nor does it for me. Thus those material possessions cannot serve as bargaining chips. Money is a fine thing. Yet since I became a host in the ghostly realm, my perspective has shifted. There are numerous things in this world that cannot be purchased with currency. What is it that you desire? Aside from the inheritance of the mortal realm, what else do you possess that I might need? Huang Xue scribbled hastily with a brush dipped in water. On the train, we collaborated to escape. Do you have any interest in continuing our partnership? A smile graced my lips. What I truly valued was Huang Xue himself. He is cunning and treacherous, employing any means necessary to achieve his ends, making him a perilous ally. However, I must concede that he can also be quite useful at times, particularly on an intellectual level. His meticulously crafted plan for murder clearly illustrates his boldness and calmness in the face of adversity. He is a rare breed of madman, a remarkable talent. Had he not met his demise, I would have never dared to collaborate with him for fear of betrayal. However, the situation has changed. He is neither fully human nor ghostly, merely a lingering spirit, and crucially, Unlike other specters trapped in the mortal realm, his memories and intellect remain intact. This aspect is of utmost importance. Most spirits, whether they be souls or ghostly mothers, tend to act in accordance with the obsessions they had in life, driven by resentment and bitterness. Yet Huang Xue is different. He escaped from the train of the dead, traversing the barrier between realms. And under the protection of my ghostly ring, he has returned to the mortal world. A series of coincidences have culminated in the emergence of this anomaly known as Huang Xue. In the ghostly realm, live beings are prohibited from participating in broadcasts. However, there are no restrictions on spirits. Although Huang Xue is not a living person, his intellect surpasses that of most living beings, and he could undoubtedly become my most excellent assistant in the broadcasts. Therefore, at this moment, I felt a surge of excitement. With two individuals collaborating on the broadcast, the difficulty of the tasks would significantly diminish. During explorations of the unknown, we could split up to save considerable time. And should we encounter unavoidable danger, Huang Xue could help share the burden of risk. Do I still hold the qualifications to collaborate with you? Huang Xue gazed at the water stains on the mirror. Cooperation is typically founded on a parity of strength, yet I can scarcely form words. Of course, you are qualified. The endeavors I must undertake are peculiar, requiring not only a measure of courage, but also wisdom and strategy. Sheer brute force will not suffice. I regarded Huang Xue with a smile, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. What endeavors do you intend to pursue? Are they perilous? Indeed, the world we inhabit is intricate, and the encounters I had amidst the realms of yin and yang, as well as aboard the train of death, should still linger in your memory. Most individuals dwell in the light, yet a myriad of secrets remains concealed in the shadows. And I am one of the more extraordinary beings navigating the delicate border between these two realms, unearthing the profound mysteries buried deep within the city. I retrieved my smartphone from the underworld showcase, armed with the most avant-garde intelligence and connections beyond your imagination. Simultaneously, I ventured into perilous territories, for only there could I uncover the truths I sought and astonishing riches. Is this the reason you boarded the train to the afterlife? What wealth could possibly exist in such a place? Huang Xue has already succumbed to the beautifully woven lies I crafted for him, and I smiled, poised to ensnare him. You need only understand this. Those treacherous domains harbor a plethora of treasures, perhaps even an artifact capable of restoring your corporeal form. The allure of rebirth is immense, particularly for Huang Xue in his current predicament. Before long, an agreement was forged between us. I would provide him refuge and assist in his quest for items to enhance his soul, while he would devote himself entirely to my service. To demonstrate his sincerity, he even divulged the password to one of his bank cards, which held nearly 600,000 in savings. Our initial collaboration proved delightful. I reclaimed the jade orb from Huang Xue, glanced at the time on my phone, and strode purposefully toward the exit. It was 1:59, and I feared I might be late for the crematorium at bridge number 3. In my haste, I encountered an electrician entering with a toolbox, brushing past me without incident. However, this individual appeared remarkably timid. Upon entering, he caught sight of his reflection in the mirror, and the sight of the water-inscribed characters on the walls startled him into retreat. As I was making my way outside, my phone rang, and before I could answer, someone collided forcefully with my back. My balance faltered, and I stumbled forward, just as a frayed wire from the ceiling snapped, sending arcs of electricity hurtling directly toward my eyes. This was dire. The electric arc glimmered in a vivid blue, and should it touch my face, I would surely be seared. In a moment of desperation, I struck the doorframe with my palm, altering my false trajectory just enough to narrowly avoid the wire. However, before I could breathe a sigh of relief, I noticed the electrician's toolbox tumble to the ground, and a small flathead screwdriver ejected from it. Its sharp tip aimed directly at my heart. Thud! It was far too close to evade. A sharp pain pierced my chest as I collapsed sideways, my hand instinctively reaching for my suit jacket, which had been penetrated, yet no blood flowed. Following the puncture, the screwdriver rested against a fragment of the life-taking talisman I had kept close to my person, a fortunate stroke of luck that spared me from calamity. What a close call. I steadied myself against the wall and rose from the ground, repositioning the talisman while cautiously distancing myself from the wire, my eyes betraying my apprehension. Was the time to begin upon me? Would I truly meet my demise on the 30th of October? Chapter 471. The ancestral shoulder pole. My phone continued to vibrate in my pocket. I glanced at the caller ID. Yinchuan was calling. Yinchuan, I assure you I shall arrive on time. Do not fret. There have been some issues at the Yuanzhu Daoist temple, and our scheduled meeting may need to be postponed. Simply be at the crematorium at bridge number 3 before 5 o'clock this afternoon. Having just faced death and pressed for time, I hastily agreed. After hanging up the phone, I found myself gazing anxiously at the exposed wires and scattered tools, my heart still racing. There were no signs, no orchestrated plans. It all unfolded inadvertently, leaving me utterly unprepared. At that moment, I felt like a startled bird, perceiving danger in everything around me as I cautiously moved along the wall under the peculiar gazes of nurses and patients. It seemed that fate had destined me for calamity today. My adversary was neither human nor ghostly, but rather an unseen, intangible force of destiny. I felt a sense of helplessness within me. If I were to speak of true adversaries, it would be the dual-faced Buddha attempting to defy fate in the underworld stage where beings are mere prey. I was but a pawn in their game. Was this targeting really necessary? Did destiny sense a threat emanating from me? The inscrutable nature of fate is ethereal. It appears I must seek out Lu the Blind for a thorough discussion, and I must do so promptly. Delays could mean I would never see him again. The incident I experienced just outside the restroom extinguished any lingering hopes and confirmed my prior predictions. October 30th could very well be my demise. My thoughts were in disarray as I approached the elevator, watching the red floor numbers flicker above until they finally settled on my level. The silver elevator doors slid open, and without a second thought, I lifted my foot to step inside. Stop! Suddenly, a furious roar echoed within my mind, jolting me awake as my foot hovered in midair. Although the elevator doors were open, the cabin had yet to descend, leaving a full floor's distance between me and the ground. Had I taken a step forward, I would have plummeted directly into the shaft. Looking down, I saw a tangle of wires and machinery at the bottom. A fall from this height would be fatal. This elevator was a voracious beast. A chill crept down my spine as I realized I was a mere step away from death. Thankfully, that voice in my mind had spoken just in time, despite its usual silence, likely due to its own healing wounds. The spirit I had summoned with the chaotic invocation of the 14 carriages had become ensnared in my consciousness. From what I had gathered, it was the essence of the blood fox, a once taboo entity that had slain immortals and Buddhas, now a lingering remnant of blood and corruption. As the elevator resumed its normal function, everything returned to a semblance of normalcy, as if the previous scene had merely been a figment of my imagination. The elevator doors fully opened, and nurses and family members of patients stepped out, casting curious glances at my frozen stance at the entrance. "Sir, are you feeling unwell? You're drenched in sweat, and your face lacks color. Internal medicine is on the 3rd floor. Let me assist you," a concerned nurse offered, stopping by my side. I shook my head. "Has there been any issue with this elevator before?" I inquired. "There was an incident long ago where the doors opened unexpectedly, but after repairs. It hasn't happened again." "Ah, thank you." I turned and hurried into the safety corridor, racing down the stairs. The nurse's mutterings of what a peculiar person fading behind me. No longer daring to divert my focus, I escaped the hospital and promptly called Lu the Blind. I was not yet psychologically prepared to confront such a formidable challenge against destiny. I needed to consult a professional for his insights. "Old Lu, I'm at the entrance of the First People's Hospital. Could you come by?" Under the bridge, the fortune teller Lu Xue, upon hearing my predicament over the phone, clicked his tongue in amazement and hurried over with his bamboo basket and shoulder pole. I stood alone in the open area outside the hospital, occasionally glancing around while enduring the puzzled gazes of passers-by. Upon seeing Lu Xue approach, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. "Old Lu, please keep your distance. Let us converse from 2 or 3 meters apart. Have you been possessed?" Lu Xue suddenly produced 2 talismans from his robe, murmuring incantations as he affixed them to my person. "These are talismans to enhance your fortune. They should have some effect." He stepped back a few paces, fingers poised as he inquired, "Now, tell me, what exactly is happening?" I recounted the harrowing visions I had witnessed aboard the death train, along with my recent discoveries. Lu Xue furrowed his brow, his countenance darkening. "The death train? I have never heard of such a thing. Yet, from your description, it seems to carry vengeful spirits destined for the underworld. This is indeed a part of the cosmic cycle. By saving those who should have perished, you have violated celestial law. Furthermore, you, a living being, have boarded a train meant for the dead, which is also a grave taboo. No wonder you saw yourself aboard that train. The laws of fate are merciless. From the moment you boarded, whether alive or dead, your lifespan has effectively expired. If you do not perish, it would be akin to exploiting a loophole in the cosmic order. Do not speak so ominously. I still have much life to live. Internally, I cursed the underworld's spectacle, feeling as though I had been cast as a sacrificial pawn in a cosmic game between the dual-faced Buddha and the forces of destiny. I just drew your fortune. Your path is obstructed, as if a heavenly blade has severed one of your legs, leaving you perilously close to the precipice. A slight push could send you tumbling into an abyss of despair. After stating this, Lu Jin shook his head. But there is no need for alarm. The majority of divinations I cast bear such dire predictions. The conflicts of yin and yang, the struggles of fate. You have nearly exhausted all the ominous omens I am aware of. I believe you may yet transform misfortune into fortune. If there is nothing more to discuss, I shall return, as my fortune-telling booth awaits me. Brother, this time I truly face an inescapable calamity. Could you refrain from dismissing me so casually? Lu Jin had grown accustomed to the ominous signs surrounding me and seemed unfazed. Did I not give you 2 talismans? I drew them just yesterday. They are quite effective. Spare me. I could draw those talismans myself. I lamented, longing for Lu Jin's guidance. Bound by my entreaties, he obliged, allowing me to relay the events of recent days without omitting a single detail. Initially, he seemed indifferent until I mentioned the mark of the King of Hades. At that moment, Lu Jin's eyes widened, and his fingers trembled, even causing him to pluck a few of his beard hairs in shock. No wonder the King of Hades decreed your demise at the 3rd watch. Who would dare let you linger until the 5th? Through Lu Jin's explanation, I began to comprehend the myriad factors contributing to my present predicament. My own demerits rendered me unwelcome in this realm. At the Henshan Mental Hospital, I had endured malevolent sorcery, and the spectral mark upon my nose had been steadily draining my vitality. According to Lu Jin, had this befallen another, they would have long since met their end. Subsequently, I received the King of Hades plaque from the 3 sect, a malevolent black talisman that became the catalyst for all that followed. The method of refining the King of Hell's talismans has long been lost, and the existing talismans are mostly incomplete relics passed down from ancient times. Yet, even in their incomplete form, these talismans possess an inscrutable power over life and death. As long as the incantation remains unbroken, they can be activated repeatedly until the recipient meets their demise. The Sanyin sect suffered a significant setback at Xinhu High School, and naturally, they would not let me escape unscathed. Thus, Lu the Blind speculated that they would, with the full force of their sect, activate the talismans today, hoping to summon the King of Hell to take me away. The cycle of reincarnation lies within the hands of the heavens, and fate has consistently conspired against me. This moment aligns perfectly with the divine will to seal my fate. Mortal beings kill with weapons and limbs. Divine will can utilize all things in existence. One can never anticipate where the true fatal threat may arise. Perhaps a seemingly innocuous gesture of disrespect could lead to one's demise. Lu the Blind sighed and handed me a bamboo shoulder pole, which had begun to crack at one end. May fortune favor you, he said. This pole has been passed down through my family and can foretell fortune and misfortune. If you notice an increase in the cracks, it signifies imminent danger. I accepted the pole, my heart heavy. With 10 hours remaining until the day's end, if I were unable to endure, it would all be over. Chapter 472. The potential of the fate manipulator. If I do not survive, my life will extinguish. However, should I endure, my destiny will be firmly in my own grasp. Lu the Blind's words seemed to harbor a hidden significance as he lowered his voice. Do you understand what it means when heaven desires your death, yet you remain alive? What does it signify? I felt an inkling that Lu the Blind was about to impart something of great importance. It signifies that you have successfully manipulated fate. Manipulated fate? I was taken aback, as I was all too familiar with the term. To leap beyond the river of destiny is to qualify as a fate manipulator. Those daring enough to challenge fate are, without exception, madmen who gamble against the heavens. Lu the Blind's voice carried a hint of reverence. Among the myriad paths of destiny, fate manipulators tread the most perilous route, where a single misstep could lead to their demise and dissolution into dust. They perceive heaven and earth as a prison, shaking the very foundations of cosmic order. They are all lunatics. I initially did not intend to share this with you, but I have indeed seen a spark of potential for a fate manipulator within you. It is possible that the heavenly forces have sensed this and thus hastened to preemptively seal your fate. Do I possess the potential to become a fate manipulator? I exclaimed. My expression one of disbelief. I had never considered myself akin to the dual-faced Buddha. Hadn't you previously claimed I was the most talentless individual in 500 years? Why the sudden change of heart? Becoming a fate manipulator is no simple feat. One's life, fortune, feng shui, merit, and knowledge are ranked in importance, with life being the foremost criterion. Very few individuals meet the conditions. When we first met, how could I have known you possessed such capabilities? Lu the Blind continued, growing more convinced. Your life star is shrouded in mist. Your divination has always been inaccurate. Each time you encounter peril, you manage to uncover a sliver of hope. In retrospect, it seems highly suspicious. Let us postpone the discussion of fate manipulators until I survive today. I did not summon you here merely to indulge in your musings. I cast my gaze around, alert to the slightest stirrings in my surroundings. While I found no immediate danger, I noticed many onlookers fixated on the sight of Lu the Blind and me. There is a saying, the will of heaven is difficult to defy. You must either accept your fate or fight for it, for no one else can assist you. Lu the Blind took a step back after speaking, declaring that my current predicament was perilous beyond description, shrouded in misfortune. A moment's carelessness could lead to my demise, and anyone nearby could be drawn into the calamity, facing the same grim fate. Therefore, do not accuse the old Daoist of treachery as he bids farewell. Is he truly leaving? I yearned to utter a few more words. Yet Lu the Blind departed with unwavering resolve, not glancing back, swiftly retreating. Should I consider acquiring insurance for myself? I contemplated this with utmost seriousness. Sir, you are not unwell, are you? The hospital security guard had long been observing me, noting my disheveled appearance, clutching a shoulder pole, with 2 yellow talismans affixed to my suit. After a moment's hesitation, he approached me. You are the one who is ill, I retorted instinctively, but soon felt that my response was amiss as I prepared to leave. Sir, if you are ill, you must seek medical treatment. Those Taoist practitioners are mere purveyors of superstition. I heard everything he said. It was all deception. You mustn't fall for it. Do not gamble with your life. If you delay seeking treatment, it will be too late for regrets. The security guard was quite diligent, persistently urging me. I am not ill. Kindly step aside. I wished to avoid further entanglements with the guard and waved toward the street, where a taxi was approaching. Why would someone so young as you believe in such nonsense? Wake up. That old Taoist is clearly not a respectable person. He was running on the street with a cloth over his eyes. He must be feigning blindness. I've made myself clear. How can you still not comprehend? In the guard's eyes, I was undoubtedly a victim of deception, while bystanders began to murmur, perceiving my behavior as peculiar. Before I could utter another word, 2 electricians emerged from the hospital entrance, one of whom was the very individual I had seen in the restroom earlier. He approached us, toolbox in hand, and upon noticing my dispute with the guard, swiftly intervened. Before I could grasp his intentions, he seized the guard's arm and whispered, "He's a lunatic." I witnessed him talking to himself in the restroom, even writing on the mirror and walls with water. Do not engage with him. Having cultivated my skills in the Miao True way, my senses were heightened, and I overheard every word clearly, causing my expression to darken. However, I had no means to clarify. I could not disclose that I had taken in a spirit who could not speak. Our communication was limited to water-dipped exchanges. Never mind, I shall not hold this against you. The taxi made a wide turn and halted before me. The driver rolled down the window, inquiring about my destination. I provided the address and was about to enter when a sharp crack echoed from my palm. What was happening? I glanced at Lu the Blind's ancestral shoulder pole, now bearing a conspicuous crack. A warning? Was this vehicle unsafe? Trusting in the legacy of Lu's family, which had produced notable figures, I promptly closed the door, apologizing. I shall not ride. Not riding? I circled around for you. Are you toying with me? The driver expressed his impatience, clearly irked by the perceived waste of his time. In light of the fact that you were once rescued by another seasoned driver, I offer you this advice. Disembark immediately. Do not engage in any work today. My tone was earnest, hoping to shield him from any ill-fated consequences. Are you out of your mind? If you're not getting in, step aside and stop wasting my fuel. His demeanor was rather unfriendly, and I couldn't help but curl my lip in disdain. However, upon reflection, I realized that this was, after all, a matter of a living person's life. Thus, I clung to the car door, unwilling to let go. I warned him one last time to vacate the vehicle immediately, or he would find himself in grave danger. Do I have a grudge against you? Why would I curse you with misfortune? The driver, rolling up his sleeves, bore an intimidating expression that suggested he was ready to exit the car and confront me. Calm down, calm down. Noticing the escalating situation, a security guard hurried over and whispered to the driver, "This man is a patient. He has mental issues. Do not stoop to his level." After some reluctant cursing, the driver started the taxi, preparing to leave. The security guard, maintaining a forced smile, approached me with a stern expression. "Sir, this is a bit excessive. Do you have family? I can help you contact them to take you home. Do you truly believe I am unwell?" I tilted my head, casting a sidelong glance at the guard and sighed. "Your well-intentioned interference may lead to unintended consequences. If I am not mistaken, that driver will undoubtedly encounter trouble on the road." Yes, you are right. Can you now provide me with your family's contact information?" The guard's face was dismissive as he clutched my arm, while more and more onlookers gathered, some pulling out their phones to capture the scene. I was bewildered. Ignoring the curious crowd, I fixated intently on the taxi. If fate had decreed my demise, perhaps it would spare the innocent bystanders. Perhaps my refusal to board would prevent the driver from facing calamity. Fate has decreed your death? You are truly delusional. The electrician recalled a moment in the hospital restroom that filled him with dread. What danger lurked in a world where the mentally unstable roamed free? Perhaps it was wiser to call the authorities. I shook off the guard-esque grip, my gaze unwavering on the taxi, genuinely intrigued by how fate intended to take my life this time. As the driver, maintaining a stern expression, drove away, he approached an intersection near the hospital just as the light turned green. With a foul mood, he pressed the accelerator, ready to speed through. However, a three-wheeled vehicle, seeing the red light, hastily made its move to cross. Both drivers caught sight of each other at the turn. The taxi driver slammed on the brakes, while the three-wheeler, unable to react in time, collided into the rear of the taxi. What made my skin crawl was the sight of a wooden wardrobe, securely tied at the top of the moving truck, suddenly breaking free from its restraints. Propelled by the force of the impact and crashing down onto the rear seat of the taxi, glass shattered, and one corner of the wardrobe lodged itself inside the taxi, precisely where I had intended to sit. Gasps echoed around me as the guard released his numb fingers, pointing at the taxi, while the electrician stared at me, his expression akin to that of someone witnessing a horror story unfold. Chapter 473, The Secret of Corpse Transport. "Stay away from us." Both the guard and the electrician recoiled, only to realize their reaction was perhaps overly dramatic. It must have been mere coincidence, after all. I lifted my carrying pole and casually peeled off the good luck talisman that Lu the Blind had affixed to me, casting a faint glance at the two, perhaps. The rear window of the taxi was shattered completely, and the driver, trembling with fear, scrambled out of the vehicle as chaos ensued on the street. What seemed to be mere coincidences were, in fact, fraught with peril. Had it not been for the warning from the carrying pole, my head would have certainly been crushed. Standing by the roadside, my shirt was soaked with sweat, clinging to my spine, sending a chill through me. I glanced at my watch, 2:15 p.m. Time seemed to drag unusually slow today. Dressed in a suit and carrying the pole, I cautiously made my way through the crowd toward the crematorium at No. 3 Bridge. Despite my carefulness, numerous unforeseen incidents occurred by the time I arrived at the crematorium. It was already 5:30 p.m. Yin Xuan, clad in a plain robe, stood outside the mourning hall, visibly surprised by my disheveled appearance. "What happened to you, Yuan Master?" "Don't even mention it," I replied, aware of my own turmoil as I shook the pole in my hand, now marred with several cracks. A wave of dread washing over me at the day's events that seemed unbelievable. Shortly after leaving the hospital, I encountered a desperate soul attempting to leap from a building, and his fall nearly struck me. After narrowly escaping that, I faced a drunk driver who veered onto the sidewalk, pursuing me for several meters. Breathless and exhausted from the harrowing escape from the city, I had intended to stop at a small shop in the suburbs for a pack of cigarettes. I had only been standing there for a mere 10 seconds when a loud crash resonated from the second floor, causing a ceiling fan to plummet towards me, nearly ensnaring my head. Such incidents were far too frequent: electrical boxes leaking, manhole covers disappearing, objects falling from above. The very essence of dread seemed to echo within me, urging me to sidestep danger. Upon arriving at the No. 3 Bridge crematorium, the sense of foreboding within me had utterly vanished, as if it had succumbed to exhaustion and fallen into a deep slumber. My suit was covered in dust, my knees bore 2 large tears, and my arms were scraped. My appearance garnered the attention of the crematorium staff, who shadowed me closely until I met Yin Xuan. Few came to bid farewell to Daoist Xianqing. It was only Yunchuan and me. After the ceremony concluded, Yunchuan, cradling the urn containing Xianqing's ashes, made an unexpected decision. The wind is unpredictable, and life is transient. Much like floating duckweed, we gather and disperse in a vast unknown. As a day and night passed, Yunchuan seemed to have found peace. Rather than taking Xianqing's ashes back with him, he paid a fee to have the urn stored within the crematorium. Yunchuan, what are you planning? Shouldn't the deceased be interred for peace? I initially thought he intended to bury Xianqing near King Tuguan, thus returning him to his roots. Yuan Master, everything I do is as per my master's instructions. This crematorium is a sealed place. He is to become a guardian spirit here, Yunchuan explained, prompting disdainful glances from the nearby staff. I quickly pulled him aside to inquire further after leaving the crematorium. Do you recall the tablet my master instructed you never to lose? The one next to the 3 pure ones? Did you discover something regarding that tablet? I harbor a profound curiosity regarding the crematorium at bridge number 3, which I approach with a sense of reverence and trepidation. During daylight hours, it is tolerable. However, at night, unless compelled by dire necessity, I would never dare to set foot there. I am acutely aware that beneath it lies a formidable geomantic array, suppressing an extraordinary malevolent entity. Yunchuan nodded, and Daoist Qian spoke, seemingly matured in spirit following the incident. His demeanor was calm and unruffled. As he alluded to the greatest secret of our lineage, beneath the tablet lies the essence of our ancestral art of corpse guiding. From the time of our forefathers to my present generation, there have been countless legitimate successors, many of whom have exhibited remarkable talents, some having even confronted celestial corpses and battled drought demons. Yunchuan's eyes reflected awe as he lifted his gaze, seemingly gazing upon ancient legends. Mortals typically have a lifespan not exceeding a century, and the art of corpse guiding does not emphasize cultivation and self-restraint, resulting in most practitioners leading short lives. This reality gives rise to a perilous situation. Malevolent beings are often difficult to vanquish, primarily relying on the geographical terrain and the natural energies of the earth to be subdued. This process can take anywhere from a few years to over a century. Our lineage has successfully imprisoned many malevolent entities. However, as time progresses, the celestial masters who once contained them have turned to dust, while the entities remain alive yet unvanquished. To prevent unforeseen calamities that might allow these beings to escape, our lineage has preserved a secret tome, accessible solely to those of proper Daoist standing. This tome meticulously records all the dangerous malevolent entities that have been sealed over the centuries since the time of our ancestors, detailing specific locations, sealing techniques, and the various celestial materials required for maintaining the great array. The weight of this knowledge struck me deeply. In my perspective, this tome represents not only a burden of responsibility, but also an immense crisis. Should the dual-faced Buddha or the Three-Yin sect become aware of its existence, they would undoubtedly go to any lengths to acquire it. For mortals, malevolent entities and evildoers spell disaster. Yet for fate manipulators and practitioners of the dark arts, they serve as potential allies and tools for exploitation. Yunchuan, this matter is of utmost significance. We must ensure that no third party learns of it. Otherwise, the sacrifices made by our lineage over the centuries will be rendered futile. I feel a pang of unease regarding Yunchuan, being merely in his early 20s. He stands as the youngest among the practitioners of our art. Furthermore, as the last remaining corpse guide, he lacks the guidance necessary to navigate the myriad complexities that he may encounter. I understand, Yunchuan replied with a nod. My master's reluctance to let me view that letter stemmed from this very concern. I lack the capacity to protect the tome and might even attract unwarranted trouble. Though he appears somewhat simple-minded, his wisdom is profound. He comprehends many underlying truths. While my master has always been benevolent and avoided conflict, there have been instances over the years where trouble has visited us at Qingtu View, particularly from the true rulers of Jiangcheng, the Three-Yin sect. With my master's departure, it is uncertain whether they might infiltrate Qingtu View. Holding this tome poses a considerable danger. Thus, I wish to temporarily entrust it to you. Should others catch sight of it, they would likely dismiss it as a mere mythological narrative, never suspecting its true nature. Once my skills in corpse guiding have reached a level sufficient for self-defense, I shall reclaim the tome. I intended to acquiesce immediately, but after a moment's reflection, a bitter smile graced my face. Yunchuan, I can assist in safeguarding the tome, but but it must wait until tomorrow. No matter. You can bear the unjust burden for the millions of souls in Jiangcheng. Both my master and I place our trust in you. Yun Chuan misunderstood my intentions and slipped a pale yellow ancient tome into the pocket of my worn-out suit. This matter is known to heaven, earth, you, and me. As I prepared to extract the ancient text, Yun Chuan suddenly grasped my arm, his expression unchanged as he merely shook his head, warning me not to open it here. It was at that moment I sensed something amiss with Yun Chuan, recalling how he deliberately delayed bidding farewell to Daoist Xianqing, indicating that other events had transpired at Qingde Temple this afternoon. Very well, I shall keep it for you. Thank you, Fate Master. Yun Chuan clasped his hands in gratitude. There is another matter, not instructed by my master. Yun Chuan boldly inquired, might you have any interest in the practice of corpse transportation? You wish for me to learn this art? My mind struggled to comprehend Yun Chuan's sudden proposition. Your innate talent for corpse transportation far surpasses mine. Should you wish to pursue this path, I would honor you as my senior brother and entrust you with the position of Daoist authority. The sacred texts of our lineage would also be at your disposal, Yun Chuan stated earnestly. Let it be. In truth, I have already dabbled in the arts of Buddhism, Taoism, and the supernatural, my knowledge being rather eclectic. Furthermore, I despise being constrained. I shall refrain from learning the art of corpse transportation. I waved my hand dismissively, and Yun Chuan made no further demands. Instead, he subtly gestured towards the crematorium staff while stating, if you ever change your mind, you may always come to Qingde Temple to find me. At that moment, even my dulled senses recognized that something was amiss. Yun Chuan had provided me with numerous hints. Following the direction of his finger, I observed the two staff members bustling about, seemingly busy, yet their gazes were fixed upon Yun Chuan. Have we drawn their attention? Reflecting on Yun Chuan's earlier actions and words, the answer lay within his prior statements. He had discreetly placed the most precious tome into my suit pocket and mentioned that someone was seeking trouble with Qingde Temple, subsequently revealing that the Sanyin sect was the true puppet master behind Jiangqing. The connections began to coalesce in my mind, a jolt of alarm coursing through me. He was cautioning me to be wary of the Sanyin sect. It is possible that the Sanyin sect had already taken action, perhaps to avoid alarming the snake. They had permitted Yun Chuan to bid farewell to my master and meet with me. I maintained a composed demeanor, revealing no cracks in my facade, while discreetly employing my judgment to assess the distant staff members. The crematorium personnel did not wear standardized uniforms. The two bore a cloud of dark energy about them, resembling those possessed. Could they be spies of the Sanyin sect? This day was exceptionally peculiar. I had no intention of courting disaster, yet they had cornered me, and it appeared difficult to escape unscathed. Natural calamities and human misfortunes, fate truly seems intent on extinguishing my existence. Compared to such disasters, what is equally terrifying is that the Yama order I carry has not been completely dispelled. It merely lies concealed within me. Should the Sanyin sect fully exert their power, the harrowing scene of that fateful day when the impermanence came for my soul would surely resurface. This is indeed a troubling predicament. The sacred texts of the corpse transportation lineage must not fall into the hands of the Sanyin sect, not out of a sense of altruism or concern for the suffering of living beings, but purely because of the irreconcilable conflict I have with them. To hand over the texts would be tantamount to empowering the enemy. After exchanging a few casual words with Yun Chuan, we parted ways. He boarded the 14 bus back to Qingde Temple, while I ambled along the road, slowly making my way back. The situation had yet to reach its direst point. If the forces of fate were to send agents of the dual-faced Buddha my way, I feared I might not endure the onslaught. Chapter 474. The Human Realm of Ghosts. Upon careful reflection, I deemed this possibility rather implausible, for the dual-faced Buddha himself is a master of fate manipulation, and the influence of heaven upon him is negligible. Glancing at the clock, it was 6:40 in the evening, and the sun had not yet fully set. The crematorium at bridge number 3 lay in the suburbs, surrounded by graves and desolate land. Should a conflict arise with the Sanyin sect here, it would be decidedly detrimental to me. After walking for some time, I had yet to encounter a taxi, and by 7 o'clock, darkness enveloped the surroundings as the 14th route bus ceased operations. Minutes passed without a single vehicle traversing the road. During this interval, I had not faced any peril, which instilled in me a sense of foreboding, as if a tempest was brewing, with fate seemingly poised to unleash a formidable strike. My heart was heavy with unease. my fingers brushing against the talisman and the token of the fate manipulator, which now constituted my only sources of support. Having walked for over an hour, I finally entered the city. The vibrant neon lights brought me a measure of relief. Surely, the Three sect would not dare to act boldly within the urban confines? Contemporary practitioners, whether righteous or malevolent, emphasize discretion, wary of attracting media attention that could escalate to unmanageable proportions. At 8:35, I held my phone, glancing at the time repeatedly. Less than 4 hours remained of this day, yet my heart was devoid of excitement, filled instead with a profound sense of dread, as if calamity loomed ever closer. I resolved to return to the adult shop, where I felt a semblance of safety. After a day of relentless wandering, my legs had grown weary. At precisely 9 o'clock, I returned to Ting Tang Road, opened the shop door, and sighed deeply with relief. Every item in the quaint establishment was familiar to me, and I refrained from tampering with hazardous materials such as electrical appliances and gas. I could hardly believe that remaining here would pose a threat to my life. Earlier in the day, a taxi outside the hospital had been rear-ended by a moving company's truck, causing a wardrobe to crash into the back seat. Had I been inside, my demise would have been inevitable, yet the driver emerged unscathed. This illustrates that fate's wrath is remarkably restrained. It does not indiscriminately claim innocent lives for the sake of targeting a specific individual. Natural disasters such as earthquakes and typhoons are unlikely to occur, suggesting that if fate intends to take my life, it must rely on certain forces and individuals. Contemplating this thought alleviated my panic. Only 3 hours remained until the day's end. Regardless of the circumstances, I had to endure. I opened all windows and locked doors for a potential escape. I attempted to practice the Miao Zhan heart method, but my mind was too cluttered with distractions to achieve tranquility. Sitting in the shop's first floor, I retrieved the Yin Yang ghost techniques and the Miao Zhan heart method from a hidden compartment and began to peruse them. Due to various reasons, my mastery of the Miao Zhan Dao had languished, and my progression in Buddhist teachings was so rudimentary that I could barely be considered a novice. It was merely a fortunate connection with the heavenly heart master that had granted me a benevolent fate. Conversely, my prowess in ghost techniques had flourished, becoming my most formidable method. The Yin Yang ghost techniques comprise 9 realms, with the first 3 levels of foundation being the opening of the ghost eye, spirit commanding, and soul reaping. Attaining completion in these initial tiers is referred to as minor success in ghost techniques. Although this minor success may sound unimpressive, in reality, among dozens of modern ghost practitioners, it is rare to find even one who achieves such a level. The disciple of the serpent master, Shi Qian, has practiced his ghost techniques since childhood and has only just reached minor success. I was on the brink of breaking through to the 4th level of ghost techniques. Should I manage to ascend now, my chances of survival tonight would be significantly bolstered. The 4th tier of the Yin Yang ghost technique is known as the 5 directions command, which significantly enhances both the quantity and quality of spirit summoning. The 5th tier allows one to draw strength from deities, while the 6th tier, shrouded in ambiguity, may be a reflection of my insufficient cultivation. However, achieving merely the 4th tier renders the likes of Shi Qian to me as inconsequential as a mere clay dog, easily vanquished. The 5 directions plague ghost, and 9 ugly, resentful ghosts linger in my thoughts as time slips away, deepening the night. My mind, focused on the incantations, is interrupted by the roar of an engine and the rustle of the wind against the door curtain, a commonplace autumn evening devoid of any murderous intent. Just as I became fully immersed in the ghostly arts, my phone vibrated unexpectedly. Glancing at the caller ID, I saw it was Yun Chuan. At such a late hour, shouldn't he be keeping watch for Daoist Xianqing? Why was he seeking me? Today was exceptionally unique for me, and I had resolved to defer any conversation with Yun Chuan until after midnight. Upon answering, before I could utter a word, his weakened voice reached me. The Three sect has used secret methods to cloud my mind. You must flee. They know the secret scripture is in your possession. The Three have gathered. They're coming for you. Run. Leave Jiang City. After hearing Yun Chuan's voice, I fell silent. Their audacity in allowing him to call indicated their confidence. I feared escape was no longer an option. The natural calamities had spared my life, and now they sought to eliminate me through human malice? Oh, cruel fate! What enmity have I with you that you would seek my utter destruction? Through the phone, I could sense Yun Chuan's frailty. He seemed gravely injured. Before Daoist Xianqing had even been laid to rest, his disciple was already being oppressed, a stark reminder of the significance of personal strength. This world, ostensibly governed by rules set by the powerful, is rife with filth behind the scenes. Only by resorting to unscrupulous methods to ascend can one ensure their interests remain unviolated. Alas, I was too slow. Had I managed to overthrow the Jiang family and dismantle the three sect's foundation in the secular world first, dealing with them would have been far simpler. It is likely that the three sect sensed a threat from me, prompting their full might to capture me. Can one person truly stand against a malevolent sect with a legacy spanning centuries? I do not possess such confidence yet. I glanced at the clock on the wall. It read 9:50 in the evening. I hurriedly secured the ancient texts hidden in my shop to my person. Just as I completed this task, I heard a series of sharp cracks emanating from the bamboo shoulder pole on the table, fissures spreading across its surface. They have arrived. Grasping the pole, I moved toward the door. As my hand brushed against the curtain, I sensed something amiss. My fingertips encountered a chill that was not characteristic of the curtain. It felt unlike cold metal, imbued with a sinister aura, almost akin to scales. Goosebumps erupted across my skin as I kicked the curtain aside. The military coat that served as the curtain fell to the ground, revealing something stirring within its deep green pocket. Suddenly, vibrant, venomous snakes slithered forth. I gasped in shock. Long ago, I had heard Zhang Fei speak of the three sect's serpent lineage. They not only excel at interacting with spirits, but also possess the ability to command insects and snakes. Their robes are embroidered with the image of a venomous serpent. When did these snakes arrive? In the vicinity of Jiang City, snakes are present, though they are not commonly seen. Many harbor an instinctual fear of these creatures, and I am one of those individuals. Observing their sinuous bodies slithering within my dwelling, my complexion pales to that of parchment. Are there perhaps many more lurking outside? The last encounter at Xinhua High School with the Sanyin sect, who unleashed a formidable wheel formation akin to superior talismans to subdue me, revealed my vulnerabilities. This time, they come with renewed ferocity, likely well prepared, possibly even contemplating the involvement of the ghost mother. I must flee. Yet, where can I escape to? The police station? Lu the blind man's residence. Venomous serpents and insects infiltrate all spaces. The police station may not guarantee safety, and Lu, though adept in fortune-telling and geomancy, possesses less combat prowess than I do. Where can I seek refuge? The entirety of Jiang City is the Sanyin sect's territory, and the substantial support behind the Jiang family stems from this colossal entity. How can I possibly contend with it? With no path to heaven and no door to earth, I feel desperation mounting as beads of sweat form upon my brow. Am I, Gao Jian, destined to meet my demise on October 30th? Is today to be my last? Surely there must be a way out. The heavens must harbor a glimmer of hope. Where could it lie? As I retreat, dodging the venomous snake, my back suddenly collides with a black leather case containing the live-streaming equipment from the Underworld show. The Underworld show? Indeed. There exists a place in Jiang City that the Sanyin sect cannot fathom. The phrase Wuding Road flashes in my mind. The realization comes swiftly, igniting hope as I prepare to leave the small shop, but a sudden, excruciating pain radiates from my ankle. Chapter 475, Unmatched Ghost Techniques, Part 1. The pain penetrates to my very bones, akin to an electric shock, followed by a numbing sensation as my left leg swells from ankle to calf. Snake venom? I stagger back several steps, bracing myself against a shelf to regain my balance. In the spot I had just occupied, I notice an inconspicuous yellow-ringed snake, the size of a chopstick, lying on the ground. Its fangs have broken off in my flesh, and it convulses, seemingly on the brink of death. When did the snake enter? Silently and unnoticed, its coloration camouflaged with the furniture rendered it imperceptible to me until now. The sudden sound of the pole resonated 3 times. There must be other toxins within this room. I strive to maintain my composure. Though I am immune to most poisons due to the plum blossom curse, snake venom remains particularly potent. It is evident that they had crafted this ambush meticulously. The venom I now endure is likely no ordinary toxin. The surprise attack has been exposed, and the members of the Sanyin sect no longer conceal their presence as numerous venomous snakes invade the shop. My scalp prickles with dread as I drag my swollen leg and flee to the 2nd floor. I must escape. The snake venom seems to contain neurotoxins. While the plum blossom curse temporarily suppresses it, I am losing sensation in my left leg. I hasten to the 2nd floor, shut the door without hesitation, and, seizing the moment before they realize, I fling open a window, grasp the ledge, and leap down. Rolling upon landing to dissipate the impact, I hobble onto the street. To my dismay, Ting Tang Road is unusually desolate today, with few pedestrians gracing either side. A taxi. I dare not waste a single moment. I rush towards a taxi parked by the roadside, leaning heavily on my pole. Drive. Quickly drive. Without waiting for an explanation, I fling open the door, ready to enter, when suddenly, my pole emits a sharp crack. A warning? Is there something amiss with this vehicle? I swiftly slammed the car door and through the glass. Caught a glimpse of the driver inside, his face shrouded in a veil of darkness, head tilted, baring his teeth in a grotesque manner. What on earth is this? I instinctively retreated, my senses finally attuned to my surroundings, and soon discerned the flickering shadows of at least 6 or 7 dark-robed Daoists lurking in the alley. A far greater assembly than before. Escape. In my current state, I could hardly contend with them. If ensnared, it would lead to an inexorable struggle to the death. Not only did I possess the secret texts of the Qingta Temple, but also the occult arts of ghost cultivation and yin-yang sorcery. Should I fall into the hands of the Sannin sect, they would undoubtedly subject me to severe torture to extract every last secret. As for laws and ethics, such constraints held no weight for these malevolent sects. They could easily summon spirits to interrogate me, employing venomous threats to compel compliance. Even if the police discovered my corpse, they would never suspect their involvement. Ultimately, this was a matter of power disparity. I refrained from hailing a taxi, keeping my distance, yet the taxi driver, seemingly possessed, accelerated towards the sidewalk in a reckless attempt to run me down. Desperate and deranged, the Sannin sect had begun to disregard all consequences in their quest to annihilate me. If such a disturbance were to arise from their hidden sect, righteous cultivators would surely intervene and investigate the situation in Jiangxing. Thus, they were willing to risk exposure to eliminate me and seize my invaluable secrets. Just as I narrowly evaded the taxi, the vehicle, akin to a steel behemoth, crashed into a decorative tree, finally coming to a halt. The tremendous noise drew the attention of passers-by in nearby shops. I scrambled onto the road, my limbs propelling me forward, yet a wave of dizziness washed over me as the snake venom began to spread. I needed to flee to a safe haven immediately. As I glanced back, I noticed a Daoist emerging from the alley adjacent to an adult shop, his face adorned with a serpentine smile, reminiscent of a snake flicking its tongue. It was indeed the vile snake Qian. This scoundrel knew me all too well, and I dared not linger any longer. I rushed to the roadside, frantically waving my makeshift weapon. A private car happened to pass by, slowing down, seemingly hesitant to get involved. Yet, in my dire predicament, I could not afford to overlook any chance of escape. Grasping my pole, I sprinted towards the car, pounding on the window. To the hospital. I've been bitten by a snake. It's serious. Please take me to the hospital. The driver, a young professional in his late 20s, hesitated, unsure whether to open the door. My urgency was palpable, and I felt a strong urge to shatter the window with my pole and climb inside. Moments later, the taxi descended from the sidewalk. The driver's face now more obscured by darkness, his mouth agape, revealing a full set of teeth, gums exposed. Clearly, he had been possessed. My expression shifted dramatically as it became evident he was preparing to ram the car directly into me. At that critical moment, the private car owner unlocked the door and quietly said, "Get in." Which hospital? Without a second thought, I jumped into the passenger seat. Drive quickly. That taxi driver is insane. He wants to kill me. What on earth is happening? Aren't you the one poisoned by a snake? Which hospital? Central Hospital or First People's Hospital? The driver looked perplexed, glancing at me with suspicion, as my appearance was indeed quite unconventional, causing concern. Drive fast. Central Hospital. It's a matter of life and death. The private car owner, displaying a commendable level of composure, promptly ignited the engine, aware of the urgency of the situation. However, he was not entirely at ease, muttering under his breath, "You know, my vehicle is equipped with a dashcam. I am merely assisting, but should anything go awry, don't place the blame on me. Rest assured, but could you possibly accelerate a little? That taxi behind us is gaining on us. Come on, you were merely bitten by a snake. Must we escalate this to a scene from a crime thriller?" The private car owner, glancing into the rearview mirror, paled upon catching sight of the taxi driver, whose expression was strikingly terrifying. Was such a countenance truly humanly possible? As the car sped forward, I was consumed by anxiety, fearing that if we drove too slowly, the ominous pursuers would catch up, and if we sped too swiftly, we might provoke fate and incur a calamity. The chaos outside was overwhelming. Safety lay only beyond the traffic lights. I thumped the seat in frustration, realizing I should have anticipated the sinister performance-s optional task that required me to surrender the dream wing goo. It now appeared to be a veiled warning. They must have foreseen that fate would target me and set a deadline, hence the establishment of the task to surrender the dream wing goo. If I relinquished it, they would surely offer me protection, a win-win situation. If I refused, they would not intervene in my fate. I had never perceived the Underworld's performance as a benevolent organization. Everything revolved around self-interest. The emergence of the dream wing goo had ignited their greed, compelling them to forcibly exchange it from my possession through the means of established rules. Was this goo so precious? I remained uncertain of its true worth. But if faced with the choice between my life and the dream wing goo, I would undoubtedly choose my own existence. Could you drive faster, please? Hey, this is the city. There are traffic police. The private car owner now sensed the gravity of the situation. I'll get you to the hospital, but then I'll be on my way. Don't pin this on me. Rest easy. I retrieved my phone and sent a WeChat message to the balding uncle, instructing him to wait for me outside the central hospital. I then discreetly tucked the strong luck talisman, given to me by Lu, beneath the car seat as a small token of gratitude to the driver. With everything in order, I turned back to glance through the car window. Besides the pursuing taxi, a black sedan was closing in from the left, a vehicle I had previously spotted in the Century New Garden parking lot. The Zhang family could no longer contain their intentions. Utilizing my discerning eye, I peered into the car. Through the glass, the serpent revealed a sinister grin, wielding a drumstick and clasping a black talisman, chanting incantations. The main road is severed. 10 out of 10 vehicles have shut their doors. Only one remains unlocked, burning incense and beating drums to summon Yama. Upon completing his incantation, the already sparse traffic on Ting Tang Road appeared even more desolate, shrouded in an eerie silence. Dark clouds loomed ominously over the thoroughfare, and inexplicably, 2 figures, one black and one white, materialized. The private car owner gasped and immediately slammed the brakes, while my eyes turned crimson, a bloody hue swirling within. I pressed the accelerator with determination. Let us go. Crash through. Are you out of your mind? The private car owner exclaimed, his soul nearly escaping his body, wishing to strike me for my recklessness. We're about to collide. Just drive. Enough with the chatter. My resolve hardened as I pressed the gas pedal to the floor, the distance of several meters vanishing in the blink of an eye. The ethereal black and white figures appeared as if they were specters of misfortune, haunting the center of the road. Both the private car owner and I observed them clearly. Their forms hovered between reality and illusion, distinctly unlike typical phantoms. Suddenly, a sedan thundered towards us, accelerating with the ferocity of a rampaging bull. Its horns poised to collide with the shadowy figures. The private car owner's face twisted in despair, fully aware that even if he bore no responsibility for the impending accident, he would inevitably face repercussions for what was about to unfold. Was it truly necessary for a mere act of goodwill to culminate in such a tragic outcome? The figures drew nearer. As the car's front end collided with the black and white specters, the owner instinctively shut his eyes, unable to bear witness to the anticipated gruesome scene. However, after a prolonged silence of 2 or 3 seconds, the expected crash and cacophony failed to materialize. Bewildered, he opened his eyes, only to find himself on the open Tangting Road, devoid of any shadowy presence. What on earth? As a white-collar professional and a high-caliber talent within his company, this was the second time the private car owner had uttered a curse. Yet, I empathized with his turmoil. Anyone would find it difficult to regain their composure after such a dramatic turn of events. Drive carefully and stay safe, I advised, easing off the accelerator. I turned to see the black sedan belonging to the Zhang family, along with a taxi, temporarily distanced from us. How dare you tell me to stay safe? The private car owner wiped the cold sweat from his brow, still rattled by what had just transpired. Had I truly seen 2 figures, one black and one white, materializing on the road? Was it merely an illusion? I chose to ignore the private car owner, my discerning gaze fixated on Shi Qian, wary of any further tricks he might conjure. Seated inside the black sedan, Shi Qian wore a sinister smile that suggested he believed he had already bested me. Good people meet untimely ends, while calamities linger for a millennium. The last time should have been your demise at the hands of the ghost mother. I spoke with a chilling tone, fully aware that I had been powerless to command the ghost mother during that encounter. Through the car window, I caught a glimpse of Shi Qian's lips moving, but his words were inaudible. I could only surmise they were threats. Shifting my gaze elsewhere, I noted that the closest vehicle was the taxi, where the driver had succumbed to madness, his face emanating dark energy as he gaped with a slack jaw. Drool trickling down his chin, intermittently erupting into fits of incoherent rage or laughter. I could not let this lunatic catch up to us. My eyes scanned beyond the taxi, spotting two inconspicuous sedans trailing us, filled with passengers, predominantly clad in the ceremonial robes of the Sanyin sect. Including the taxi, the Jiang family had dispatched 4 vehicles, housing no fewer than 7 or 8 practitioners. Were they truly gambling everything today, intent on determining our fates? The Sanyin sect, the shadowy masters of Jiang City, wielded formidable power, not just due to their strength, but also their ruthlessness. They were akin to venomous serpents, mercilessly dispatching anyone who obstructed their path or fell under their gaze. Drive faster. Once we reach the hospital, I shall let you go, I thought, feeling as though a blade was poised at my throat, leaving me with no avenue for retreat. The snake venom in my left leg was spreading, the fangs still embedded in my flesh, rendering me incapable of fleeing. After a few more minutes, my phone's WeChat notification chimed. To my surprise, it was a message from the balding uncle. The host's vehicle was confiscated by the traffic police for speeding, and I was unable to reach it in a timely manner. I am currently contacting my wife, but she will take approximately an hour to arrive at the central hospital. An hour? My expression darkened as I considered the imminent threat of being pursued by the members of the Sanyin sect. Upon arriving at the central hospital, I feared that I would be apprehended the moment I stepped out of the car. These lunatics would not engage in rational discourse. How could such an unfortunate event as my uncle's car being inexplicably seized by the police occur to me? Is this fate's cruel design at play? Regardless of whether it is mere coincidence or something more sinister, what truly matters now is how I can escape to the unlit road as swiftly as possible. Clearing my throat, I turned to the private car owner, the only ally I could rely on at this moment. Asking him to let me out to seek another vehicle would be a perilous endeavor. A moment's inattention could lead to capture by the Sanyin sect. Despite being in the city, the darkness had descended, allowing malevolent entities to operate freely. They could easily employ ghostly arts to launch an attack without detection. What is your name, my friend? I am deeply grateful and will surely repay you, I said, softening my tone. Just let me drop you at the hospital. If you truly care for me, don't ever seek me out again. This is too much for my heart to endure, he replied, a wise man who had already grasped the gravity of the situation upon seeing the pursuing vehicles. Are you in debt? Are they chasing you down? Do you need me to call the police? Though he swore a few expletives, he remained a decent person. There's no need to involve the police. They are not ordinary criminals, I reassured him, taking a moment to steady myself as I tore a strip from my shirt to bind around my calf, attempting to slow the spread of the snake venom from the wound. Is this really happening? This is quite serious, he remarked, wisely refraining from pressing further as the distance to the central hospital diminished. Feeling a bit awkward, I confessed, actually, my true destination is the Old Town South Unlit Road Hospital. I had to fabricate an excuse. Don't call me brother, if you truly regard me as one. Let me go? My wife and child are waiting for me at home. I have a monthly mortgage of 7,000 to 8,000. I cannot afford to be in trouble. If I am gone, my entire family collapses. Before I could respond, the private car owner began to sob uncontrollably. I felt sympathy for him. But life and death were at stake, and there was no room for negotiation. I couldn't allow him to stop. If necessary, I would seize the car and escape. Resolutely, I decided that if gentleness failed, I would resort to force, and I would compensate the owner generously afterward. As I turned to look back, a sinister figure named Shi Qian was observing from a black sedan. He had a mocking smile and, with a swift motion, opened the car window, pinching a black talisman between his fingers and chanting an incantation. The words tumbled forth, invoking a sinister force. This person cannot walk. Summon the 3 souls and 7 spirits. Confront the 5 celestial masters, and let the decree of the underworld be enforced. As the incantation concluded, a dark light flickered from the talisman, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke resembling a doll's face, heading straight for the private car. Do you think you can contend with me? In terms of ghostly arts, you are woefully inadequate. I seethed, ready to summon the desires trapped within my ghost ring. However, the black smoke, in an unexpected twist, veered away from me, seemingly in fear, and lunged towards the private car owner. What in the world is this? A grotesque round-faced doll suddenly lunged at the driver, who, in a fit of panic, removed both hands from the steering wheel to strike at his own face. Enraged, I recognized the despicable nature of the serpent, knowing that his ghostly arts would have little effect on me. His dark talisman was intended for the private car owner, but there was no need for alarm. I swiftly tore a page from the Miaozhan Dao Jian in my possession and recited, "The true spirit comes, the ghost is barred by the mountain. 1,000 evils cannot breach, a myriad of demons cannot penetrate." The Daoist scriptures contained profound principles. This single page was far beyond the capabilities of a mere, soul-collecting child to shatter. The round-faced doll, thwarted by the scroll, appeared menacing yet lacked true intelligence. Turning to lunge at me once more. "There is a path to heaven that you shun. Hell has no door that you can breach." From within my orifice, a torrent of dark energy surged forth, as if the nether river of the underworld had manifested. "Spirits shall be transfigured and ascend, should you defy this decree. Your bones shall turn to dust, eternally lost in the abyss." With my kidneys wide open, the dark energy filled my palms as I grasped the ghostly child, my fingers tightening inch by inch until its form disintegrated. Inside the private car, a cacophony of wails erupted, and the soul-collecting child was swiftly torn apart, transforming into pure dark energy that I absorbed into my kidneys. The slumbering, three-eyed infant spirit seemed to sense the influx of energy, as its third eye gently fluttered open. Chapter 477, The Shadow Soldiers Borrowing a Path. To annihilate the soul-collecting child with bare hands? How could such an astonishing level of ghostly prowess exist? The serpent's eyes widened in astonishment, soon shifting to a glint of greed. Surely, it was due to his unique mastery of ghostly arts. If I could acquire it, perhaps I could become the next Serpent King. The serpent stared at me intently, provoking an inexplicable irritation. His appearance was effeminate, and the aura of darkness surrounding him, cultivated through years of dealings with spirits, was most unsettling. "Are you all right?" I grasped the steering wheel, urging the driver to regain his composure. What was that thing?" he stammered, flailing his arms as if they were newly grown, occasionally glancing back into the rear seats of the car, as if sensing the presence of others besides ourselves. "It must be your imagination. Those pursuing me possess some peculiar abilities, but fret not, they are mere illusions," I reassured the driver, pressing the accelerator and deliberately altering our course. By the time he regained his senses, I had already steered the vehicle in the opposite direction of the central hospital. "Let me drive. Where are you headed?" After the earlier harrowing episode, the driver's demeanor had softened considerably. He gripped the steering wheel with one hand, while holding the page from the Miaozhan Dao Jian with the other. His expression perplexed as he recognized the faces of the infinite celestial and the three purities. "Are you a Daoist?" "I am half of one at best." The driver, now more cooperative, had notably relaxed. I had initially prepared to resort to force to commandeer the vehicle. "A Daoist in a suit wielding a shoulder pole?" He chuckled, offering a new perspective. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Huang Xue, an editor at the Jiangxing Daily." "Your surname is Wen?" I recalled the elderly woman from the death train. It was a rare surname indeed. My father is a son-in-law, so I took my mother's family name. But let's not dwell on that. When Xiao handed me the page from the Miaozhan and added, "I have encountered strange occurrences at the newspaper, yet I never anticipated experiencing one myself." I had initially contemplated inquiring whether there existed any familial ties between Wen Xiao and the elderly Lady Wen. However, upon hearing his words, I dismissed the notion. "Since you have encountered similar matters, I shall not conceal anything from you. This world is far more intricate than it appears to our eyes. It cannot be simply delineated into shades of black and white, good and evil. For instance, those who have pursued me were once the architects of a maternal and child healthcare institution, where they collected the vengeful spirits of aborted fetuses, even going so far as to nail a child's mother to a table." "Stop. Do not utter another word. I can feel the hair on my neck standing on end." When Xiao interjected, waving his hands, "We do not belong to the same world. I merely wish to lead the life of an ordinary citizen. Today, let me fulfill my duty as a good person and escort you to your destination, after which it would be best for us to part ways forever. I am but a small office worker, incapable of saving the world." "Very well. Upon reaching the old city, I will direct you towards the entrance of the unlit alley. You need not worry about that." After a moment's contemplation, I added, "In fact, it would be prudent for you to accompany me into hiding. Those pursuing me may pose a considerable threat to you should they capture you." When Xiao absent-mindedly nodded, likely still preoccupied with thoughts of the ghostly child from earlier. The vehicle sped forward, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 10:40 in the evening. having taken a circuitous route. We had consumed more time before finally entering the old city. Strangely, our pursuers exhibited remarkable patience, refraining from action throughout our journey. The number of vehicles tailing us had swelled to 6, each filled with occupants. In addition to a Daoist clad in a black robe, adorned with a vividly embroidered serpent upon the collar, I also spotted a woman wrapped in layers of fabric. This woman was the last to arrive, and her attire was rather unconventional. Satin shoes, a rough cloth garment resembling both a Daoist robe and a monk's garb, cinched at the waist with a yellow belt, upon which hung a wooden plaque inscribed with Bridge of Sighs on one side and What Can Be Done on the other. She was likely a disciple of the Mengpa lineage of the Three sect, evidently mobilizing the full force of her sect to confront me. I could not help but wonder if any members of the ghost infant lineage had also come forth. If one were to ask me which faction within the Three sect harbored the deepest animosity towards me, it would undoubtedly be the ghost infant lineage. I had previously rescued Yi Bing, leading to the demise of their meticulously nurtured three-eyed Azura ghost infant, and subsequently disrupted the maternal and child healthcare institution in Shi Village. For practitioners of dark arts, to destroy the foundation upon which they nurture spirits is akin to desecrating an ancestral grave in the mundane world. The disciples of the Serpent Master within the Three sect were the most numerous, yet I could not afford to be complacent. The most fearsome adversaries might well lie within the other two lineages. I counted the number of dark practitioners in the vehicles, which had exceeded 15. In the past, when the new Shanghai High School summoned the celestial spirits, the Three sect had only dispatched a little over 10 disciples. When Xiao drive faster. As time slipped away and midnight approached, my unease grew ever more pronounced. The sensation of impending doom was profoundly unsettling. Throughout our journey, they had several opportunities to overtake us, yet they refrained from doing so, neither surrounding me nor employing the Jiang family's connections to dispatch traffic police to force my stop. I am a person of utmost caution, and these illogical circumstances heightened my alertness. It was as if they were indifferent to my escape. Initially, Shi Qian had made an attempt against me, but thereafter, no one else had employed ghostly arts. It felt as though they were deliberately steering me towards a specific destination. I stroked my chin, beset by an increasingly ominous premonition. At 10:58, the private car finally reached the dimly lit alley after shaking off the pursuers of the Sanyin sect. The ancient district, with its low 2-story lofts and cracked walls, bore witness to red-painted characters announcing the impending demolition. This place seemed unchanged from my previous visits, enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any light. The no-light alley appeared as a festering wound within the city, exuding an unspeakable aura of decay. Should we drive straight in? When Chao's voice trembled. He had never heard of such a forgotten place in Jiangqing. Go. The car slowed as he turned to look back, realizing that the vehicles that had been tailing us had vanished from sight. The roads of the old town were in disrepair, and soon we came to a halt. The alley was too narrow for us to enter. I nodded and handed him the talismans for good fortune and the protective charms bestowed upon me by Lu Jin. Listen to me. Your situation is precarious. You should leave the car and find a building to hide in. Wait until after midnight for me to retrieve you. Remember, do not emerge before 12. Here is my phone number. After giving my instructions, I pushed open the car door and hurried into the alley. Yet, before I could run more than a few meters, a voice emerged from the shadowy entrance of the alley. Heaven is vast, earth is profound. I beseech the 5 ghosts and the shadow soldiers to come forth. Step upon the flying dragon in the clouds. Iron chains and locks, bind my spirit. Ensnare the wandering souls and capture the essence of the deceased. I summon the 5 ghosts, heed my command. Swiftly depart. For the heavens are barren and the earth is masterless. Sever the 3 souls and 7 spirits without mercy. The voice grew louder, shaking my very core. Before long, an elderly man with white hair and a black robe emerged from the alley. It's you, I exclaimed, having recognized him as the one I had seen at Jiang Fei's door, the man who had foretold my 9 locks of fate. You are the Snake Elder? With a skeletal finger pointing at the intricate embroidery of a venomous snake on his collar, the Elder's expression remained stoic. You sought your fate through the Tao, and I revealed your 9 locks and impending death. The stars foretell that the end shall come on the 30th day of the lunar month. The 30th of the lunar month is the 30th of October, I replied, standing at the entrance of No Light Alley. Watching the ambush of the Sanyin sect's nefarious cultivators emerge from the dilapidated buildings, my fists clenched tight. Even if your life is resilient, The king of hell will claim it. The elder approached, chanting incantations. Summon forth the spirits to receive their punishment. Bind, confuse, and drive the souls to madness. As he concluded his incantation, a chilling wind swept through no-light alley, and shadows began to manifest, stretching endlessly before me. My complexion grew pale. The scene unfolding was one I had only heard of in legends. This was the manifestation of the ghostly soldiers. Chapter 478. I do not believe in fate. Nor in heaven. The tale of the ghostly soldiers is widely circulated, originating from two primary beliefs. One posits that the soldiers who perished in ancient battles, influenced by their lingering battle-intense and murderous spirits, remain unaware of their demise, retaining their fighting spirit and strength. On the nights when the gates of the underworld open, they reappear upon the battlefield. Another interpretation suggests that the phenomenon of spectral soldiers traversing the realms often manifests after catastrophic disasters. For instance, following the two devastating earthquakes that shocked the nation in modern Chinese history, numerous volunteers and soldiers who arrived on the scene witnessed apparitions of vengeful spirits lining up, with ghostly messengers escorting the souls. I cannot definitively ascertain which of these scenarios is authentic. Yet I am acutely aware of one truth. Anyone who encounters these spectral soldiers must hastily retreat, lest they face a perilous fate. Although I have never heard the incantations invoked by the serpent priest, the mere existence of such a remarkable spectacle as spectral soldiers crossing the path indicates the immense power of this spell, which is beyond measure. In the dimly lit alley, a chilling breeze swept through, and shadowy figures emerged from the depths, resembling a meticulously disciplined battalion, exuding an aura of lethal intent as they stepped forth from the gates of the netherworld. Are there truly spectral soldiers? Does the realm of the dead exist? During a live broadcast of the Death Train, I gleaned some insights concerning the underworld. However, those fragments of information alone cannot confirm the existence of such entities. These apparitions likely do not hail from the nether realm, but are instead the tamed souls and restless spirits accumulated over centuries by the Three-Yin sect. Obey my command. My soldiers, heed my orders, my generals. At the stroke of midnight, you shall listen. At the second stroke, you shall act. Sever the 3 souls and 7 spirits without mercy. The serpent priest lifted his frail, gnarled fingers, reminiscent of ancient branches, and pointed gently in my direction. His movements were slow, yet they bore an unspeakable weight of pressure upon me. My body instinctively recoiled, pressing against the side of a private vehicle, my hand frantically pounding on the door. Inside, when Xiao had yet to emerge, his expression equally filled with terror as he attempted to lock the car. But to no avail, even the windows remained sealed. Today marks your demise, Gao Jian. Cease your futile struggles. The serpent priest, a particularly active practitioner of the Three-Yin sect, had attempted to capture me previously, employing the formidable sect's foundational array, yet he had nearly lost his life instead. This failure diminished his authority within the sect, and though his peers dared not mock him openly, whispers of derision circulated behind his back. As his words fell, the previously vanished black sedans emerged from behind me, having orchestrated this ambush. The spectral soldiers traversed the darkness, emanating an icy chill. Natural disasters and human calamities, indeed. The true weapon of fate lies with you. I released my grip, my gaze gradually steadying. With disaster looming and no escape in sight, I recognized only one path remains. Though it may seem insane, it is my sole chance for survival, to confront a nefarious sect with a heritage spanning centuries. Are you not planning to flee? The serpent priest's serpentine smile cut through the stillness of the night, and the practitioners of the Three-Yin sect, fully aware of the terror of his spectral soldiers, concealed themselves to allow passage for the phantoms, leaving only the serpent priest standing before me. He appeared frail and feeble, as if a mere gust could topple him. Yet, this elderly figure, with hair as white as snow, could sever my path to survival with a mere gesture, commanding the ghostly soldiers to flay me alive and extract my very essence. Three-Yin sect, I shall remember you. If I miraculously survive this night, I will devote all to avenging you. My heart raced furiously. Faced with the specter of death, I realized that my calmness had been mere pretense, masking the panic, despair, and a hint of defiance within. Life and death are decreed by fate. Your demise has long been foretold. Even if the Three-Yin sect refrains from intervening, other forces will conspire to seal your fate. Such is the nature of your destiny. The serpent master raised his hands. guiding the passing shadow soldiers with movements that were synchronized and imbued with an overwhelming sense of dread. A cold sweat beaded on the back of his hands as I beheld the horrifying scene before me. A sight so ghastly that I would have never believed it had I not witnessed it with my own eyes. The grotesque, fragmented figures surged towards me like a river composed of bones. The Serpent Master stood proudly amidst the shadow soldiers, as if he were a deity of the underworld, proclaiming that fate is an unchanging current through the ages. No one could ever escape. I act in accordance with the heavens. Today, you shall surely perish, he declared with unwavering certainty, seemingly indifferent to my reaction, as though in his eyes, I had already met my demise. Impossible. The shadow soldiers surged forth like a torrent, and my visage twisted into a snarl, blood vessels creeping into my eyes. I had faced life and death countless times and had never once yielded. Until the final moment, I would not submit, even if my adversary was a colossal entity with centuries of legacy, wielding immense power deeply entrenched in this city, acting as agents of celestial will. But what of it? Though I, Gao Jian, was born humble, merely an ant struggling upon the chessboard of fate, I neither believed in destiny nor in the heavens. No one shall force me to bow. I reached into my bosom and retrieved the pre-prepared talismans, casting them into the surroundings. 4 cardinal directions, for symbols, a total of 16. When will the moon in the azure sky arrive? I paused my cup to inquire. Humans cannot reach for the bright moon, yet the moon follows humans unfailingly. As radiant as a flying mirror gracing the palace of the crimson sky, its green smoke extinguished, radiating clear brilliance. This set of talismans was the moonlit praise bestowed upon me by Lu Xue when Huang Xue was abducted. It was designed to draw upon the stars and moon, dispelling illusions. Ranking among the pinnacle of lesser talismans, the 7 stars concealed their brilliance, and the celestial gate stood formidable. If heaven desires my death, then I shall first shatter the celestial phenomena. The talismans, like light and electricity, were swiftly engulfed by the tide of shadow soldiers, the relentless dark energy utterly overwhelming. The exquisitely crafted set of lesser talismans, though designed cleverly, bore effects akin to a few select lesser talismans, illuminating the night sky with moonlight. What good was that? The serpent and the malevolent cultivators observed from the side. In their eyes, the Serpent Master's intervention left me with no semblance of an escape. Whether it is effective or not is not for you to decide. My expression turned sinister as I bit my lip until it bled. The moonlit praise talisman was merely a prelude, a foundation for my next talisman. Ordinarily, shadow soldiers should maintain their distance, yet under the Serpent Master's control, I was certain to be torn apart, my soul ensnared by them. Despite the vastness of Jiang City, there was no refuge for me. Only by entering the depths of the no-light alley could I ensure my safety. To flee would mean death. Thus, only one path remained, charging against the tide of shadow soldiers. Hand over the secret manual of ghostly arts, and we shall grant you a swift end. Otherwise, we shall refine you into a ghostly slave, to serve us for eternity. The speaker was another malevolent cultivator, and upon his words, the others nodded gravely. I was a stranger to them, yet they had already devised ways to torment my soul. Truly, the methods of malevolent cultivators were vile, but to threaten me, they were still not worthy. With the moonlight guiding me, the dark clouds above dispersed, revealing the rare sight of moonlight cascading over the ground like silver frost at the entrance of the no-light alley. It was time. I produced a talisman I had kept close, its head representing the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper, poised to command the great sage of the heavens. As soon as this talisman was revealed, it resonated subtly with the celestial stars above, the starlight intermingling with the moonlight, resembling a curtain woven from golden threads and jade strands that draped down from the heavens. Could this be the divine art of the star god? Several heretical cultivators widened their eyes in astonishment, and the snake elder furrowed his brow in contemplation. A glimmer of unusual light flickered in his murky eyes as he involuntarily exclaimed, "The grand spell of the Big Dipper?" With feet tracing the 7-star step and fingers forming the flying immortal gesture. I recalled every intricate detail of the grand spell of the Big Dipper from the profound teachings of the Miaozhan. I began to recite, "The 7 primordial spirits of the Big Dipper govern the heavens. The heavenly sage radiates myriad glories, ascending and descending, severing the roots of evil, riding the clouds and rising before the altar." As the divine patterns shimmered, I felt an ephemeral connection with the celestial starlight. perhaps even visible from the outskirts of distant cities as an indelible spark of starlight. The talisman shone brilliantly as I grasped it, as if I had seized the entire expanse of stars, 7 beams of starlight intertwining to form a sword of righteousness, sharp and radiant. This is not good. The snake elder's brow twitched violently as he suddenly shouted, I summon the 5 ghosts and the shadowy soldiers. Heed my command. Arise swiftly to sever Gao Jian's 3 souls and 7 spirits. I serve the decree of King Yinluo. Hasten as the law commands. Only now did he begin to panic? It was too late. With the divine talisman in hand, I surged upward, invoking the grand spell of the Big Dipper. The myriad demons quaking before me as I aimed to eradicate the evil and ascend to immortality. Chapter 479, Destined to Be, I Shall Seize Fate. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper are revered in Taoism as the 7 Yuan star lords, representing joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, love, malice, and desire, guiding humanity through the path. This was my first time employing the grand spell of the Big Dipper, gathering starlight in my palm to transform the talisman into a sword. Such marvels I had never heard of before. The sword carved a path, the 7 stars shielding me as I charged into the ranks of shadowy soldiers. In this critical moment where it was either their demise or mine, I had no time for frivolous thoughts. My sole focus was to break through into the lightless alley. With a single individual and a sword, starlight radiated abundantly, and I felt as if I donned a silvery battle robe, fighting valiantly amidst a sea of foes. I had underestimated the dual cultivation of ghostly arts. The Snake Elder, since his appearance, wore a different expression for the first time. Initially, he intended to crush me using his ghostly techniques, hoping to discern the secrets of my own. Yet, he did not anticipate that I would invoke the profound arts, my talisman wielding power comparable to superior talismans under the celestial moon. This move not only took the Snake Elder by surprise, but even the previously encountered Snake Qian could not have foreseen it. He had concealed himself so deeply. Suppressing his smile, Snake Qian fixed his gaze upon me with the intensity of a venomous serpent, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. The celestial master of Miaozhen had previously conducted a heart-querying inquiry on him, concluding that he had never stealthily learned the Miaozhen heart technique. Yet now, the grand spell of the Big Dipper was undeniably a profound and authentic method. How had he evaded the heart-querying inquiry? Did he harbor further secrets? A chill ran through Snake Qian as his icy hand withdrew slowly into his black robe, retreating to the periphery of the alley. Clear the way for me. The starlight blazed as my sword cleaved through the shadowy soldiers. I was already close to the lightless alley. The greatest obstacle preventing my entry was the Snake Elder. Ordinary shadowy soldiers could not breach the protective barrier of the grand spell of the Big Dipper. As long as I was not surrounded by multiple shadowy soldiers, there remained a glimmer of hope for escape. I concede that I had underestimated you earlier, but if this is all you have, then I must declare, you shall not survive this day. As the voice of the Snake Master fell, an abrupt transformation enveloped him. Previously resembling a weary old man, he now straightened his hunched back, exuding an aura akin to a mighty mountain pressing at the alley's entrance. Snake Master, he intoned, as thunderous lightning flickered. Easily visible, yet capable of concealing itself within the mountains, ready to strike with lethal precision. While I battled the spectral soldiers, I frequently glanced back, wary of underestimating the Snake Master. His methods were peculiar and truly formidable. This incantation of his seemed unrelated to the spectral soldiers. It neither invoked the 5 ghostly warriors nor recited the name of the King of Hell, merely mentioning the Snake Master. What, then, was this Snake Master? A sense of unease washed over me. The North Dipper divine mantra, though powerful, would not always hold its efficacy. As the final divine character dissipated, the talisman would turn to ash. He referred to himself as the Snake Master, and could this entity be what I speculated? Around me, the malevolent practitioners of the 3 sect retreated, each one distancing themselves in silent dread. Within the dilapidated house at the alley's entrance, a rustling sound echoed, reminiscent of scales scraping against the ground. Merely hearing this sound sent chills down my spine, and what followed was a sight of sheer astonishment. A serpent. Emerging from the crumbling 2-story building was a serpent king, stretching 5 to 6 zhang in length. Its scales shimmered in a myriad of colors, the species indiscernible. With its eyes gouged out, flicking a black tongue as it slithered over the debris, coiling itself around the Snake Master like a pet. This was disastrous. The North Dipper divine mantra could dispel malevolent forces, but it held no power over serpents. Now, surrounded by spectral soldiers, I also had to contend with a colossal snake, an impossible challenge. Capture this man, the snake master commanded, gesturing towards a pale-faced, malevolent practitioner nearby. Reluctantly, he extended his left hand and severed his pinky with a knife. As blood dripped, the scent of iron filled the air, and the giant serpent inhaled deeply, swallowing the severed digit before weaving its way among the spectral soldiers. How was I to confront this creature? The North Dipper divine mantra could sustain me for merely 2 to 3 more minutes. Whether I could break free from the encirclement of spectral soldiers remained uncertain, especially now that another blind giant serpent appeared ahead. I clenched my teeth, aware that this path was fraught with peril. Filthy spirits, lustful ghosts, enchanting phantoms. Delay it. I summoned the ghostly rings, releasing 3 spirits to hinder the giant serpent while I hastened my pace. The 3 formidable third-tier spirits were commendable indeed. Yet despite the snake master's apparent praise, I sensed no warmth in his tone. Did this old man possess further hidden cards yet to be played? The current situation was precarious, teetering on the brink. Should any detail falter, my fate would be sealed. It seemed to me that this was the most arduous of circumstances. Yet the snake master's tone suggested he still had other methods at his disposal. A lion spares no effort even when hunting a rabbit. After toiling for so long, it is time to conclude. The snake master began to retreat, his gaze sweeping over the spectral soldiers before reaching out towards the tallest figure among them. This ghost was extraordinary, its features obscured, garbed in ancient robes reminiscent of an emperor from antiquity, initially impervious to the snake master's commands. "It is you," he declared, biting his finger to let a drop of black blood fall. "Absorb this drop of blood, and for a lifetime, heed my call." What was unfolding? The 3 spirits struggled to restrain the giant serpent as I drew nearer to the darkened path. In body, may we unite or separate? I command you to merge with me." As a thought entered my heart, it transformed into form, assisting my spirit in penetrating the mystic path. In the midst of enigma and ignorance, as if suspended like a mirror, the incantation resonated, summoning the spirit of the serpent. Despite the blood flowing from its 7 orifices, it stood motionless, akin to a statue. After a fleeting moment, the indistinct visage of the ancient robed specter began to ripple like water, gradually revealing the aged countenance of the serpent. The technique of human-ghost amalgamation? I had encountered a similar sorcery within the realm of yin-yang ghost arts. The union of human and ghost could unleash terrifying potential, a forbidden art reserved for those who had reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of yin-yang ghost mastery. The serpent-esque ghostly cultivation far surpassed mine. As the visage materialized, the ancient robed spirit emitted a laugh, exclaiming that this was its first experience with human-ghost amalgamation, a sensation beyond words. The serpent had usurped the ancient spirit, initially intended only to summon the yin soldiers, allowing for a targeted assault. However, he could not fully command these spectral beings, many of whom were too formidable to heed his orders. This was one of the reasons I had been able to fight through the ranks of yin soldiers alone. Now, however, he had fused with the most dominant spirit among the yin soldiers, establishing himself as their leader, the ruler of this ghostly legion, a harbinger of death in the mortal realm. Countless yin soldiers emerged from the darkness, their numbers overwhelming to the point of numbing my senses, causing me to mechanically repeat my actions, often expending vast amounts of starlight and energy to vanquish a single yin soldier would result in 2 or 3 more appearing in their stead. Since the serpent began to command, I found myself not only retreating from the unlit alley, but being compelled to withdraw further. The light of the North Dipper great spell flickered uncertainly. The path to escape lay before me, yet I felt it slipping further away. "Gao Jin, your fate is sealed. You cannot escape your destined demise." The serpent, having discerned my frailty, unleashed a confident proclamation that shattered the tranquility of the unlit alley. "Seize Gao Jin for me, my minions." With his command, who would dare to defy? A dozen or so malevolent practitioners clad in black robes unleashed their formidable arts, summoning spirits to confine me in a true predicament. The innate energy in my lower dantian had long since been depleted, and the North Dipper great spell teetered on the brink of collapse. My body bore the scars of battle, and the mocking visages of the malevolent practitioners, along with the relentless tide of yin soldiers, overwhelmed me with a profound sense of impotence. Could it be that I would perish this very night? Was my fate irrevocably sealed? Was my desperate struggle, all my efforts, futile against the decree of destiny? No. My life is in my own hands. No one has the right to take it from me. I had never harbored such disdain for fate and destiny until this moment. Suddenly, a phrase I had exchanged with the dual-faced Buddha when the 9 locks were first opened resurfaced in my mind. Yes, I would gamble against heaven. If heaven decrees my death, I shall defy it. If my fate is predetermined, I shall usurp it. Chapter 480. Ants Gazing at the Sky, Part 1. I do not believe in destiny, nor in heaven. From the onset of my first live broadcast, facing the otherworldly stage, I maintained a skeptical perspective. Each time I conversed with Lu the Blind about omens and fate, I regarded them with disdain. Deep down, I refused to accept that everything in this world is preordained. Indeed, every individual is born into different circumstances, starting from varied points. Some are born into privilege, standing atop the world from the moment of their birth, while others toil tirelessly for half a lifetime merely to repay debts and secure a home of their own. Some individuals strive earnestly, yet find themselves beset by repeated failures. Others, battered and bruised by life's harsh realities, still don a facade of hypocritical smiles that even they find repugnant. From an initial sense of injustice to a series of disappointments, followed by a profound despair that pierces the soul, one ultimately finds themselves in a state of numb resignation, whispering to themselves that surrender is inevitable. This is your fate, all predetermined by destiny. Is it truly the case that youth renders one powerless against fate? In my contemplation, I beg to differ. At this moment, I even entertain a dangerously radical thought. Perhaps the dual-faced deity has not erred, merely taken actions that are somewhat excessive. In the dimly lit streets of a dilapidated town, the starlight gradually fades, and the silvery frost that once adorned the sky is slowly driven away by dark clouds and ominous shadows. The talisman in my hand is marred by cracks, and an increasing number of dark marks manifest upon my body. This affliction, known as yang, is a venomous transformation capable of corroding flesh and draining vitality. Gao Jian, surrender yourself. You shall not survive this day. The serpent, Qian, lurks within the crowd, taunting in a sinister manner. Beside him stands an eccentric dwarf, animatedly jumping and cursing, proclaiming, "You have destroyed the foundation of my ghostly lineage. I shall flay you alive and imprison you in a pit of serpents, torturing you day and night." From whence does this buffoon emerge? Daring to oppose our three sect? I shall extract his soul and refine his essence, using his flesh as a warning to others. Malicious words and curses rain down from all directions, enveloping me along with the spectral soldiers. What of your disbelief in fate? It is but a futile bark before death. The heavens loom above, and all beings are naught but ants. How could a mere insect aspire to overturn the cosmos? The serpent's cold voice, emanating from both of its mouths, silences the surrounding jeers while simultaneously pronouncing my doom. The time is ripe, Gao Jian. It is time to depart. He resembles a ruler of the underworld, wielding dominion over life and death, as he raises his arm to command the spectral legion into a charge. With a thunderous crash, the army surges forward, overwhelming and crushing all in its path. Under the immense pressure, the last vestiges of starlight in my hand dissipate, and the Great Dipper incantation emits a faint sound before turning to ash. The night of 100 demons runs rampant. They're excited, ghastly forms contrasting sharply with my isolated position at the center. Am I to perish? In the end, life simplifies to the dichotomy of existence and non-existence. Do you think anyone can usurp destiny? I have lived for over a century, witnessing many brilliant individuals, yet even they bow before fate. A rare glimmer of intensity flickers in the murky depths of the serpent's eyes as he scrutinizes my face, searching for the expression he yearns to see. Fear? Panic? A heart turned to ashes? Soon, disappointment floods him. Even as the Great Dipper incantation shatters, I refuse to yield. An unnameable fury ignites within him as he snorts disdainfully and falls silent. Meanwhile, Qian, ever the opportunist, seeks to curry favor and immediately steps forward, exclaiming, "Gao Jian, are you not intent on defying the heavens? Did you not intend to shatter the prison of fate? My master has foretold that your only chance of survival lies in this very moment. Why do you retreat? Surrender, and perhaps we shall show mercy." At this juncture, do you still wish to sway my resolve? What a vile bunch you are. No wonder you willingly serve as instruments of divine will. With my talisman shattered and innate energy depleted, I stand alone amidst the tide of spectral soldiers, a solitary rock that feels utterly out of place. Young man, temper your arrogance. The will of heaven is immutable. This truth is not contingent upon righteousness or wickedness. It is the essence of a cultivator's journey to align with the natural order, ensuring longevity and prosperity. To act against this order invites calamity, leading to inevitable demise and the extinguishing of one's path. The Serpent Lord, standing at the heart of a dimly lit road, keeps his eyes shut while his mouth incessantly utters words. The will of heaven is not beyond defiance. Clenching my fists, I feel a series of hidden channels within me gradually opening, the surging yin energy circulating through my meridians. Even when death looms, one must not be obstinate. If my conjecture is correct, the Great Dipper Divine Spell must be your trump card. While it rivals the potency of superior talismans, it has depleted your entire essence. Without true energy, what can you use to activate the talismans? Even if you were given a superior talisman now, you would be unable to wield it. Without talismans, I possess ghostly arts. Devoid of ghostly arts, I still have my fists. Even if my fingers were severed and my hands turned to pulp, I would still have my teeth, capable of tearing flesh from your body. This unprecedented predicament ignites a fierce resolve within me. A blend of extreme rationality and madness defines my current state. Enough. Once I extract your soul and obliterate your corporeal form, we can revisit this discussion. The Serpent Lord, unwilling to engage in further banter, urges the ghostly soldiers to attack. As their numbers swell, some towering and formidable demons emerge among the ranks of ordinary specters. Under the Serpent Lord's command, these ghostly soldiers descend into a frenzied state, perceiving me as an adversary, intent on seizing my body, shattering my soul, and devouring every ounce of my vitality. My tattered garments reveal muscles marred by a purplish-black hue, marks left by the gnawing of demons. A significant portion of my body has succumbed to this sinister poison, rendering me akin to a living corpse, a sight most dreadful. With jagged, ghostly teeth and pallid hands, the demons from the underworld eagerly yearn to claim me. By the decree of yin and yang, all spirits shall ascend. Those who defy this command shall be cast into the abyss, their bones scattered to dust. I change my hand seals. The relentless yin energy coiling around my arms like iron chains, my fingers converging as I confront the ghostly soldiers head-on. Such audacity in wielding this ghostly art. The Serpent Lord quickly regains his composure, aware that the longer this art persists, the more it will become the new legacy of their three-yin sect. My wounds multiply, blood flowing freely. Injuries once healed by the essence of the Sephora tree now burst open anew, a horrifying sight. I cannot discern how much time has passed. Each second feels unbearably prolonged. My left leg has completely lost sensation, rendering me immobile. Two malevolent cultivators from the three-yin sect produce rope-like implements, one end affixed with an iron hook, merging with the ranks of the ghostly soldiers before striking. One impales my back with the hook, while the other merely snags my coat. Soul fishing. Someone cries from the crowd, followed by a tightening of the rope. Excruciating pain radiates from my back, piercing my very soul, and I stifle a groan, gritting my teeth. With a rip, my suit shreds against the ground, my phone tumbling out of my pocket. Its screen aglow with missed calls. I do not see who is called. My eyes instinctively dart to the time, 23:30, with only 30 minutes remaining in this day. Reaching behind, I grasp the iron hook embedded in my flesh and slowly extract it. Covered in blood, I glare at the grinning, malevolent cultivators, consumed by a desire to smash their skulls. Be cautious. From the distant alley, the voice of Wen Chao emerged from a private car, his complexion ashen as he frantically gestured towards a specific location. With great difficulty, I twisted my head to follow his zhushang, where I beheld the withering presence of the filth demon and the desire demon, nearly dissipating, while the vibrant, blind snake king had vanquished them and was now slithering towards me. I could still manage to withstand the spectral soldiers and ghostly entities. But against this colossal mountain guardian serpent, I was utterly powerless. The blood fox had succumbed to slumber due to previous exertions, and the talisman of absolution upon me proved futile against this giant serpent. I was left with no alternative but to devise a way to temporarily divert its attention. What other trump cards did I possess? The Dreamwing Goo? My mind as I beheld the pale blue butterfly, quaking with fear, trembling within my liver cavity. The infant spirit remained in slumber, and so it had to be. I channeled all remaining yin energy into my kidney cavity, uttering incantations. Infant spirit, unknown by name, grant me command, the spirit shall heed me. Those who follow shall prosper, those who oppose shall perish. Assist me on my path, manifest my will. Chapter 481, Ants Gazing at the Sky, Part 2. Within the confines of Xinhu High School, the ghostly mother inserted 10 infant spirits into my kidney cavity, aiding me in breaking through one of the 9 locks. Throughout this process, the three-eyed ghost infant residing in the kidney cavity reaped immense benefits, yet fell into slumber as a consequence. I recited the ghostly incantations at this critical juncture of life and death. I could not afford to hesitate and awaken the ghost infant ahead of time. The yin energy infused into the ghost infant caused its eyelids to flutter, its pallid form emanating a soft, luminous glow. In an instant, all 3 of its eyes, including the vertical eye upon its forehead, opened simultaneously. The pitch-black pupils sparkled with a hint of vitality. Compared to before, the ghost infant seemed to possess something new. It evoked a profoundly familiar sensation within me, and I instinctively murmured, "Mingri?" The three-eyed ghost infant nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains, its intellect having markedly increased, allowing it to fully comprehend my words. "You sacrificed yourself for me. Now I fulfill my promise made long ago." This marked the sole moment of joy I had experienced in recent times. I yearned to cradle it in my hands and gently caress its head, yet alas, I found myself incapable of doing so. Surrounded by peril, with death looming at every turn, my initial intent to awaken the three-eyed ghost infant was to draw the giant serpent away. However, upon witnessing its will now replaced by that of the Bingiri, a sense of reluctance enveloped me. I had painstakingly preserved a single strand of the Bingiri's dark hair, hoping to witness its revival one day. That day had finally arrived, yet it coincided with what might be my final day of existence. Perhaps it wasn't even a full day left, but rather a mere half-hour. My thoughts spiraled within the kidney cavity as Ngord guided the movements of the three-eyed ghost infant, which staggered towards me. It appeared to have seen its closest companion, utterly defenseless, resembling a child as it nestled beside my consciousness, gently nudging with its head. Gazing upon its innocent visage, I found myself unable to resolve to send it forth to divert the giant serpent. It had already died for me once. I could not bear to let it perish a second time. Little one, now emerge from my kidney cavity and flee towards the northern part of the city. Do not look back. No matter what transpires, do not turn around. I could not fathom why these words escaped my lips. Perhaps it was merely a desire to no longer owe it anything. Amidst natural calamities and human malice, those who plotted my demise were nowhere to be found. Yet the ghost remained steadfast by my side in this critical moment. I understood the choice I had to make. Quick, do as I command. As my consciousness returned, the malevolent spirit emerged from my lower abdomen, landing beside my legs amidst the chaos. Despite the tumult, the appearance of the three-eyed ghost infant captured the attention of the sinister practitioners of the Three-Yin sect. Its form, akin to white jade, with eyes wide open and 3 in total. The spectral soldiers dared not approach. This was a Shura. This ghost infant was indeed a genuine three-eyed Shura. How had it come to be? We, with the full might of our sect, had expended 5 years merely to nurture a remnant soul. Let us not forget that Gao Jian had destroyed the foundation of ghost cultivation. Perhaps this three-eyed ghost infant was pilfered from there. Regardless, it is now the possession of my ghost infant lineage. The stout, diminutive Daoist laughed boisterously, his words brash and his gestures comical. Yet none dared to chuckle at his expense. Should we manage to rear it, even if it possesses only a fraction of the Shura's strength, my ghost infant lineage could reclaim its position at the pinnacle of the Three-Yin. Stop dreaming. Finding a ghost infant to a master is exceedingly difficult. Whether you can obtain it remains uncertain, scoffed the fully cloaked female Daoist, her youth evident in her tone. The stout Daoist glared at her, his gaze icy. If the previous Mengpa had not gone missing, your Mengpa lineage would indeed be unparalleled, but now, you would do well to tread carefully. Their quarrel quickly subsided as they joined forces to capture the ghost infant. Anticipating the Three-Yin sect's intervention, I urgently commanded the ghost infant to flee. Go, I shouted. But to my astonishment, the ghost infant did not heed my command. Instead, it panicked and began to run, gaining speed before positioning itself defiantly in front of me, its central eye wide open, exuding a torrent of malevolent energy. Such ferocity at such a tender age? Splendid. I must claim this ghost infant. The stout Daoist called out to the serpent master, "Seize this ghost. It can reverse cultivate Shura and unite the three yin." From a distance, the serpent master, a fusion of human and ghost, nodded in understanding, uttering incomprehensible syllables before gesturing toward the ghost infant. A sinister premonition surged within me, urging the ghost infant to escape. Yet it had developed its own will, ignoring my orders entirely. Just as I prepared to employ the yin-yang ghost technique to forcibly expel it, a sudden, bone-chilling cold enveloped my calves, causing my teeth to chatter. I turned to see the blind serpent king slithering past, heading straight for the ghost infant. "Run," I urged, summoning the strength to bend down and restrain the serpent king. "You should first concern yourself with your own fate. Mengpo is preparing to search your soul." The serpent master twisted his finger, and among the spectral soldiers of the Three Yin sect, a sinister practitioner brandished a soul rope, driving iron hooks into my flesh, my back, legs, and chest. The agonizing pain felt as though venomous creatures were gnawing at my very sinew. The ghost infant was obstructed by the serpent king, its frantic cries echoing. Yet its efforts proved ineffectual against the serpent king. The soul rope tightened, its hooks tormenting my nerves. Had it been another, they would have long since succumbed to despair. A soul search? Their reluctance to kill me and their arduous efforts to control me were all aimed at extracting the secrets I harbored. Pain can strip one of reason or awaken one from madness. I gazed at the anxious ghost infant, at the waning specters of desire and filth, and, amidst my myriad wounds, slowly lifted my head. The sky above is profound and enigmatic, as if a pair of unseen eyes gazes down upon me, yearning for my demise solely because I have transgressed the rules of its game. Is this fate? When the heavens decree your end, one must resign to their destiny. Among the malevolent practitioners, the sole female Daoist emerges from the throng, approaching me while tugging at the soul tether entwined within my being. Her voice is melodious, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. On the bridge of regrets, memories of past lives swirl in a haze of longing. My vision blurs as the woman draws closer, gradually unveiling her headscarf and removing her veil, revealing a face that is hauntingly familiar. Yibing. Time flows inexorably. Memories sink into oblivion as she approaches. When she stands before me, her visage morphs into that of Tai Ningxiang. She speaks, her fingers beckoning me, and I feel my body grow lighter, as if I am destined to depart this world alongside her. Everything around me fades into obscurity, the dilapidated streets vanish, and the throngs of spectral soldiers and malevolent practitioners are nowhere to be found. My gaze is solely upon her, while countless others traverse in various directions, seemingly headed towards a common destination. I am fatigued, following her, answering her questions, unaware of how much time has passed until a colossal gate, as imposing as a mountain, looms before me, altering the very essence of my being. A delicate blue light cascades down, illuminating Tai Ningxiang's astonished face. Under its glow, her countenance rapidly ages, wrinkles forming until it transforms into an entirely unfamiliar visage. "Who are you?" I barely whisper as a massive blue butterfly suddenly flutters before me, its wings propelling me backward in a swift escape. Memories sharpen, fragmented images begin to coalesce, clarity returns, accompanied by an agonizing pain. Bang! It feels as though a bubble has burst, and I abruptly open my eyes. How can this be? The woman, swathed in layers, gasps, her veil now stained crimson. Her three souls have already descended into the underworld. How can she possibly return? Could she possess a treasure capable of traversing the realms of life and death? Within my mind's eye, I perceive the dreamwing worm languishing within my liver, the cluster of locust flowers diminished by a third. The underworld? The Yellow Springs? How fervently do you desire my demise? Surveying my surroundings, I realize I have reached a critical juncture. My gaze falls upon the screen of my phone, which reveals the time as 23:55. Only 5 minutes remain until the day concludes, a swifter outcome than I had anticipated. My calm demeanor sends an inexplicable chill through those present. This final card has been long awaited. With a flick of my palm, I retrieve a box fashioned from bone from my concealed pocket. The box is square, seemingly crafted from human bones, meticulously joined and polished. I lift it with one hand, crimson blood oozing from my wounds. In contrast to the blood, the bone box appears strikingly vivid and ghastly. What could it contain? In the dimly lit path, silence reigns as the members of the Three Yin sect focus intently on me, each sensing the extraordinary nature of this bone box. The spectral soldiers halt. The ghostly commanders pause, and the serpent spirit suddenly realizes that its dominion over the spectral soldiers has been stripped away. What secrets lie within that box? He was more astonished than anyone else, for he alone understood that these spectral soldiers were, in fact, the ancestral spirits of the Sanyin sect, each one a manifestation of the sect's profound legacy, indelibly marked by its essence, rendering them incapable of betrayal. Such a scenario had never arisen before. Even if the adversary's ghostly arts were on par with mine, or even surpassed me by a significant realm, it was inconceivable that they could wrest control of these spirits from my grasp. A flicker of trepidation emerged in his murky gaze. The snake man was striving to conceal his disquiet, undoubtedly due to that box. What secret lay within? Why had it exerted such a tremendous influence over the ghostly entities? Why did the very spirits I had meticulously refined hesitate to defy his will? Practitioners of ghostly arts often exhibited extreme tendencies to avert potential backlash from their spirits. They frequently placed life and death seals upon them. Should these spirits disobey, a mere thought could shatter their souls into oblivion. The spirits of the Sanyin sect were no exception. Yet, at this moment, the snake man dared not relinquish these spectral soldiers, as they represented centuries of accumulated power for the sect. To annihilate these spirits would not merely inflict a grievous blow to the sect's vitality, it would be akin to severing half of its existence. For most of their incantations relied upon the manifestation of these spirits. He could not allow the box to be opened. It must be seized. The snake man resolved instantly. Intending to inform his disciples, yet a more alarming development unfolded. His spectral form found itself immobile. Not only had the lower-tier spirits slipped from his control, but even his own hybrid body began to resist, trembling from the depths of his soul. The snake man could sense the panic and dread emanating from the heart of this colossal apparition. Did the 5 spectral soldiers dare not stir? Was that box truly so terrifying? The diminutive white bone jade box had become the very source of his fear, leaving him in a state of indecision. As dawn approached, in just a short while, the 30th night of the moon would arrive. The self-proclaimed Meng Po, a female Taoist shrouded in black robes, spoke up, her blood-stained veil and feeble voice betraying her condition. The methods of the Meng Po lineage were the most enigmatic, before her predecessor's mysterious disappearance. They had been the lords of the 3 Yin. Alas, fate is capricious. The previous Meng Po vanished without a trace, leaving behind incomplete texts, and she had only grasped the basics. Otherwise, I would not have been rescued by the Dream Wing Gu. There was still time before the midnight hour. The snake man's countenance was as dark as water, his face etched with deep lines, appearing to age significantly in an instant. The ancient calendar marked the beginning of the day at the half-past hour of the rat, when Yin peaked and Yang began to stir. Crossing the halfway point of the rat hour signified midnight. He was fated to perish on the 30th night of the moon. Fate stood on our side, and we must act with all our strength. He must not succeed in altering his destiny. The snake man, nearing the threshold of ancient wisdom, understood the terror of destiny changers. These individuals transcended the concept of dark practitioners. They were the most perilous entities in this realm, daring to defy fate itself. I observed the expressions of all present. This moment had been awaited for so long. The Huang Quanling within the bone jade box was my final trump card, exchanged at the cost of 44 points from the Underworld Showcase, and could only be utilized once a year. Initially, I had no intention of deploying it. Fate was indeed formidable. To contend with me, a cultivator of merely over a month, calamities and tribulations had relentlessly pursued me, even summoning the might of an entire sect. I shall remember this day, the 30th of October. Glancing at the phone on the ground, I noted that only 3 minutes remained until the day concluded. Do not linger on the thoughts of soul-searching and corpse-refining to kill him. Quickly, with all your might, slay him. The Serpent Lord, eyes closed, bore a face marred by blood droplets and deep-set wrinkles, with silvery hair cascading behind him. He and the colossal demon had fused into a single entity, immobilized yet roaring in fury, alerting the surrounding malevolent practitioners. Hundreds of spectral soldiers stood motionless in the pitch-black alley, a scene most eerie. The nefarious disciples of the 3 Yin sect appeared to have lost their backbone, hesitant to act. The spectral soldiers, drawing upon the foundations of their sect, could rival anyone in the entirety of Jiang City. Previously, the ghost infant lineage had clashed with the 36 caves of Maoshan, and even they dared not wreak havoc in Jiang City. Yet here stood this young man, alone, blocking the spectral soldiers and forcing the venerable serpent lord into such a state. How could this be? It seemed incongruous with expectations. He appeared to possess hidden cards. The contents of that box instilled fear and commanded the spectral soldiers. Hadn't this rogue been completely depleted, cornered with nowhere to turn? How could such terrifying items still exist? He truly could endure. Even I was deceived by him. The malevolent practitioners murmured among themselves, yet none dared to charge forth. Have you grown fearful? Whereunto you intent on ending my life? Whereunto you here to uphold justice? I stand resolutely before you, motionless. Come forth. With one hand pressed upon the box lid, my cold gaze swept across each individual present, committing their faces to memory. Gao Jianzi, your time has not yet come. It is not your place to act so arrogantly. Fate has decreed your demise. You are undoubtedly doomed. The serpent lord recited a series of jarring syllables, seemingly in serpent tongue, which no one comprehended. Yet the blind serpent king immediately abandoned the three-eyed ghost infant and returned to the serpent lord's side. It opened its bloody maw and bit into the serpent lord's leg, injecting venom that coursed through his exposed skin, causing his blood vessels to bulge. Strangely, his facial wrinkles began to diminish, and his once loose skin grew taut. The disciples of the Three-Yin sect were commanded to unleash their full might against Gao Jian, for any leniency would be met with dire consequences. His hair and beard billowed, murky eyes gleaming with piercing intensity. With his newly regained mobility, he retrieved 4 talismans resembling those of the King of Hell and hurled them towards the 4 cowering malevolent practitioners at the rear. Upon receiving the talismans, their faces turned ghastly, akin to having consumed human flesh, as they witnessed the talismans burrowing into their flesh like leeches. Please, mercy from the sect master. Serpent Lord, do not go too far. Spare us, sect master, they cried in desperation. Yet the serpent lord remained unmoved, producing a statue of Yama, cradling it in his palm. As a resounding crack of whips echoed behind him, sending chills down the spine. Spirits of the underworld, bow down and pay homage to the living Yama. The 4 malevolent practitioners collapsed simultaneously, their breaths extinguished, while the statue in the serpent lord's palm emanated an overwhelming aura of life and death. Soon, the statue shattered, and something appeared to emerge, clinging to the body of the colossal demon. The already formidable giant demon underwent a transformation. Atop its head rested a platform crown. Clad in a black dragon robe, feet adorned with cloud-treading boots, left hand holding the seal of life, right hand grasping the decree of death. The only constant being its visage. Embodiment of Yama, all spirits, heed my command. The heavens harbor no life, the earth lacks a master. Sever Gao Jian's 3 souls and 7 spirits without mercy. With the living sacrifice of the 4 malevolent practitioners, the serpent lord transformed into the earthly incarnation of Yama, reclaiming control over the hundreds of spectral soldiers. Because of you, we have sacrificed so much. At long last, the time for harvest has come. Gao Jian, I have spoken. Your fate is sealed on the 30th night of the lunar month. As the spectral soldiers charge forth, the Serpent King grants me no reprieve, unleashing every ounce of power at his disposal to crush me. Hundreds of spectral soldiers and numerous malevolent cultivators wield their dark energy like daggers, tearing into my very flesh. A predetermined demise? Do you truly believe yourself to be the King of Hell? I wipe the blood from my lips and, with a flick of my wrist, unveil the white bone jade box cradled in my palm. The world falls into a profound silence. All clamor and chaos fade into oblivion. Gradually, the sound of rushing river waters reverberates in the ears of all present, swelling in intensity. As I glance downward, I realize that only a select few with awakened celestial eyes can perceive the vast river of fate and time unfurling beneath the earth. A river that carries countless vengeful spirits, flowing through this land from time immemorial to the present. The Yellow Springs. It surges relentlessly to the very edge of the earth, where a colossal gate stands, towering alongside the heavens. Chapter 483, 10,000 Banners Slay the King of Hell, Part 2. Is this the place? My fingers clutch the token within the bone jade box, its weight overwhelming. I cannot discern its form, yet I manage to lift it just enough. Incantations flood my heart, and the profound insights grant me an instantaneous breakthrough to the 4th tier of my ghostly arts, illuminating my mind with clarity. On the 30th night of the lunar month, at the stroke of midnight, I command the ghostly gate with the authority of the yellow springs. The immense gate trembles with a resounding roar, and the wails of the vengeful spirits gradually create a fissure as fine as a hair. The Serpent King, adept in ghostly sight, witnesses this scene, and his celestial crown nearly slips from his head. It cannot be. How could the ghost gate open at this moment? This Gao Jian is merely a mortal. It is impossible. The stout dwarf, born with the eye of yin and yang, is also rendered speechless, collapsing onto the ground, his eyes devoid of malice or greed, replaced solely by unparalleled astonishment. To reverse the yellow springs, such an ability belongs only to the revered treasures of Mao Shan, the Yellow Springs Order, which, as legend has it, can only be utilized once every century. The malevolent cultivators of the Three Yin sect momentarily halt, stunned. Astonishment, despair, incredulity. The colossal gate of Qitian opens for less than a tenth of a second before sealing shut once more, yet within that fleeting moment, a fissure no wider than a hair has allowed countless vengeful spirits to escape. The sheer magnitude is overwhelming compared to these spirits. The hundreds of spectral soldiers amassed by the Three Yin sect over centuries are utterly insignificant. A mere mortal has opened the ghost gate, unleashing vengeful souls. Has Gao Jian lost his mind? The malevolent cultivators of the Three Yin sect hesitate, while the stout dwarf regains his composure the quickest, urging, "Kill him, quickly." These spirits escaping the ghost gate will surely bring chaos to this place. I summon the essence of the King of Hell, the ruler of the netherworld, to sever Gao Jian's 3 souls and 7 spirits. The Serpent King, recovering from his shock, immediately turns his attention towards me. The spectral soldiers rush forth, but only a scant few are willing to heed the Serpent King's command. I invoke the Yellow Springs as my decree. Do you dare to call yourself the King of Hell before me? My body, drenched in blood, cannot wash away my defiance. The moment the ghost gate opens, I feel an extraordinary lightness as though shackles have been shattered. Upon reflection, the process through which Luxing defied fate seems reminiscent of my own. He aimed to unleash the dragon beneath Jiangqing to breach the dam, flooding countless lives. At that time, I recall his words. 8 characters converged to open the celestial gate. For 2 decades, I sought to usurp fate, much like the dual-faced Buddha, evading destiny, only to find myself ensnared in its web at last. In retrospect, could it be that I am merely a pawn orchestrated by fate? Today, I have transcended calamities and tribulations, all thanks to the Sanyin sect. Lu Xing's attempt to usurp fate was clouded by misfortune, and I, the calamity he encountered. The parallels are striking, the processes are remarkably similar, yet the outcomes diverge. He faltered, while I stand on the precipice of triumph. Gao Jian, open the gates of the netherworld, for there shall be no turning back. You will become one abandoned by destiny. Swiftly disperse the malevolent spirits of the Yellow Springs, and perhaps you may earn a sliver of acknowledgement from this realm. The tone of the Serpent Master softened, a fact he likely failed to recognize. Acknowledgement? What value does such recognition hold for me? Do I require the endorsement of one who wishes for my demise? Clutching the Yellow Spring Order, I remain unable to discern its form. Yet this does not impede the throng of spirits fleeing towards me under its command. Madman, do you intend to transform Jiang City into a haunted abyss? Cease at once. What is your true objective? The Serpent Master grew frantic. The resources he had summoned were depleted, and the forces deployed this time were even more exaggerated than those 5 years ago during the siege of Yuan Qin's divine presence, yet flaws had still emerged. I raised the Yellow Spring Order, and countless spirits materialized around the unlit path, their presence weak, yet their numbers overwhelming. The nefarious practitioners of the Sanyin sect began to waver. The serpent and the stout dwarf had already retreated, leaving only the Serpent Master, a fusion of man and spirit, standing guard at the alley's entrance. What are you doing? Are you not the self-proclaimed King of Hell? I raised the token towards the Serpent Master, revealing a calm smile, and without further ado, commanded, kill. An innumerable horde of spirits whirled past, the scene reminiscent of mountains collapsing and the earth shattering, obscured by the wails of lost souls and vengeful ghosts. To the underworld, I summoned my former banners, 100,000 strong, to slay the King of Hell. The colossal spirit of the Serpent Master was almost instantaneously torn asunder, his true form severely wounded and on the brink of collapse. If he was in such dire straits, the remaining nefarious practitioners of the Sanyin sect fared no better. The majority perished on the spot, with only a select few escaping by employing special techniques, and only due to the distance from the serpent master. The token in my palm grew increasingly burdensome, as though I bore the weight of a mighty mountain. Once the last vestige of my energy and strength was siphoned away, the multitude of spirits spiraled into chaos. Most returned to the Yellow Springs, while a few managed to escape the unlit alley and infiltrate Jiang City and its neighboring counties. The rampant energy took an eternity to subside, leaving the entrance of the unlit alley in disarray, as if ravaged by a tempest. Amidst the broken bricks and shattered tiles lay lifeless bodies, tattered black robes, and damaged talismans. With a thud, I could no longer hold the token and collapsed to the ground. Its terrifying power, imbued with a sinister essence, drained my strength and began to siphon my very lifeblood. In a desperate bid, I placed it within a bone jade box, managing to halt its relentless thirst. My chest heaved as I gasped for breath and surveyed my surroundings. The serpent master and the vibrant serpent lay lifeless in the final moments. The blind giant serpent fought valiantly to protect the serpent master, its skin nearly flayed, yet still no match for the multitude of spirits. However, that female Daoist and the stout dwarf miraculously survived. Overall, the Sand sect suffered catastrophic losses. Now, the gazes directed at me were tinged with an involuntary fear. I am filled with an overwhelming desire to eradicate them. At this moment, I shall not harbor any compassion. Regrettably, my injuries weigh heavily upon me, rendering me exceedingly weak. Should I engage them, it is uncertain whether I could even contend with them. Carefully placing the Huang order aside, I secured the lustful ghost, the filthy ghost, and the three-eyed ghost infant before gingerly making my way towards the dimly lit alley, propped against the wall for support. As I passed by the corpse of the Serpent Lord, I cast a silent glance back, stooping to retrieve the phone that lay on the ground. The illuminated screen displayed a few additional missed calls, yet what captured my attention even more was the time displayed, 12:01 a.m. Could this signify a successful alteration of fate? Am I now afforded the possibility of becoming a fate alterer? For me, October 30th should have been a pivotal day in my life, the day I was destined to perish. Yet, having weathered the storm, I find myself not only alive but also possessing a glimmer of transcendence. Though it is but a faint flicker, I have taken that first step. Is it worth it? Standing at the threshold of the dimly lit alley, I gazed up at the night sky, which remained as profound and unchanging as ever. Heaven is merciless. One cannot escape the fate of death. Throughout history, no fate alterer has ever met a good end. Unsteadily, the serpent Qian, who had initially concealed himself at the fringes, crawled out from the pile of corpses. His once delicate features were marred by the claws of vengeful spirits, yet he bore no other conspicuous injuries. You must be on your last breath now, haha. Allow me to take care of your ghostly arts and talismans. He had bided his time for this moment. You little insect. It would have been better had you been crushed from the start. I coldly regarded him, leaning against the wall as he hastily retreated into the alley. Serpent Qian followed. A sinister grin plastered across his bloodied visage, appearing as a malevolent spirit. Just as he was about to step into the dimly lit alley, an eerie melody echoed from the darkness, sung by an old man. Oh, doll, do not be angry. I come to offer my apologies. I should not have lost my temper and tossed you to the ground. It must have dirtied your new floral dress and hurt your face. How painful it must be. An elderly woman, hunched over and clutching a tattered doll, emerged from the depths of the alley. She appeared exceedingly aged, her wrinkles resembling crumpled bean skins. Who is she? Her voice seems somewhat familiar. All members of the Three sect turned their gazes towards the dimly lit alley, and Serpent Qian stood frozen in place. Recalling a legend from the Three sect, the old woman passed by me, gazing at me for a moment before humming a peculiar nursery rhyme as she gradually receded into the distance. As she lifted her head, the female Daoist outside the alley spat out a mouthful of blood, her voice trembling. This deranged old woman seems to be the previous Meng Pa. Chapter 484. Beyond our expectations, the Three sect comprises three branches: the Serpent Lord, Meng Pa, and the Ghost Infant. 5 years ago, the Serpent Lord branch was at its apex, boasting the largest number of members, secretly controlling Jiangxing and managing the sect's dealings in the shadows. The Ghost Infant branch dared to challenge the 36 caves of Maoshan, their ghostly arts and mystical prowess surpassing that of the Serpent Lord branch. Yet, if we were to speak of the most formidable and enigmatic faction within the Three sect 5 years ago, it would undoubtedly be the Meng Pa branch. which at that time had but a single member, the previous Meng Pe. She is a living legend, embodying the former glory of the Sanyin sect. It was her sudden disappearance that precipitated a series of events, leading to the near annihilation of the ghost infant lineage by the 36 caves of Maoshan. While the previously weakest snake spirit lineage quietly rose to become the backbone of the Sanyin sect, the former Meng Pe, with blood congealed upon her visage, murmured these words repeatedly. Had she not vanished? Why then does she appear here? This alley seems utterly unremarkable. Is this disheveled figure, clad in tattered, mud-stained garments, truly the once greatest of our Sanyin sect? What calamity befell her before she succumbed to madness? Can there still be those in Jiangcheng who would dare to harm Meng Pe? The surviving practitioners of the Sanyin sect found it inconceivable. While the current Meng Pe nearly fainted, her eyes clouded with darkness. The mere sight of the former Meng Pe sent tremors through the surviving practitioners of the Sanyin sect, causing even the audacious Shi Qian, who had been poised to rush into the alley, to hesitate. Fear gripped him. If such a formidable figure as Meng Pe could encounter peril in this alley, what chance did he have as a mere disciple? I watched the disgrace of the Sanyin sect unfold before me, a cold smile gracing my lips as I turned away without a backward glance. You sought to aid the will of heaven and nearly brought me to my demise. This grudge shall be settled in due time. I have never considered myself a saint. My principle is to repay enmity with enmity and grievances with grievances. As I stepped into the unlit path, the lingering figures of the Sanyin sect's malevolent practitioners watched as my last trace was devoured by the darkness. None dared to follow. Leaning against the wall, I moved slowly, while the old woman, clutching a worn-out cloth doll, occasionally glanced back at me. Her eyes, murky and devoid of light, seemed to harbor fragments of shattered memories. It appeared she recalled something, only to swiftly forget, humming a nursery rhyme before leaving me behind. Whether this old woman is truly mad or merely feigning insanity remains uncertain. The first time I traversed the unlit path, I lent her my black umbrella in exchange for a cryptic acrostic poem, through which she subtly urged me to leave. On my second visit, accompanied by the bald uncle, she transformed before me through various ages, childhood, youth, middle age, and old age, seemingly attempting to convey hints from the underworld's showcase. Though I have yet to decipher her initial message. According to the tone of the Sanyin sect's disciples, this old woman must indeed be the long-missing former Meng Pe. Her presence in the unlit path, wandering aimlessly, raises the question of whether it is linked to the underworld showcase. I contemplated numerous possibilities, one of which seemed most plausible. The Sanyin sect may have discovered that the unlit path harbors ominous secrets, prompting Meng Pe to investigate, only to provoke the underworld showcase into action. Thus, the world lost a formidable Meng Pe, gaining instead a mad old woman clutching a doll. In light of this, the power of the underworld showcase may warrant re-evaluation. The Sanyin sect is a top-tier force in Jiangcheng, yet they find themselves unable to contend with the underworld showcase, which leaves me both astonished and uneasy. My relationship with the showcase is merely one of collaboration, forged through mutual interests. With each successive live broadcast, the difficulty of the tasks escalates, and the showcase relentlessly extracts the potential and value from me until I can no longer yield profit. At that point, I may find myself ruthlessly cast aside. To avert such a predicament, I can presently conceive of only 3 methods. First, to fervently enhance my own worth. Second, to locate Xia Qi and the other streamer behind him, colluding to free myself from the clutches of the infernal showcase. Third, to accumulate 1,000 points to vacate the venue. Alas, each of these methods presents formidable challenges. As I meandered deeper into the alley, my vision began to blur. This time, the injuries were severe, and I felt as though my vitality had been siphoned by the Yellow Springs command. My legs weighted as if encased in lead, rendering me nearly immobile. Just as I was about to collapse, I suddenly caught sight of the number 44 on a doorplate, this particular building appearing inexplicably before me. No. 44, Lightless Road, Underground Level 4, Room 444. Were I given the choice, I would prefer never to set foot in this place again. Standing at the entrance, I hesitated momentarily. In truth, I had successfully altered fate and evaded my predetermined demise on the 30th of October. I could easily wait here until dawn and then depart on my own accord, without the need to seek assistance from the Underworld showcase. Frankly, despite having endured numerous live broadcasts, I still experienced an innate fear when confronted by the paper-faced interviewer. He did not engage in any superfluous movements or deliberately incite terror. He merely sat there, uttering commonplace remarks, yet exuding an undeniable pressure that I found deeply unsettling. Since I was already here, it seemed prudent to take a look. For I was, after all, one of their employees. Though I had not achieved any notable accomplishments, my toils had not gone unnoticed. They should not treat me excessively harshly. The dream wing goo nestled within my liver, drawing upon the essence of the ancient Sephora flower. I believed the infernal showcase would not resort to forcibly seizing such a treasure. The dream wing goo lay listless, the reincarnated three-eyed ghost infant once again plunged into slumber. Apart from the non-combative Huang Xue, the other spirits that resided within me had suffered severe injuries. This battle had indeed been brutal. After a moment of contemplation, I devised a plan. The tattered rain canopy hung half-heartedly at the entrance as I pushed open the wooden door, a waft of decay assailing my senses. Treading upon the creaking floorboards, I descended to the 4th underground level. The elongated corridor seemed endless, with doors on either side firmly shut. At this juncture, I had no desire to explore further and proceeded directly to room 444. The door was unlocked, seemingly left ajar for me. Upon entering, I was met with an arrangement reminiscent of an abandoned warehouse. Broken tables and chairs haphazardly piled together, with insects crawling in the shadows. The damp carpet exuding a foul stench, and the words "infernal showcase" scrawled unevenly upon the walls. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the very partition where I had once been interviewed. A black altar stood in the center of the room, with the interviewer, donned in a paper mask, sitting upright at the table. "Did you know I would come?" I squinted, attempting to pierce through the mask. The interviewer shook his head, stating, "I have always been here, awaiting the next individual to enter. Whether it is you or another, it makes no difference to me." Oh, I pondered the implications of the interviewer's words. Sensing a deeper meaning, my gaze swept the room, and I instinctively employed my discerning sight. Soon, I discovered an advertisement card for the infernal showcase placed on the opposite side of the altar. Unlike Xia Qi's previous card, this one was well preserved, with the number 9 inscribed in the upper left corner. Is another newcomer here for an interview? In a fleeting moment, my mind conjured a response that bore semblance to the truth. He pushed open another door. The interviewer did not respond directly, casually pocketing the card. "Mr. Gao, your performance has exceeded our expectations. Congratulations on your survival." I managed a wry smile. Indeed, this situation warranted a certain degree of congratulation. I was assigned to board the train of death and traverse the realm of the living and the dead, a plan orchestrated by the underworld showcase. It could be said that the root of my becoming an adversary of fate lay within this very spectacle. Initially, I sought an explanation, but when I finally confronted the paper-faced interviewer, I realized that the so-called bravery I possessed was but a jest. During our last livestream, we had issued an optional task requiring you to capture the dream wingworm, which should now be within your possession. Would you be willing to surrender it? After a moment of contemplation, the interviewer added, "Given your unique circumstances, should the transaction be successful, we will grant you an additional exemption from the next livestream." It was a tempting proposition. I gazed at the interviewer, lost in thought. Chapter 485. Annihilation of the clan. Surrendering the Dreamwing Worm could yield a substantial amount of points and numerous privileges for future livestreams, benefits that I had never even heard of before, each one immensely valuable to me. Thus, upon hearing the interviewer's words, I felt a stir of desire. If utilized wisely, these privileges could facilitate my passage through 2 to 3 subsequent livestreams with ease. However, the drawback of such a decision was the loss of my only means to contend with the plum blossom worm, undoubtedly a disadvantage in the long run. The Dreamwing Worm had fallen into a deep slumber to save me and was temporarily inaccessible within my liver's essence. I politely declined the interviewer's offer. "Would you not reconsider?" The paper-faced interviewer's expression remained obscured, making it impossible to gauge his emotions from his tone. "If you agree to surrender the Dreamwing Worm to the showcase, we will assist in purging the malevolent toxins from your body. Think carefully before answering. The toxins can seep deeply, and prolonged exposure may endanger your life. Moreover, there is little time before the next live stream. In your current condition, participating would be tantamount to courting death." When I first encountered the phantoms, I had recklessly charged into their midst, sustaining numerous injuries from the miasma of toxins, which left large patches of dark purple on my skin even now. No, I will find a way to deal with the toxins myself. The underworld showcase was utterly unyielding, and I knew I could not hope to gain any advantage from them as I rose to leave. I believe you should reconsider for your own good. The paper-faced interviewer remained seated, his posture unchanged. You may wish to check your current state on your phone. I think you might change your mind. My physical condition? An ominous premonition washed over me as I retrieved the showcase's large-screen phone and opened it, only to discover a shocking transformation in one particular area. The merit section, which had previously read -6 or 700, now displayed an alarming -100,000. How is this possible? I exclaimed in disbelief. Unauthorized use of the underworld decree to open the ghostly gates and disrupt the cycle of life and death, releasing vengeful spirits and evil entities to ravage the land. It's only natural that you would incur a penalty of 100,000 in merit. The interviewer spoke in a calm tone, seemingly having anticipated my reaction. If you have a mirror, you might want to see your face. See my face. I had yet to recover from the shock of my merit score. Instinctively, I took out my phone and activated the selfie function. A visage, shrouded in ominous darkness and blood-red light, materialized upon the screen of my mobile device, foretelling an impending calamity. The weight of despair seemed trivial compared to the overwhelming burden I presently bore. Ill fortune and adverse fate plagued me, rendering every endeavor futile and every thought unfruitful. A moment's lapse could lead to catastrophic consequences. Though I had narrowly escaped a predestined demise, it did not guarantee my longevity. The interviewer's calm voice resonated with a deep-seated terror, articulating my gravest fears. You have successfully altered your fate, surprising even us, yet it remains merely a surprise. The interviewer remarked, idly toying with a card in hand, choosing not to elaborate further. A frown creased my brow as I struggled to decipher his intent. With a debt of 100,000 merits, I would find myself stymied, perpetually beset by misfortune that could invoke natural disasters. While the mundane might suffice, the concern loomed over any potential mishaps during live broadcasts, which could yield irreparable consequences. Having saved Jiangqing, you appropriated my 1,000,000 merits, now that I am in distress. Will you assist me? I began, but was abruptly interrupted. Mr. Gao, you must grasp this reality. Your ability to save Jiangqing stemmed from the show's design, thus that merit does not belong to you. The interviewer's unwavering refusal left no room for negotiation. A revelation dawned upon me. The underworld stage also required merits, seemingly craving them even more than the esteemed sections. What could such a bizarre organization, extracting the fortune and lifespan of its audience, be plotting? My impending demise was decreed by fate, a consequence of my journey aboard the train of death to the netherworld. Was I not deserving of an explanation for the mishap that befell me while fulfilling your assigned task? The Dreamwing Gu, I would not surrender. My physical state was dire. Yet I resolved to embrace despair. Mr. Gao, I believe you may have misunderstood. Your predetermined death correlates not with your prior task. In fact, you should express gratitude towards us. It was through the show's design that you were afforded the opportunity to glimpse your own fate within the train on October 30th, enabling you to foresee your demise. The interviewer supported his chin with both hands, his tone measured and tranquil. In other words, even had you not undertaken the live broadcast task, your fate would remain unchanged. You would simply meet your end in an alternative manner. His eloquence bore a semblance of logic. If I had not become a show host, I might have perished in an accident on October 30th, correct? I dismissed the notion with disdain, for the past was immutable, its truths and falsehoods forever unprovable. Indeed, he replied, denying me any opportunity to exploit a loophole in our dialogue. A disquieting sensation enveloped me as he seemed to understand my every thought. We will not grant you merits unconditionally, yet we shall not abandon you to your own devices, for you are, at present, the most exceptional host we have encountered. The interviewer paused, then added, indeed, you are remarkably suited for this profession. Thus, we have made a spontaneous decision to present you with an opportunity for choice. What opportunity? You may wonder. I sense that the infernal arena has already set a trap, eagerly awaiting my plunge into its depths. There are two options. First, you surrender the Dreamwing Gu, and in return, we shall provide you with an item that guarantees your immunity from the whims of fate. Second, you assist us in a task, and I shall instruct you on how to evade destiny while concealing your karmic burdens. I choose the latter. The interviewers seemed to have anticipated my response, spreading their hands to indicate that the task was quite simple for someone of your capabilities. We require you to eliminate all members of the San-In sect without leaving a trace, ensuring that the secrets of the infernal arena do not leak. All members? I hesitated, gaining a new understanding of the ruthlessness inherent in the infernal arena. The Sanine sect holds a deep-seated enmity against me. I had initially planned to take revenge upon them, but I would not be so reckless as to annihilate them entirely. Perhaps I would only eliminate a few of the principal offenders. Indeed, every disciple of the Sanine sect must perish. All the specters they have raised must be destroyed. Not a single individual connected to the Sanine sect in the mortal realm shall be spared. The interviewers slowly raised their gaze to meet mine. Can you accomplish this? My breath caught, my mind wrestling with the desire to acquiesce. Yet the notion of slaying so many was utterly impractical. Still hesitating? The interviewer placed the advertisement card for the infernal arena upon the table. Mr. Gao, please consider your answer carefully. This is the lowest limit of the arena's demands. Very well, I consent, but I require time, I replied, my expression betraying neither joy nor sorrow, merely a wooden response. No problem. You need only complete it before your demise. The interviewer lightly tapped the table with their fingers as a peculiar insect, bearing a single horn upon its head, crawled through the cracks in the floor. I had encountered this creature during my first interview, with a high likelihood of it being the plum blossom goo. I hope you will adhere to our agreement and refrain from any foolishness. How could I? I harbor no sympathy for the Sanine sect. That is satisfactory. The interviewer instructed me to retrieve my phone, guiding me through the product catalog to locate a particular item. I have gifted you something. Tomorrow you may withdraw it from the bank. As long as you carry it with you, it will not attract the attention of fate. However, this is merely a stopgap solution. You shall gradually repay the karmic debts you owe. I retrieved my phone to check the balance of my text message credits, which remained unchanged. The confirmation message informed me that the item I purchased was the damaged good and evil Azura mask. I had seen this before. It had been released after my 11th live broadcast and could slightly obscure the changes in fate, requiring 20 credits. How fortuitous that an item released only after my 11th broadcast could remedy my urgent predicament. Was this merely coincidence? Or was it a scheme devised by the infernal arena itself? Chapter 486. Silver Needle Sealing Toxin. The past belongs to the Grim Reaper, while the future is my own. Having successfully usurped my fate, I now hold my destiny firmly in my grasp. Though plagued by misfortune and marked by a dark crimson glow, I experienced an unfamiliar sense of relief. It is difficult to articulate, as if I had shattered some barrier and glimpsed a vastly broader world. I acquiesced to the terms of the infernal arena, to eradicate the entire Sanine sect, including their mortal foundation, the Jiang family, without sparing a single soul. Taking lives incurs a debt of fate. In this lawful society, executing a large-scale operation without detection is nearly impossible. Fortunately, the infernal arena imposes no time constraints, and I am content to feign ignorance. Should the situation become dire, I could always delay for a decade or more after eliminating the principal offenders. The pressing matter at hand is to expel the malevolent influences afflicting my body. As today is October 31st, with but 2 days remaining before the next live broadcast, it is exceedingly challenging for me to perform in my current state. Should my condition not improve, I may be compelled to utilize my points to forego a live session. Upon reviewing my point balance, I discovered that I possess a mere 50 points remaining from the remnants of the Shura mask, a gift from the Underworld showcase. I fervently hope to restore my health before these points are exhausted. However, a lingering concern weighs on my mind. The prolonged absence from broadcasting will inevitably impact the popularity of my channel, leading to a gradual decline in my audience. Alas, I shall take each step as it comes. As long as I draw breath, there remains hope. As I retracted my thoughts, preparing to leave, the interviewer did not impede my exit, his head bowed, seemingly lost in contemplation. Upon reaching the door, a flurry of thoughts surged through my mind, prompting me to halt abruptly and turn back to inquire, "Are the three of you one and the same?" The unexpectedness of my question caught the interviewer off guard, resulting in a momentary pause before a low voice emerged from beneath the paper mask. "I do not comprehend what you are saying." Yet, I had already gleaned the answer I sought. With a soft chuckle, I hastened my departure. Throughout our interaction, I had scrutinized the interviewer with my discerning gaze. Although his mask concealed his true expression, that fleeting moment of bewilderment revealed much, hinting at a potential truth. During my initial interview, 3 examiners were seated at the offering table, their physiques nearly identical, the sole distinction being the varying states of their paper masks. Upon my second visit, the elderly woman had subtly hinted at their appearances across different stages of life: childhood, youth, middle age, and old age, delicately suggesting that the visage of a single individual transforms with age. The most pivotal evidence emerged during the incident with Lu Jin. As he activated the millennia-old Huang Xue of Jiangcheng, I glimpsed a figure adorned with a paper mask, bound by chains beneath the city's surface. From these observations, I have formulated a hypothesis. The three interviewers are, in fact, one person. Yet, I possess only a modest degree of certainty regarding this conjecture. Hence, I posed my question at the moment of departure to gauge the interviewer's reaction for confirmation. It appears my suspicion may hold merit. As his response was peculiarly inconsistent with his demeanor, I refrained from further discourse and departed swiftly. This secret represents merely the tip of the iceberg within the underworld showcase. Yet it is a significant advancement nonetheless. If the three interviewers are indeed the same individual, what is his motive? Are there others present in the showcase aside from the interviewers and streamers? My mind teems with countless questions as I exited room 444, unaware of my surroundings. Estimating the time to be just past 1 in the morning, I pondered the possibility that the San-In sect might still be stationed outside. Should I venture out now? It would be akin to walking into a trap. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait until dawn. Glancing at my phone, I realized it had malfunctioned and would not turn on. Truly unfortunate. As I traced my fingers along the wall, I made my way outside, where darkness reigned and no living soul was in sight. To be safe, I resolved to seek refuge in a dilapidated house for the night. As I passed by the dilapidated old houses numbered 442 and 443, I noticed that most of their doors were tightly shut, with only a few ajar. Yet, whenever I peered inside, an unsettling intuition warned me that something far more terrifying than mere specters lurked within. It was not until I reached the first intersection of the alley that I caught a faint glimmer of light. This dim illumination radiated a peculiar warmth amidst the darkness of the unlit lane, compelling me to approach it. Before me stood a department store with its roll-up door closed, the light seeping through the crack at the bottom. It seemed familiar. I gently knocked on the shutter, and within, the sound of a chair scraping against the floor echoed. Someone had risen from their seat. Moments later, the shutter ascended half a meter, and I heard an elderly voice urging me, "Come in." Bending down to slip through the opening, the door quickly shut behind me. I took in the surroundings illuminated by the flickering candlelight. The shop was crammed with paper effigies, garlands, and funeral attire, an entire room filled with white goods, leaving scarcely any space to stand. Creating such a commotion, and you still don't understand the meaning of death, the unfazed proprietor remarked, casting aside a partially finished paper figure into the corner. "Make yourself comfortable." "Thank you, sir," I replied. The elderly gentleman before me was the very paper craftsman who had previously lent me a black umbrella. It is true that familiarity breeds comfort. Although I still did not know his name, I sensed a genuine kindness emanating from him. Without further pleasantries, I found a stool and seated myself. "Give me your hand," he instructed. As he took my hand, he examined my pulse with the precision of a traditional Chinese physician, murmuring incantations under his breath. His expression grew increasingly grave. "So it was you causing the ruckus at the alley's entrance?" "Sir, can you really discern such things merely by feeling my pulse?" I inquired. "You jest even in the face of death." "You are quite remarkable," he replied, supporting me as he led me to the inner room. He lifted the bed linens and tossed the wooden board onto the floor. "Lie down. I shall temporarily seal the venom within you. My gratitude is boundless." "How may I repay you?" I asked, knowing that his assistance was tantamount to saving my life, a debt that must be repaid. "I merely seek to contain the venom, preventing it from spreading further." "There is no need for gratitude. It is but a small effort," he said, retrieving a wooden box from the inner room containing a set of traditional Chinese medical tools. "That is not acceptable," I protested, attempting to rise to clarify my intentions, but he swiftly produced a silver needle and pierced it into the crown of my head. I could not discern which acupoint he had struck. All I felt was a wave of weakness wash over me, rendering me powerless. "Rest easy. The best way to repay me is to avoid appearing before me again. I have no desire to be entangled with a death dealer," he stated, his hands deftly maneuvering the needle as if they were two silver dragons dancing through the air. Initially, I felt a sharp pain, but gradually, I became numb. By the end, not only did I experience no discomfort, but I also felt an immense lightness, as if I had shed a constricting garment. Once the paper craftsman withdrew all the silver needles, I exhaled a breath of stale air and began to move my limbs. Your medical skills are truly remarkable, sir. However, the venom within you has not been entirely eradicated. A significant portion remains sealed within your left arm. The craftsman placed each silver needle onto the candle flame, and I observed black lines emanating from the needles. To completely expel the venom is a formidable task. Of course, you could always opt to sever your left arm. I shall forever repay the old man's kindness. Do not speak. We are not acquainted. Once we leave, do not claim to know me, nor mention that I have assisted you. The paper craftsman, appearing as though he seeks to evade misfortune, stands up to test whether he can walk. If he can, he should hasten away and ideally never return. I discern that the old man genuinely wishes to avoid any connection with me. Hastily rising, I find my condition has indeed improved significantly. I express my gratitude to the elder with a solemn bow. Let us depart, and I regret having meddled. Had I not lent you that black umbrella, you might not have. His voice dwindles, growing impatient, and he ushers me out. Such a peculiar temperament. I find myself seated on the stone steps outside the white goods store. The old man does not seem entirely devoid of humanity. As the candlelight within the house remains unextinguished, casting a warm glow through the crack beneath the door. Leaning against the door, I feel drowsy, as if I have dozed off, and upon reopening my eyes, I discover that dawn has arrived. Chapter 487, Number 9. I brush off the dust from my clothes and stagger from the alley devoid of light. Remnants of last night's tumult still scattered about, though the corpses and bloodstains have vanished. 3 Insect, you cannot escape. After searching my person fruitlessly for a cigarette, I cough a few times and flag down a taxi on the road, en route to the nearby First People's Hospital. Upon receiving an emergency number, I am admitted to the emergency room. The wounds have adhered to my clothing, some already infected, a sight that unsettles even the doctor. Before attending to the injuries, the physician requests that I contact a family member. Consent is required for any surgical procedures to excise the festering areas. In desperation, I ponder my options and ultimately ask the doctor to lend me a phone to call Tai Ning-xiang. Senior, I'm at the hospital. Could you assist me by signing a document? After half an hour, having just seen off Eve for school, Tai Ning-xiang arrives at the hospital. Her serious demeanor makes me hesitant to meet her gaze, feeling somewhat guilty. After tending to the young one, must you also care for the older? Can't you spare me some worry? After signing the document, Tai Ning-xiang meticulously examines my injuries, her expression akin to that of a forensic investigator at a crime scene. What happened? You just left the hospital yesterday, and now you're in such a dire state? What on earth are you doing daily? I open my mouth, unsure of how to respond. To bluntly reveal my ambitions to defy fate and succeed would likely provoke laughter from the surrounding doctors and nurses. Never mind. Please arrange a hospital room for him swiftly. His condition is complex, and if not managed properly, it could endanger his life. I recommend hospitalization. Additionally, due to a recent shortage of rooms, he may need to share with another patient, but this is only temporary, the doctor states after reviewing the admission records. Let it be so then. Thank you, doctor. Tai Ning-xiang, after addressing the physician, turns back to me with a disapproving glance. Can you manage? Should I request leave? No need. You focus on your duties. I required a family member's signature, hence my call for you. Stealing a glance at Tai Ning-xiang, I noticed that her eyes widen slightly at the mention of family member, and the tension in her mouth eases. Who is your family member? I am merely fulfilling my duty as a police officer. Tai Ning-xiang dons her police cap. You must recover properly and refrain from wandering about. I will bring you lunch at noon. Do you understand? Yes, thank you, senior. I sat quietly in the chair, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a frown. After Ning-xiang departed, the doctor wheeled me into the surgical operating room. It was only after 10 in the morning that all my wounds were tended to. Accompanied by a nurse, I arrived at the intensive care unit, and at the moment I stepped through the door, an awkward situation unfolded. In bed one lay a young man, his body swathed in bandages, who appeared somewhat dazed upon my entrance. Mr. Lu, what a coincidence to see you again, he said. Feng Minglong is recovering well and looks quite healthy. Indeed, what a coincidence, I replied, forcing a grin and refraining from further conversation. It was the nurse beside us who expressed surprise. You two know each other? You should have mentioned it earlier. We were concerned you might not want to share a room. You think I was eager to share? I wanted to retort, but held my tongue. Lying sideways in bed too. How could I not want to share? Mr. Lu and I were friends forged in adversity. If we were to recount our story, it would be one of both horror and fantasy. Clearly, Feng Minglong was bursting with pent-up energy, speaking incessantly. Wait, why do you call him Mr. Lu? This gentleman's surname is Gao Jian. The nurse interjected, stifling giggles as she exited the room, already accustomed to the ramblings of this seemingly unhinged patient. Gao Jian? Feng Minglong turned to me, perplexed. Aren't you surnamed Lu? Didn't you say at the subway station that your name was Lu Xing and that you had a daughter named Lu Feng? Enough of your nonsense, I retorted impatiently, casting a glance at Feng Minglong. Don't drag me into your delusions. What on earth were you rambling about earlier? Mr. Lu, could it be that you've lost your memory? I am Feng Minglong. Have you forgotten about that train after midnight? Don't you recall the coffin we lifted together? And that remarkable woman named Lu Shan? Oh, and Mr. Huang Xue. Feng Minglong genuinely seemed to think I had lost my memory, which was understandable. Such experiences were incomprehensible to the average person. Calm yourself. I gestured for Feng Minglong to settle down, preparing to clarify the logic for him. Do you remember how you died? At this question, Feng Minglong appeared bewildered. But I am alive and well. I mean, do you recall what transpired before we boarded the final train at midnight? Let us retrace our steps from the beginning. I said helplessly. Oh, I remember. The homeless man and I were the last to leave the subway. We were both clawed by the blood fox and barely clinging to life when we saw you and another person emerge from the restroom. You know what happened next. The train arrived, and I tried to warn you that the blood fox was dangerous, so I stealthily approached you, Feng Minglong recounted. As he spoke, an unsettling feeling washed over me. I scrutinized his expression and sensed he was not lying. Is there a problem? Feng Minglong asked, gazing at me blankly, then repeated himself. Wait. I suddenly sat up in bed. You said you were with the homeless man the entire time? You saw me and another person come out of the restroom? Yes. What's wrong? Feng Minglong looked at me, confused, unsure where he had erred. You never went to the subway station's restroom at all? My chest heaved with fear, as if bubbles were bursting within my heart. Before that live broadcast commenced, I found myself concealed in the restroom of the subway station. Just as I was preparing to go live, I noticed, amidst the shadows, a figure in the adjacent stall who appeared to be watching me intently. That moment remains etched in my memory. The sudden onset of fear is beyond description. Prior to the doors of the subway station closing, I had indeed visited the restroom. But after knocking and receiving no response, I departed. Feng Minglong remarked earnestly. Could that person not have been you? Reflecting on that moment, I distinctly recalled hearing footsteps, first entering, then exiting, after which silence enveloped the surroundings. If the footsteps belonged to you, then who was it that lurked in the adjacent stall, observing me? Why did he possess a visage identical to yours? Who could it be? Feng Minglong appeared unsettled by my inquiry. His expression was one of genuine concern, not that of a liar. After a brief pause, I pressed further. You mentioned seeing me emerge from the restroom with another individual. Do you remember what this person looked like? I couldn't discern his features clearly, but he too was clad in the uniform of the subway station staff. Did you notice anything peculiar? I perched on the edge of the bed, my gaze fixed on Feng Minglong with the intensity of a hawk. Nothing specific. He strained to recall, while I found myself curious as to why an unexpected staff member would appear in the subway station, instinctively glancing at his identification badge. Did you discover anything? Is he one of yours? My voice quickened, the unease in my heart intensifying. Probably not. I couldn't make out the details on the badge. Only a number 9 written in carbon pencil. Feng Minglong reflected for a long moment before speaking. 9. I pondered, stroking my chin, contemplating the significance of this number. Previously, I had observed an advertisement card on the interviewer's desk in the Underworld Showcase Room 444, which also bore the number 9. Was this merely a coincidence? Or did a connection exist between the two? My survival and successful usurpation had astonished the showcase authorities, with the interviewer having remarked on multiple occasions that I had exceeded their expectations. Thus, it was conceivable that this designation, 9, might pertain to another streamer. The live broadcast would not cease due to the demise of a single individual. Newcomers would inevitably fill the void. The number 9 could potentially be the identifier of the streamer set to replace me. However, even this line of reasoning felt flawed. Grasping my head, I reflected on the fact that my previous live session had concluded, yet the sudden emergence of this new individual sent a chill through me, making me suspicious of everyone around. Who could number 9 be? Had I possibly encountered him before? Chapter 488. He may not be perfect. The identity of number 9 remains an enigma, one I cannot yet decipher, as I ponder with furrowed brows. My gaze occasionally sweeping over Feng Minglong. You truly did not see the man's face clearly? I persisted, scrutinizing Feng Minglong in search of a flaw in his narrative. I truly did not. Given the circumstances, you're well aware. Feng Minglong lay back on the bed, his tone tinged with resignation. Is that person truly of such importance? I shook my head, recalling the events that transpired before boarding the train. Initially startled in the restroom, my attention was then wholly captivated by the blood fox, causing me to overlook others around me. It was during this lapse in focus that the incident Feng Minglong described occurred. 2 Feng Minglongs. The clues at hand were too scant. I was unable to draw any conclusions, and thus had no choice but to cease my speculation. The individual is tracking me, and he must be exceedingly familiar with my life. Is it possible that he is someone close to me? Yet, why did I see the face of Feng Minglong at that moment? This number 9 is related to the fashion show, but his precise identity remains uncertain. He could either be a newcomer replacing me or a staff member from the show, or perhaps connected to Xia Qi and his associates. My gaze flitted back and forth across Feng Minglong, making him visibly uneasy. Hey, could you refrain from looking at me like that? It feels as though I have wronged you in some way, he remarked. Whether I have or not, you know in your heart. I merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further, burying this perplexity deep within as I comfortably stretched and returned to the topic at hand. Our experiences that night were merely a dream. You shouldn't be so quick to stir up trouble. Be cautious, or one day you might be mistaken for a lunatic and taken away. It's impossible. It felt too real. That was certainly not a dream. You clearly experienced everything as well. Why are you reluctant to come forward and testify for me? Feng Minglong grimaced, aware that he had spoken quite a bit of nonsense over the past few days. It's not that I am unwilling to testify. The situation is quite complex. Please do not dwell on it any longer and refrain from mentioning it to others. Just consider it a dream. I was too tired to explain further and turned over, falling asleep again. By noon, I was awakened by someone nudging me. Upon turning, I saw Feng Minglong staring at me intently. What is wrong with you now? His face evoked chilling memories, and the thought of being watched while I slept instantly dispelled my drowsiness. Could you act normally? I want to change rooms. Change rooms? Just stay here quietly. A gentle voice came from the other side of the bed, and then I caught the aroma of food wafting through the air. Turning around, I saw Tai Ningxiang placing steaming dishes on the bedside table. The rib soup was just made by my mother. You should eat it while it's hot. That is too kind of you. I picked up the bowl and chopsticks, taking a bite of the tender ribs, which melted in my mouth. Delicious. Your mother is an exceptional cook. You should learn more from her in this regard. Can't you ever keep your mouth shut while eating? Tai Ningxiang shot me a glance, sitting beside me with her hand gently resting on my arm. How are you feeling? Is it still painful? No longer painful. This place is quite nice. It's just that my roommate seems mentally unstable. I suspect he is suffering from a delusional disorder or paranoid psychosis. As I spoke, I devoured my food, while Feng Minglong swallowed hard, looking quite aggrieved. I'm merely speaking the truth. Only then did Tai Ningxiang notice Feng Minglong and greet him before quickly turning her attention back to me. I have something else to discuss with you. What is it? It's about Yi Bing. Tai Ningxiang's tone grew complex. Since last night, her vital signs have been steadily declining, and the doctors are at a loss. They cannot determine the cause. Why inform me about something you cannot explain? I am not a doctor. I continued eating, my appetite robust. Is that Elder Chen bothering you again? Tai Ningxiang nodded. Elder Chen is quite esteemed in Jiangcheng. He is of the same generation as my grandfather, and even my father addresses him as Teacher Chen with respect. Did he visit your home? No, it was someone close to Elder Chen who secretly informed my father. Thus, Deputy Chief Tai ordered you to persuade me? I set down my bowl and chopsticks. Is Elder Chen truly as remarkable as you all claim? To know a person's face but not their heart is a common dilemma. He may appear virtuous and morally upright. Yet how can one ascertain the true nature of his inner self? After my initial meeting with Teacher Chen, I conducted an online search for information about him. This gentleman has been lauded to the extent that he seems almost flawless. There is scarcely a negative remark about him to be found online. This, in my view, is quite peculiar. The online realm is notoriously intricate, where individuals often wear masks. Even in a wholly positive article, there may be dissenters, not necessarily driven by malice, but rather for amusement or to seek attention. Yet, I scoured numerous pages of articles and comments that day and found not a single unfavorable mention. This can only imply two possibilities. Either this elderly gentleman is indeed a paragon of virtue, or he has a dedicated team orchestrating the maintenance of his commendable image. Upon hearing my perspective, Tai Ningxiang, unusually, began to counter my assertions. A person occasionally performing a good deed or acting heroically does not warrant deep respect. If that were the case, I would not hold him in such esteem. However, the contributions of Elder Chun to Jiangxing and the broader Central-South region are widely recognized, as he has spent decades proving his commitment. Initially, some societal voices criticized Elder Chun's actions, accusing him of seeking the limelight, akin to affluent individuals who engage in ostentatious philanthropy merely to secure a favorable reputation. Yet, as the years have passed, the very publications that once questioned him have ceased to exist, while Elder Chun continues to establish schools and attract ever-increasing numbers of supporters. I know there are good people in this world, Gao Jian interjected. I understand your experiences, and I know it is difficult for you to accept someone like him. But that is the reality. Tai Ningxiang spoke earnestly, noting that those who work in criminal investigation or drug enforcement often infer the worst about human nature. Given that they deal with the most heinous of individuals, trust and leniency can sometimes be fatal. I believe in the existence of good people, the senior said, but I am not one of them, and thus I cannot approach life with the mindset of a benevolent individual. In my view, humanity is complex. A petty criminal who smokes, drinks, and steals may also feed stray cats and dogs in the alley every evening. A well-dressed, highly educated university professor might conceal a twisted psyche, burdened by multiple cases of homicide. A seemingly innocent and charming child, possessing delicate features akin to a porcelain doll, could very well express a sweet smile while callously tossing a newborn puppy into a furnace before its mother's eyes. Appearance and demeanor are mere facades. The human heart is the most inscrutable of all enigmas. Tai Ningxiang understood the truths I spoke. After a moment of silence, she remarked, Gao Jian, you are being too extreme. It is not that I am extreme, I replied, but rather that Teacher Chun is too impeccable. From the perspective of criminal psychology, a person's future trajectory may be intricately linked to their early experiences or habits. The Teacher Chun you speak of, who has devoted decades to adopting orphans and establishing schools for children with disabilities and the hearing impaired, is undoubtedly shaped by some profound life experiences. Tian Ningxiang is not a stranger, hence I have no reservations in expressing the thoughts that dwell within my heart. There are myriad ways to engage in charity, constructing schools for the people in remote areas, donating to disaster-stricken regions, and supporting the development of the Northwest, among others. Yet, Teacher Chun has chosen to adopt orphans and establish multiple schools for the disabled. What could be the rationale behind this? Why does Teacher Chun exhibit an extraordinary concern for orphans and children with disabilities? As I subtly coaxed Tian Ningxiang, she instinctively responded, why? I gently grasped the back of her hand and asked, are you certain you wish to hear this? Stop the nonsense and speak quickly, she retorted, shooting me a glare. Lowering my voice, I leaned closer to her ear and whispered, this is merely an unfounded speculation. Do not take it to heart. I believe Teacher Chen's actions could stem from two possibilities. First, perhaps as a form of atonement. Second, perhaps due to personal interest. Atonement? Personal interest. Gao Jian. You had better clarify your words, Tian Ningxiang replied, glancing at Feng Minglong to ensure he was not eavesdropping before exhaling in relief. Do you dare to make such evaluations of Teacher Chen without fear of repercussions? Let us stick to the facts. Moreover, I confide in you alone. I shall not spread this further. I twisted her hand gently, surprised to find she did not resist, nor did she withdraw her hand, which reassured me that she was not genuinely upset. My assertion regarding atonement is based on certain observations. Every individual harbors secrets buried deep within. You are unaware of Teacher Chen's past. I have conducted extensive online research about him and discovered that his history is shrouded in mystery. Neither his father nor mother has ever mentioned his early education or experiences. There is nary a hint online, as if everything revolves solely around his benevolent persona, his passion for philanthropy, and his love for aiding children, a notion I find rather peculiar. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. As for personal interest, that is solely my personal speculation without any substantiating evidence. If this were to circulate, you would undoubtedly face severe consequences. Over the past 20-plus years, countless children have been supported by Teacher Chun, akin to Yi Bing, who regard him as a parental figure and the orphanage as their home. Should you craft such narratives about Teacher Chun, it would surely incite their wrath. Tian Ningxiang observed that I had nearly exhausted the topic and prepared to clear the dishes. Consider it. After all, The request is modest, merely to accompany Yi Bing and reminisce about your most profound memories together, just to try. Upon finishing, she sighed, believing that teacher Chun's pursuit of me was a desperate attempt, devoid of genuine hope. However, I am different, equipped with the Tonglin talisman and the Dreamwing Goo. I possess the true capability to save Yi Bing. Yet, the peril involved is considerable, and the risks do not align with the potential rewards, which is why I remain hesitant. Tian Ningxiang departed to the city bureau after tidying up. Is the rib soup palatable? Feng Minglong gazed at me with a forlorn expression, seemingly on the verge of a transformation. I savored it, noting it was somewhat bland, likely due to my mother-in-law's consideration of my injury, which led her to refrain from adding too much salt. Am I to be shameless? I didn't even get a taste. Yet you act as if you've won a prize. Feng Minglong, appearing as though he intended to sever ties with me, summoned a nurse and scribbled a rather ordinary vegetarian meal on a piece of paper to hand over. Only plant-based? Stir-fried lettuce? Not consuming any meat is detrimental to your recovery, you know? My only strength lies in my keen eyesight. The food in this hospital is exorbitantly priced. Who can afford it? If it weren't for the fact that my work-related injury hospitalization fees are covered by the department, I would have returned home long ago instead of engaging in this futile argument with you. Feng Minglong's gaze grew increasingly melancholic as he inhaled deeply, the lingering aroma of braised ribs permeating the air. Is this the 453 special care ward? A young man's voice from outside interrupted Feng Minglong's words. Yes, come in, he called out. The door to the ward opened, and a caregiver entered, carrying a meal basket. I apologize for the disturbance. I am here to deliver your meal. Already? Feng Minglong exclaimed in surprise. I just placed my order, and you're already here? This is indeed a large hospital. Even meal delivery is so professional. He gestured to his bedside table. Just place the food there. Certainly, the caregiver responded, moving to Feng Minglong's bedside and methodically retrieving items from the basket while introducing each dish. Lotus seed eel soup, nourishing blood tonic soup, goji berry chicken casserole, and lung-nourishing 5-grain porridge. Your meal has arrived. Please take good care of yourself and rest. As Feng Minglong watched the caregiver seemingly conjure an array of delectable dishes from the basket, he stood momentarily stunned, and I couldn't help but glance over. The ceramic plates and clay pots emanated steam upon being opened, the enticing aroma flooding his senses. Feng Minglong's throat tightened. No, you must have delivered the wrong order. He picked up the meal ticket from his hospital gown. I only ordered stir-fried lettuce and a small portion of rice. This was specially sent by our director. Previously, we were unaware of your situation and may have been negligent. So please, enjoy your meal. The caregiver replied with patience and a pleasant demeanor. The director? Unaware of the situation? What does this mean? Feng Minglong was bewildered by the caregiver's words, staring at the delectable offerings on the bedside table. His appetite piqued as he instinctively picked up the chopsticks. Is your hospital running a meal promotion? Like one of those random lucky draws on television? The caregiver chuckled. The director specifically arranged this nourishing package for you from outside. We certainly do not have such exquisite meals in our hospital. Just as he finished speaking, the door to the ward swung open again, and a nurse from the special care ward returned, holding a bowl of vividly colored rice topped with greens. Indeed. Here comes your rice, Feng Minglong. Do you need me to pour you a jug of hot water? The nurse paused upon seeing the caregiver, suddenly realizing there was nowhere to place the rice. What is going on here? Feng Minglong, holding the chopsticks, felt an ominous premonition arise as he gazed at the rice topped with greens. I'm not sure what the situation is either. It was the caregiver who broke the stalemate, slapping his forehead as he pointed at Feng Minglong. Your surname is Feng? Then who is Gao Jian? Gao Jian? Feng Minglong swore that at this moment, there was nothing he desired less to hear than that name. Reluctantly setting down his bowl and chopsticks, he stiffly turned his neck to glance at me, who had just finished eating and was practicing the true heart technique. That is Gao Jian. Oh, my apologies. I mistook you for someone else. My sincerest apologies, the caregiver said, transferring all of Feng Minglong's food from the bedside table while maintaining a smile. Sorry for the mix-up. Brother, is this for me? Upon hearing the commotion, I raised my hand to stop the caregiver. Who authorized you to deliver this food? Our director specifically instructed us. The director? I am not acquainted with your director. The circumstances seem peculiar, and I cannot accept this dish. I resolutely declined, causing the caregiver to exhibit a troubled expression. Feng Minglong swallowed hard, while the nurse, holding a plate of sautéed oil wheat vegetables and rice, remained oblivious to the situation within the room. It seems inappropriate. Considering the meal has already been prepared, the caregiver hesitated for a moment, their demeanor growing more enthusiastic. In truth, our director and Mr. Chen have been close friends for many years, and he holds Mr. Chen in high regard. Given the worsening condition of Mr. Chen's daughter, he is hoping for my assistance? I raised an eyebrow. How impressive that even the director is involved. Mr. Chen's connections are indeed extensive, though he uttered not a word. Those around him were spontaneously inclined to offer their help. Such subtle and persuasive methods are truly remarkable. I shall leave the meal for now. I will contemplate it further. Please do not feel pressured. The director merely wishes to assist. Enjoy your meal, and shortly, someone will come to collect the plates and utensils. With a beaming smile, the caregiver exited the ward. I gazed at the lavish spread before me, but refrained from touching my chopsticks. Are we to rescue Yibing? The depths of the dream realm are exceedingly perilous. After pondering for several seconds, I lifted my head and suddenly noticed two individuals assessing me. Feng Minglong, grasping his chopsticks, was on the verge of tears, and just then, the nurse delivered another blow with the sautéed oil wheat dish, costing 25 yuan. Hurry and pay up. 25. For merely a few leaves of vegetables. This is rather outrageous. Feng Minglong reluctantly handed over the money to the nurse, pitifully clutching his plate of rice, as if the entire world had abandoned him. Brother, do me a favor in the future. Feel free to enjoy this meal today. Unable to endure the weight of Feng Minglong's gaze, I pushed the plate toward him. What favor? I haven't thought it through yet. Just eat quickly before the porridge cools. I sat cross-legged on the bed, smiling. Last time on the train, you saved me, and I have yet to repay you. Now you treat me to a meal. All right. In the future, if you need assistance, just call, and I will undoubtedly rush to your side without hesitation. Feng Minglong patted his chest in assurance, and I revealed a smile imbued with deeper meaning. For now, there is nothing, but perhaps in the future, that may change. Chapter 490. Teacher Chen's prayer beads. Feng Minglong is quite an intriguing individual. He serves as both a witness and participant in my live broadcasts, and is someone whose destiny I have altered through my streaming. He should have perished, yet he survived. This alone grants him a certain value for my purposes. Observing Feng Minglong, who was heartily consuming his meal, I maintained a calm gaze. He behaved just like an ordinary person. Considering his usual conduct, one might perceive him as devoid of guile, merely a commonplace citizen. However, upon deeper reflection, it becomes apparent that a veil of inscrutability shrouds Feng Minglong. One day, I shall uncover your secrets. I murmured to myself, diverting my focus from Feng Minglong, and began to meditate on the profound true heart technique. Sitting in tranquil meditation, yet after several minutes, I could not achieve a state of calm. My mind was beset with distractions. When my vital energy circulated to my left arm, I consistently encountered a sense of obstruction. It seems to stem from the presence of the plague poison. The paper craftsman, using silver needles, has sealed the poison within my left arm, and the flow of vital energy must necessarily traverse the left Shaoyang meridian, which has been obstructed by the plague toxin. If the meridian continues to be invaded by this poison, it is likely that my entire arm will suffer irreparable damage over time. I endeavored to harness my vital energy to combat the venomous affliction, yet the results were negligible. In the tumultuous process of channeling this energy, I encountered unforeseen setbacks that nearly resulted in internal injuries. The weight of my negative karmic deeds, amounting to 100,000, seemed to echo in my mind, with the anguished spirits of those who perished due to my actions crying out for justice. On ordinary days, I remained unaware of their presence. But when I concentrated deeply on mobilizing my vital energy, these malevolent entities would manifest vividly in my consciousness, causing great distress. This venomous affliction is akin to a ticking time bomb that must be eradicated swiftly. However, the root of the issue lies within these 100,000 karmic obstacles, and I must devise a means to restore my merit. I am not one to easily concede defeat, yet in the face of such overwhelming negativity, I cannot help but feel an immense sense of impotence. To save a single life or assist another in cultivating profound gratitude could barely account for a fraction of the merit I owe. Indeed, I am in debt to the tune of 100,000. Am I to dedicate the remainder of my life to charitable endeavors? I sighed, realizing that even a lifetime devoted to virtuous deeds would not suffice to amass such a colossal sum of merit. It is a burden that few sects could withstand. This is no mere decree of the underworld. It is a death warrant, activated annually, with repercussions that might take a century to dissipate. Complaining serves no purpose. And my cultivation efforts were yielding scant results. So I resolved to cease my meditation, drawing back the curtains to gaze upon the bustling city outside. The ebb and flow of vehicles and the hurried figures of pedestrians revealed that this mundane existence is, in fact, quite delightful. After a brief interval, the caregiver re-entered to collect the dishes, having ensured I was sufficiently nourished. I relinquished all thoughts and thoroughly relaxed my nerves, clutching a pillow and drifting into a deep slumber. The dusky light of twilight graced my face as I awoke, noticing that my wounds had significantly improved. My remarkable recuperative abilities must surely be linked to the essence of the Sephora flower within my liver meridian. As I stretched and sat up from the bed, I was startled to discover the presence of an elderly gentleman in the room, clad in simple attire, yet exuding an air of tranquility. He commanded attention effortlessly as he settled into a chair. Old Chin. A wave of guilt washed over me. Earlier that day, I had harbored uncharitable suspicions regarding his intentions. Now he had come to my door. Wiping the cold sweat from my brow, I cast a reproachful glance at Feng Minglong. Old Chun, why did you not awaken me? I had intended to call for you, but Old Chun interjected, stating that as a patient, I ought to rest and should be allowed to awaken naturally. Feng Minglong felt an inexplicable sense of grievance, as it seemed he was always the one blamed, regardless of how events unfolded. It was my decision not to disturb you. You have sustained significant injuries, so lie still and do not move. Old Chin closed the book in his hands and rose to his feet. Sensing his approach, I promptly got up from the bed. You are too kind. It is no trouble, he replied. I merely heard in the hospital about a young man who frequents here, sustaining increasingly severe injuries. Last time, you hastily discharged yourself before your wounds had properly healed, disregarding medical advice. I harbored suspicions about you, so I came to investigate. Old Chun did not mention Yibing, but I was not naive. He was certainly not the type to pry without reason. His visit was clearly premeditated, intended to forge a connection and seek my assistance, yet he tactfully avoided a direct request, opting instead for subtlety in his approach. I appreciate your concern, but I assure you, my injuries are merely superficial and of no grave consequence. That is reassuring, Old Chin replied with a warm smile. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he finally broached the subject of Yibing. He subtly informed me that Yibing's vital signs were continuously deteriorating, and it was feared she would not last much longer. As soon as he finished speaking, a heavy silence enveloped the room. I had already been informed of Yibing's specific condition by Tai Ningxiang, and to be honest, I felt quite conflicted. By the way, Xiao Gao, have you worn the string of prayer beads I gifted you? Though they are not particularly precious, they have accompanied me for many years, and I have always believed that my good fortune stems from them. If you have faith in such things, you might as well wear them and see what happens. While Chun Lao seemed to mention this casually, his words resonated with an unusual significance in my ears. Could these prayer beads truly possess such extraordinary qualities? He had made a similar remark during our first meeting, and this was the second time he had emphasized their importance. Was it possible that this seemingly ordinary string of beads held some hidden power? I retrieved the prayer beads from my pocket and, in front of Chun Lao, adorned my wrist with them. Oddly enough, shortly after putting them on, the clutter in my mind dissipated, leaving my thoughts serene, as if purified by a divine light. In disbelief, I took them off and tried again, repeating the process until I realized that, despite their unremarkable appearance, these beads were indeed a treasure of the Buddhist realm. Chun Lao, these prayer beads are far too precious. I cannot accept them, I insisted. Initially unaware of their value, I only recognized their significance now, burdened by 100,000 karmic obstacles. With these beads, I could resume my practice without constantly enduring the torment of distracting thoughts. You should keep them. I mentioned they are compensation for Yibing, I stated. The elder did not once mention my obligation to save Yibing, yet given the gravity of the situation, I felt compelled to express my gratitude. In order to secure assistance from the underworld showcase, I had agreed to eradicate a sect, and now Chun Lao had provided me with such a priceless artifact. How could I remain indifferent? Chun Lao, Yibing's situation is quite complex. I cannot guarantee anything. I confessed candidly. Deep down, I understood that even the province's top doctors were at a loss. My stubbornness was evident. Though Chun Lao was advanced in age, he bore no trace of frailty. Gazing upon him felt akin to facing the vast, tranquil sea in spring, encompassing everything with its depth and calmness. Please do not say that. How about this? Once my injuries stabilize a bit tomorrow, I will go see her. As for whether I can awaken her, I can only promise to do my utmost. I was not one to enjoy being indebted to others, having received Chun Lao's prayer beads. What harm was there in offering him my assistance? You agree? That's wonderful. I will arrange for the doctors to cooperate with you for her treatment, Chun Lao remarked. And after exchanging a few more words, he exited with a noticeable hint of joy on his face. What a kind old man, Feng Minglong said sincerely. Compared to those who spend money on charity and then rush to five-star hotels to wash themselves multiple times after taking photos with children in impoverished areas, he truly stood out. I nodded in agreement, casually replying. Feng Minglong observed my serious expression and was momentarily speechless. Your words are indeed sharp. Understanding someone's heart is often more challenging than discerning their face. I found Chun Lao to be an enigma. Seemingly flawless with no visible flaws, being around him evoked a peculiar sensation within me. I furrowed my brow, muttering to myself. What kind of feeling? Feng Minglong inquired, leaning against the bed's edge, preparing to pour himself a cup of hot water. Fear? Dread? Disgust? I racked my brain in search of a more fitting term. This elderly man resembled a deity wandering among mortals, indeed, akin to a false god. Suddenly, the teacup slipped from my grasp, and scalding water splattered across the floor. Feng Minglong, burned by the water, cried out in disarray, oblivious to my final utterance.